Exhausted from the rigors of work on study, I have resolved town win my mind through teen chanting real mof novels. Heralius the sanctuary fort hot. Asanavasi embarking on this journey, a humble Isaacer understanding should I falter. Dear Chin Yu, after a thorough review by our esteemed Combat Academy, you have been officially admitted. Please ensure your presence at the campus for enrollment in September 1 ST 2222 at 800 a.m. Jiangnan Martial Arts University. In Adam Lilitrum, Chin used to prighten his fingers firmly grasping the vibrant acceptance letter to university, as usual smile gracing his lips. How old have I imagined that the individually have become this new world is a prodigio of cultivation. Mere Libby absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, without any external aids. I have managed to brain I through to Esavinth stage the apprenticeship and gain admission to nuff the Topton Martial Arts Academia in the Great Xia Kingdom Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Chin Yu felt an immense satisfaction with his newfound identity, for he weighs indeed any soft cultivation. In this world, where a spiritual energy has surged and fire sea beasts roam freely, martial arts have a becometi foundation upon which humanity stands. After a brief integration of souls, Chun Yu inherited the memory is of his predecessor. Asher rubbed his temples, wick throbbed slight life from the fusion, Hebigan to sift through tefragments soft have past 18 years. It turned out that this world, over a century ago, bore a resemblance to his former life, being primarily a planet driven by technological advancement. Yet, more than a century ago, a sudden resurgence of spiritual energy triggered a frenzied evolution among countless flora and fauna. Creatures that haunts nestled in forests, fish that swam in waters, and even poultry found on himantable transformed into ferocious beasts. While humanity, the dominant species, underwent little change. In those times, humans suri outmatched Devon ba common hin, a stark reflection of Tatira. Although humanity managed to defend major cities with technological prowess, vast towns Sandru Relaria's full pretothwim soft tea beasts. In an instant, devastation reigned, and lives were extinguished. Atomic matters worse, the beasts continued to evolve. Gradually, humanity discovered that certain rapidly evolving creatures had scales impervious to conventional firearms. Moreover, the stockpile of heavy weaponry, such as missiles, remained finite and could not be expended in the Thus, the pressure in the defenses of major cities escalated every day. In response, the central government announced the discovery of martial arts cultivation techniques and initiate a nationwide campaign to promote them. Martial artists stepped on the historical stage. Through rigorous training, humanity began to harness extraordinary powers. Event fielder lie sweeping the street scooty fortless likery gas canisters up to the 18th floor without any tourist. Let alone at high earlier martial artists. Theso a red throw theer, demolishing hideous sand mountains, with their gray soft celestial beings. At last, humanity succeeded in repelling the onslaught of tea beasts, establishing fortified cities. In fact, they gained the upper hand against the beasts, driving them to the wilderness far from human settlements. As fortune used in a this knife, Huays soon Tobe University student Torfin be the tragic loss of his parents safe UI years prior. Whole left behind a mod st inheritance in their rural homestead in the new countryside. After several sof expenditures, his solving shad wind led significantly. The term new country sitter first theories hut merged after the resurgence of spiritual energy. In contrast to the rural landscape as they had long since had been consumed by the beasts, leaving behind desolation. The new countryside erosia humanitis martial arts flourished thagan upper hand against the beasts. These ways ain't inevitably outcoming of societal development. With the crisis of survival olivated, the population experienced a dramatic surge. Namaturao extensively urban land was developed, limitations remained. The conflict between an ever-growing population finite land became increasingly irreconcilable. In desperation, the authorities organized troops to venture beyond the protective walls of T cities, establishing village St. Heland outside. Chinyu's great-grandfather was among the fierce generation of rural inhabitants stoli vithebasis sitiandras ibiantuals. Living outside these bore both advantages and disadvantages. To dress the drawbacks first. In Thevento Fabius died, those are re-sitting in the new countryside, devoid of protective walls, face near certain death. Even with prior warnings, wily individuals might escape, darum swoolbold bellist. Fortunately, Chunyu's memorias indicated that since his great-grandfather responded to the government on the city walls, Although beast to desida occurred, they hadal bino famine or scale. The group soft beasts were eliminated be the official station forces in conjunction with wandering martial artists before they could reach the new countryside. There were indeed numerous advantages foothold in the new countryside possessed asmal courtyard. Training in martial arts did not require training rooms at martial arts schools, saving a considerable amount of money. Moreover, each household weighs allotted a portion of land for cultivating crops. In Thizera, food prices were significantly high than in his previous life. Chinyu's familiana duverten ackersof land, buta say out hofmerl yodkid, he had little in ology of farm and gondan trust ethylane to hisikandunkel, chun fuguwe. Each year, chun fugi would provide the family with zomain kamias rent. As the memories continued to merge, Chinyu realized that his previous assessment of this body oxygen had been somewhat premature. Aside from the commendable realm of cultivation, this body was lacking a virtual with respect. Fellow tier human level cultivation technique chi absorption technique had 3 levels, and here remains the first It is essential to understand that with each advancement in levels, the internal energy within would become increasing larfind. Therefore minto internal energy is directly correlated with on's offensive capability. Themeraire fined internal energy, the greater the attacking power it possesses in a quantity. Shooty manage it ta cultivateth chi absorption technique a third level, the internal energy would bear fined by 20%. The attacking power would also see an enhancement of 20%. These would be sufficient to rival the fierce level of mid-tier human level techniques. As for martial skills, the situation way severe disheartening. The mid-tier human level martial skill layer dway fist that on labinber lie grasped, with no significant progress made. Another loutier human level sword technique, Cold Moon Slash, had no divin been initiated. According to the enrollment guide that accompanied my acceptance a letter from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Here will be a practical entrance examination for new students. This assessment will determine the ranking of students within the academy. The order of these rankings will significantly impact various aspects, including the quality of dormitory accommodations, the number of credits awarded, and event the top 3 students will receive access to top-tier human-level secret manual. With this thought, Chenyuden Hishu's, exited room, and stepped into the courtyard. Thurrisingson radiated brilliantly, casting jits light and warmth generously. The courtyard was not particularly large, measuring gonly around 30 to 40 square meters. Totheast, a 6 to 7 meter till Phoenix Strieger Wallong Thule. Beneath the tree arrested athic, 4 to 5 centimeter to blame of bluestone. Leaves lay scattered across the ground. Chunya walked leisurely to the center of the courtyard, adjusting his breath and clearing his mind off distractions. The mid-tier human level fist technique layered wave fist, which he had previously studied long ago, now appeared as clear as if had just read it. Characters Dan said through Chinyuzmand, forming convoluted phrases. Wadadant's obscure and perplexing techniques were in now read-to-lie comprehensible, akin to reading plain text. With his feet staggered, Chinyunlia shed a punch. Unlike the previous rigidity, this time his movements flowed smoothly and naturally. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with the sound of rushing fists and flating shadows. Chonyu tirelessly poured forth his sweat, repeating the punching motions with fervor. Gradually, with each punch through, Heku'd faint la hard sound of waves scrang against rocks. These was clearly a soundin' lie achieve a bleatin' advanced of a loft layered wave fist. Layered wave 7th strike. Chinyu to redalo shout, his right fist descending like a mountain, enveloped in seven layer soft potent energy, crashing down upon the stoneable. Bang! The fist, in cassette energy, struck the surface with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the stonetable, rough fly the size of fag grinding millstone, was covered in cracks. With a sharp crack, the sturdy table shattered like Kepersea Lane, scattering Jintovarius's edge shards. Chinyus readeth his fist, disbelief it across his face. Surely, the power of this bunch exceeds 2000 kilograms? It is worth noting that a novice martial artist, upon breaking through, typically boasts a foundational strength of only around 2000 kilograms. However, martial artists possess than just foundational strength they also train in oni or multiple martial techniques. With the enhancement of martial skills, even novice martial artists can exert a force of at least 2,500 kilograms. If this event strike you'll really exceeds 2,000 kilograms, I wonder if layered wave fist, perfectedo the 9th strike, Combined with the thirtle velof chi absorption technique, could rival the strength of Huakist novice martial artist. Standing with his fist withdrawn, Chinyu remained astounded. Thoth layered wave fist dismal yamid tier human level martial skill. Ida Zizito learn ya challenging to master. His predecessor had practiced said for years, merely scratching the surface, capable of only manifesting the second strike. Having gonly practiced said for a brief moment, has surprisingly achieved, consecutive Ebron throughs, enabling him to unleash a formidable forcey kival and tosavin layer sophenergy they single punk. At the space, event hot cultivation off martial skills becomes increasing arduous sasson progresses. Heist confident that within a few days, he will be able to master Theartov stack engineer guideth pinnacly of 9 layers. When anomalies arise, there must be an underlying reason. Surely, some cause must exist to account for some outcome. A system? A cultivation space? Chinyu meticulously examined the surroundings, yet failed to uncover a such phenomenon. After my contemplation, he realized that the enhancement of his memory and the remarkable surgeon, his comprehension were intricately linked to his soul. Thus, the solar reason for this transformation must be attributed to the fusion of souls. This fusion had oblet the strength of his soul, consequently elevating his memory and comprehension. With these revelations in mind, Chinyu Shirtbeat quickened involuntarily. He understood that the to critica factors essential to becoming a formidable martial artist. The fiercest innate talent for cultivation. Individuals possessing this quality line internal energy training, allowing them to ascend through realms at an accelerated pace. These can talent for comprehension. These Nabulsanita grasp martial technique and skills with remarkable swiftness. Previously, Hadon Lip possessed the fierce deep cultivation talent now. Hehadal so acquired Thesicon type comprehension talent. Sometimes, the simophony and unique seeds twirl. With these thoughts crystallized, Chinyu full taster geof enthusiasm, resolutely preparing to exert himself and infinite wave stacking fist at the perfect layers of energy. Thud, thud, thud. However, just then, Aknakra sounded at his front door. Chapter 2. Family Affection Brother, it's Chen Lin. Open the door, a sweet voice echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing this melodic call, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Yu's face. Lin is here. Chen Yu opened the door and greeted her with warmth. Standing outside was a vivacious young girl, none other than his cousin, Chen Lin, the daughter of his uncle Chen Fugue. Today, Chen Lin wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt adorned with a charming bear print on the chest, paired with slightly faded denim capris and pink sandals. Upon seeing Chen Yu, her lovely face instantly lit up with a bright smile. Chen Lin was a year younger than Chen Yu and both were students at Zhongwuno. One high school, however, Chen Yu had already graduated, while Chen Lin was set to begin her senior year in September. Their close ages and familial ties fostered a bond that had flourished since childhood. Chen Yu recalled the many times he had fought for her sake when they were younger, with Chen Lin trailing behind him like a little shadow, eager to play as they grew older and became aware of the differences between boys and girls. Coupled with their academic pursuits, they began to spend less time together. Nevertheless, their affection for one another remained unchanged. The love Chen Yu felt for Chen Lin was deeply rooted in the essence of his soul. With the merging of their souls, he naturally felt an immense closeness to her. Lin, what brings you to seek out your brother? Are you looking to pick a fight again? Tell me, Chen Yu teased. Stepping aside to let her in, brother, I'm no longer a child. I don't need you to fight my battles for me, Chen Lin retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shyly recalled her childhood antics. Oh, our Lin has grown up. She doesn't need her brother anymore. Chen Yu feigned disappointment, his voice low. Brother, that's not what I meant. Chen Lin began to explain, but upon seeing Chen Yu's teasing expression, she realized he was only joking. Brother, you're so mean. Chen Lin playfully raised her delicate fist at him, launching a flurry of gentle punches. After a brief bout of playful banter, Chen Yu inquired, if you're not here to ask me to fight, then what brings you here instead of enjoying some shopping with your friends during the summer break? Brother, you're the one who talks too much. Chen Lin stomped her foot, puffing up in indignation. All right. I want to say anything more. Can I speak now? Chen Yu quickly raised his hands in surrender, apologizing. Chen Lin wasn't truly angry. She was merely embarrassed at being reminded of her childhood. Mom and Dad asked me to call you for breakfast. I happen to have something to discuss with you. With that, Chen Lin twisted her slender waist and dashed out the door. All right. I'll wash up and join you shortly. Chun Yu called after her retreating figure. Chen Lin signaled with a hand gesture to acknowledge him before disappearing from his sight. Chun Yu felt a genuine gratitude toward Chen Lin's family. After the tragic passing of his parents, it was Chen Fugui's family that had taken care of all the affairs. Over the past few years, they had provided him with support, and without them, a high school student like him, despite having wealth, would have found it difficult to manage on his own in the countryside. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, his previous outfit soaked through from practicing the rolling wave fist, Chen Yu locked the door and set off towards Chen Lin's house with his keys and phone in hand. Though not adjacent, their homes were only a short distance apart. In less than a minute, he arrived at Chen Lin's residence. Xiao Yu is here. Go on in. I'll be there shortly, called Chen Fugui, who was straightening up from tending to his vegetable garden at the door. Chen Fugui, a man in his 40s, had a sun-kissed complexion from years of labor. Uncle, do you need any help? Chen Yu cheerfully inquired. No need. I'll be done in a moment, Chen Fugui replied with a smile, bending back to his work. Noticing that there was little left to be done, Chen Yu refrained from insisting further. Having grown up in the countryside, he was no stranger to farm work. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Yu noted how much cleaner and tidier it was compared to his own home. The organized arrangement of items clearly indicated the presence of a diligent housekeeper. Even before he reached the kitchen, the sounds of spatulas clanging against pans and the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Aunt, what delicious food are we having today? Chen Yu eagerly headed straight for the kitchen. Chen Lin's kitchen, located to the west of the courtyard, was a separate building where meals were prepared over a traditional stove fueled by firewood. Xiao Yu has arrived. What else would we have? Green beans and loofah squash. Don't we eat those every day? Chen Yu's aunt, Zhou Kailon, replied swiftly as she stirred the pot with a smile. What's wrong? Are you craving meat? At the mention of meat, Chen Yu instinctively swallowed, recalling how much more delectable the meat in this world was, nourished by spiritual energy. The mouth-watering flavor had left a lasting impression on his body. It was akin to a longing for something tantalizing. However, remembering the exorbitant prices of meat, he stubbornly retorted, not at all. Yet, Chen Yu's subtle reaction did not escape Zhou Kailon's notice. If you're craving it, we'll make a special dish. After all, you've just been accepted to Wuda, and we haven't celebrated yet. As she dished out the green beans onto a plate, she added without looking back, Mom, I want braised pork and potato chicken pieces. Chen Lin, who was stoking the fire, lit up at the mention of meat. It wasn't that her family was impoverished. They simply found the prices of meat in this world exorbitant, over 200 per pound, which was several times more than in Chen Yu's previous life. The high prices were due to various factors. You little glutton, Zhou Kailon teased with a laugh upon seeing her daughter's eager expression. When your father has some free time, I'll send him to the city to buy some for you. Such a luxurious item was beyond the reach of most families in the new countryside, and thus it was rare for anyone to stock it for sale. Theo buy meat. One had to visit the city's butcher shops. As Chen Yu helped bring the dishes to the table in the courtyard. He called out, Uncle, it's time for dinner. Coming. The family shared a delightful meal together, laughter and warmth enveloping them. In a moment of reverie, Chen Yu felt a profound sense of belonging as if he were truly part of this family. Having been an orphan in his previous life, he had never experienced such warmth before. After the meal, Chen Lin assisted her mother in clearing the table. Chen Yu intended to help as well but was halted by Uncle Chen Fugui. Xiao Yu, yesterday your aunt and I sold the grain we harvested in June. This year's yield was quite good, and we made a decent profit. Chen Fugui rose to retrieve a notebook from the back room, flipping it open to share the details with Chen Yu. Uncle, that money has nothing to do with me. I can't accept it, I'll be on my way, Chen Yu interjected, understanding what his uncle was about to say and quickly refusing. He stood up, heading for the door. Although he had given his uncle several acres of land to cultivate, he had no time nor knowledge to tend to it himself, leaving it to be underutilized. The profits from the land had no bearing on him, and he certainly could not accept them. Xiao Yu, sit down and don't be hasty. Listen to your uncle first, Zhou Kailon said, appearing beside him and gently pulling him back down onto the bench. Just as Chen Yu was about to voice his opinion, Chen Fugui raised his hand to silence him. Xiao Yu, when your parents had their accident, we had no choice but to take over your family's land. At that time, we agreed that after deducting costs, the profits would be split evenly. This year's harvest was good. After costs, Your family's land earned about 40,000, but since you just got accepted to Wuda, you will have many expenses ahead. At this, Chin Fugue glanced at Zhou Kailan, who nodded in agreement. After discussing it with your aunt, we decided to give you the entire 40,000. No, I can't agree to that. Chun Yu felt a surge of urgency and stood up again. Uncle, I know how hard you work in the fields. The good harvest from those acres is due to your and Aunt's early mornings and late nights. I haven't contributed anything but those fields. I would feel guilty even taking half, let alone the whole amount. Chen Yu shook his head resolutely, his tone firm. Moreover, if you hadn't cultivated those fields, they would have remained fallowed. You were merely making use of what was underutilized. Seeing that Uncle Chin Fugue and Aunt Zhou Kailan were about to argue further, Chen Yu realized that refusing entirely would not sit well with them. Then, Uncle, I'll take 5,000. The rest is for your hard work. Upon hearing Chen Yu only wanted such a small amount, Chen Fugue was incredulous. After much back-and-forth negotiation, they ultimately settled on the original agreement, a 50-50 split. Chen Yu accepted 20,000, chuckling bitterly as he stuffed the 2 stacks of cash into his pocket without counting them and bid farewell as he headed home. Having witnessed numerous disputes over money tearing apart families and friendships in his previous life, Chen Yu found it quite novel to encounter a situation where people nearly fought over how to give someone more money. This entire exchange left Chen Yu feeling more exhausted than his earlier practice of the rolling wave fist. Nobody wants to give me anything. I'm the poorest one here, without even enough money to go see a movie. Chen Lin grumbled as she returned after washing the dishes. What are you talking about? Young lady? When have I ever made you worry about money? Zhou Kailan pointedly tapped Chen Lin on the head, scolding her. Want to see a movie? Look at your brother. He's already at the 7th stage of practice. And you're still at the 3rd. I'm embarrassed to say you're my daughter. Go back to your room and practice. You're not allowed to go out until you break through to the 4th stage this summer. The more Zhou Kailan spoke, the angrier she became. She knew her daughter had potential, but her fidgety nature made it difficult for her to focus on her training. Each time she tried to practice, she either needed water or had to use the restroom. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Chen Lin realized that if she didn't escape now, it might be too late. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Zhou Kailan turned her head only to see that her daughter, who had been by her side moments ago, had already dashed outside the gate. Come back. Where are you going? I'm going to my brother's house to cultivate. Chen Lin replied, her voice becoming increasingly distant as she ran faster. This girl. Upon hearing that Chen Lin was headed to Chen Yu's home, Zhou Kailan decided not to chase after her. Let her observe how her brother practices. Perhaps it might inspire her to be a bit more diligent. Chapter 3. The fragile vessel of friendship. As soon as Chen Yu returned home, before he could even close the door, Chen Lin's lively head popped in. Why are you here instead of cultivating at home? The 2 homes were not far apart, and Chen Yu could clearly hear Zhou Kailan admonishing Chen Lin. Brother, why do you nag like mom? Chen Lin wrinkled her nose in displeasure. It's my hard-earned vacation. Can't I have a few days to rest? A few days to rest? Chen Yu chuckled, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. If I let you be, you'd spend the entire summer vacation away from home, brother. Chen Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she playfully shook Chen Yu's arm and said, Tell me, what do you want to do? With a mere glance, Chen Yu sensed that Chen Lin had something mischievous in mind. Brother, the summer movie season has arrived, and there are so many blockbusters in theaters. Let's go watch a movie. After the movie, I won't go anywhere, and I'll just stay home to cultivate every day. Chen Lin was nearly swearing an oath to go see the film. Oh? What good movies are playing? Chen Yu expressed a hint of interest. He recalled that in his past life, he had taken Chen Lin to the cinema. The narratives in the films of this world were merely average, but the martial arts films were indeed remarkable. Especially those starring big-name actors, which were bound to outshine anything from his former life. The martial stars who made it to the screen were truly formidable fighters. Although the fight scenes in the films were artistically enhanced, they were grounded in genuine combat. If those few stars were participating, it would be worth seeing. Seeing that there was a chance, Chen Lin eagerly chimed in. There's the film Sword Heroes Bond. Directed by the acclaimed filmmaker Zhang Yi, featuring the martial arts superstar Li Dalong. Chen Lin excitedly listed off several recently released blockbusters. Li Dalong, the martial arts superstar. I've heard that he's reached the pinnacle of martial artists and is on the verge of breaking through to the next level. Yet still finds time to act? Chen Yu remarked, the film Sword Heroes Bond must be exceptional. Otherwise, how could they entice such a superstar back into the limelight? Really? Chen Yu was a bit skeptical. Is this little girl trying to fool me just to go watch a movie? Brother, would I ever deceive you? If you don't believe me, just check online. Chen Lin proudly patted her chest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu pulled out his phone and began to search, leaving Chen Lin momentarily dumbfounded. Where was the trust that was supposed to exist? Where was the innocent bond of childhood? The fragile vessel of friendship can capsize at any moment. As she contemplated never playing with Chen Yu again, he had already pocketed his phone and was heading outside. Brother, where are you going? To watch a movie. In truth, Chen Yu had intended to visit the city anyway. With Chen Lin arriving, he planned to take her along. However, he wanted to make it a bit challenging for her. So he acted intentionally. Chen Yu's primary reasons for heading to the city were twofold. The first was to purchase some energy fluid to accelerate his cultivation. His current body possessed decent potential, and he could break through to the 7th level of apprenticeship merely by absorbing the abundant spiritual energy of the world. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in the environment was limited and could not sufficiently meet the demands of his cultivation at the 7th level. Money was crucial, but money that could be converted into personal power was of paramount importance. Chen Yu, having lived 2 lives, understood this all too well. The second reason was to acquire a long sword. Aside from practicing a hand-to-hand martial art known as Waves of Impact, he had also learned a low-tier weapon technique called Cold Moon Slash. Previously, he had practiced the sword techniques at school using the school's long sword. Now that he had graduated, he could no longer use the school's sword. Acquiring a long sword was urgent, especially when dealing with tough beasts, as weapons were far more effective than bare hands. Outside Chen Yu's home in Chunjia village, there was a bus stop leading to the city. The bus, which ran every half hour, was quite convenient. The sibling duo did not have to wait long before a bus appeared from the distance. With the summer vacation just beginning, many students shared Chen Lin's eagerness. The bus was already filled with people, most of whom were teenagers around 16 or 17. Fortunately, there was still standing room available. Chen Yu informed the ticket seller of their destination and paid 8 yuan for the tickets, for yuan each. The bus set off towards the city aboard. Chen Yu took out his phone to check the news. After scrolling for a bit, a local news story caught his attention. Yesterday, at the Lu Fu slaughterhouse in our city, a yellow cow scheduled for slaughter underwent a mutation, evolving into a beast-class monster known as the Iron-Armored Savage Bull. All 9 workers in the slaughtering area perished. Fortunately, the security team arrived in time and eliminated the Iron-Armored Savage Bull, preventing further casualties. The resurgence of spiritual energy and the mutation of livestock likely explained the consistently high prices of meat. It wasn't that these items were particularly rare, but rather that their additional value was exorbitantly high. As reported in the news, places like farms and slaughterhouses frequently encountered livestock mutations, each incident resulting in significant casualties. These enterprises needed to hire professional martial artists to be on standby for any potential livestock mutations. The salary for a professional martial artist was no small sum. It was nearly impossible to hire anyone without a monthly salary of at least 200,000. With compensation and salaries, the monthly expenses added up significantly. Businesses were not charities, and these costs would inevitably be passed on to consumers. One could only imagine the outrageous prices for a single egg or a pound of meat. When comparing 200 yuan for a pound of meat to a human life, it was truly inconsequential. After more than half an hour, the bus stopped at the bus stop in front of the September shopping mall. And Chen Yu and Chen Lin disembarked. Brother, I have 2 classmates who are also coming over. Is that okay? As soon as they got off the bus, Chen Lin hesitantly asked while holding her phone. Boys or girls? Girls? Sure, no problem. Chen Yu had assumed that Chen Lin was starting to date and wanted to bring her boyfriend along. He was already prepared to intervene if necessary. Chen Lin had agreed to meet her classmates at the cinema entrance on the 4th floor of the September shopping mall in 15 minutes. The cinema was quite busy today, and Chen Yu was concerned that Chen Lin's friends might not find them, so he instructed her to wait at the entrance while he went to buy the tickets. Chen Yu could see the star power of the martial arts superstar in this world. A long line had already formed at the ticket counter. Moreover, it seemed that out of every 10 people, 9.5 were purchasing tickets for Sword Heroes Bond. Chen Yu was in no hurry and moved steadily forward in line. Outside the cinema, Chen Lin didn't have to wait long before 2 equally lively girls came running from a distance. Xiao Xian, yeah, over here. Spotting her friends, Chen Lin waved. Su Xiao Xian, panting, rushed over, sweating profusely even in the air-conditioned mall. Lin, I'm here. Were you waiting impatiently? Su Xiaoxian pushed back a few damp strands of hair from her forehead. Apologizing that I heard you were coming, so I ran over with Xiaoxian, and it was so hot. Another girl, Sun Yu, who had a round face and wore a pink dress, explained while fanning herself to show Chen Lin her sweat-drenched forehead. I wasn't in a rush. I just got here not long ago. Chen Lin took out some tissues and handed one to each of them. Wipe your sweat. You both look so hot. After receiving the tissues, Su Xiaoxian wiped her face and suddenly remembered something. Lin, didn't you say you came with your brother to watch the movie? Where is he? My brother went a queue for tickets. There are too many people, though. Su Xiaoxian nodded. Just then, Sun Yu leaned in closer and whispered, Lin, I heard that Zhao Kai confessed to you after school yesterday? Chen Lin felt a wave of nausea, recalling how Zhao Kai had cornered her right after the teacher announced the vacation. Yeah, please don't mention that. It makes me feel sick. What happened? This only fueled Sun Yu and Su Xiaoxuan's gossiping curiosity. Zhao Kai has a girlfriend, didn't he, you know? Is that true? Absolutely, I once saw him hugging a girl and heading to a motel in broad daylight. But that girl doesn't seem to be from our school. Chen Lin was astonished. She had never imagined that Zhao Kai, who looked so charming, would actually be a scoundrel. Sun Yu and Su Xiaoxian expressed their outrage in unison. How could he be such a jerk? Just then, a loud voice interrupted their conversation. Chapter 4. If you can't beat them, join them? Chen Lin, you little mistress, how dare you show your face outside? The sudden insult left the three girls momentarily stunned. They turned in disbelief to see a girl with yellow hair approaching them, a scowl on her face. The girl appeared to be around the same age as Chen Lin and her friends, but her appearance was unappealing. Her straw-colored hair was styled in an outrageous perm, and her chubby face was heavily made up, making it impossible to discern her original features. A crowd began to gather, drawn in by the commotion, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Get your sunflower seeds, peanuts, popcorn, come and buy. Chen Lin was bewildered by the insult, momentarily at a loss for words. Who is this person? Do I know her? Which mad dog is loose without a leash? Who are you? Did you have a rough morning? How foul-mouthed. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, while Su Xiaoxian and Sun Yu, undeterred, swiftly launched a retort. I am Zhengwan, and Zhao Kai is my boyfriend. The woman with yellow hair glared with bulging eyes, fierce and menacing, as if she were ready to devour Su Xiaoxian and her companion. You two are no better than this shameless vixen, also seducing someone else's boyfriend in the shadows. This woman, oblivious to the truth, resorted to insults, hurling accusations of being a third party and a vixen, causing Chen Lin's fair face to flush with indignation. Chen Lin, not one to be easily cowed, prepared to strike back. Before she could utter a word, Su Xiaoxian had already taken the initiative. We live in a society governed by law. Think carefully before you speak, or I might sue you for defamation. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, perhaps you should consider keeping your mouth shut. Furthermore, with Zhao Kai's looks, I wouldn't want him even if offered. As for seducing, he was the one shamelessly confessing to Lin, who didn't even respond to him. Humph. Zhengwan scoffed. Don't try to wriggle out of this. Why, Kai has sworn to love only me. Besides, he himself claimed that it was this vixen who seduced him. A man's words are like the wind. Do you really believe everything he says? Are you devoid of common sense? Su Xiaoxian regarded her with disdain. Has this woman lost her mind? Does she truly believe such childish lies? The naivety of infatuation is truly frightening. And have you looked in the mirror lately? You might be ugly, but scaring people is entirely your fault. With that ghastly appearance, no man would be interested in you. Su Xiaoxian, typically demure, was surprisingly articulate and sharp-tongued, infuriating Zhang Wan to the point of fury. Realizing she was outmatched in words, Zhang Wan lunged, her manicured nails aimed at Su Xiaoxuan's face. Should she succeed, Su Xiaoxian would surely be left disfigured. Taken aback by the lack of decorum, Su Xiaoxuan's reflexes were a tad sluggish. However, she was not alone. She had two allies. Chen Lin had been itching to retaliate but had been preempted by Su Xiaoxuan's timely intervention. Now, witnessing her friend being threatened, she could no longer hold back. With a resounding slap, Chen Lin struck Zhengwan across her grotesque face. The white foundation crumbled away, revealing a bright red handprint. You dare strike me? Zhengwan's expression twisted into a snarl as she lunged at Chen Lin. You're the one I'm aiming for. With pent-up frustration, Chen Lin delivered a swift kick, sending Zhang Wan sprawling several meters away. How infuriating. Do you think everyone is as dim-witted as you? You can't even manage your own man, letting him harm others, and when you discover it, you take out your anger on the victim. Where is your sense of shame? You are a disgrace to us women. As Chen Lin vented her fury, she felt a sense of relief. Zhang Wan lay curled on the ground, writhing in pain. Should we call the police? Call the police for what? It's just a fight. A slap isn't a big deal. I'm a doctor, and with my 20 years of experience, that kick will hurt for a moment. But it will be nothing. After observing the spectacle for a while, the onlookers began to piece together the situation, realizing the yellow-haired woman was in the wrong, unjustly accusing the young girls. The commotion had drawn attention when a group of figures pushed through the crowd. Dressed in tight black vests, their bulging muscles were intimidating, and a roaring wolf tattoo adorned their robust right arms. They appeared to be in their mid-20s, exuding an aura of menace. The leader's expression darkened upon spotting the prostrate Zhang Wan. Cousin, who struck you? Do they dare lay a hand on Zhang Biao's cousin? They must be seeking death. Zhang Biao approached Zhang Wan, his fierce gaze sweeping the area, finally settling on Chen Lin and her companions. The crowd felt the chill of his glare, instinctively stepping back. Is that Zhang Biao, the notorious leader of the Wolf Head Gang at the Huiguang Entertainment City in the south of the city? I've seen him before. These girls are done for. They have angered the wrong person. Zhang Biao was known for his ruthless retribution. Those who crossed him often faced dire consequences. Men might end up with broken bones, while women faced worse fates, drugged, assaulted, or worse, the crowd murmured, silently mourning the three girls. Zhang Wan, sensing her reinforcements, pointed accusingly at Chen Lin and her friends, tears in her eyes. These three harlots are no good. Especially the one in the middle, Chen Lin. Not only did she steal my boyfriend, but she also hit and insulted me. She gestured to the bright red handprints on her swollen face. Cousin, look, she has ruined my appearance. You must teach her a harsh lesson, make her wish she were never born. Zhang Wan's eyes brimmed with malice. If she dares to steal your boyfriend, how about we ensure she becomes a plaything for all? Zhang Biao smirked coldly, his voice barely above a whisper for only Zhang Wan to hear. Indeed, he exchanged a knowing glance with his henchman, who immediately understood their cue. The two tattooed thugs grinned menacingly, advancing toward the three girls. Little girl, why pick a fight with anyone but Brother Biao's cousin? Don't blame us if you get a lesson. As they encircled the girls, their fists crackled ominously. Chen Lin and her friends paled, instinctively retreating. After all, they were merely second-year high school students, sheltered and unaccustomed to such rough encounters. Faced with this threat for the first time, fear crept into their hearts. Now you know to be afraid? It's too late. Not even the heavens can save you now. Zhang Wan reveled in their fright, her laughter echoing. The onlookers, unable to bear the sight of such young girls facing the wrath of Zhang Biao and his crew, discreetly pulled out their phones, prepared to call for help. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from beside the three girls. What is this? Can't handle a fight and resorting to calling for help? Lin, don't you have an older brother? It was Chen Yu. In truth, he had arrived when Zhang Wan first appeared but had chosen to stay back, observing the girls hold their ground. However, seeing the situation escalate, he felt compelled to step in. From the murmurs of the crowd, he had gathered enough about Zhang Biao's reputation as a gang leader. Had it been the old Chen Yu, he would have been outmatched. But now, with his mastery of the Seven Waves technique, he might have an edge. While on the surface, his level appeared lower than Zhang Biao's, his mastery of the Seven Waves technique surpassed Zhang Biao's proficiency in his own skills. The disparity in skill levels was significant, with each tier not only increasing in difficulty but also exponentially enhancing power. While Zhang Biao's strength was measured at 1,800 kilograms, Chen Yu surpassed him, reaching 2,000 kilograms. However, he lacked practical combat experience. Zhang Biao, a seasoned thug, had fought many battles, while Chen Yu, ever the obedient child, had only engaged in a few scuffles in his youth. While raw power was vital, practical experience was equally important. Should he falter, it would not only jeopardize his safety but also endanger the girls. But in this moment, he resolved to act, for in a fight, one must not appear weak. Brother! Chen Lin's heart eased upon seeing Chen Yu. The two thugs, momentarily pausing at the sight of this newcomer, exchanged glances, momentarily caught off guard. Yet, they quickly dismissed him, dismissing him as just another inexperienced youth. Without hesitation, they threw their fists toward Chen Yu's face. The crowd gasped in astonishment, noting the stark contrast between Chen Yu's slender frame and the burly thugs. The odds were against him, and if he engaged, he would surely suffer a significant defeat. The young often acted impulsively. Instead of seeking help, he had chosen to confront them alone. Another patient for the orthopedic ward today, they thought, hoping that Zhang Biao would show some restraint. However, Chen Lin held no such worries. Her brother was a promising student at Jiangnan Martial University, boasting a skill level of 7. Even against two opponents of lower levels, he would prevail. As anticipated, when faced with the two attacking fists. Chen Yu merely raised an eyebrow, his expression unperturbed. With lightning speed, he reached out, effortlessly grasping each of their fists. You are at the 7th level. Two ruffians felt an internal energy fluctuation emanating from Chen Yu that surpassed their combined might. And their expressions changed dramatically. With all their strength, they attempted to withdraw their fists and retreat. However, how could Chen Yu allow them to escape so easily? Bang bang. Chen Yu's feet struck the two ruffians' abdomens almost simultaneously. Their hefty bodies, weighing around 200 pounds, were sent flying several meters like mere balloons, accompanied by two resounding screams. The surroundings felt eerily silent. The anticipated scene of Chen Yu being beaten into a pulp, with broken ribs and scattered teeth, never materialized. Instead, the two ruffians lay on the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony. At such a young age, having reached the 7th stage of apprenticeship, this young man must surely be an outstanding graduate of the martial arts class at Zhongwu No. 1 high school this year. Need I say more? However, Zhang Biao is at the 8th stage of apprenticeship and has mastered a martial technique to the realm of proficiency. Although students practice martial arts at school, their training primarily focuses on internal energy, resulting in lackluster martial skills. Indeed, I suspect this young man's martial skills are merely at the entry or proficiency level. At such a young age, possessing this level of strength, he is undoubtedly a prodigy at school, basking in the admiration of others, and it is inevitable that he might develop an air of arrogance. I hope this incident does not lead to a lasting blow to his confidence. Chen Lin knew her brother's level was superior to that of the two ruffians, and that he would not come to harm. Yet, she never anticipated that Chen Yu would win so decisively. Dispatching the two ruffians with a mere flick of his feet, Xu Shaoxian swallowed hard, her gaze on Chen Yu becoming somewhat dazed. Lin, you've mentioned your brother's high level, but you never said he was adept at fighting. Chen Lin, equally bewildered, could only reflect. She recalled her brother often fought for her when they were younger, but that was in childhood. Could the skirmishes between children truly compare to those of adults? On the other side, Chen Yu calmly retracted his feet, his expression unchanged, as if the two ruffians he had just kicked away were nothing more than inconsequential stones. In truth, he felt no particular thrill in having dispatched the two ruffians so easily. Instead, his mind was occupied with another matter. In facing the two ruffians, he had suddenly discovered something. When he focused his mind, the speed of their incoming fists appeared to slow down, as if they moved at half their original speed. It seemed that the effects of his soul fusion extended beyond mere comprehension enhancement, revealing other benefits yet to be uncovered. Upon contemplating this change, Chen Yu understood that it was undoubtedly related to his soul fusion. There could be no other explanation. With this realization, he felt an increase in confidence regarding his impending confrontation with Zhang Biao. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao's expression darkened to an almost dripping intensity. Initially, he had stood calmly, watching his lackeys approach this audacious young man, only to witness them being kicked away, unable to rise from the ground. As the leader of the Huiguang Entertainment Club, he had never experienced such a humiliating defeat. You have truly angered me, Zhang Biao spat, his face darkening. I had only intended to break one of your arms to teach you a lesson, but now I have changed my mind. Zhang Biao's expression turned sinister as he fixed his gaze on Chen Yu. Not only will I break your arms, but I shall also shatter your legs. Do not think that just because you are at the 7th stage of apprenticeship, you can be arrogant. There are many out there stronger than you. One must remain humble. With that, he gathered all his internal energy and began to stride slowly toward Chen Yu. The overwhelming pressure he exuded caused the onlookers to instinctively retreat once more. He was not at the 8th stage of apprenticeship. He was at the 9th stage. Among the crowd, someone sensed Zhang Biao's aura, which far surpassed that of an 8th stage apprentice, and gasped in astonishment. Indeed, young man, surprised, are we? I know you must have some backing to be so arrogant, but I do not believe you can defeat me. a 9th-stage apprentice, with your 7th-stage prowess. Zhang Biao sneered, revealing a set of ghastly yellow teeth that sent shivers down spines. Qin Lin and the three girls turned pale. The difference between the 8th and 9th stages of apprenticeship was simply unfathomable. The 9th stage, also known as the quasi-warrior stage, marked the preparatory phase for becoming a true warrior. One step further would allow for the condensing of internal energy and advancement to a formal warrior. And no matter how strong Chun Yu was, it was impossible for him to surpass 2 minor stages to defeat Zhang Biao, unless... At this thought, Sun Yu looked hopefully at Qin Lin. Lin, does your brother possess an exceptionally strong martial technique that allows him to exert power beyond the 9th stage? Yet, Qin Lin's response shattered her hopes anew. To my knowledge, my brother practices only 2 martial techniques. One is the intermediate human-level boxing technique Layered Waves Fist, and the other is the low-level human-level sword technique Cold Moon Slash. The Layered Waves Fist is reasonably proficient, while the Cold Moon Slash has barely reached the entry level. Despair filled Su Xiaoshuan's eyes. The sword technique was of no use now, and the combat enhancement provided by the proficient Layered Waves Fist was only equivalent to the mastery of Powerful Palm. Had Zhang Biao remained an 8th-stage apprentice, Qin Yu might have managed to contend with him, albeit at a disadvantage. But now that Zhang Biao was at the 9th stage, how could he possibly fight back? Qin Lin's expression mirrored her anxiety as she felt utterly helpless at that moment. Only Chun Yu remained composed, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake, betraying no hint of panic. However, his calmness only served to render Zhang Biao dazed and disoriented. Regret came too late. Zhang Biao no longer hesitated, stepping forward with a surge of internal energy converging into his right arm. The clearly defined muscles in his right arm bulged like writhing worms. Powerful palm, he roared, bringing his right palm down in a devastating strike aimed at Chen Yu's neck. At that moment, it felt as though the air itself had been cleaved in two, producing a terrifying sonic boom. This strike must weigh around 2,000 kilograms. This young man will surely be gravely injured. Quick, call 120. No one at the scene believed that merely a 7th-stage apprentice like Chun Yu could withstand such a formidable blow. Some timid girls had already covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing Chun Yu's impending fate. Chun Lin deeply regretted convincing Chun Yu to come see the movie today. Had it not been for her, none of this would have occurred. She silently vowed, if my brother emerges unscathed, I will devote myself to training upon returning home. In that moment, Chun Lin felt her own insignificance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the shifting tides of the situation filled her with unexpected joy as a radiant expression of elation blossomed upon her fair visage. Chapter 6. The Rule of Law Society Saves You. Chen Yu gazed intently at the approaching hand, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain. A head-on clash suits my purpose perfectly. Chen Yu tightened his right arm, stepping forward with his left leg steady, his spine arching slightly like a great dragon. Layered Wave's 7th strike, he shouted, thrusting his right fist toward Zhang Biao's palm. Zhang Biao, seeing that Chen Yu did not flinch or evade but chose to confront him directly, could not help but curl his lips into a cruel smile. Bang! A deafening clash of metal echoed throughout the venue. Immediately, both figures staggered backward. The difference was that Chen Yu only retreated 2 steps, while Zhang Biao stumbled back 7 or 8. Impossible. Your internal energy is clearly inferior to mine. How could you withstand my powerful palm? Zhang Biao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to accept that he had lost to this young man, who was 2 stages below him. Seizing the moment of his opponent's vulnerability, Chen Yu disregarded Zhang Biao's furious roar and charged toward him as soon as he regained his footing. Zhang Biao sensed something was amiss, his left hand transforming from a palm into a fist, ready to retaliate. However, Chen Yu had already seized the initiative, leaving Zhang Biao no opportunity. Before Zhang Biao could unleash his punch, Chen Yu's fist, propelled by a terrifying wave of energy, struck him squarely in the chest. With a crack, Zhang Biao was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth as his feet left the ground, only to crash against the wall outside the cinema, where he finally came to a halt. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the entire scene. Everyone stood with mouths agape, their gazes fixed in disbelief upon this spectacle, unable to utter a single word. Zhang Biao, at the 9th stage of apprenticeship, had been so utterly defeated in direct confrontation, and so pathetically, like a lifeless dog. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, None would have dared to believe it was real. Hu Shaoxian and Sun Yu stared blankly at Chen Yu, their mouths agape, their eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. What level of martial arts was this? To defeat a ninth-stage apprentice like Zhang Biao, while being 2 stages lower, was simply too formidable. Chen Lin, too, found it hard to believe, her eyes wide with shock. Compared to others, her impact was the greatest. After all, Chen Yu was her cousin, practically akin to a brother. They saw each other nearly every day. Yet she had never known her brother possessed such formidable strength. Only Chen Yu understood that he had merely held back. Had he unleashed his full power, that punch would have easily claimed Zhang Biao's life. Zhang Biao ought to be thankful to the government. It was the rule of law that saved him. On the other side, Zhang Wan's face turned pale as she stood frozen in place. No amount of contemplation could lead her to anticipate such an outcome. I see now. This is the perfected layered waves fist. A full 10 seconds passed before someone in the crowd finally exclaimed in shock. Impossible. How old is he? How could he have cultivated a human-level intermediate boxing technique to the perfected realm? How could it be impossible? When that young man executed his boxing technique, I distinctly heard the sound of waves crashing. I cannot be the only one who heard it, can I? Indeed, I heard the sound of waves as well. Initially, I thought it was a ringtone from someone's phone. I had no idea it was the sound produced by the layered waves fist reaching the perfected realm. No wonder, it is not surprising that a perfected human-level intermediate boxing technique could surpass 2 stages. Zhang Biao leaned against the wall, blood frothing from his mouth, leaving a bitter taste lingering within. Whom have I offended? It is one thing to attain the 7th stage of apprenticeship at such a tender age, but to possess a martial skill of such formidable mastery. When did such a genius emerge in Zhongwu City? After incapacitating Zhang Biao, leaving him unable to retaliate, Chen Yu did not take his leave. Instead, he approached Zhang Biao with measured steps. The 3 young ladies, Chen Lin and her companions, had endured too much humiliation and fright to let this matter rest. This action sent a wave of terror through Zhang Biao, as he feared he had not suffered enough. Did he wish to inflict further pain? Wait, brother. We were wronged. We were blind to your greatness and have unwittingly provoked you. Please, show us mercy. In an instant, Zhang Biao conceded, his bravado crumbling. Standing by the river, one is bound to get their shoes wet. This was not his first encounter with someone formidable. Such individuals could be placated if one lowered their posture and humbly acknowledged their faults. If worse came to worst, offering a monetary compensation could suffice. Chen Yu, however, remained expressionless, stating coolly, "You have not offended me, nor is there a need for your apology." Though his words were dismissive, Chen Yu's footsteps did halt. Zhang Biao, fully grasping Chen Yu's implication, quickly complied. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, he stumbled to the 3 young ladies and bowed deeply. "My dear classmates, I apologized. It was our thoughtlessness. We were in the wrong. Please forgive us this once." A semblance of a smile tugged at Zhang Biao's corpulent face, his tone sincere and filled with regret. The 3 young ladies had never received such a profound apology, nor had they sustained any real harm. On the contrary, Su Shaoxian and Sun Yu had relished their verbal retaliation, and Chen Lin's slap and kick had been gratifying. The 3 young ladies exchanged glances with Chen Yu. Seeking his guidance, Chen Yu remained silent, his gaze directed towards the dazed Zhang Wan. Ultimately, this incident had been instigated by her. How could she not apologize? Zhang Biao, with a sudden decisiveness, grabbed Zhang Wan by her wild hair and dragged her before Chen Lin and her companions. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and apologize." Zhang Wan, still defiant, attempted to argue. Slap! Zhang Biao struck her soundly across the face, the imprint of his hand marking her cheek symmetrically. Zhang Wan fell silent, tears streaming as she bowed in contrition. Witnessing this, Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting a fly, urging them to depart. Zhang Biao, fearful of lingering, hastily took Zhang Wan and his 2 lackeys away, disappearing from sight. Once outside the mall, the humble smile on Zhang Biao's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a pallor of fury. "Cousin, are we just going to let this slide?" Zhang Wan echoed her discontent. Having never suffered such a substantial loss throughout her life, let it slide. What else do you propose? Shall we go for another round of beatings? Zhang Biao retaliated with another slap to Zhang Wan's face. The predicament he found himself in was entirely due to her lack of foresight. Even now, she entertained thoughts of vengeance. What could they possibly use for retaliation? Is it impossible to seek revenge if one cannot win? Zhang Biao pondered aloud. However, a plan must be devised. Some matters cannot be rushed. His eyes grew colder, a glimmer of murderous intent barely concealed. Yet, first, he sought to collect some interest from the one responsible for his plight. "Lead the way," he commanded. Zhang Wan, bewildered by the request, cautiously inquired, "Where to, cousin? Where to?" "To find your paramour," Zhang Biao bellowed, his frustration reaching a boiling point. It was infuriating to think that while he bore the brunt of the ordeal, she remained unscathed. Zhang Wan's other cheek quickly swelled, transforming her visage into that of a pig. She covered her face, stifling her cries, fearful that any sound might provoke her cousin further. Reluctantly, she led the way. "Are we truly going to let them go?" Sun Yu asked, watching their retreating figures with dissatisfaction. "What else can we do? Kill them?" Su Shaoxian raised an eyebrow, countering, "And then spend a lifetime in prison? Shouldn't they at least bleed a little? Pay some compensation? If we demand money, it turns into extortion. They could easily report us and turn the tables, leaving us with no defense." Chun Yu interjected, "But if we have beaten them so badly, why did they not call the police?" "Because they initiated the violence. We merely acted in self-defense. With so many witnesses in the mall and surveillance cameras, they would find it impossible to argue otherwise." Chen Yu pointed to the cameras above, elucidating the situation. "I see now." Sun Yu finally grasped the complexities involved. Had she been in their shoes, she might have found herself at the receiving end of a false accusation. Seeing that Sun Yu understood, Chen Yu turned to Chen Lin. "Lin, are these two not your classmates? Shouldn't you introduce them?" Chen Lin slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to introduce Su Shaoxian and Sun Yu to Chen Yu. "Brother Chen, hello. I am Su Shaoxian, a close friend of Chen Lin. Brother Chen, hello. I am Sun Yu, also a dear friend of Chen Lin." Before Chen Lin could introduce them, Su Shaoxian and Sun Yu eagerly introduced themselves. "Hello. I assume I need not introduce myself?" Chen Yu smiled and nodded at Su Shaoxian and Sun Yu. "Brother Chen, how did you train to become so formidable?" Su Shaoxuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Yu chuckled softly, refraining from answering. How could he explain? To reveal that he was a transmigrant, or that he possessed the essence of two souls merged into one? If he dared to utter such truths, he would soon find himself lying on an operating table, subjected to dissection. "Shaoxian, matters of martial cultivation are quite private. It is unwise to inquire so." Sun Yu, glancing at the taciturn Chen Yu, hurriedly intervened. "There is nothing that cannot be discussed. The heavens do not forsake those who work diligently, provided one practices the same martial arts diligently, repeating them 100 times daily, in no more than half a year. You too could achieve such prowess." "Really?" Su Shaoxian remained skeptical. "Indeed. They say genius is 1% talent plus 99% effort. I believe that if you truly apply yourselves, your future achievements will not be lacking." "Enough of this. Let us proceed to the cinema. The ticket collection has begun." Just then, an announcement from the cinema signaled the commencement of ticket collection for the film Chun Yu had purchased. Seizing the opportunity, he shifted the conversation. As the four of them made their way to the theater, the surrounding chatter grew louder. "It is such a young age, to possess such strength, if he does not meet an untimely end. Zhongwu City may soon witness the rise of a formidable warrior. Indeed, our Zhongwu City is merely a satellite city of the Huaihai base city, and though we have seen a few grandmasters emerge over the years, they have remained rather ordinary among their peers. Due to the lack of prominent figures, Zhongwu City has been overlooked among the 5 satellite cities of Huaihai base city for years. I wonder if this time we can finally rise." Chapter 7. Out of money 3 hours later, at the mall entrance. "Recently, I have seldom ventured out, and Zhang Biao is a man capable of bending and yielding. He is not someone to be trifled with. I have a foreboding feeling that this is not over," Chen Yu cautioned Su Shaoxian and Sun Yu. Although Zhang Biao had left with utmost deference, the merging of souls had sharpened Chen Yu's instincts. He sensed that this matter was far from concluded. Su Shaoxian and Sun Yu were entangled in this due to his sister, thus suffering an undeserved misfortune. After pondering, Chen Yu continued, "I will devise a plan to see if I can resolve this matter once and for all." "Understood, Brother Chen. We shall remain at home and cultivate, not going anywhere," Su Shaoxian and Sun Yu nodded in unison, solemnly declaring. "Then you both should head back now. Take care on your way. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call." Chen Lin waved goodbye to her 2 close friends. mimicking a phone gesture. After watching them depart, Chen turned his gaze away. Now, let us go buy some items with that. Chen strode towards another towering building adjacent to the mall. The building bore gilded characters proclaiming Warrior Tower, shimmering under the sun. Brother, what are we buying? Are we really going to Warrior Tower? Lin quickened her pace to catch up with Yu. Her curiosity piqued. I have perused their wares with my classmates, and the prices are astonishingly steep. I was frightened away as soon as I entered. Lin shuddered at the memory. What could we possibly buy at Warrior Tower? Some supplies for cultivation, Yu replied casually as he continued walking. Or perhaps to certify as a warrior. Are you planning to purchase energy liquid? That costs 3,000 per drop. Lin halted in surprise. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Yu turned back, confused. Weren't you always self-training without needing energy liquid? Claiming it was too expensive? That was in the past. Today, even a thug has surpassed me in cultivation. I've been disheartened and changed my mind. I asked that's so wrong. Yu pulled out the 20,000 yuan given to him by Chen Fugui that morning, tapping it in his palm. Exuding the demeanor of a nouveau riche. You have the money, you call the shots. Lin pouted, muttering, nouveau riche, haha. The siblings bantered as they made their way to Warrior Tower. Yu had visited Warrior Tower before, but that was based on memories from his previous life. The moment he stepped inside, a cool breeze cascaded down like a silken veil, as if it were the nemesis of the summer heat, banishing the sweltering air. How refreshing it is to be in an air-conditioned space. It is far too hot outside. Upon entering, Lin inhaled deeply, relishing the cool air. With a higher cultivation level and deeper inner energy, Yu was less affected by the heat. He handed Lin a tissue to wipe away her sweat. Brother, why aren't you sweating? Lin wiped the sweat from her forehead and inquired. Haven't I told you to practice diligently? Don't you know? A profound internal energy can insulate oneself from the external temperature. Once one reaches the realm of a martial artist, standing beside a steel furnace in the sweltering summer feels no heat. A master-level martial artist can even stand atop lava. Yu lightly tapped Lin's head, admonishing her. So impressive. Lin gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, upon returning home today, I shall devote myself to rigorous training and will not emerge until I reach the 4th level of apprenticeship. Let us hope so. The martial arts building consists of 18 floors, 9 above ground and 9 below. However, only the first 3 floors above ground are accessible to everyone. The remaining 15 floors are exclusively for martial artists. The energy company selling energy liquids and the weapon forging company are located on the 1st floor of the mall. Soon, Yu procured the necessary items. 10 drops of energy liquid and a straight sword forged from alloy. Resembling a tang knife, totaling over 38,000, thus, he not only exhausted the 20,000 given to him by Chen Fugui that morning but also depleted a significant portion of his already modest savings. Looking at the bank text message on his phone, which displayed only 4 digits, Yu could only smile wryly. This summer vacation, he must find a way to earn some money. Otherwise, he would have no funds for tuition and living expenses when college begins. In dire straits financially, Yu knew that if he were to ask Chen Fugui and his wife for assistance, they would undoubtedly offer their unwavering support. Yet, due to his nature, being capable of solving problems with his own hands and feet, he was reluctant to burden others. The Chen family had already aided him immensely on the bus home. With the newly acquired sword strapped to his back, Yu toyed with a translucent sphere the size of a marble in his hand. Brother, is this featureless object really worth 3,000 for a drop of energy liquid? Lin held one as well, inspecting it from every angle but finding nothing extraordinary. Isn't it said that energy liquid is rich in energy? Why do I not sense even a hint of energy fluctuation? What features do you want? Should I make it multicolored? With a halo swirling around, it would be breathtaking? Perhaps even a little child dancing. Yu chuckled, amused at how different a girl's concerns were from a boy's. As long as it is useful, the energy is limited. Embellishing it would only waste manpower and resources. As for why you can't feel the energy fluctuations. It's likely because the exterior is made of a decomposable material that isolates the internal energy from the outside. Otherwise, wouldn't all the energy leak out? Oh, I see. If it looks unappealing, then take it. Lin extended her hand, offering the energy liquid to Yu. However, he did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he recoiled in distaste, saying, You just went to the restroom without washing your hands and have handled it all over. How can I possibly consume it? You should keep it for yourself. Chen Lin was instantly flustered, her face turning crimson as she reached out to pinch his arm. Chen, however, was not about to let her catch him, and just as the bus came to a stop, he swiftly darted off in the direction of his home. By the time Chen Lin disembarked, Chen had already vanished from sight, his voice carried by the wind. When you have money, get me a new one. With her pockets emptier than her face, Chen Lin stamped her feet in frustration, fuming as she turned to head home. Of course, she was not foolish. She merely lost her composure due to Chen Yu's teasing. Not far along, as her temper cooled, Chen Lin realized, if he wanted to give me a drop of energy liquid, he could have just said so instead of making it sound so disgusting. Chen Lin knew that if Chen Yu had directly asked her for a drop of energy liquid, she would have adamantly refused. Yet, if it were merely a trinket and Chen Yu withheld it, she would have insisted on obtaining it. But this was no trinket. It was energy liquid worth 3,000. Should she return it to her brother? After much contemplation, Chen Lin ultimately decided against it. The gift was a manifestation of Chen Yu's concern, a hope for her advancement in martial arts. Returning it would only hurt his feelings. Upon reaching home, she recounted the day's events to her parents, concluding with the story of Chen Yu gifting her a drop of energy liquid. Your brother gave it to you, so keep it. Train diligently and do not let your brother's goodwill go to waste. Zhou Kailan gently said, stroking her daughter's head. Chapter 8. The Mutation of Livestock. 9 lives lost and 3 injured. 4 days swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Yu was wholly immersed in his training, with sleep being the only reprieve. Often, meals were brought to him by his second aunt, Zhou Kailan. According to her, the events of that day had a significant impact on Chen Lin. She finally settled down and focused on her training at home. Thanks to the drop of energy liquid gifted by Chen Yu, Chen Lin had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of apprenticeship and was now preparing to break through. Once she emerged from her training, she would likely achieve the 4th level of apprenticeship. From what Chen Yu knew, Chen Lin's aptitude for cultivation was not lacking, at least not inferior to his own. However, her lively nature often made it difficult for her to concentrate on training. Thus, by the end of her sophomore year, she had already attained the mid-stage of the 3rd level of apprenticeship. In this world, reaching the 5th level of apprenticeship would qualify one for admission to a decent 2nd-tier martial arts university. Even if Chen Lin's efforts fluctuated, by the time she graduated from her senior year, she could still break through to the 5th level of apprenticeship. Now that she was focused on her training, coupled with the ample energy contained in that drop of energy liquid, Chen Yu estimated that she could break through to the 4th level of apprenticeship in as little as 5 days. Or at most. And as for Chen Yu, he too had reaped considerable rewards over the past few days. He had consumed 4 drops of energy liquid, though his realm had not increased in the slightest. He remained at the mid-stage of the 7th level of apprenticeship. However, his strength had increased by at least 30%. 2/3 of this increase was due to his advancement of the breath-gathering technique to the 3rd layer, supplemented by the energy from the energy liquid, which refined his internal energy twice without dropping his realm die in his spare time. He had not neglected the practice of layered wave fist, which had now reached its perfected state, allowing him to unleash 9 layers of power with a single punch. His full-force strike was now comparable to that of low-tier martial artists who had not trained extensively. Next, he planned to practice the breath-gathering technique at night and begin training cold moon / during the day. 3 more days passed. During this period, Chen Yu repeated his techniques, wielding his sword. Each day, he swung the sword no less than 1,000 times. Even as blisters formed on his palms, he did not relent. Only when his internal energy was exhausted and he was utterly fatigued did he pause to recover. After 3 days of practice, Chen Yu had mastered the cold moon / to the 5th stage of the 6th realm of martial arts, with only a single step remaining to reach perfection. Now, when he swung his sword, the cold blade gleamed like lightning, creating a blurred silhouette, as if the air itself were being sliced in half. In addition to this, the continuous cycle of depleting and replenishing his internal energy over the past 3 days had rendered his internal energy more refined, allowing him to manipulate it with greater ease and precision. Simultaneously, he had not neglected the cultivation of his internal energy. With the assistance of 5 drops of energy liquid, his cultivation had progressed from the mid-stage to the later stage of the 7th level of apprenticeship. One more step would allow him to break through to the 8th level. However, with the 10 drops of energy liquid he had purchased, he had already used up all except for the one he had gifted to Chen Lin. He needed to devise a way to earn money. Otherwise, relying solely on his training would be far too slow. Having experienced the rapid progression afforded by the energy liquid, Chinyu could no longer tolerate the sluggish pace of cultivating solely from the spiritual energy in the air. If he could consume a drop of energy liquid each day, he believed he could achieve the rank of martial artist before the start of university. With the strength of a martial artist, he was confident he would perform admirably in the new student entrance examination. If the energy liquid were more abundant, perhaps he could even secure the position of top newcomer. But where would all that money come from? That afternoon, after finishing a session of Cold Moon Slash, Chinyu was seated cross-legged, recovering his internal energy when there came a loud bang 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 at the door. Without a doubt, he knew it was Qinlin. Sure enough, upon opening the door, he saw her fist still poised in the air. "Brother, I've broken through. I'm now at the 4th level of apprenticeship. Isn't that impressive?" Qinlin exclaimed, eager to showcase her achievement. She resembled a child who had just scored a perfect mark on an exam, returning home to seek praise. Chenyu understood the psychology of children all too well. At this moment, he would not dampen her enthusiasm for training. "Impressive, truly impressive," Chenyu praised, giving her a thumbs up. "Keep training hard. I look forward to seeing you protect me in the future." Children not only require praise but also a bit of flattery. This would only serve to heighten her enthusiasm. "Just wait. I'll go back to train right now," Qinlin declared, already turning to dash home. "Oh, by the way, my mother wants you to come over for dinner tonight. She didn't bring you any food. She said my dad went into town to buy meat, and tonight we'll have braised pork, braised chicken pieces, and potato beef stew." The sound of Qinlin's voice lingered in the air as she raced off. This girl, always so fiery. When would she learn to be a bit more composed? Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. After closing the door, he resumed practicing wind-breaking blade. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a blood-red glow, its fading light spilled over Qinlin's family courtyard, bathing it in golden hues. The table in the courtyard, for people were engaged in a lively feast. The clattering of chopsticks echoed as they clashed, creating a cacophony of sounds. Only Chinyu and Qinlin, the two siblings, could find such entertainment in the mundane. Just as Chinyu reached for a piece of braised meat, Qinlin's chopsticks would invariably follow suit. Both aiming for the same morsel, the two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, making quite the spectacle. "How old are you two? You're both 17 or 18, yet still so childish," Zhou Kailan remarked, exasperated, as she watched these two eternal children. Qinlin and Chinyu appeared oblivious to her words, continuing their spirited competition for the piece of beef. "It is not as if it has vanished. Why must you covet what belongs to your brother?" "I had my eye on it first," Qinlin interjected during a brief moment of respite. "Ignore them. Let us enjoy our meal," Qin Fugue remarked with a cheerful demeanor as he savored his dish. Recently, even with ample funds, one may find it challenging to procure beef. Qin Fugue took a sip of wine, lamenting. "What is the matter? Has something occurred?" Zhou Kailan inquired while picking up a piece of potato. "Continuing to eat, today, when I went to the city to buy meat, the butcher mentioned that yesterday, a yellow cow at the Liufu slaughterhouse experienced a mutation, evolving into a first-tier ferocious beast, the ironclad bison. Although the station martial artists arrived in time to slay the ironclad bison, the slaughterhouse was left in ruins. What were the casualties? 9 dead, 3 injured. Not a single worker from the 6 slaughtering stations escaped. And 3 members of the apprentice guard team, all above the 7th tier, tragically lost their lives during the skirmish. The injured include the highly paid martial artists employed at the slaughterhouse. The martial artists sustained injuries? Yes, but I have heard that their wounds are not severe. Consequently, the poultry processing area will continue operations, while the slaughtering section for large livestock, like yellow cows, has been suspended. Indeed, chickens and ducks are smaller. Even if they mutate into ferocious beasts, the threat they pose is limited, and a few apprentice high-tier guards can manage them. Unlike large livestock such as yellow cows, whose mutations can lead to calamity. The atmosphere grew heavy with the weight of the conversation, rendering them momentarily silent. Chenyu paused in his competition with Qinlin for the chopsticks, recalling past events. This was not the first time he had heard such accounts. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the atmosphere has become saturated with it. Some poultry, once freely slaughtered in markets, now face the risk of mutation triggered by this energy. Presently, markets only sell vegetables or pre-slaughtered poultry. Live fowl are nowhere to be seen. The slaughtering of live poultry is now entirely the responsibility of slaughterhouses. Hence, the price of meat has soared. It is not that such items are particularly rare. Rather, their added value has skyrocketed. As Chin Fuguwei mentioned earlier, places that deal with livestock, such as farms and slaughterhouses, frequently experience mutations. Each incident results in significant casualties. These enterprises must employ formal martial artists to counter the potential livestock mutations. The salaries of formal martial artists are no trivial matter. One cannot secure their services for less than 200,000 a month. Even then, one may only afford the weakest of them. Stronger martial artists command even more exorbitant wages. The remuneration for other apprentice guard team members above the 7th tier is also substantial, with daily wages exceeding 2,000. Combined with compensation, monthly expenditures are considerable. Enterprises are not charitable organizations. These costs inevitably reflect in the pricing of goods. Thus, a pound of meat may multiply in cost by tenfold, which is quite justifiable. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that the poultry, now nourished by spiritual energy, boasts superior meat quality compared to the rustic pigs of the past. A single bite brings forth an explosion of flavor. Observing Chun Lin's manner of eating reveals just how delectable it is. With her cheeks stuffed, oil occasionally dribbling from the corners of her mouth, she indulged. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Aunt Zhou Kailon gently handed Chen Lin a napkin to wipe the grease from her mouth. My brother would compete with me. Chen Lin, with her mouth full, spoke indistinctly. Do you believe your brother is as gluttonous as you? He has ceased eating altogether. Chen Lin glanced over and saw that indeed. Chen Yu had set down his chopsticks, lost in thought. Brother, if you're not eating, what occupies your mind? After chewing her food thoroughly, she swallowed before asking. For reasons unknown, Chen Yu's lack of competition for food made her feel the meat was not as flavorful. Perhaps it is true what they say. The food tastes better when fought for. Chapter 9. Cold Moon/completed. Chen Yu did not respond to Chen Lin's inquiry. Instead, he turned to his uncle, Chen Fuguwei. Uncle, given the dangers of the slaughterhouse, does it offer particularly high wages? Certainly. Chen Fuguwei took a sip of wine and continued, saying, not to mention that the monthly salary for station martial artists exceeds 200,000. Even the workers there earn between 80 and 100 per hour. And what of the guard members? I am not entirely certain, but they likely earn more than the slaughterhouse workers, at least. Do they hire only full-time employees, or are part-time positions available as well? Upon hearing this, Chen Fuguwei suddenly sensed something amiss and looked at Chen Yu with caution, asking, Little Yu, why do you inquire about this? I just wanted to. Before Chen Yu could finish, Chen Fuguwei interrupted, asserting, Absolutely not. Uncle, please allow me to finish. What is there to say? Are you suggesting you wish to work part-time at the slaughterhouse during the summer? That is out of the question. Chen Fuguwei's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, and his voice unconsciously rose by a few notches, perhaps fearing a confrontation between the youthful Chen Yu and Chen Fuguwei. Zhou Kailon spoke soothingly, urging, Little Yu, are you in need of money? If you require funds, you can confide in me or your uncle. Though we have not amassed great wealth over the years, we have saved over 100,000. That should suffice for your training for a while. Chen Yu forced a smile, knowing well that this was the likely outcome. However, he did not anticipate such a resolute opposition from Uncle Chen Fuguwei and Aunt Zhou Kailon. They would rather part with their savings than permit him to work at the slaughterhouse. Chen Yu understood that without a compelling justification, no amount of persuasion would sway his uncle and aunt. Aunt, I wish to work part-time at the slaughterhouse not solely for the lucrative salary. I also seek to hone my skills. Chen Yu explained, I am now at the 7th tier of apprenticeship, and my martial techniques are progressing well. However, martial arts training is not merely a solitary endeavor. At times, practical experience is essential. Moreover, compared to the ferocious beasts that prey upon humans in the wilderness, these newly mutated creatures are evidently weaker. Facing these beasts in advance would benefit me when I ultimately confront true ferocious beasts in the wilderness as a martial artist. The threat posed by wilderness beasts far surpasses that of these mutated fowl. But Little Yu, even if the newly mutated poultry are weaker than wilderness beasts, they still possess strength comparable to that of martial artists. While formal martial artists may handle them with relative ease, the threat to non-martial apprentices remains considerable. Zhou Kailon shook her head in disapproval. Who would risk their life to work at a slaughterhouse, except those truly in need of money? Others steer clear of it. Yet my own nephew wishes to venture there to sharpen his martial skills. Zhou Kailon found it utterly bewildering. Kailon, do not dissuade him. You know this boy's temperament all too well. Once he sets his mind to something, not even a herd of oxen could pull him back. At that moment, an irate Chen Fugui interjected. Do you not grasp his intentions? If you refuse to allow him to work at the slaughterhouse, he will sneak off to the wilderness to pursue martial training. Chen Fugui sighed deeply before continuing. Little you, your uncle acknowledges your lofty aspirations, and I shall not hinder you. However, I have one question for you. Chen Fugui fixed his gaze on Chen Yu, asking, are you certain you can protect yourself in the presence of newly mutated ferocious beasts? Chen Yu did not hesitate and nodded resolutely. If Chen Fugui had inquired whether he was confident of slaying the newly mutated beasts, he might not have been so certain. However, safeguarding himself amidst their presence was a burden he could easily bear. If a force exceeding 2,500 kilograms were insufficient for his protection, the apprentice guards at the slaughterhouse would have long since perished, a job fraught with peril. No amount of compensation could entice anyone to undertake it. Then I shall call and inquire whether they require part-time help. As Chen Fugui spoke, he stepped aside to make a phone call. Moments later, he returned with a complex expression, staring at Chen Yu for a long while before nodding in agreement. They do, however. Your role will be that of a guard, and they will assess your capabilities. Only those with comprehensive strength exceeding 1,600 kilograms will be accepted. Thank you, uncle. To exhibit a strength of 1,600 kilograms as a 7th-tier apprentice generally requires mastery of a low-tier martial technique. For an ordinary person, this is a reasonable expectation, albeit not trivial. Rest well tonight. I will accompany you tomorrow. Very well. Upon leaving Uncle Chen Fugui's home, Chen Yu let out a long sigh, his face reflecting a sense of relief. His greatest fear was that his uncle would vehemently oppose his decision. While he could have sneaked off without informing them, that would have hurt the feelings of those who cared for him. Chen Yu would rather forego earning that money for sneaking into the wilderness. His uncle was mistaken. The dangers of the wilderness were all too clear to Chen Yu after these past few days of understanding. There were not just one or two low-tier ferocious beasts lurking about. Their numbers were boundless, and a single disturbance could rouse them all. Additionally, there might be high-tier beasts roaming among them. To venture beyond the protective barriers established by the government would be tantamount to courting death. In this second chance at life, Chen Yu cherished his existence immensely. Upon returning home, Chen Yu did not rest. Instead, he seized the opportunity to practice the cold moon slash. As night descended, the bright moon illuminated the sky, and stars twinkled like diamonds. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, bringing a refreshing coolness to the stifling heat and stirring a few fallen leaves on the ground in the small courtyard of Chen Yu's home. Dressed in a snug gray-black training outfit and wielding a straight blade forged from alloy, Chen Yu moved gracefully under the moonlight, his figure a blur. After executing 10 consecutive slashes, Chen Yu's eyes sharpened, and his body spun, harnessing the momentum to deliver another strike with the cold blade, its edge glinting like a crescent moon, slicing through the leaves carried by the wind, which fell in two halves. The momentum of the blade did not falter as it struck the courtyard wall. The sound of metal scraping against stone pierced the air, and sparks flew as a deep, clear gash, 3 feet long, was left upon the wall. At last, it was perfected. Sheathing his sword, Chen Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled heavily. The night had deepened, and with an interview at the slaughterhouse awaiting him the next day, he took a cold shower before retreating to his room for sleep. In the early morning, while Chen Yu was still lost in slumber, a knock echoed at the door. He groggily opened it, turning to let Chen Lin into the yard and inquired, "Why are you here so early?" "It's already 6:30, Chen Lin replied, glancing at the time, urging him on. "Dad said the slaughterhouse is quite far, and there are only 4 buses a day that go there. If we miss this one, we'll have to wait for the 10 o'clock bus. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be ready shortly." In less than 2 minutes, Chen Yu completed his morning routine, donning a form-fitting black combat suit that had been uniformly purchased during high school military training. The quality was commendable, and he slung his alloy dagger over his back. "Let us go," he called out to Chen Lin in the yard, only to receive no response. Turning around, he noticed Chen Lin standing in a daze at the mark left by his last strike from the previous night. With no other option, he approached her and gently patted her shoulder. "What are you daydreaming about? Let us move." Chen Lin stiffly turned her head and pointed at the scar on the wall. "Brother, did you carve this with your knife?" What level of swordsmanship is required to create a 3-foot-deep mark in one strike? While she lacked the experience to discern the intricacies, she understood that such a feat was beyond the capabilities of anyone below the proficient realm. If Qin had demolished the wall with a punch, it would not have surprised her. This is swordsmanship. This knife was bought just a week ago when I was with you at the martial artist building. In just a week, you've achieved at least a minor mastery. Furthermore, she noticed a more unsettling revelation. The mark was precisely at the junction of the 2 layers of red brick and cement. She couldn't tell if it was intentional or coincidental. Surely it must be a coincidence, right? Oh, this? I accidentally made some breakthroughs while practicing yesterday, Qin explained with a casual smile. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the gate. As a soul-integrated transmigrator, he had achieved mastery of mid-level human swordsmanship in just 4 days, and he felt inadequate to bear the title of a transmigrator. Looking at other transmigrators, a simple flick of a finger or a change of location would yield them full mastery in no time. There was truly nothing to boast about. What a show-off! Qin rolled her eyes. In her view, this reaction was merely pretentious. Chapter 10. Is 150 an hour acceptable? After having breakfast at Qin's home, Chen boarded the bus to the slaughterhouse with his uncle Qin Fugui. Qin wished to join but was kept at home by Zhou Kailan to solidify her recent breakthrough. The memory of Qin's forlorn expression made Qin chuckle. The Lu Fu slaughterhouse was situated in a rather remote area, nestled between Zhongwu City and the wilderness defense line. Its location was strategic, designed to prevent any ferocious beasts from escaping the slaughterhouse and wreaking havoc on the populace. After a bumpy 30-minute ride, the bus finally arrived at the entrance of Lu Fu slaughterhouse, which was the bus's final stop. The passengers disembarked, all of them workers heading to the slaughterhouse. Qin and Qin Fugui followed the crowd to the guard station. Qin Fugui handed a cigarette to the guard. Explaining their purpose, the guard spoke into the intercom for a moment before engaging in casual conversation with Qin Fugui. While they chatted, Qin waited patiently. From their conversation, he learned that the owner of the slaughterhouse was surnamed Chu. Known as Chu Lu Fu, a formal martial artist who had made his fortune hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness before establishing this slaughterhouse, which bore his name, he was also the only formal martial artist at the facility. Gazing past the electric sliding door, Qin observed the layout of Lu Fu slaughterhouse. Not far inside the main entrance stood a 2-story building, likely the office of the slaughterhouse. In front of the office was an open space where several vehicles were parked. And behind it lay a series of factory buildings, presumably the slaughtering workshops. Before long, a shadow darted from the corner of the office building. The director had arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, the guard quickly extinguished his cigarette and adopted a more respectful demeanor. Qin looked up, spotting a middle-aged man in a pure black combat suit, approximately 45 years old, standing before the guard station. The man had a commanding presence, striding with confidence, though Qin's keen observation revealed a subtle limp in his right leg, suggesting an injury. Simultaneously, he noted the slight pallor on the man's resolute face. Chu Lu Fu approached Qin and his companions with a hearty laugh. Have you noticed? Looking past Qin Fugui, he directly addressed Qin, asking, have you discerned the issue? Yes, it seems you sustained an injury not long ago, and it hasn't fully healed. Your weight shifts slightly when you alternate your legs. Qin replied confidently, good eye. Chu Lu Fu laughed heartily, praising him. So, this young man is here for the part-time guardian position? Indeed, good day, Director Chu. My name is Qin. Qin nodded, placing his right fist over his chest in a martial greeting, to which Chu Lu Fu reciprocated. And who might this be? Chu Lu Fu inquired, glancing at Qin Fugui with curiosity. This is my uncle. He brought me here, Qin explained. Come along then. With that, he turned and headed towards his off-road vehicle. Qin and Qin Fugui quickly followed suit. Chu Lu Fu drove the vehicle himself, naturally taking the driver's seat. Qin opened the back door for his uncle, then climbed in after him. The car smoothly navigated towards the factory area. Young brother Qin, you appear quite youthful. Are you a recent graduate or a student at a martial arts university? Chu Lu Fu asked as he drove. I am a recent graduate, Qin replied. Oh. Chu Lu Fu glanced back momentarily, surprise evident in his eyes. A recent graduate with the strength of a 7th-level novice. That's quite impressive for a high school student. Which top martial arts university have you chosen? Jiangnan Martial Arts University. The factory was not large, and within moments, the vehicle halted before a workshop. Above the entrance, a large red 6 was prominently displayed. Our factory has 9 slaughter workshops. 6 of them are dedicated to small livestock like chickens and ducks, 2 for pigs, and 1 for cattle, Chu Lufu explained as he exited the vehicle. The first workshop is for cattle. The second and third for pigs, while the 4th to 9th are for smaller poultry. This 6th workshop is for small poultry, primarily processing chickens and ducks delivered from the farms. Chen Yu and his uncle disembarked as well. Though Chen Fugui appeared somewhat puzzled, he had previously called a contact to inquire about the interview process, only to be told that the first step was to test Chen Yu's strength before familiarizing him with the factory. Why had they skipped the strength test and gone directly to the slaughterhouse? After a moment of thought, he asked, Director Chu, shouldn't we first test Xiao Yu's strength to see if he is suitable? Chu Lufu chuckled. Oh, he needn't be tested. Why not? Chen Fugui inquired, perplexed. If he can get into Jiangnan Martial Arts University, his realm is undoubtedly sufficient. He noticed my leg injury at a glance. I doubt he lacks a martial skill to show. Given his realm and skills, testing him on the strength meter would be redundant, I see. Chen Fugui scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. No problem. Let us head inside and discuss the salary. With that, Chu Lufu led the way into the workshop. Good day, Director. Upon entering, someone greeted them by the door. This individual was also clad in a dark blue combat suit. Appearing to be around 30, wielding an alloy spear. Xiaomo, you're on duty in this workshop today. Chu Lufu acknowledged with a nod and a smile. Xiao Chun, this is Xiaomo, Mo Fan. He introduced Chen Yu. Director, who are these two? And Mo Fan asked, eyeing them curiously. Xiaomo, this is Xiao Chen, Chen Yu, who will be joining the Guardian team. The other is his uncle, just accompanying him, Chu Lufu explained. Don't be fooled by Xiao Chen's youth. He is a new student at Jiangnan Martial Arts University this year. Hello, Mo Gu. I look forward to your guidance. Chen Yu stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, Mo Fan nodded, though skepticism lingered in his gaze. Despite the fact that Chen Yu had gained admission to one of the top 10 martial arts universities, proving his extraordinary talent and promising future, it did not necessarily indicate that his current abilities were exceptional. He was well aware of the curriculum in high school, which focused primarily on theory, leaving little room for practical experience. While he might display commendable strength in regular circumstances, when confronted by a ferocious beast, simply not succumbing to fear would be an achievement. After all, many newly minted martial artists from prestigious universities had ventured into the wilderness, never to return, while others had mustered the courage for only one expedition. Among them were numerous students from the top 10 martial arts universities. Chen Yu was fully aware of the doubt in Mo Fan's eyes, yet he merely smiled without elaborating further. At this point, words were futile. True capability would only be demonstrated when facing a beast with his blade drawn. Xiaomo, you carry on with your duties. I'll show Xiao Chen around, Chu Lufu said, acknowledging Mo Fan with a nod as they continued deeper into the workshop. Chen Yu and Chen Fugui hurriedly followed, as members of the Guardian team. Their responsibilities would involve standing guard at various workshops. Much like MOFA and AS Chu Liufu walked, he spoke. For someone like Xiaomo, who has faced the ferocious beast mutations without flinching, I offer a wage of 200 per hour, commensurate with effort. The higher the rank, the greater the compensation. As for you, Xiao Chen, it is unreasonable to expect the same wage as Xiaomo, given your lack of experience with such perilous transformations. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Liufu continued, I can offer you 150 per hour. Would you find that acceptable? Xiao Yu, when one is inexperienced, it is normal for their wage to be lower than that of seasoned workers. Chen Fugui, concerned that Chen Yu had not yet entered the workforce and might lack such knowledge, quietly reminded him. The salary for interns will always be less than that of full-time employees. This is a constant truth across all realms. Chen Yu had no objections to this. However, he was aware of his own capabilities and felt that he deserved more than merely being classified as a trainee of the 7th rank. If he were to be compensated solely based on his rank, it would be a significant loss. With this in mind, Chen Yu refrained from responding and instead inquired, Director, if some individuals appear to have lower ranks but possess strength comparable to that of martial artists, would their wages still be determined by rank? Xiao Chen, you are quite confident. Are you speaking of yourself? Chu Liufu regarded Chen Yu with a bemused expression. It was the first time he had encountered such audacity in a young person. He remembered once harboring a similar misplaced confidence, yet he only dared claim to rival an 8th-rank trainee during his own 7th-rank training. He wondered whether this young man truly possessed such prowess or was simply unaware of his own limitations. He hoped he was not misjudging him. Chapter 11. Fury Xiaoyu. Chen Fugui tugged at Chun Yu's clothing but said nothing further. Rest assured, greater ability warrants higher pay, should you prove your worth. For instance, by independently slaying a mutated beast, I can offer you a wage equivalent to that of a martial artist, 800 per hour. Although Chu Liufu did not believe Chen Yu possessed the strength to match a martial artist, he made the promise nonetheless. Are you certain? Chen Yu's eyes sparkled. 800 per hour was 4 times the 200 he had been offered. Even if he only worked 8 hours in a day, the pay would be sufficient to purchase 2 vials of energy liquid, with an additional 400 remaining. Absolutely, Chu Liufu replied with conviction, emphasizing the requirement of independently slaying a beast. Dio, you have any further questions? Yes, Chen Yu rubbed his hands together, a bashful smile gracing his face. Is it possible to receive my wages daily? I require the money to purchase energy liquid. Even with his audacity, Chen Yu felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of asking for payment before even beginning work. Chu Liufu found this request somewhat awkward. He had always issued monthly payments and had never made exceptions for daily disbursements. While exceptions could be made, Chen Yu had yet to demonstrate any value that warranted breaking protocol. Chu Liufu hesitated, contemplating how to respond to Chen Yu. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out from another workshop in the distance. This is bad. Chu Liufu realized the sound was emanating from Workshop 3, where a pig had undergone a mutation. Upon hearing the alarm, Chu Liufu swiftly deduced the situation. Xiao Chun, there is a livestock mutation in Workshop 3. I must attend to it immediately. We can discuss your matter later. Without waiting for a response, he dashed outside the workshop. A livestock mutation? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. The timing of this occurrence was fortuitous. He could not afford to let such an opportunity slip by. Uncle, please wait here for me. I will be right back. Chen Yu hurriedly informed Chen Fugui before propelling himself after Chu Liufu. Director, I wish to accompany you. Chen Fugui, taken aback by Chen Yu's eagerness, felt a surge of urgency to follow suit. However, he was pulled back by Mo Fan. Mo Fan had no knowledge of how Chen Yu would perform when faced with a ferocious beast. But he admired his courage for wanting to follow. As a 7th-rank trainee, even if he could not provide assistance, at least he would not be a hindrance. Mo Fan assessed the older man's strength as being only at the 3rd rank. He would likely complicate matters. You'll be fine with the director there, Mo Fan reassured the anxious Chen Fugui. If given the choice, he too would like to witness the unfolding events, but he could not afford to leave. Though he had never experienced a situation where 2 livestock had mutated simultaneously, he could not guarantee that chaos would not ensue in his brief absence. Should he leave, even a single chicken's mutation could lead to disaster among the inexperienced slaughterhouse workers. If I'm not mistaken, that young man just now seemed genuinely excited at the news of the livestock mutation. Are high school students today so bold? Mo Fan shook his head, dismissing the thought as a figment of his imagination. Indeed, Chen Yu was exhilarated. If he seized this opportunity, his wage could leap from 150 to 800 in an instant. Why are you following? The head pig that has mutated has transformed into a ferocious beast, a tusked wild boar. Chu Liufu called back, maintaining his speed. This is my first encounter with a living ferocious beast. I am merely curious, Chen Yu retorted, but Chu Liufu remained skeptical of his claims. Only moments ago, Chen Yu had boasted of his strength being comparable to that of a martial artist, dismissing the 150 wage. Now, upon learning of the livestock mutation, he was eager to accompany them. Revealing his true motives, it seemed that this young man was not only unaware of his own limitations, but also driven by greed. A dangerous combination. Proceed with caution. The tusked wild boar possesses considerable offensive power, Chu Liufu cautioned. Choosing not to send Chen Yu back, instead, he resolved to observe whether Chen Yu truly had the ability he claimed, or if he was merely an arrogant novice unaware of his own limitations. If it turned out to be the latter, once the situation was resolved, Chu Liufu would find a way to excuse Chen Yu from the slaughterhouse. He had no need for a so-called genius from Jiangnan University. Both men moved swiftly, and as they approached Workshop 3, they spotted several slaughterhouse workers tumbling out in a panic. Upon seeing Chu Liufu, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Director, Xiaoma was injured while trying to save me. You must go and rescue her, one of the older workers exclaimed urgently. Through the open door, Chen Yu could see the workshop in disarray. The workbenches and various tools had been scattered everywhere by the rampaging tusked wild boar. In the midst of the chaos stood a young woman, around 25 or 26, wielding a long sword as she desperately evaded the boar's onslaught. She was only managing to dodge, unable to counterattack. One misstep could lead to her being pierced by the boar's sharp tusks. Sensing the approach of someone outside whose strength could threaten it, the tusked wild boar abandoned its assault on the short-haired woman and turned to charge towards the entrance. It was not possible for Chu Liufu to allow it to escape into the throng of slaughterhouse workers outside. In an instant, a silver bracer on his wrist glimmered, and a hefty blade materialized in his hand. Mountain Cleaver. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leapt into the air, the thick-bladed knife slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it descended towards the boar's neck. Realizing its escape route had been cut off, the tusked wild boar's eyes glimmered like copper bells, a surge of bloodlust suddenly igniting within. With a fearsome roar, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that enveloped its body in a misty crimson haze. In an instant, the boar's form swelled, its pristine tusks now stained with blood, resembling two curved, bloody blades. The powerful hooves stomped down, cracking the concrete floor beneath them like a spider's web. It charged directly at Chu Liufu. "This is bad. The tusked wild boar has gone berserk," Chu Liufu exclaimed, alarmed. Many ferocious beasts enter a state of rage when facing death, but he had never encountered a domesticated beast that did so. Rage, a feral beast's innate ability, significantly enhances strength, speed, and defense. Chu Liufu's strength had only marginally surpassed that of the tusked wild boar, but now that it had entered a berserk state, he was no match for it. If they were on the ground, he could have relied on his agility to evade the boar's attacks until its rage subsided. Once that time passed, it would be much easier to handle than before. However, being in midair left him without leverage, leaving him helpless as the boar charged towards him. Even his thick-bladed knife would be rendered ineffective against the boar's towering, blood-red tusks, leaving him vulnerable to being impaled. As the deadly tusks drew nearer, despair filled Chu Liufu's eyes. After decades of battling mutated livestock, he had never expected to perish not beneath the hooves of the mightiest ironclad bull, but rather at the tusks of a wild boar. "Director!" The short-haired woman cried out in anguish, her eyes wide with fear. Chapter 12. "You are a monster." Now was the moment. Chen Yu had been waiting for the tusked wild boar to rear its head. At that instant, he sprang into action, darting past Chu Liufu. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his straight blade, transforming it into a crescent moon as it cleaved through the boar's throat, with a sound akin to slicing through tofu. The boar's carotid artery and trachea were severed in one clean stroke. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. The wild boar's bloodthirsty eyes dulled rapidly, its breath extinguishing in an instant. With a heavy thud, the lifeless body of the tusked wild boar collided with Chu Liufu, producing a muffled sound. The weight of the slain beast was easily absorbed by Chu Liufu. Meanwhile, after delivering the lethal blow to the boar's throat, Chen Yu pushed off the ground, gracefully landing a short distance away. Not a drop of pig's blood stained his body. Dead? Chu Liufu had never felt death so close to him. He had already given up on resisting, thinking he was doomed. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, he was saved by Chen Yu, a young man he had overlooked. This young man had merely struck once, a single blow that extinguished the wild boar's vitality entirely. "Director, are you all right?" At that moment, a short-haired woman rushed over, steadying the legs of the somewhat weak Chu Liufu. He shook his head and kicked the wild boar aside. Ignoring the blood that smeared his body, Chu Liufu approached Chen Yu with a complex expression and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Xiao Chun." Apart from this expression of gratitude, Chu Liufu was at a loss for words. That single strike from Chen Yu had saved his life. Chen Yu stepped aside, stating that he had merely done what was necessary. Chu Liufu's gratitude was excessive, and he feared it might shorten his life. "Director, anyone would have made that strike," Chen Yu replied with a faint smile. "Perhaps any ordinary 7th-tier apprentice would have done so, but aside from you, who among the 7th-tier apprentices could slay a wild boar with a single blow?" Chu Liufu straightened slowly, his tone serious. "Let alone a 7th-tier apprentice. Even I, a 9th-tier apprentice, would struggle to kill such a ferocious wild boar with a single sword strike." The short-haired woman beside him, Ma Dongmei, remarked with admiration. "In truth, you could accomplish it as well." Chen Yu pointed to the throat of the wild boar lying on the ground. "Look at the seam where the two pieces of pigskin meet at the throat. I see there a delicate, faint red line? Ma Dongmei reached out to separate the pieces of pigskin, revealing indeed a slender connection line. Yet, this line was barely a millimeter wide. Had it not been for Qian Yu's reminder, she would have overlooked it entirely. This line would typically remain invisible. Only when the beast raised its head to attack would the pigskin tighten at the throat, exposing it, if one seized the opportunity. Even an ordinary 7th-tier apprentice could deliver a fatal strike. Chu Liufu and Ma Dongmei exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this even humanly possible? Even knowing the wild boar's weakness, which ordinary 7th-tier apprentice could strike so precisely at such a minuscule vulnerable point? Ma Dongmei doubted her own ability to do so. Director, could you manage it? Chu Liufu shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. I'm not a freak. Chun Yu rolled his eyes. He had kindly shared the wild boar's weakness. Yet they were still disparaging him. Discovering a weakness and executing a precise strike was surely an essential skill for any swordsman, wasn't it? No, that is a skill reserved for geniuses, not for us. Both Chu Liufu and Ma Dongmei retorted in unison. Ma Dongmei's enticing gaze was fixed on Chun Yu, her eyes sparkling. Director, where did you find this freak? I forgot to introduce you. This is Xiao Chan. Chin Yu, a freshman from Jiangnan Martial University this year, who, like you, is a guard at our factory this summer. Chu Liufu introduced the two. Xiao Chun. This is Ma Dongmei. Just call me Mei Jie, the short-haired woman. Ma Dongmei interjected. Xiao Chun, are all high school graduates nowadays so extraordinary? How could that be? Chu Liufu scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Even among high school martial arts teachers, I doubt anyone possesses Xiao Chin's keen perception and precision. Xiao Chun, how did you train? Could you teach me? Ma Dongmei inquired, hope gleaming in her eyes. At merely 26 years of age, she had already reached the 9th-tier apprentice level, just a step away from becoming a martial artist. With such accomplishments at her age, her future was promising, and she did not wish to miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Dongmei. Chu Liufu frowned, reprimanding her. Inquiring about others' training secrets is a grave taboo. It's all right, Director. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. In truth, there isn't much to it. Practice makes perfect. Since Mei Jie wishes to learn, let me share a small technique with you. After pondering, Qin Yu continued, every time you practice your swordplay, place an iron rod in front of you and strike at it. You can begin with a thicker rod and gradually switch to thinner ones. Once you can slice through the cross-section of a wire with a single strike, you will have achieved a minor success. Thank you, Xiao Chun, Ma Dongmei exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Although Chun Yu had merely shared a small technique, it was enough to benefit her for quite some time. All right, Dongmei, after work, take your time to explore that. For now, go and instruct the workers to tidy up and resume work. Chu Liufu, observing the chaos around him, felt no inclination to linger in idle chatter. I'll take Xiao Chan to the office to sign the contract. Once work was mentioned, Ma Dongmei curbed her curiosity. Understood, Director. Chu Liufu led Qin Yu out of the workshop, where a few workers stood at a distance. Their faces marked by residual panic. The wild boar has been dealt with. Today, as a treat, every worker can take home 5 pounds of wild boar meat to ease their nerves. Chu Liufu approached the startled slaughterhouse workers, smiling to reassure them. Such generosity from the boss. Thank you, boss. For the workers, no amount of words could compare to tangible benefits. The morale of the slaughter workers surged instantly, their previous fears dissipating as they energetically returned to the workshop to continue their tasks. Wild boar meat was significantly more valuable than regular pork, priced at 500 to 600 per pound. 5 pounds of it could be worth 2,000 to 3,000, equivalent to 3 to 4 days' wages for them. A bit of fright was a small price to pay. Xiao Qin, once they finish processing the wild boar, be sure to take some home and savor the flavor. Chu Liufu remarked with a gentle smile as he strolled leisurely towards workshop No. 6. Wild boar meat tastes far superior to ordinary pork. Thank you, Director. I won't hold back then. You killed the boar, so why would you be modest? Besides, in this line of work, it's customary to take home some scraps. The two engaged in light conversation, walking at a leisurely pace. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, they returned to the main topic. Xiao Qin, to be honest, before you struck just now, I had my doubts about you being a mere egotist, whose grandiose words belied a lack of real skill, and now it's time to sign the contract. Chu Liufu burst into laughter. As previously agreed, the hourly wage is 800, although Chun Yu was just a summer worker. The contract still needed to be signed. After all, it was a temporary contract. Otherwise, if any incidents occurred, it would be difficult to clarify matters. A smile also graced Chen Yu's face. An hourly wage of 800 was sufficient for him to purchase 2 drops of energy liquid. In 1 month's time, it would allow him to reach the pinnacle of the 9th-tier apprentice level. At that point, as long as he could convert his inner energy into true energy and externalize it, he would attain the status of a martial artist. Guided by Chu Liufu, Chen Yu arrived at a 2-story building, the office of the slaughterhouse. Soon, Chu Liufu rummaged through a cabinet and produced a temporary worker's contract. With a few swift strokes, he filled in the salary and other relevant details. Pushing the document towards Chen Yu, he said, "Xiao Chun, take a look at the contract and sign it." Chen Yu swiftly scanned the contract. It was quite simple, primarily outlining the salary and compensation in case of injury or death, with the rest being mere formalities. With a flourish, he signed his name. "Will you start today or tomorrow?" Chu Liufu inquired as he put away the contract. "I can start today. However, I need to take my uncle to the station first," Chen Yu replied after a moment of thought. Chapter 13. An hourly wage of 800. "Xiao Yu, are you all right?" Chen Fuguwei, anxiously waiting at the door, was the first to notice Chu Liufu and Chen Yu entering the workshop. "Xiao Yu, are you hurt?" Chen Fuguwei hurried over to Chen Yu, inspecting him from head to toe with palpable concern. "Uncle, look at me. My clothes aren't even dirty. Do I look like someone who has been in trouble?" Chen Yu spread his arms and twirled around. Seeing that Chen Yu appeared unchanged from when he had left, with no bloodstains on his clothes, Chen Fuguwei sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Xiao Yu, let us not do this job anymore. It's far too dangerous." Chen Fuguwei pulled Chen Yu aside, speaking in hushed tones. During the half-hour that Chen Yu had accompanied Chu Liufu to deal with the beast in workshop number 3, Chen Fuguwei had been in a state of torment. Regretting his decision to allow Chen Yu to work at the slaughterhouse over the summer, if something had truly happened to Chen Yu, how could he explain it to his brother and sister-in-law in the afterlife? "Uncle, don't be so anxious. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Your safety this time was thanks to Director Chu shielding you. You were merely there to observe. What about next time? Next time, you'll have to guard a workshop alone. If any livestock were to mutate and Director Chu wasn't able to arrive in time, how long could you hold out?" The more Chen Fuguwei spoke, the more agitated he became, his fears intensifying. He would rather Chen Yu lacked such skills and lived a simple life as an ordinary farmer, marrying and having children, living a mundane existence. Chen Yu was at a loss as to how to reassure his uncle. "Chen Fuguwei, old Chen, your worries are unfounded." Fortunately, Chu Liufu recognized Chen Yu's predicament and intervened. "Xiao Chen's swordsmanship has reached a remarkable level. Just now, he single-handedly felled a wild-boar Mo fan, who had just come from inside the workshop." Scoffed, clearly unconvinced. "Director, if you're going to persuade us, at least come up with a better reason. If you claim that Chen Yu assisted you remarkably well, some might believe it, but when you assert that he, as a mere apprentice at the 7th rank, could slay a ferocious wild boar with a single blow, that stretches credulity. Personally, I find it hard to believe." Indeed, Chen Fuguwei harbored deep skepticism regarding Zhu Liufu's words. "Director Zhu, while my strength may be lacking and my intellect may not rival yours, it does not imply that I am gullible." Chen Fuguwei's irritation was evident. "As a martial artist, shouldn't you craft your fabrications with a touch more credibility? Are you attempting to deceive me as though I were a fool? Little Yu has grown under my watch. Although he is commendable and industrious, his prowess is, at best, comparable to that of an apprentice at the 9th rank." Though Chen Fuguwei did not explicitly utter the word deceit, the insinuation was unmistakable. Has honesty become so rare that it is met with disbelief? Zhu Liufu rolled his eyes. "Xiao Chun, why don't you fetch the contract we just signed for your uncle to peruse?" Zhu Liufu, a savvy businessman, exhibited his sharp intellect. Chen Yu slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked the existence of the contract. "Old Chun, take a look at the hourly wage I set for Xiao Chen. 800 yuan. Zhu Liufu handed over the contract, directing Chen Fuguwei's attention to the salary section. If he lacked such capability, would I be offering him this wage? The contract, with its stark black and white proclamation of hourly wage, 800 yuan, left no room for Chen Fuguwei's disbelief. "You all aren't conspiring to deceive me, are you? I had no prior acquaintance with Xiao Chun. Would there be any motive to conspire against you?" Zhu Liufu pointed to the official seal of Liufu Slaughterhouse at the bottom of the contract. "Look here, the company's seal is affixed. There can be no forgery. Should I fail to dispense such wages, you are welcome to report me to the Labor Bureau. Chun Fuguwei had to concede. After all, he was dealing with a prominent businessman and esteemed martial artist. What reason would Zhu Liufu have to conspire against his own nephew? Director Zhu, I apologize. I did not imply that you were deceiving me. It's just that your claims are exceedingly hard to believe. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Chin Fuguwei's dark complexion. Suddenly, he noticed the stunned Mo fan nearby. Why don't you ask Xiao Mo if he believed it previously? Xiao Mo, you too are skeptical? Zhu Liufu's gaze bore down on Mo fan, his tone cool and measured. Indeed, it is hard to believe that mid-sentence, Mo fan suddenly realized, no, director, that's not what I meant. I've always held your words in the highest regard. As he spoke, his voice dwindled. Director, I assure you, this is not my fault. Anyone would find it hard to believe that an apprentice at the 7th rank could slay a ferocious wild boar with a single strike. Mo fan, sensing Zhu Liufu's intent to deliver a rebuke, mustered his courage. Zhu Liufu shot Mo fan a look that said, just wait, then turned to Chen Fuguwei. Old Chen, truth be told, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would have found it hard to believe. In fact, there is something even more astonishing that I have yet to disclose. Zhu Liufu recalled the earlier incident with a shiver of fear. Had it not been for Xiao Chun, he might have met his demise at the tusks of that wild boar. Director, that can't be. You've slain at least 80 wild boars, surely you wouldn't fall prey to one. What if that wild boar had gone berserk? Zhu Liufu's tone was nonchalant, yet his words caused Mo fan's expression to shift dramatically. The likelihood of a domesticated pig mutating was already exceedingly low, only 1 in 10,000, and the probability of a wild boar going berserk was even less. Mo fan, upon calculating, was taken aback. For you to encounter such a minuscule probability and emerge unscathed is nothing short of miraculous. This was not Mo fan cursing Zhu Liufu, but rather acknowledging the inherent danger. A wild boar poses little threat, yet a berserk one could rival a second-tier beast in strength, thus presenting a significant risk. The fact that Zhu Liufu had faced a suddenly enraged wild boar and emerged without a scratch was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck for someone at the initial stage of martial arts. At that moment, I truly believed my demise was imminent. It was Xiao Qin's strike that saved me. He delivered a single blow, severing the wild boar's throat. Now do you understand the extent of Xiao Qin's prowess? Zhu Liufu did not take offense at Mo fan's choice of words. He was genuinely relieved that Chun Yu had come for an interview and accompanied him to the 3rd workshop to deal with the wild boar. Otherwise, he would have been a cold corpse by now. Director, please refrain from showering me with compliments. It makes me feel quite bashful. Chun Yu rubbed his nose, his ears slightly reddening. Just then, a sharp slap on the back of his head startled him. Turning around, he found it was none other than his uncle Chin Fuguwei. Oh, not let pride overtake you. Learn as much as you can from Director Zhu. Chun Yu could only nod in agreement. Speechless. Ha ha ha. Zhu Liufu chuckled good-naturedly at Chen Yu's discomfort. Chapter 14. Pinnacle of human rank wind slicing blade at the slaughterhouse entrance. Chen Yu bid farewell to Chin Fuguwei as he boarded the bus home, while he commenced his summer job. However, the nature of his work deviated somewhat from what had been previously discussed. Instead of being stationed in a single workshop, he followed Zhu Liufu on patrol between several workshops or meditated in a pavilion situated among them. Chen Yu harbored no objections to Zhu Liufu's arrangement. Previously, he had been assigned to a workshop with an apprenticeship rank of 7, earning a mere 150 yuan per hour. Now, as a full-fledged martial artist, he was earning 800 yuan per hour. It was inconceivable for him to perform the same duties. Simultaneously, Chen Yu discerned Zhu Liufu's intentions. He was preparing to familiarize him with the operation so that he could eventually take over the task of eliminating mutated beasts in the various workshops. Chen Yu anticipated that this responsibility would commence in 2 days. However, events unfolded unexpectedly. That very afternoon, after the workers had slaughtered all the poultry delivered from the farm, Zhu Liufu summoned Chen Yu to his office. Zhu Liufu presented Chen Yu with a chilled bottle of soda while he himself opted for green tea. Xiao Chun, how have you found your first day? Zhu Liufu asked after taking a sip. Aside from being a bit idle, everything else is quite satisfactory. Could it be otherwise? You spent the entire day following me around, with little to do. During lunch, he had overheard Mo fan mention that such idleness was customary. Typically, an anomalous event occurred only once every 5 days. In the absence of abnormalities, their routine was one of aimless wandering. A bit of idleness is preferable. I would rather you all earn your wages without working. Zhu Liufu sighed. Once you are busy, casualties become a grim reality. The probability of workers perishing during an anomaly exceeded 50%. Today had been fortunate. Ma Dongmei was close enough to save a worker. But even she had sustained injuries. Let us not dwell on that. Zhu Liufu waved his hand, shifting the topic. Tomorrow, I have business in the city. The factory's safety will be entrusted to you. Director, do you truly have such faith in me? To employ someone is to trust them. Doubt is counterproductive. Zhu Liufu cast a glance at Chen Yu. What's wrong? Have you lost confidence? Not at all. I genuinely do not regard the newly mutated first-tier beasts as a threat. Then I have no reason to worry. Zhu Liufu rose and opened the safe behind his desk, retrieving a delicate box. He opened the box and revealed two small orbs, each the size of a marble. Placing them before Chen Yu. You mentioned needing funds to purchase energy liquids to enhance your cultivation speed. Here are two energy liquids. Consider them your wages for today, as they align closely with your earnings. Thank you, Director. This saves me a trip to the city. Chen Yu gratefully accepted the two energy liquids. He had arrived at the factory around 8 in the morning, and after seeing his uncle off, it was nearly 9 that after working until 5, he had put in a total of 8 hours, minus the lunch break, equating to about 7.5 hours, just right for 6,000 yuan. Now that business is concluded, let us discuss personal matters. Personal matters? What personal matters? Chen Yu inquired, puzzled, glancing at Zhu Liufu. This was their first meeting. So what personal matters could there be? Zhu Liufu disregarded Chen Yu's confusion and opened the safe once more. This time, he retrieved 2 volumes of books, their covers yellowed with age, appearing to be martial arts manuals. Throughout my life, my aptitude has been limited. Once I reached the early stages of martial arts, any further progress became exceedingly difficult. Zhu Liufu dusted off the manuals, a touch of nostalgia in his voice. However, luck has favored me. Over a decade ago, after becoming a martial artist, I encountered a deceased martial artist in the wild and obtained this pinnacle of human rank wind-slicing blade manual from him. Over the years, I have diligently practiced, but due to my limitations, I have only managed to reach a proficient level. In the past year or two, I have made no progress whatsoever. This wind-slicing blade has been gathering dust alongside me. At this juncture, Zhu Liufu shifted his gaze from the manuals back to Chen Yu. Xiao Chun, your talent surpasses mine, and you wield a blade as well. From this day forth, this wind-slicing blade is yours. I hope it can shine brightly in your hands. With that, Zhu Liufu placed the manual on the desk and pushed it toward Chen Yu. The other manual, of lesser value, was a mid-tier human rank movement technique titled Swift Wind Steps. I noticed you have not studied any movement techniques, so I am giving this to you as well. For me? Chen Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhu Liufu's personal matter would involve gifting him a pinnacle human rank blade technique and a mid-tier human rank movement technique. The distinction between initial and mid-tier human rank manuals was significant. In high school, every student has the opportunity to select a foundational or intermediate martial arts manual free of charge, with no fees involved. For instance, Chen Yu received Crashing Waves Fist and Cold Moon Slash at no cost during his high school years. However, the situation is markedly different for advanced manuals. Typically, schools do not offer these for free during the high school phase. If one wishes to purchase them, the most basic advanced martial arts techniques start at a price of no less than 6 figures, and they are often more valuable than available. As for top-tier human-level techniques, these only appear at auction houses and, when they do, they incite fierce competition among countless martial artists, often selling for exorbitant sums. Director, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Chen Yu declared firmly. Rising to return the manual to Zhu Liufu. Who wouldn't desire a top-tier manual? Yet, one must earn their keep. Xiao Chun, do you truly think my life is worth less than a manual? Zhu Liufu retorted. Redirecting his gaze, Director, a life is certainly beyond comparison to a mere manual, but you have stated that life is more valuable than a manual, so do not refuse. Zhu Liufu interrupted Chen Yu mid-sentence. He was well aware of what Chen Yu wanted to say next. If you continue to decline, it would imply that you value my life less than a tattered book. What book is so worthless? With the conversation having reached this point, Chen Yu could only helplessly set aside the wind-breaking blade and swift wind steps manuals. However, he would remember this act of kindness. So it was. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Yu had been at the Liufu slaughterhouse for over 20 days. During this period, He worked at the slaughterhouse during the day and returned home each evening to consume energy fluids and cultivate his understanding of wind-breaking blade. With ample energy, he had advanced from the late stage of the 7th level to the current late stage of the 9th level. With just another week of accumulation, he would reach the pinnacle of internal energy and be ready to transition it into true energy. His training in swift wind steps progressed rapidly. In just 4 days, he achieved the realm of swiftness akin to the wind.as for his comprehension of wind-breaking blade. Although the elevation and level slowed his progress compared to swift wind steps, he reached the stage of mastery about a week ago. However, after attaining the pinnacle of mastery in wind-breaking blade, Chun Yu encountered the existence of a bottleneck for the first time. For the past week, despite his efforts, he was unable to break through to grasp the profound essence of wind as described in the manual. Chun Yu remained patient. Perhaps one day, the opportunity would arise, and he would break through. Nonetheless, he had made some progress during this week. Although he had not comprehended the essence of wind, he fortuitously grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship, the momentum of the blade. With focus, a fierce aura would rise in the air, intent on cleaving through all foes before him. In addition to his training, he diligently worked, and his salary was well-deserved. Since his arrival, particularly after his second day of work when Chu Liufu had been absent due to personal matters and a chicken mutation incident, was swiftly resolved by Chun Yu's blade. Chu Liufu had been increasingly absent, leaving Chun Yu to handle any anomalies in various workshops alone. According to Chu Liufu, he was growing weary of being at the factory every day, and now that Chun Yu had arrived, he felt it was time to take a break. Once Chun Yu enrolled at the martial arts university, he wouldn't have such leisure time again. On this particular morning, as Chun Yu disembarked from the bus, he glanced up at the ominous sky, a harbinger of an impending storm. He ambled towards the factory entrance, just as Mo Fan parked his car and jogged over. "Xiao Chun, have you heard about the explosion incident in Zhongwu City yesterday?" "What incident?" Chun Yu inquired curiously, having spent the previous evening dining at his uncle's house and returning home to cultivate, completely unaware of any explosion. The investigative bureau recently discovered that a gray-robed deacon from the beast worship sect, accompanied by several white-robed clerics, infiltrated Zhongwu City to recruit followers. During a covert operation yesterday to capture them, the plan was leaked, allowing the gray-robed deacon to escape. "Are you certain they were from the beast worship sect?" "Absolutely." The confrontation was intense, with many witnesses reporting that the assailants displayed beast-like transformations. Some were covered in fur, while others had sharp teeth and claws. Was the gray-robed deacon apprehended? "Not at all." Mo Fan shook his head. Once they left the city, even a wounded martial master possesses the strength of a mid to late-stage martial artist, making capture exceedingly difficult. The investigative bureau has already coordinated with the military district to conduct stringent checks along the wilderness defenses to prevent his escape. These investigators seem rather incompetent. How could such a sensitive operation be compromised? Chun Yu remarked, "I've heard the head of the investigative bureau is furious and has initiated a thorough investigation. However, the likelihood of an internal leak is low. It's more probable that the leak occurred from the police department's leadership assisting in the operation. After all, only they would know the specifics of the mission." Mo Fan glanced around and leaned closer to Chun Yu, whispering, "It's most likely a deputy director named Huang Maozhong." "How do you know this?" Chun Yu's curiosity piqued. There seemed to be some insider information. "My cousin works in the police department. He came over for dinner yesterday and, after a few drinks, mentioned that he once inadvertently witnessed Deputy Director Huang meeting with a mysterious individual who turned out to be the gray-robed deacon that escaped yesterday." "What? How could he dare to associate with someone from the beast worship sect? Is he courting death?" "What is the beast worship sect?" "An evil cult. A group that venerates ferocious beasts as their ancestors. They believe that having the bloodline of fierce beasts makes them superior and take pride in merging with beast bloodlines. They are a bunch of perverts who sell their souls for power. This is one of the evil cults that the government is vigorously suppressing. Anyone found to have any connection to the beast worship sect can be executed on the spot." "Sure, keep your voice down." Chun Yu's voice had risen, and just then, a wave of workers arriving for their shifts greeted him. Mo Fan quickly covered Chun Yu's mouth. During his time at the slaughterhouse, Chun Yu had demonstrated good manners and strength, earning him a favorable reputation. "Good morning, Xiao Chen. What are you two whispering about so secretively? Care to share with us?" "It's nothing. Just discussing some topics that men tend to enjoy," Chun Yu replied with a raised eyebrow, exuding an air of shared understanding among men. Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Yu lowered his voice and asked, since your cousin knows Deputy Director Huang is corrupt, why doesn't he report him? Report him? He has no evidence. Who would believe a mere accusation? Besides, Deputy Director Huang is a recognized martial artist and a leader. If the report fails, my cousin would be in serious trouble. Chen Yu considered this. Even if he had recorded the two men meeting, it wouldn't hold up. Deputy Director Huang could easily claim they were merely acquaintances unaware of each other's affiliations with the beast worship sect. At that moment, a heavy truck filled with chickens and ducks entered through the factory gates, its cages constructed from thick steel pipes. The livestock from the breeding farm has arrived. I need to head to the workshop. Chen Yu informed Mo Fan. Xiao Qian, remember, I've only shared this information with you. Don't let it slip to anyone else, Mo Fan cautioned quietly before departing. Chen Yu nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the matter. After standing there for a moment, he shook his head, dismissing the issue. What does it have to do with me? Why should I concern myself? Not his affair, he thought. Yet, for some reason, he felt an unsettling thrum at his temples. His mind restless. Not long after, as Chen Yu reached a pavilion among several workshops, Chu Liufu, who had been absent for a week, appeared. Uncle Fu, I see you finally decided to grace your factory with your presence. If you wait any longer, you might find it has been taken over without your knowledge. Chen Yu couldn't help but jest as he saw Chu Liufu, who had become increasingly neglectful since he was confident in Chen Yu handling the anomalies. Initially, he would visit every couple of days, then every 3 to 4 days, and now it had been a whole week since his last appearance. Regarding his salary, Chu Liufu had purchased several energy fluids and stored them in a safe, even providing Chen Yu with the combination so he could retrieve them daily. Chu Liufu seemed unconcerned about the possibility of Chen Yu emptying his safe and fleeing. With you, Xiao Qian, around, what need do I have to return? As the boss, isn't it my right to enjoy life? Chu Liufu spoke with such conviction that Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. Then why are you here today? Today marks the 1st of August, which means it's time for salary disbursement. With a flick of his wrist, a radiant black bag appeared at Chu Liufu's feet, revealing a glimpse of red bills peeking from its unfastened seams, an impressive sum. Likely exceeding $1 million. Chen Yu, who was paid daily, had not even realized what day it was. And the other issue is that this afternoon, a few reporters from Zhongwu Television will be coming to conduct interviews. They want to learn about the daily operations of the slaughterhouse. What is there to interview about? They say the citizens have been complaining about the high prices of meat, and they want to investigate the reasons behind it. The price of meat is indeed steep. I could hardly afford a meal of braised pork in an entire month. Do you still find it expensive now? Not at all. The meat is stained with the blood of the workers. Chen Yu shook his head. Despite arriving at the scene promptly whenever an abnormality occurred in recent days, some workers had still suffered injuries from the suddenly mutated beasts. Fortunately, there had been no fatalities. Chu Liufu gestured towards the bag of money on the ground and said, enough of this. Take the bag and come with me to distribute the wages. Around 9 in the morning, while Chu Liufu and Chen Yu were distributing last month's salaries to the workers in each workshop, a black sedan emerged from the city gate of Zhongwu City, heading towards Liufu Slaughterhouse. The car bore the logo of the Zhongwu City television station. Inside the vehicle sat 2 men and 2 women. The driver, a slightly plump man in his mid-30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was accompanied by a young man in the passenger seat with dyed yellow hair, who appeared to be around 25 or 26. His eyes were narrow and his demeanor somewhat effeminate, frequently glancing back through the rearview mirror, his gaze flickering with desire and greed. In the back seat were 2 similarly aged beauties, with the one in the light yellow dress exuding a more refined appearance and aura than her companion in a green gown. The green-dressed beauty complained to the one in yellow, Yunshi, the station chief is being utterly unfair. Everyone else from the station is out with various teams from the detective bureau searching for the fleeing gray-robed deacon of the beast worship sect. While we are sent to this so-called slaughterhouse to investigate why meat prices are so high. Li Shui, what do you mean by we too? The bespectacled driver interjected, somewhat aggrieved. I am a photographer who moonlights as a driver. You can't disregard photographers like this. Besides, why wouldn't you two know? One is the daughter of the police chief, and the other is the princess of the detective bureau chief. Surely, the station chief must have the courage to let you pursue the capture. If anything were to happen, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. This assignment to interview outside the city was also arranged by the station chief. The general station chief wouldn't he approve if he knew? The driver inwardly grumbled. All right, the three of us then, the green-dressed woman, Li Shui, conceded. Xiao Shui, don't forget about me. The young man in the passenger seat chimed in. Hu Qinyang, you're from the police department? Not our television station, it was your insistence to tag along. We never asked you to come, Li Shui retorted bluntly. A flash of anger crossed Hu Qinyang's face. You think I wanted to come? If it weren't for my father insisting I accompany Chu Yunqi, I wouldn't be here. However, recalling his father's methods, he forced a smile and added, it's unsafe outside the city right now. I am just here to protect you. It's our duty as police officers. Enough of that. With your mere fifth-tier trainee strength, who in this gathering isn't stronger than you, if danger truly arises? It's uncertain who will protect whom, Li Shui scoffed. Beside her, the green-dressed woman, Chu Yunqi, shot Li Shui a reproachful glance. Xiao Shui, don't speak so recklessly. Hu Qinyang's face shifted between shades of anger and embarrassment. If it weren't for the fact that your father is the police chief, my father's superior, I would have long since dealt with you. But your father will not remain in this position for much longer. Just wait and see how I will treat you then. He also contemplated a method to seduce Chu Yunqi, relishing the thought. These thoughts swirled in his mind. Hu Qinyang's lustful glint flickered in his narrow eyes. And much of his anger dissipated. He was aware that Chu Yunqi's father, the detective bureau chief, was a formidable mid-tier martial artist and a trainee 8th tier himself, making him a challenging adversary. He would need to discuss strategies with his father upon returning. However, after Li Shui's biting remarks, Hu Qinyang lost the urge to engage further in conversation. Why did his father insist on him accompanying Chu Yunqi anyway? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Hu Qinyang, as he followed Chu Yunqi out of the city, his father, Huang Maozhong, the deputy chief of police, was in his office, intently watching the tablet in his hand. The screen displayed a satellite map of Zhongwu City, with a light dot moving rapidly. This dot represented Hu Qinyang's location. Once the dot confirmed its exit from the city and continued in the planned direction, Huang Maozhong retrieved a new SIM card from his desk and inserted it into his phone. Dialing a number. Beep, beeped as the call connected. The sound of a vibrating phone emerged from a pile of grass in a village several dozen kilometers away. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat hoarse voice answered. Who is it? Deacon, it's me, Huang Maozhong whispered, half covering the microphone, clearly cautious of being overheard. Have you arranged everything I instructed? All set. The daughter of Detective Bureau Chief Chu Zhongtian has left the city and is en route to Liufu Slaughterhouse. She should arrive in about 20 minutes. Huang Maozhong spoke respectfully, akin to how he reported to his superiors. What about the Detective Bureau personnel? They have been diverted to a hollow several dozen miles from Liufu Slaughterhouse. By the time they realize what has happened, it will be too late. With that, a sudden explosion erupted from the grass pile. A pale, bloodless figure in a gray robe emerged, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Isn't Chu Zhongtian determined to capture me, chasing me like a cornered dog? Once I take his daughter, let us see if he dares pursue me further. This man was Wei Yinqi, the gray-robed deacon of the beast worship sect, who had narrowly escaped after sustaining injuries. Who are you? Why are you hiding in my wheat stalks? An old farmer, busy weeding, approached with a hoe in hand, glaring suspiciously. Who am I? I am the king of hell come to claim your life. Wei Yinqi replied, his red eyes scanning the farmer without an ounce of compassion. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his razor-sharp nails, effortlessly slicing through the farmer's throat, without so much as a glance at the gushing blood or the fallen farmer. Wei Yinqi vanished from the spot, rushing towards Liufu Slaughterhouse. Originally, if the Detective Bureau were to discover him unexpectedly, arranging for Chu Zhongtian's daughter to interview at the slaughterhouse and then taking her hostage to escape was one of his contingency plans. Naturally, he had chosen a hiding place not too far from the slaughterhouse. When he arrived at a small hillock 2 miles from Liufu Slaughterhouse, he spotted the black sedan carrying Chu Yunqi and her companions parked at the entrance of the slaughterhouse. There were 4 people in total. The bespectacled driver was unfamiliar to him, likely just a minor player. The young woman in yellow was Chu Zhongtian's daughter, Chu Yunqi, while the one in the passenger seat must be Huang Maozhong's useless son. Huang Qinyang did as for the girl in the back seat wearing a green dress. She looked oddly familiar. Although the small hillock was nearly 2 miles from the slaughterhouse entrance, under the keen eyesight of a martial artist, everything was as clear as day. During his time infiltrating Zhongwu City, he had memorized the faces of many notable individuals, including the police chief, Li Yao, and his family. Remembering that Li Yao's daughter was Li Shui, Wei Yinqi grinned sinisterly. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, and hell has no gate you willingly enter. With just Chu Yunqi, I was concerned about unforeseen complications. Now, with Li Shui involved, success is assured. Are you colleagues from the television station? Please come in and wait a moment. I've already notified the plant manager, and he will be here shortly. The gatekeeper opened the door, allowing Chu Yunqi and her companions to enter. When Chu Liufu had arrived earlier, he had already informed the gatekeeper, so upon seeing the car emblazoned with the Zhongwu television station logo, he promptly called the manager to notify him. Thank you. Sir, the bespectacled driver said, lowering the car window to express his gratitude. He started the car and drove it into the slaughterhouse, parking it in the open space in front of the office building. After receiving the gatekeeper's call, Chu Liufu had just finished distributing wages to the workers in workshop number 8 and had yet to complete the payments for workshop number 9. Xiao Chen, the television station personnel have arrived. ILL go greet them. Please handle the wages for workshop number 9, he instructed, passing his notebook documenting each worker's salary to Chen Yu. Chen Yu accepted the notebook, nodding, understood manager, you don't need to personally escort them. Just send someone else to show them around. Liang Weigua, the guard stationed at workshop number 8, suggested, I've heard that the 2 reporters coming this time are not ordinary individuals. They have significant backgrounds. I'd prefer to go myself, Chu Liufu replied. As the saying goes, it's easier to deal with the king of hell than the troublesome little devils. Martial artists inherently represent the privileged class. However, he was merely a novice martial artist. While he didn't regard ordinary reporters with much concern, it was best not to provoke the offspring of influential leaders in Zhongwu City. These young masters and ladies tend to be petty, often causing trouble for no reason. Today they might inspect taxes, tomorrow fire safety. Would the factory even remain operational? This time, Chu Liufu chose not to circumvent the office building but to pass through the main hall and exit through the front door. As he stepped outside, he happened to see Chu Yunqi and her party just alighting from their vehicle. Are you the colleagues from the television station? I am Chu Liufu, the manager of this slaughterhouse. He greeted with a warm smile, standing at the entrance. Given their youth, even if their family backgrounds were prestigious, his personal greeting was a sign of respect. Manager Chu Yunqi approached and extended her hand. I am Chu Yunqi from the Zhongwu television station, and these 2 are my colleagues, Li Shui and Zhao Liang. Before this interview, the 2 had conspired to have her take the lead while Li Shui played a supporting role. Upon encountering the main individual, it was naturally she who initiated the conversation, introducing her group to the other party. Chu Liufu gently touched Chu Yunqi's hand, astonished by her beauty. Yet, he found it somewhat perplexing that of the 4 individuals, only 3 had been introduced. Before Chu Liufu could voice his query, the remaining member, Huang Qinyang, spoke up. Yunqi, is this a place where people linger? What is that awful stench? It's quite unbearable, isn't it? As he spoke, Huang Qinyang waved his hand near his nose, clearly struggling to tolerate the odor. Hurry up and ask. Once we're done, let us leave quickly. As soon as Huang Qinyang uttered these words, Chu Yunqi sensed the atmosphere shift unfavorably. Indeed, the air around them grew heavy. A displeased expression surfaced on Chu Liufu's face. My dear friend, we are in a slaughterhouse. Given the current heat, it's perfectly normal for there to be some odor. Moreover, it seems we did not extend an invitation for your presence, did we? I apologize, Director Chu, for my friend's remarks. Chu Yunqi offered an apologetic smile to Chu Liufu before turning to Huang Qinyang, her expression turning icy. Huang Qinyang, if you cannot tolerate it, you are free to leave. Please refrain from disturbing our work. Yunqi, you carry on. I shall remain silent, Huang Qinyang replied with an awkward smile, but he did not budge. His father had issued a strict order that wherever Chu Yunqi went, he must follow, even waiting outside the ladies' restroom if necessary. Chu Yunqi cast a deep glance at Huang Qinyang but refrained from further urging him to leave. Turning back, she once again donned a professional smile. Director Chu, today our interview will be broadcast live for the citizens of Zhongwu City to witness a day in the life of a slaughterhouse. Is that acceptable? Certainly. In truth, when he received the morning notification about the television station's intent to conduct an interview, Chu Liufu had initially refused. However, the leader on the phone subtly indicated that the opposing party held significant influence, which prompted him to acquiesce. Now that the interview was agreed upon, he decided to let the opposing party take the lead and ensure they left satisfied. Zhao Liang, let us begin. Chu Yunqi nodded at the cameraman Zhao Liang. Signaling the start of the live broadcast, a flash of light appeared on her finger, and a wireless microphone materialized in her hand. Greetings, viewers. This is Zhongwu Channel 5, the lifestyle channel. I am reporter Chu Yunxi. Seeing the green light of the camera on Zhao Liang's shoulder flickering, Chu Yunxi commenced her routine announcement. Recently, our station has received numerous complaints from the public regarding the exorbitant prices of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, leading residents to face the dire situation of being unable to afford meat. Today, we have come to one of our city's slaughterhouses, Liufu Slaughterhouse, to investigate why meat prices remain so elevated. Chu Yunxi gestured for the camera to focus on Chu Liufu. Next to me is the esteemed director of Liufu Slaughterhouse, the accomplished martial artist, Director Chu Liufu. Director Chu, historical records indicate that prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the highest price for meat never exceeded 41 yuan per jin, and even the most expensive pork belly was under 21 yuan per jin. Yet now, ordinary pork exceeds 200 yuan, while pork belly surpasses 300 yuan. What has caused such a dramatic price increase? Could you elaborate? Chu Yunxi positioned the microphone in front of Chu Liufu, awaiting his response. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds elapsed, and the scene fell into silence. This was live broadcasting, and such a situation could be deemed a broadcast incident. Director Chu, could you shed some light on why pork prices have escalated so? Chu Yunxi began to inquire again, but her words were abruptly interrupted by a loud crash. Almost immediately, she heard Chu Liufu's anguished cry. Old Wang. Chapter 17. A tragedy unfolds. Following the sound, Chu Yunxi turned to see the electric sliding door they had entered through now toppled to the ground. With an elderly man, his hair gray, lying motionless beneath it. Upon closer inspection, the individual lying under the door was none other than the amiable security guard who had welcomed them. This shocking scene was not only witnessed by Chu Yunxi and her companions, but was also captured clearly by the camera on Zhao Liang's shoulder, broadcasting the unfolding events to countless households tuning into the Lifestyle Channel. The Zhongwu City television station. Within the Lifestyle Channel's broadcasting room, a middle-aged director with a slight paunch leisurely sipped tea while complaining to a colleague. I can't fathom what has gotten into the station head today. Instead of airing a delightful culinary program, he insists on sending Yunxi to a slaughterhouse for live coverage, making us work overtime. Let us refrain from speaking ill of our leaders. They have their own considerations. We simply follow orders. Another colleague interjected. If the station head hears you, you might find yourself in hot water. Besides, watching Yunxi is far more enjoyable than those cookie-cutter faces altered by plastic surgery. That's true, the middle-aged director replied, taking another sip of tea while observing the live broadcast. Look at Yunxi. Although she has only been with the station for a short time, her expressions and rhetoric are on par with seasoned reporters. Except for that director. He is not photogenic at all and seems rather foolish. He doesn't even know how to respond to her questions. In the next moment, a crashing sound echoed through the broadcast, followed by the director jolting upright, causing his chair to topple over and hot tea to spill all over him. A murder has occurred. Cut the live feed. Quickly informed the deputy station head. We've encountered a broadcast incident and need guidance on how to proceed. The middle-aged director shouted frantically, disregarding the scalding water soaking him. As panic spread, a staff member rushed in, holding a phone and shaking his head anxiously. Damn it! Why is it that whenever something critical happens, the leaders are nowhere to be found? The director was drenched in sweat, his anxiety palpable. While ordinary broadcast incidents could be managed, this one involving a murder scene was far more serious, the repercussions of which were beyond what he, a mere director, could bear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he gritted his teeth and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Station head, we've encountered a serious broadcast incident. Someone has been murdered. The deputy station head is also untraceable. What should we do? He was speaking to their station's general manager, Yang Tianfeng. The live signal has been cut. You need to come immediately? Understood. Hearing that a senior executive would handle the situation, the director exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the broadcast had not lasted long, it was a weekend, and many people at home were watching television out of boredom. Calls flooded in from viewers eager to report the incident or inquire about the aftermath. Within a minute, a figure burst through the broadcasting room's door, rushing in, clad in a suit, his hair a disheveled mix of black and white. It was the station head. Upon seeing him, everyone in the room greeted him respectfully. Yang Tianfeng waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue their tasks. Zhang Feng, what's the situation? Brief me. Yang Tianfeng strode over to the middle-aged director and inquired rapidly. Station head, you can see for yourself. Zhang Feng gestured at the screen, which displayed the live feed from the front camera. Upon seeing the figure in a gray robe on the screen, Yang Tianfeng's heart raced. His aged face seemingly ready to overflow with dread. How could it be him? Wasn't he supposed to be surrounded by the investigation bureau? Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away from Liufu slaughterhouse, within a secluded mountain hollow, a group of members from the investigation bureau clad in deep blue uniforms had surrounded a middle-aged man in a gray robe. The face of this gray-robed man was identical to that of the individual seen at Liufu slaughterhouse. The leading middle-aged man, with an impassive expression, addressed the gray-robed figure. Wei Yinqi, today you shall not escape. Surrender now. The gray-robed man coughed up blood, yet continued to emit an eerie laughter. Chu Zhongtian. Do you think you've won for certain? Not necessarily. What do you mean? Wei Yinqi, you are now surrounded, and in your current condition, you may not even possess the strength of a formal martial artist. There is no chance for you to escape again, a young member of the investigation bureau scoffed, taunting him. Is that so? Aren't you curious as to why it was so easy for you to find me today? The gray-robed man sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. It was indeed too easy, Chu Zhongtian muttered to himself. Earlier, fearing that Wei Yinqi might flee once more, he had been on high alert, but now, with his guard lowered, he sensed something amiss. Wei Yinqi was a formidable martial artist. Even if injured, his strength should not have diminished to that of a mere martial artist. The moment they captured him, it became clear something was off. Chu Zhongtian pushed aside his doubts. Thinking was not his forte. Action was in a swift motion. He lunged forward, the gray-robed man attempting to fend him off. Chu Zhongtian's powerful right hand shot out like a hawk's claw, enveloped in a faint crimson flame, as he seized the gray-robed man's throat. Wei Yinqi, you are under arrest. Before he could finish his sentence, an unsettling sensation coursed through his right hand. With a swift motion, he released his grip and used his left hand to fumble around the neck of the gray-robed man, tearing off a human skin mask. Beneath the mask lay a completely different face. You are not Wei Yinqi. Who are you? Where is Wei Yinqi? Chu Zhongtian tightened his grip. The face of the gray-robed man turned an ashen purple. If you have the ability, kill me. Wanna know? Dream on! The gray-robed man spat defiantly, his eyes glinting with malice. If you wish to die, it won't be that easy. With a forceful shove, Chu Zhongtian threw the gray-robed man to the ground. Take him back and hand him over to old Xiao. Pry his mouth open and extract the whereabouts of Wei Yinqi. 2 individuals swiftly emerged from the crowd, dragging the figure in gray robes away. Chu Zhongtian's expression darkened. Wei Yinqi had managed to break free from their encirclement in Zhongwu City, employing a clever ruse to escape their pursuit. Should this news reach the Huaihai Bay City and several other satellite cities, Chu Zhongtian would find himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Suddenly, the combat communication watch on his wrist emitted a sharp ringing. Director Zhang, what is the matter? The caller was Zhang Tianfeng, who was watching the live broadcast at the television station. Director Chu, the Wei Yinqi you are surrounding is an imposter. The real Wei Yinqi has appeared at the Liufu slaughterhouse. What? How could he possibly be there? He should be heading towards Un-11. It was Sun Tao from the Lifestyle Channel who arranged for her to conduct an interview. I had no prior knowledge of this, Yunqi. Chu Zhongtian's aura surged violently, a burst of orange-red light erupting from beneath his feet, causing the grass below to wither instantly as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Within mere moments, he vanished from sight. Liufu slaughterhouse. I will go ahead at that moment. At the Liufu slaughterhouse, the sky darkened abruptly, thick clouds gathering as a fierce wind howled. Crack! A brilliant flash of lightning sliced through the heavens, illuminating the sky as if it were midday. This was followed by a deafening clap of thunder, reverberating as though it would tear the very earth asunder. Outside the gates, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, pale of face, advanced step by step against the raging wind. Despite the tempest, his garments showed no sign of disturbance. Bathed in the light of the lightning, a faint glow enveloped his body, a martial artist. This was Chu Liufu's immediate impression. The protective energy surrounding him marked a fundamental distinction between a martial artist and a warrior. While a warrior could indeed manifest their energy outwardly, The quantity and quality within them were insufficient to shield their entire being. Only by reaching the realm of a martial artist could one possess enough energy to provide full protection. Who are you? You are not from Zhongwu City. Where do you hail from? I do not recall wronging you. Old Wang is merely a gatekeeper. Why would a martial artist of your caliber seek to kill him? Chu Liufu's countenance darkened as he questioned vehemently, despite the gatekeeper's body lying several dozen meters away. Chu Liufu, with his warrior strength, could still faintly perceive the fading aura. Reporter Chu, the opponent does not come in peace. It seems today will not end well with my strength. I can at most delay him for a few breaths. You all should hurry and flee. Chu Liufu whispered urgently to Chu Yunqi beside him. You came at an inopportune time, encountering such a calamity. If we survive this day, I shall certainly come to apologize in person. Chapter 18. The Mantid's arm blocks the chariot flee? Where to flee? None shall escape today. All shall perish. The gray-robed man, Wei Yinqi, chuckled coldly. What are you? A mere novice warrior, worthy of my special attention. Clearly, even from a distance of several dozen meters. Chu Liufu's hushed tones could not evade the ears of a martial artist. Director Chu, if I am not mistaken, he has come for me. At this moment, Chu Yunqi approached Chu Liufu, her face filled with regret. It is I who should apologize. I have dragged you into this predicament, haven't I? I am a gray-robed deacon of the beast worship sect, a novice martial artist, Wei Yinqi. When Chu Yunqi turned to face Wei Yinqi, her expression had regained its composure. He is the very deacon who escaped severely wounded from the hands of Director Chu at the Investigation Bureau. Chu Liufu's pupils constricted sharply, his breath quickening. He had heard of the deacon's escape from the Investigation Bureau's attempt to apprehend the beast worship sect's adherents just yesterday. Hearing that the most significant threat, the gray-robed deacon, a martial artist, had managed to flee, he had derided the Bureau for its incompetence. Little did he expect, a mere day later, this bombshell would land right before him. Since the opponent was a deacon of the beast worship sect and this reporter, Chu Yunqi, claimed he was here for her, Chu Liufu quickly deduced that there was only one prominent figure with the surname Chu in Zhongwu City, the director of the Investigation Bureau, a mid-tier martial artist. Chu Zhongtian. Thus, her identity was unmistakable. Indeed, Wei Yinqi's next words confirmed Chu Liufu's suspicions. Miss Chu, you are truly the daughter of Director Chu. Your intellect is remarkable, instantly discerning my identity. Wei Yinqi applauded mockingly as he approached. Now, Miss Chu, why not guess the purpose of my visit? Himph. You seek to capture me, to use me as leverage against my father, allowing your escape, correct? As she deduced Wei Yinqi's identity, Chu Yunqi knew he had come for her. She realized there would be no escape this time. In that case, Wei Yinqi, if you let them leave, I will surrender willingly. How does that sound? Otherwise, all you will obtain is a corpse. A corpse would only drive my father to madness. It cannot serve as your bargaining chip. Chu Yunqi produced a dagger, pressing it against her throat, calmly negotiating terms. However, her delicately trembling hand betrayed the fear within her. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Wei Yinqi remained unfazed, continuing to advance, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Yunqi. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? Wei Yinqi's demeanor grew increasingly frigid as he extended a finger. Boom! A faint gray energy shot forth from his fingertip, leaving a distinct trail in the air as it struck Chu Yunqi's dagger, producing a sharp sound. The force of the impact caused her dagger to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Before me, with your strength, I would not permit you to die. You are not even worthy of the right to perish. Is this the terror of a martial artist? Chu Liufu's face paled in shock. He could manifest energy outwardly as well, but at a distance of 5 meters, he could not possibly disarm Chu Yunqi, who possessed merely novice 8th-tier strength. Even his strongest strike would only be felt as a passing breeze from such a distance. Yet, now, there was no time to flee. Furthermore, in the presence of beast worship sect members and ordinary citizens, no formal warrior was allowed to retreat a single step. This was the duty of a warrior, inscribed within the warrior's code. Any warrior daring to flee, once discovered, would have their status revoked and be treated as a deserter. Chu Liufu glanced at the camera on the photographer's shoulder, still gleaming under the streetlight. And with a flash of light, a hefty machete materialized in his grip. Taking another step forward, he gripped the machete tightly, preparing to stand his ground. Even in death, he would not bring shame upon his family. Huang Qinyang, you are a police officer. At such a moment, why do you not protect Yunqi? Where do you intend to go? Just then, a reprimand from Li Shui rang out behind Chu Liufu. Immediately following, he heard the roar of an engine. Without needing to look, Chu Liufu surmised that the youth, disdainful of the slaughterhouse's odor, was preparing to flee. What perplexed him, however, was that the beast-worship sect deacon before him did not make a move to stop the escape. The photographer Zhao Yang, seeing this, assumed that the deacon only wished to capture Chu Yunqi, and that he, being an inconsequential figure, could flee without consequence. If not now, shall I await death? Zhao Liang threw down his camera and began to retreat. Yet, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when a beam of energy pierced through his skull, exiting through his brow. Instantly, blood gushed forth in crimson and white. Why? Zhao Liang turned back in confusion to look at Wei Yanqi. The light in his eyes dimming. Flee? Did I allow you to escape? Wei Yanqi calmly retracted his finger. Did he need to explain to a corpse that the only reason they could run was that their father was in league with him? He had no interest in clarifying matters with a dying man. Now, it is your turn. Wei Yanqi smirked coldly, his eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on the armed Chu Lufu. Do not make futile resistance. I can grant you a swift death. This time, he refrained from employing his energy projection technique. Such techniques held little effect against formal warriors. Instead, he exerted force with his legs, launching himself at Chu Liufu like a famished wolf. In midair, his claw-like hands, emanating a fearsome howl as they tore through the air, aimed directly for Chu Liufu's head. To sit idly by was never Chu Liufu's way. Even if the outcome were death, he would take a piece of his adversary with him, ensuring they would not have an easy time. Chu Liufu narrowed his eyes, legs slightly bent, gripping the machete's handle tightly. His entire energy surged into the blade as it shimmered with a faint golden light. Wind-cleaving slash, he bellowed, the machete slicing through the air in a golden arc as it rose diagonally to meet Wei Yanqi's assault. The mantid's arm blocking the chariot is but a futile effort. Wei Yanqi's gaze was icy and indifferent. The energy contained within his claw, though not at its peak, far surpassed that of a novice warrior. Bang! The clash of claw and blade resonated with a metallic clang. Terrifying shockwave, as tangible as reality itself, spread outward. Chu Yunqi and Li Shui were both thrown back by the force, colliding with the automatic glass doors of the office building. Crack! The glass shattered under the strain, scattering shards everywhere. Chu Liufu, however, was not as fortunate. Taking the brunt of Wei Yanqi's claw directly, he was sent hurtling backward. Thud! He crashed against the wall of the office building, blood spewing from his mouth. Clearly sustaining severe injuries. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, followed by the howling wind and torrential rain, as if seeking to cleanse the world of its filth. Chapter 19. I am about to unleash my ultimate move. Wei Yanqi, too, was not unscathed. He had somewhat underestimated the power behind Chu Liufu's strike. That blow had reignited the injuries he had previously managed to suppress within himself. Now, he can barely exert the full strength of a late-stage martial artist, reduced to the power of someone just entering that realm. Nevertheless, against a severely injured martial artist and 2 girls who are far from being martial artists, it is more than sufficient. Wei Yanqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, allowing the torrential rain to drench him completely. Ha ha ha! Chu Liufu struggled to rise, leaning on his cleaver, laughing maniacally. I know you are already injured. This strike must have hurt you as well. I never expected that one day I could make a martial artist bleed. Even in death, that would be a tale worth boasting about. Finished? Once you are, you may as well die. The murderous intent radiated from Wei Yanqi. Go be wounded by an ant is a disgrace to him. Wei Yanqi extended his right hand once more, gray energy swirling around his index finger, pointing menacingly at Chu Liufu's forehead. Whoosh! The gray energy sliced through the air. If this strike landed, Chu Liufu would surely meet the same fate as photographer Zhao Liang. His brain splattering, dying on the spot. That moment, only blood could cleanse his humiliation. Meanwhile, Chu Yunqi and Li Shui had closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Chu Liufu's head exploding. Chu Liufu gripped the handle of his knife, his back straight, calmly awaiting death. In that instant, his mind was flooded with memories of joyful moments spent with his family, like butterflies dancing among flowers. If only I could have one more chance. I would never open this slaughterhouse. I would spend more time with you all. Shui, you. I have broken my promise. Just then, a silver straight knife abruptly appeared before Chu Liufu. Clang! The force of Wei Yinqi's strike collided with the straight knife, causing it to tremble violently. In this life-and-death moment, Chun Yu had arrived. Xiao Yu, you shouldn't have come. Chu Liufu looked at the young man before him with complex emotions, joy, resignation, relief, all culminating into a deep sigh. He had once hoped that this youth, like when facing the fanged wild boar, would calmly wield his knife and appear before him to slay the enemy. But reason told him that this was impossible. The foe he faced was different. Even if the opponent was severely injured, with only a fraction of their strength remaining, they were still not something an apprentice-level student could contend with, even if this student had reached the 9th tier of apprenticeship. Yet, here I am. The newcomer was indeed Chen Yu. While distributing wages to workers in Workshop 9 on behalf of Chu Liufu, he had heard the thunderous noise at the entrance. He instructed the guards stationed at various workshops to evacuate the workers through a side door, while he himself ran towards the source of the sound. When he arrived at the chaotic entrance of the office building, it was precisely when Wei Yinqi was gathering his energy to strike down Chu Liufu. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his straight knife to block the fatal attack. Facing Wei Yinqi, Chun Yu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Although he did not know who this person was, the one capable of emitting such energy could not be an ordinary martial artist. He did not understand why he had come, why he had rushed to protect Chu Liufu without a second thought. Perhaps it was due to the trust Chu Liufu had shown him during this time. Perhaps this was simply his martial way, unyielding and true to oneself, a 9th-tier apprentice, another fool rushing to his death. Wei Yinqi's brow furrowed at first, but soon relaxed. Seeing Chen Yu's swift movements, he initially thought a master had arrived. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely an 18 or 19-year-old youth, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was gravely injured and only possessed the strength of a mid-stage martial artist, even if another ordinary mid-stage martial artist appeared, the outcome would still be the same, death for the opponent. The martial skills mastered by a martial master are not on the same level as those of a martial artist. A typical martial artist might possess a high-tier human-level martial skill and could cultivate it to a proficient level, which would be considered above average. However, he had cultivated a high-tier human-level claw technique, achieving great mastery. Xiao Yu, he is the martial artist from the beast cult who escaped the ambush by the investigative bureau yesterday. The voice of Chu Liufu came softly from behind Chen Yu, succinctly explaining why Wei Yinqi was present. So it was him. Chen Yu's heart raced, and he nodded subtly. Martial Master, I know your target is those 2 girls. You can go after them, just let me and my boss go. How about that? Chen Yu suppressed his anxiety and smiled lightly. My boss still owes me quite a bit in wages. If he dies, who will I collect from? Don't you agree, sir? Of course, if you could pay my boss last month's wages, I would walk away right now. Not much, just 200,000. He noticed the camera on the ground still flashing its green light. He was aware that it was still operational. Moreover, he had heard Chu Liufu mention that today's interview was being broadcast live on television. This scene would undoubtedly have been seen by countless viewers, prompting them to call for help. Although this location was somewhat remote, with the daughters of both the investigative bureau director and the police chief present, he believed that rescue would arrive swiftly. Over by the office building, Chu Yunqi and Li Shui had opened their eyes, staring at the youth who had appeared out of nowhere. Perhaps it was the pressure of the life-and-death crisis. But both girls seemed to intuit Chun Yu's intentions. Hey, can you help us? Li Shui, embodying the role of a dramatic actress, pleaded pitifully. 1 million. If you can save us, we'll each give you 1 million. 2 million? Chen Yu swallowed hard, feigning greed. In a way, it's at least 5 million each. Chun Yu extended 5 fingers, stating, All right, enough with the act. Your performance is so poor it could only deceive children. Do you think you can fool me? Try again in your next life. Wei Yinqi sneered, interrupting. You just want to buy time for Chu Zhongtian to save you, right? Dream on. It will take at least 5 minutes for him to arrive. 5 minutes is ample time for me to kill this kid 10 times over. As Chen Yu's ruse was exposed, he felt no embarrassment. He wasn't a professional actor, and it was only natural to be discovered. Since this tactic had failed, he had no choice but to resort to his final strategy. Uncle Fu, you go rest in front of the office building. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique. All right, Xiao Yu, be careful. Chu Liufu staggered towards the office building. Manager Chu, what does he mean by ultimate technique? Chu Yunxi and Li Shui hurried over to support Chu Liufu into the building, their eyes filled with hope. Ultimate technique? I truly have no idea. Chu Liufu shook his head. He had never heard of the ultimate technique Chen Yu spoke of. Leaving was only to prevent distracting Chen Yu. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Perhaps I should not place any expectations on an apprentice-level youth. The light in Chu Yunxi's eyes quickly dimmed. Chapter 20. The Blades Aura Isn't it better to be a happy spectator? Why must there be fighting and killing, scaring the children? How awful! Chen Yu's smile vanished, his grip on the knife tightening, his body gradually straightening. An inexplicable sharpness pervaded the air, as the raindrops falling from the sky seemed to be severed by some unseen force, transforming into a mist that enveloped Chen Yu. The Blades Aura. This is the Blades Aura. Wei Yinqi's eyes widened, comparable to the size of ping-pong balls. Impossible. This cannot be. How could the Blades Aura manifest in the hands of an apprentice-level youth? Wei Yinqi could hardly believe his eyes. The Blades Aura is a special state that only manifests when one has cultivated their sword techniques to a certain level. It typically appears in the hands of powerful sword masters, and he had never heard of anyone at the martial artist level comprehending the Blades Aura, let alone an apprentice-level youth who isn't even a martial artist. In a battle between two opponents, if one comprehends the Blades Aura while the other does not, the strength of the one lacking the aura is diminished by at least 20%. While the one possessing the aura experiences a 20% increase in combat effectiveness. Thankfully, he had only just grasped it, and the aura was somewhat scattered. Otherwise, there would be no need for a fight. Wei Yinqi sighed in relief. However, even so, the youth before him could still be considered a monstrous genius in Wei Yinqi's eyes. Blades Aura. What is that? Chu Liufu and Li Shui both looked bewildered. Their strength was weak, and with no powerful martial artist in their family, they had never even heard of the Blades Aura. They had, however, heard of the concept of blade intent. The previously dim light in Chu Yunxi's eyes reignited swiftly. Due to her father's influence, she had heard of the existence of the Blades Aura. However, her understanding was superficial at best. Her father, Chu Zhongtian, a mid-stage martial master, had yet to comprehend any form of intent. I have heard my father mention that the Blades Aura, along with Sword Aura and Spear Aura, belongs to a category of special states. Chu Yunxi shared what she knew with the two. It is a manifestation of a person's unique perception of a particular weapon, allowing their soul to embody the characteristics of that weapon, thereby resonating with the heavens and earth to create a certain force. This force is invisible and intangible, yet it can sever the void in battle. Integrating this force into oneself can enhance one's combat strength, just like how his strength, under the amplification of the Blades Aura, can rival that of a formal martial artist. So, how is it related to the blade intent understood by blade masters? It sounds so similar to the Blades Aura. Li Shui recalled the description of blade intent she had once read in a cultivation journal and asked. Of course, they are similar. Chu Yunxi smiled. The Blades Aura is the precursor to blade intent. When the Blades Aura condenses from a scattered state into an invisible knife, that is the blade intent. At this moment, far away in the broadcasting room of the Zhongwu City television station, chaos erupted. The cameraman, in his haste to flee, had abandoned the camera on the ground. Although the camera was of good quality and remained undamaged, the rainwater mixed with mud had completely obstructed the lens, rendering the images blurry and indistinct. Who has comprehended the Blades Aura? Zhongwuqing television station's director, Yang Tianfeng, anxiously stomped his feet as he listened to the voice emanating from his earpiece. Zhongwuqing was merely a satellite city, and the most formidable individual there was Chu Zhongtian, who had yet to comprehend the essence of the blade. However, urgency was of no avail, for nothing was visible. Young man, if you agree to join the Beast God sect, I can spare your life and even introduce you to the elders of our sect, ensuring you receive focus training. The riches and glory will be yours to enjoy without end. Wei Yinqi felt a surge of desire for talent. If he could recruit such a prodigy into the sect, the benefits would be sufficient for him to cultivate to the level of a grand martial master. I have no interest in serving as a lackey for beasts. This was Chen Yu's definition of the Beast God sect. Then perish. Wei Yinqi's expression twisted with malice. Since he could not attain the young man, he would rather destroy him. Would he allow him to grow strong enough to seek revenge? Chen Yu was swift, but he was swifter still. Cold Moon Slash. Chen Yu struck with a blade as quick as lightning. The Cold Moon Slash, enhanced by the momentum of the blade, emanated an eerie chill. The crescent moon hung high in the sky like the waxing moon, a blade technique at the pinnacle of perfection. But alas, its rank was too low. Was this your reliance? Then I shall shatter your reliance, letting you understand that the disparity in realms cannot be bridged by mere technique and force. Greedy wolf claw. Wei Yinqi's fingers curled slightly, his fingertips gathering a faint gray energy that coalesced into a claw a foot in length. The claw was extraordinarily swift, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. It was impossible to contend with. His advantage lay in technique. Choosing to engage in brute force was the most unwise decision. As long as he could stall until reinforcements arrived, it would be his enemy who would perish. Chen Yu's toes barely touched the ground, and his forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. The straight blade traced an arc, cleaving through Wei Yinqi's claw. Boom! A circular shockwave sent rainwater spraying in all directions. Utilizing the recoil, Chen Yu's body seemed to transform into a gentle breeze, floating gracefully backward. His footwork is also at such a high level. Wei Yinqi, having missed his strike, momentarily dazed. But if you can flee, so too can they. Wei Yinqi's eyes shifted, and he ceased pursuit of Chen Yu, turning instead towards Chu Liufu and his companions. Killing Chen Yu had never been his primary objective today. Capturing Chu Yunxi and Li Shui, and successfully leaving the sphere of influence of Zongwuqing to enter the wilderness was his ultimate goal. Cunning old fox, Wei Yinqi's maneuver shattered Chen Yu's calculations completely. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yu swung his blade towards Wei Yinqi's back. This time, he employed not the cold moon slash, but the wind-breaking blade he had utilized in combat for the first time. The top-tier human-level technique, wind-breaking blade, was naturally incomparable to the lower-tier cold moon slash. With a flick of the blade, the light of the strike multiplied, transforming from 1 to 3. The essence of wind-breaking blade lay in delivering multiple strikes in an extraordinarily short span of time. I've been waiting for you. Wei Yinqi wore a triumphant smile, countering with a claw strike of his own. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of blade and claw colliding echoed continuously. Since retreat was not an option, they would fight. One wielding profound blade techniques, the other possessing deep cultivation. The two figures became entangled in a fierce clash. The flashing blades and striking claws collided relentlessly, each impact ferociously intense, as the torrential rain seemed superfluous. Swept away by the aftermath of their battle, Director Chu, do you think we might be saved? Li Shui asked excitedly, observing the evenly matched confrontation. It seems likely, Chu Liufu replied, eyes sparkling with joy and a one wished for death. He longed to return to his wife and daughter, to enjoy the joys of family. I do not share your optimism. Chu Yunxi doused their hopes with cold water. Miss Chu, while Xiao Yu may be at a disadvantage, he can certainly hold out for 5 minutes. Chu Liufu expressed his surprise. In 5 minutes, Director Chu should arrive, right? Director Chu, you seem to have forgotten who our opponent is, Chu Yunxi remarked, a minister of the Beast God sect. Chu Liufu and Li Shui exchanged glances, speaking in unison. It was I who forgot. Chu Liufu shook his head with a bitter smile. When members of the Beast God sect pledged their allegiance, they were implanted with the bloodline of a ferocious beast. In critical moments, once activated, this bloodline allowed them to transform into a beast. As a minister of the Beast God sect, Wei Yinqi certainly possessed such a transformation ability. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the storm, Chen Yu desperately wielded the wind-breaking blade. Yet, he could only barely fend off Wei Yinqi's ferocious claw strikes. Strength triumphs over skill. Chen Yu experienced the significance of power for the first time. After 3 uses of the wind-breaking blade, Wei Yinqi needed only a single claw strike. Yet that one strike required 3 of Chen Yu's to counter. Young man, it's not too late to join my Beast God sect. Wei Yinqi clearly had more energy to spare. Chen Yu offered no reply, focusing solely on his relentless strikes against Wei Yinqi. Ignorant fool. Wei Yinqi's gaze was frigid. Time was running out. He could no longer afford to delay. Greedy wolf transformation. Wei Yinqi unleashed his final trump card, the signature technique of the Beast God sect. His body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. His bones cracked, muscles twisted and contorted, and hair sprouted like wild grass. His visage grew increasingly ferocious, fangs protruding from his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with primal ferocity. His body swelled, ultimately morphing into a massive werewolf. His form was cloaked in thick gray fur, powerful limbs brimming with strength. His sharp claws glimmered with a blinding light. After the transformation, both Wei Yinqi's power and speed surged to a new level. Chen Yu's blade momentum could not withstand Wei Yinqi's wolf claws. The claws, infused with energy, broke through Chen Yu's defenses with brute force. Thud. Chen Yu's clothing was shredded, leaving 5 deep gashes across his chest. Each wound measured over 10 centimeters, slicing from his left chest to his right, blood instantly staining his garments. Yet, he did not flinch, and the intensity of his blade remained unwavering. Chapter 21. The Essence of Wind. Bang. A massive, hairy leg shattered Chen Yu's blade light, delivering a crushing kick to his chest. Instantly, Chen Yu was sent flying as if struck by a speeding vehicle, crashing into the rain-soaked ground with a resounding thud, leaving a straight line of blood trailing behind him, stretching 7 or 8 meters. Chu Liufu and the others felt a tremor in their hearts. Xiaoyu, stop fighting, just go. Chu Liufu cried out in anguish. Though he had not known Chen Yu for long, he genuinely considered him as kin. If he could save himself and the others, it would be worth it. The situation was dire. If they did not flee, he himself would perish here. Classmate, if one can escape, let it be you. Do not make a pointless sacrifice. Chu Yunxi and Li Shui shouted in unison. 2 lives had already been lost for their sake, and they did not wish to see another die. Escape? Chen Yu had never entertained such thoughts. Forward he charged, embracing the notion that in life or death, he would have no regrets in his martial path. Retreating would only create irreparable fissures in his martial resolve. Wiping the mingled rainwater and blood from the corner of his mouth, he slammed his palm against the ground and surged towards Wei Yinqi once more. It was either his demise or that of his opponent. In his lexicon, there was no third option yet now. Chen Yu faced an even graver dilemma. His internal energy was dwindling. The might of a top-tier human-level technique was formidable, yet its consumption was astounding. Typically, such techniques required the support of a martial master's energy to be wielded freely. Under high-intensity strikes, he could sustain the effort for 2 minutes, thanks to having cultivated the energy absorption technique to its 3rd level. His internal energy had become significantly purer. Even so, he had enough energy left to continue striking for just 1 more minute. If the battle could not be resolved within that time, he would collapse to the ground, ripe for slaughter. Faster, faster, I must be faster. Only by increasing his speed could he breach Wei Yinqi's claw strikes and attack his true form. Gradually, Chen Yu began to sense a strange feeling. It was an ethereal sensation, as if time itself had been pressed to slow motion. The raindrops fell at more than half their usual speed. The previously formless wind revealed its trajectory to Chen Yu in that moment. Die? Wei Yinqi gathered all his energy into a claw strike, sweeping through the storm, aimed directly at Chen Yu's head. Once your head is gone, I wonder how you will wield that blade. Wei Yinqi's expression was a mask of malevolence, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The young man's resilience exceeded his expectations. He had already squandered far too much time on him. If this dragged on, Chu Zhongtian would soon arrive. However, he failed to notice the peculiar gaze that Chen Yu directed at him. Lightning danced across the sky. Thunder rolled ominously. Boom! A thunder dragon, as thick as an arm, roared forth from the clouds, claws bared, plunging towards the earth. That moment, Chen Yu's blade struck out once again. This time, he followed the wind's trajectory effortlessly. The strike appeared unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary phenomena. Yet to Wei Yinqi, it was terrifying beyond measure. His blood-red pupils constricted sharply, shrinking to the size of a grain of rice. Quick, too quick, in the face of this strike. His claw shadow seemed as feeble as an elderly woman of 90. Wei Yinqi's true energy erupted beneath him, leaning backward as he attempted to retreat swiftly, seeking to evade. Yet, relative to the silver blade, his speed was woefully inadequate. The straight blade effortlessly cleaved through the compressed tempest. Thud! The sound of a sharp weapon slicing flesh resonated, and a jet of blood erupted forth, mingling with the rain and staining the ground crimson. Wei Yinqi's evasion proved somewhat effective. Had he not attempted to dodge, this strike would have cleaved straight through his wolfish head. Now, it merely left a half-meter-long gash across his body. The wound extended from Wei Yinqi's left cheek to his right chest, exposing bone beneath. Chen Yu inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. If Wei Yinqi had been just a tad slower, this battle could have concluded prematurely. Wei Yinqi extended his long tongue to lick the wound on his face. The rich scent of blood permeating his mouth, the wave of apprehension washed over him. He had come perilously close to meeting his end today. Alongside this fear, a shred of confusion arose within him. What had transpired with that last strike? How could it have been so much faster? It was at least 3 times swifter than before. Could it be a breakthrough in combat that elevated his swordsmanship to a higher realm? Wei Yinqi contemplated a possibility, his brows furrowing in concern. This situation was troublesome. The opponent's blade was far too swift. In his prime, he would have been unconcerned, but now he found himself unable to defend. A feeling of retreat was creeping into Wei Yinqi's heart. In terms of speed, he doubted the opponent could catch up with him. The essence of wind. This was a state of comprehension achievable only upon mastering the breaking wind blade. Wei Yinqi was oblivious to the nature of Chen Yu's strike, yet Zhu Liufu, who also practiced the breaking wind blade, was entirely aware. According to the scripture's definition of the perfected state of the breaking wind blade, it was characterized by astonishing speed. Capable of slicing through the wind with a single strike, in a mere 20 days, Xiao Yu had surprisingly reached the perfected realm of the breaking wind blade and grasped the essence of wind. Reflecting on his own years of training, having only honed the breaking wind blade to proficiency over more than a decade, Zhu Liufu suddenly felt as though he had squandered his years, enjoying the thrill of the fight just moments ago. He now thought it was his turn. Chen Yu's voice pierced through the rain curtain, resonating in everyone's ears. The tone was frigid, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Chen Yu surged forward, his figure as swift as the wind. The gleaming blade slicing through the air, shattering the rain veil, a strike imbued with the essence of wind cleaved the sky, illuminating the darkness beneath the shroud of clouds. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of impact melded into a continuous line, with scarcely a moment's pause. Occasionally, Wei Yinqi would find another gash appearing on his body. Before long, he was drenched in blood. Wei Yinqi swatted away Chen Yu's long blade, casting a resentful glance at him. And with a heavy stomp, he left an impression in the concrete floor, launching himself toward the slaughterhouse's entrance. It wasn't that he didn't wish to rush forward and seize Chu Yunqi, but rather that during the skirmish, Chen Yu had deliberately maneuvered his position, shielding Chu Yunqi and her companions behind him. Now, to escape, it was too late. Chen Yu let out a cold sneer, his figure flickering, his speed surging. Let's see if you can catch up to me. Wei Yinqi did not look back, his voice dripping with disdain in his view. Although the opponent's movements were swift, they were at most on par with his untransformed state, still inferior to him now. Was it truly difficult? Chen Yu's voice echoed in Wei Yinqi's ears. Have you heard of the perfected state of the swift gale step? The swift gale step is renowned for its linear velocity. Face the gale. Wei Yinqi turned to glance back and was instantly struck with terror. A silver-white battle blade emanated a chilling aura, its razor-sharp edge shimmering ominously. It approached swiftly, growing larger in Wei Yinqi's vision. He felt a sudden chill at his neck, and then beheld a headless, furry body collapsing into the rain-soaked ground. How grotesque! Darkness enveloped Wei Yinqi. A shaft of golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating Chen Yu, who stood resplendent. Chen Yu tilted his head slightly, his eyes squinting as he reveled in the post-rain sunshine. Beneath him lay Wei Yinqi's headless corpse, his own head rolling nearby in the pool of blood. Chen Yu inhaled the damp air tinged with the scent of blood. Feeling no discomfort whatsoever, the act of killing for the first time did not disturb his composure. Chen Yu was uncertain if he was a monster. Perhaps he was simply born to thrive in a life soaked in bloodshed. In the distance, Chu Yunqi and Li Shui gazed at Chen Yu, their eyes sparkling with admiration. How handsome! Chapter 22. My spoils of war, I have claimed them, and there's no fault in that, as Chu Zhongtian. With his robust physique and an aura of explosive energy, burst into the Liufu slaughterhouse, he was met with a scene starkly contrasting his expectations. He had envisioned the Liufu slaughterhouse as a landscape strewn with corpses, a river of blood flowing amidst the carnage. In that ocean of death, he imagined his daughter, captured by the fiendish Wei Yinqi, battered and on the verge of death, while Wei Yinqi wore a triumphant grin, awaiting his arrival to negotiate terms. Yet, the reality showed only 3 corpses on the ground and a young man seated cross-legged, his clothing tattered and stained with blood, contrasting sharply with his expectations. His daughter, surrounded by the young girl from the Li family, was attentively fawning over the young man, showing no signs of being restrained or coerced. As for Wei Yinqi, he had become a headless corpse, his head nowhere to be found. Yunqi, are you unharmed? Chu Zhongtian rushed to his daughter's side, scrutinizing her with concern. Dad, I'm fine. Chu Yunqi exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Chun Yu's sleeve, introducing him. This is my classmate Chun Yu, who saved me and killed Wei Yinqi. Upon hearing Chu Yunqi's reference, Chun Yu immediately recognized who had arrived. The director of the Zhongwu City Criminal Investigation Bureau, Chu Zhongtian. Chun Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling the earlier pride of having defeated a martial artist dissipate. He had witnessed Chu Zhongtian's speed, a velocity beyond his own capabilities. He was grateful that when he faced Wei Yinqi, he had been heavily injured, only able to exert the strength of an ordinary late-stage martial artist. Had he encountered Wei Yinqi in his prime, with a martial artist's prowess, his current predicament would likely be no better than that of Wei Yinqi lying on the ground. Greetings, Director Chu. Chun Yu stood up, greeting him calmly. In his previous life, encountering the head of a city bureau would have filled Chun Yu with trepidation. However, this was a world of high martial arts, where a bureau chief was merely a martial artist. He had just slain one, albeit a wounded one. Moreover, with his talents, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed such figures. Hello, classmate. Thank you for saving my daughter. Chu Zhongtian expressed his gratitude, yet the skepticism in his gaze was palpable. How could a mere ninth-tier apprentice possibly defeat Wei Yinqi? Yunqi, this joke isn't amusing at all. Chu Zhongtian's lips moved, channeling his energy to transmit his words into Chu Yunqi's ear. Clearly, he did not believe a ninth-tier apprentice, particularly an 18 or 19-year-old youth, could have captured Wei Yinqi. He gestured toward Zhu Liufu, standing nearby. If you said it was him who killed Wei Yinqi, I would believe it. Zhu Liufu's strength was at the early martial artist stage, and even from a distance, Chu Zhongtian could sense it. The injuries Wei Yinqi bore were inflicted by him, and his combat prowess was likely reduced to that of a late-stage martial artist. There were indeed precedents of early-stage martial artists triumphing over late-stage ones. However, a ninth-tier apprentice, especially a youth of 18 or 19, defeating a late-stage martial artist like Wei Yinqi was simply unbelievable to him. As a martial artist, Chu Zhongtian could use his inner energy to transmit sounds. However, Chu Yunqi could not. She could only pull Chu Zhongtian aside and quietly recount the events that had transpired. A blade technique? An incredibly swift strike. To Chu Zhongtian, Chu Yunqi's narrative sounded increasingly like a fantastical tale. Were it not for his knowledge of his daughter's honesty, he would have thought he was listening to a novel. His mouth agape, he stared intently at the slender, upright young man. Is it possible that Zhongwu City is about to produce a true dragon? As a satellite city of the Huaihai base, Zhongwu City was relatively small. With a population of only a few 100,000, the current strongest individual was Chu Zhongtian himself, a mid-stage martial artist. While there had been stronger martial artists from Zhongwu City, they typically moved to the Huaihai base city or directly to the provincial capital, Jiangnan Province, home to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, or even settled in the capital, Kyoto. Despite this, even with those individuals included, the strongest ever produced by Zhongwu City remained a great martial artist. For over a century, no master-level martial artist had emerged, let alone those above the master level. Though they might achieve mastery, they would not settle in Zhongwu City, but as long as they were alive, they would remember their hometown. At times, their seemingly trivial words could bestow significant advantages upon Zhongwu City. Even when their status reached a certain height, they would often assist their hometown without uttering a word. Chu Zhongtian, a native of Zhongwu, held deep affection for this small city. Regrettably, his talents were limited, confining him to the role of protector, silently guarding it. Classmate Chun Yu, I sincerely thank you for capturing Wei Yinqi and saving Yunqi. On behalf of the 40,000 citizens of Zhongwu City, I express my gratitude. Though Chu Zhongtian was straightforward, after years in the bureaucratic arena, he was quite adept at concealing his true feelings. In an instant, he grasped Chun Yu's hands vigorously, his earlier skepticism completely dissipated, replaced by genuine sincerity. Director Chu, you are too kind. I am also a citizen of Zhongwu City, and it is my duty to assist. Chun Yu felt somewhat awkward. Chu Zhongtian's grip was overpowering, causing discomfort in his injured chest, which threatened to bleed anew. Yet he found himself unable to withdraw, wincing from the pain. Dad, Chun Yu's injured. If you keep shaking him, he might not have been killed by Wei Yinqi, but you'll shake him to death. Fortunately, Chu Yunqi noticed Chen Yu's discomfort and stepped in to alleviate the situation. Even Chu Zhongtian, with his thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment at that moment. He realized he had been overly zealous. Classmate Chen Yu, I apologize for my recklessness. Chu Zhongtian chuckled awkwardly, releasing his hold on Chen Yu. Chen Yu, my father is just like that, carefree and straightforward. Without any ulterior motives, so don't take offense at him. Chu Yunqi, standing nearby, also helped to explain for her father. This incident is indeed my fault. It was my tardiness that led to Chen's injury and, regrettably, the deaths of two individuals. A flicker of guilt shone in Chu Zhongtian's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed his responsibility. He was the one who allowed Wei Yanqi to break free from the encirclement and escape from Zhongwu City. It was also he who, like a fool, was led away by a counterfeit Wei Yanqi to a location dozens of kilometers away, remaining oblivious to the deception. It's all right, Director Chu. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. I gained quite a bit from this battle as well. His hand brushed over his pocket, where a small ring-like object had appeared. I worked hard to take down the fugitive. Surely it's not too much to expect a reward? Chen Yu was unaware that his actions were indeed justifiable. Assisting in the capture of a fugitive entitles the one who engages in the action to claim the spoils, a tacit agreement among martial artists. Otherwise, why would so many practitioners accept bounties to help the authorities apprehend fugitives? Surely it cannot be merely for the meager rewards. The bounty is but a fraction of the true prize. The wealth possessed by the fugitive constitutes the lion's share of their gains. This includes the authorities, who tacitly acknowledge that the spoils belong to the martial artists who complete the task. If any items related to the case are found, one merely needs to surrender those items. Chen Yu, lacking martial prowess and without any martial artists in his family, was unaware of this unwritten rule and kept his findings hidden. Chu Zhongtian assumed that Chen Yu referred to the gains from combat, and it was indeed a cause for celebration to achieve something in battle. However, there is more to come that may also delight you. Chapter 23. Rewards. More? Chen Yu's eyes brightened. Director Chu, are you saying that the government intends to reward me a few million for slaying Wei Yanqi? Money? That kind of thing is only useful if it's enough. Why would I need so much? Chen Yu rolled his eyes, thinking that Director Chu was oblivious to the plight of the underprivileged. Without money, how could one purchase cultivation resources? A mysterious smile crept across Chu Zhongtian's face. The reward will undoubtedly be more beneficial than a mere few million to you. What is it? Chen Yu pressed, eager for clarity. You're just going to keep me in suspense. Just wait. I can't guarantee that the City Lord will approve the reward. Approval from the City Lord? Chen Yu's breath became significantly heavier. Although the City Lord may not possess combat prowess on par with Chu Zhongtian, he represented the authorities and wielded far greater resources. For ordinary items, Chu Zhongtian could unilaterally dispense rewards, but valuable items required the approval of City Lord Gao Tian. In other words, any materials needing the City Lord's approval would certainly not be inexpensive. Then I shall await good news. Chen Yu smiled broadly. Minutes later, several military Humvees and ambulances arrived at the scene in succession. Chen Yu and the others boarded an ambulance. The claw marks on Chen Yu's chest required medical attention. Still oozing blood. The powerful strike from Chu Liufu against Wei Yanqi had left him with an arm that felt nearly immobile, possibly fractured. Both Chu Yunqi and Li Shui were experiencing such terror for the first time, prompting Chu Zhongtian to advise them to seek psychological counseling at the hospital. As the ambulance drove away, Chu Zhongtian's subordinates completed the follow-up processing at the scene. Director, one of his crew, sporting a buzz cut, approached respectfully. Is everything taken care of? All done, but just say it. Stop hesitating. Chu Zhongtian's demeanor shifted, his face stern and authoritative. Director, Wei Yanqi's spatial equipment is missing. What? Chu Zhongtian's brows knitted. Have you searched thoroughly? We scoured everywhere and still found nothing. The buzzcut subordinate shook his head. Could it be that he, fearing he couldn't escape Zhongwu City, had already handed it off to someone else for safekeeping? That seems unlikely. Chu Zhongtian pondered for a moment. Those who followed the beast worship cult were inherently self-serving and driven solely by personal gain. Even if they knew they could not return, they would keep such items on their person rather than entrust them to another. Indeed, where could that item have gone? You ask me? Who else should I ask? Chu Zhongtian was aware that Wei Yanqi would carry his spatial equipment based on his understanding of the nature of the beast worship cult members. They would not consider leaving their possessions to anyone, even their parents, as they had no close relationships to speak of. this lad. When he mentioned his significant gains, did he mean this? Chu Zhongtian was rash, but not foolish. The disappearance of the spatial equipment was glaringly evident. Could it have been? The buzzcut subordinate gestured towards the direction of the departing ambulance, his meaning clear. Chu Zhongtian slowly turned to face him, his gaze piercing. What are you implying? The subordinate felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had misspoken. Among the 4 individuals taken away by the ambulance were the daughter of his superior and the daughter of the police chief. Though the other 2 had no notable backgrounds, they were the lifesavers of the chief's cherished daughters. Tio suspect them now would only bring trouble upon himself, even if there were evidence. What could be done? It was customary for martial artists to claim the spoils from a captured fugitive. He lacked the audacity to provoke the entire martial arts community. Director, that was not my intention. I merely meant to suggest that Wei Yinqi might have left behind some evidence within the spatial equipment. I will speak with him and see if there are any items related to the case. A flicker of menace crossed Chu Zhongtian's eyes, a faint aura of brutality emanating from him. In the meantime, investigate the director of the slaughterhouse that Yunqi was sent to. The timing of Wei Yinqi's coincidental arrival there is too suspicious. If the director is blameless, then I, Chu Zhongtian, should resign as head of the investigative bureau. Director, no need to investigate. That director has already committed suicide in his office. Good. Excellent. Chu Zhongtian's aura flared, a crimson glow hinting at the intensity of his true energy. The tendrils of the beast worship cult had extended insidiously far, and a mere director would not escape unscathed. Investigate thoroughly. Anyone connected to the beast worship cult will be held accountable. I intend to uncover just how many of their tentacles are lurking about. Understood. The buzzcut subordinate opted to remain silent and withdrew to carry out his duties. In the office of the executive deputy director of the police bureau, Huang Maozhong paced restlessly. For some inexplicable reason, his heart had been unsettled just moments ago. Wei Zhishir was a formidable martial artist, and though he had been injured by Chu Zhongtian, he still possessed considerable strength. With only Chu Liufu as a subpar martial artist in the slaughterhouse, it seemed improbable that anything could go awry. Huang Maozhong mulled over the situation but still felt uneasy, pulling out his phone to change to a new SIM card before dialing again. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. The automated response only deepened his unease. Under normal circumstances, Wei Zhishir's phone should have been on him to receive signals, only being placed in spatial rings during combat. Perhaps I should try again in an hour. The agonizing wait felt interminably long, with Huang Maozhong feeling time dragging more slowly than ever. Finally, as the hour drew near, he dialed once more, but the same automated response echoed back. Something must have gone wrong. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His son was also at the slaughterhouse. If anything had transpired, he would surely know. Huang Maozhong switched back to his original SIM card and called his son. Huang Qinyang. The call connected easily. Yang, are you getting along well with Yunqi? Huang Maozhong was aware that his son was a typical wealthy heir, adept at indulging in vices like drinking and womanizing, but utterly inept at serious matters. He had never disclosed his collaboration with the beast worship cult to his son. Dad, I nearly died. On the other end of the line, Huang Qinyang burst into tears upon hearing his father's words. Don't cry. Tell me what happened in detail. Through choked sobs, Huang Qinyang recounted the harrowing events, concluding with, Dad, if I hadn't run fast, I would have been dead. Hearing his son's account, Huang Maozhong exhaled in relief. According to Huang Qinyang, everything was going according to plan. His naive son truly believed it was his speed that saved him. If not for Huang Maozhong sending Wei Zhishir his photo in advance, he would have been a goner. Yet, everything unfolding according to plan made Huang Maozhong's right eyelid twitch increasingly. Chapter 24. The Spatial Ring. In the First People's Hospital of Zhongwu City, in a special care ward, Chen Yu's chest wound had been treated, wrapped in layers of white bandages. At that moment, he was alone in the hospital room. Finally, he had the opportunity to examine his most significant acquisition from this ordeal. Chen Yu flipped his palm, revealing a silver ring. The spatial ring. As he inspected it from various angles, he could discern nothing particularly remarkable about it. It resembled any silver ring one might find at a roadside stall. Should it be mixed among silver jewelry, it would be indistinguishable. Chen Yu focused his internal energy into the silver ring, and suddenly, he perceived a closed space measuring 2 meters on each side. Wow, I've struck it rich, without even considering the number of items within the ring. The ring itself was worth several million. He had heard from Chu Liufu that the storage capacity of his spatial bracelet was only 1 cubic meter, and it was valued at several hundred thousand. This ring's capacity was significantly larger. It could very well be worth tens of millions. As Chinyu scanned the contents, he pushed aside some worthless items to discard later, retaining only a few valuable pieces. With a flash of light, several items appeared on his hospital bed. What lies before us is a manual of secrets, a black mobile phone, and a dozen gemstones radiating a potent energy. Chinyu first picked up the manual, the cover emblazoned with 3 bold characters, Greedy Wolfclaw, accompanied by smaller text indicating its classification as a high-tier human-level skill. This was likely the claw technique employed by Wei Yanqi. However, after merely glancing through it, Chinyu lost interest. Although Greedy Wolfclaw was ranked at a high human level, in Chenyu's eyes, its power was rather mediocre, not much different from the overlapping wave's fist. He set the manual aside and reached for the mobile phone. As he scrolled through it, his expression darkened increasingly. Damn it, these individuals, drawing salaries from the people while committing inhumane acts, deserve to be punished. The videos and recordings on the phone were shocking and disturbing. Among them were several individuals whose names Chinyu could not recall, yet he recognized their faces from television. They were high-ranking officials of Zhongwu City. In a fit of anger, Chinyu slammed his fist onto the hospital bed, which creaked ominously under the sudden impact. Who has dared to provoke our little hero? Outside, the cheerful laughter of Chu Zhongtian echoed. Upon hearing the sound, Chinyu swiftly concealed the 3 items on the bed. Just as he tucked the ring into his pocket, Chu Zhongtian entered the room, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a police uniform and 2 young, attractive women. The 2 women were none other than Chu Yunxi and Li Shui. As for the identity of the middle-aged man in uniform, if Chinyu was not mistaken, he was Li Shui's father, the police chief, Li Yao. Hello, Chinyu. I am Li Shui's father, Li Yao. Thank you for saving my daughter. The man in uniform was indeed Li Yao, who removed his police hat and bowed slightly to Chinyu. Removing the hat signified that he was expressing his gratitude personally rather than in an official capacity. Chinyu quickly got out of bed and sidestepped. Chiefly, you are too kind. I merely did what anyone would have done in that situation. Li Yao straightened up, yet before he could speak, Li Shui interjected angrily from behind. That's not necessarily the case. What do you mean? Chinyu asked, his curiosity piqued. Could it be that something else occurred before I arrived? After all, a police officer had abandoned us and fled. Li Shui cast a sidelong glance at her father, her tone laced with sarcasm, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. Xiao Shui, though I am the police chief, the police force is composed of individuals of varying qualities. You cannot blame me for the actions of others, can you? Li Yao felt wronged. He had only just arrived and had not yet had the chance to inquire about the details. However, facing the deacon of the beast worship cult, a police officer abandoning the public and fleeing was inexcusable. There was no need for him to remain in the force. Tell your father who he is, and I will have him dismissed upon our return. Huang Qinyang, you may leave, Li Shui said, a smirk playing on her lips as she awaited her father's reaction. Li Yao stammered. How could he not know who Huang Qinyang was? Huang Maozhong was the deputy chief of the police department, his position only second to Li Yao's. The chief and the deputy had never seen eye to eye. Although Li Yao was the chief, dismissing Huang Maozhong's son was not something he could simply decide. There were many young and beautiful policewomen in the department who had reported that Huang Qinyang often harassed them, yet they were powerless to act against him due to his influential father. You know Huang Qinyang's standing, and I truly have no recourse, Li Yao said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. If there was anyone in the hospital room who was unaware of Huang Qinyang's identity, it was none other than Chinyu. Who is Huang Qinyang? Chinyu inquired. Since there's nothing else to do, listening to some gossip could be quite entertaining. Huang Qinyang is the son of Huang Maozhong, the deputy chief of the police department, replied Chu Yun 11. Is it him? Chinyu's eyes flickered as he recalled the videos he had seen on the phone moments ago. Although he did not initially recognize Huang Maozhong, some of the videos featured him, with the name clearly noted beneath. Like father, like son, Huang Maozhong was involved in dealings with the beast worship cult, facilitating their activities. It seemed that his son was no better. Yet, Chenyu felt a headache approaching. He had obtained the space ring himself, and while it was a tacit rule among martial artists, it still violated the law. Would voluntarily surrendering it lead to it being confiscated by the 2 law enforcers of Zhongwu City? But to keep it and allow these individuals to elude justice was also something Chenyu could not accept. For a moment, He felt a wave of confusion. Noticing Qian Yu's distraction, Chu Zhongtian and the two women remained oblivious. But Liao sensed something amiss. Did Chen Yu know something? It was evident that Chen Yu was unfamiliar with Huang Maozhong and his son, yet his expression had shifted subtly upon hearing Chu Yunqi's introduction. A detail that could not escape the keen observation of the seasoned officer. Chen Yu, do you know something? Liao straightforwardly posed the question. Upon hearing Liao's inquiry, the gazes of Chu Zhongtian and the two women turned towards Chen Yu. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly, glancing between Liao and Chu Zhongtian. Allowing those individuals to escape justice was something he could not bring himself to do. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yu resolutely retrieved his phone from his pocket. Alongside it, he also produced a silver ring. If it were to be lost, then so be it. He had only recently become a martial artist, and with his abilities, hunting fierce beasts for profit would be a straightforward endeavor. Soon enough, he would be able to afford a space ring. Why should he tarnish his integrity for a mere few million? The moment he produced the items, Chen Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 25. Colluding together buzzed. That moment, an involuntary surge of blade intent radiated from Chen Yu. A sharp and fierce aura enveloping the private ward. The blade intent trembled. The grayish energy that had shrouded it was shaken off, dissipating into the void. Without the obstruction of the gray energy, the blade intent that had permeated the ward swiftly converged and compressed towards Qian Yu and Chu Zhongtian's eyes. Qian Yu's previous blade intent had been too scattered, offering limited enhancement to his combat prowess. Now, however, the blade intent had evidently solidified significantly. Small success in blade intent. Chu Zhongtian's eyes glimmered with envy. As a martial artist, he had only just begun to grasp the concept of intent, while Chen Yu had already reached the 9th stage of apprentice level, achieving small success in blade intent. Here he was, at his age, living like a dog. A sudden gust of wind swept through the entire ward, rustling Chu Yunqi's skirt. Suddenly, small tears appeared in the bed sheets, seemingly out of nowhere. "Dad, what is happening?" Chu Yunqi whispered, hiding behind Chu Zhongtian, her gaze fixed on Chen Yu at the center of the whirlwind. Chen Yu is experiencing a breakthrough. Do not speak, Chu Zhongtian conveyed through his true energy. In life and death battles, there exist profound horrors and tremendous opportunities. In truth, Chen Yu's blade intent should have seen a breakthrough during his battle with Wei Yanqi. However, his covetous thoughts about the spoils of war had clouded his mind, muddying his path. With his thoughts obstructed, his blade intent naturally faced hindrances. Now, by choosing to relinquish the space ring, he had cleared the dust from his heart, allowing his blade intent to progress as a matter of course. Minutes later, the blade intent surrounding Chen Yu gradually retracted into his body, leaving no trace behind. Chen Yu opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, the breath emanating like a blade, carrying an almost imperceptible sharpness. My path is unwavering, and everything I possess can be obtained through the blade in my hand. In that moment, Chen Yu attained clarity of purpose. 2 liters. This is Wei Yanqi's space ring. Inside, there is a mobile phone containing information related to contacts connected with the beast worship cult. Chen Yu handed the space ring to Chu Zhongtian, feeling a sudden lightness envelop him. Chu Zhongtian accepted the space ring, exhaling a breath of true energy as he flipped the phone out, casually tossing the space ring back to Chen Yu. The space ring is your trophy. Keep it for yourself. Moreover, those stones inside are low-level energy crystals. Once you become a martial artist, you can hold them in your palm, channel your energy, and absorb their energy for cultivation. The effects are far superior to energy liquids, Chu Zhongtian added, concerned that Chen Yu might not recognize the significance of the gemstones radiating energy. Chen Yu hesitated as he accepted the space ring. This seems inappropriate. He had just overcome his inner greed for claiming the spoils of war, and now, after finally relinquishing the space ring, it was being tossed back to him. There is nothing inappropriate about it. If your family has never produced a martial artist, you might not be aware that the spoils of war obtained from eliminating a wanted criminal, aside from items related to the case, rightfully belong to the individual, Chu Zhongtian remarked, his gaze fixed on the phone. Is that really the case? Chen Yu felt as if all his previous concerns had been rendered moot. With this understanding, he accepted the space ring with a sense of justification, placing it on his right hand. A flash of light enveloped him, and the straight blade leaning against the wall was also drawn into the space ring. Now, he wouldn't have to carry a large blade around in public. Chen Yu had long envied Chu Liufu's space bracelet. Meanwhile, While Chen Yu reveled in his newfound fortune, Chu Zhongtian's expression darkened severely as he perused the phone, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption, with crimson true energy swirling around him, emanating waves of fiery anger. "Old Chu, keep your composure," Li Yao cautioned, having detected Chu Zhongtian's uncharacteristic demeanor. Taking several deep breaths, Chu Zhongtian managed to suppress his fury. "Which individuals are involved?" Li Yao inquired. Chu Zhongtian handed the phone to Li Yao. "You can see for yourself, creak." The more Li Yao read, the more he clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. "Shao Qian, we should take our leave for now. There are certain matters that need to be arranged so that not a single one of them escapes." After bidding farewell to Chen Yu, Chu Zhongtian and his companions turned to leave. The video involved many individuals, necessitating the mobilization of personnel to take action, ensuring that none could escape. As they exited the hospital, they coincidentally brushed past Qin Fugue and his family, who had hurriedly arrived upon receiving news. Out of the corner of his eye, Chu Zhongtian noticed a young thug with green hair at the hospital entrance. Fixating his gaze on Qin Lin, who had just entered, he turned to Li Yao and remarked, "Old Li, your police department ought to take action against these delinquents. Look at that thug, staring at the young lady. He surely harbors ill intentions." I've also received numerous reports lately. Zhang Biao from Huiguang Entertainment in the south of the city has become increasingly audacious, employing unsavory tactics to openly coerce young women into selling their bodies. Some have been driven to despair, even committing suicide by jumping from heights. Why hasn't your police department investigated this? We have, but unfortunately, it bore no fruit. Li Yao sighed, recalling how he had previously allied with Huang Maozhong, who had acted as an insider, rendering each of his attempts futile. However, once Huang Maozhong was apprehended this time, he vowed to eradicate Zhang Biao and his criminal syndicate in one fell swoop. Huang Maozhong had persistently obstructed him within the police force, causing him significant trouble. Once Huang was taken down, his work would undoubtedly proceed much more smoothly. Huiguang Entertainment Club is a large establishment that encompasses both leisure and entertainment, yet it is most notorious for its involvement in the gray market. This venue is the largest in Zhongwu for the trafficking of young, beautiful maidens. The 9th floor of Huiguang Entertainment is adorned with opulently designed, oversized private rooms. The most luxurious among them is Room 5, aptly named for its connotation of supreme authority. Typically, such rooms are seldom open to the public. They are only accessible to individuals of certain status. Today, however, this room had been unlocked. Within Room 5, a massive silk bed was draped with a thin veil, where a youth with elongated, slanted eyes reclined. Surrounding him were several massage therapists. The youth, squinting his eyes, reveled in their ministrations. "Young Master Huang, these are our finest masseuses. Quite satisfactory, wouldn't you agree?" queried a burly tattooed man standing outside the veil. If Chen Yu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Zhang Biao, who had intervened on behalf of his cousin a month prior, only to be nearly disarmed by Chen Yu. Not bad," the indulged youth replied, none other than Huang Qinyang, who had fled the slaughterhouse in terror. So frightened that he had wet his pants. It was only after he nervously drove into the city that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After changing into a fresh pair of trousers, he had come to Huiguang Entertainment to unwind. As the son of the powerful backer of the establishment, he naturally expected the most exclusive services. "Have you found that pure and pretty student girl I asked for?" Huang Qinyang inquired, moaning in pleasure while still making demands. "Not yet. We haven't found a suitable candidate. How can my father entrust significant matters to you when you can't even manage this?" Huang Qinyang rebuffed, pushing away the masseuse attending to him and sitting up. Zhang Biao, observing Huang Qinyang's overindulgence, internally scoffed, wondering why it was so difficult to find a girl for him. It was not as if he was a paragon of virtue himself. He had a penchant for coercive tactics, which had already driven many students to despair, prompting their families to raise alarms. "Young Master Huang, there have been a few incidents recently, and the scrutiny has intensified. We can't operate as freely as before," Zhang Biao explained, his head lowered and tone cautious. Huang Qinyang understood Zhang Biao's insinuation. "All right, I get your point. I'll be more careful next time." He reclined once more, insisting, "Hurry up." Yes, Zhang Biao replied hurriedly, exiting the private room. Once at the door, Zhang Biao shut it behind him and spat disdainfully. "You always say that, yet in the end, I still end up cleaning your mess. However, if you have no needs, I can't leverage your father. As the owner of Huiguang Entertainment, Zhang Biao had many matters to attend to. He strode toward the elevator. Chapter 26. Conspiracy. Before Zhang Biao could reach the elevator, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and answered without a second thought. What is it, Brother Biao? That girl you told us to keep an eye on has appeared at the First People's Hospital. The caller was the green-haired thug who had been surveilling Chen Lin at the hospital entrance. Are you sure? Absolutely. I double-checked on my phone several times. I asked the man with her. Zhang Biao pondered. Knowing full well Chen Yu's prowess, he doubted his underlings could successfully abduct Chen Lin in his presence. No, she came with a couple. Good, keep an eye on her. I'll arrange for someone to assist you. We must capture her. Zhang Biao was elated. For over a month, he had been haunted by the humiliation he suffered that night. He had to avenge himself. Yet, he knew he could not confront Chen Yu directly. For someone like him, lacking any moral compass, revenge didn't necessarily have to target the individual. Venting frustration on their loved ones would suffice. Even if the other party realized it was him, so what? He was merely doing a favor for the son of Director Huang. Should anything go awry, Huang Qinyang would take the blame. During this time, he had also investigated Chen Yu's background and found him to be an ordinary farmer's son with a bit of talent. But so what? Could he stand against the deputy director of the police department? As he arranged for his men to stake out the First People's Hospital, he turned back toward Room 5. Inside Room 5, the atmosphere had shifted to one of unrestrained revelry. Huang Qinyang was surprised by Zhang Biao's return. What brings you back, young master? We have a target for the student girl you requested. She's perfect and meets your requirements. Really? She'll be here shortly. You'll see for yourself. However, young master, she has an older brother who's a 7th-tier trainee with considerable strength. I'm not his match. Zhang Biao hesitated, deliberately trying to bait Huang Qinyang. Not a match? I remember you have a few weapons, don't you? If he dares to come, just kill him. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Zhang Biao was waiting for Huang Qinyang to say just that. Yes, I'll arrange for someone to bring her to you right away. I'll be waiting. The room echoed with chilling laughter, sending shivers down the spines of the women feigning delight on the massive bed. After Chu Zhongtian and his companions departed, Chen Yu occupied himself with his spatial ring in the hospital room, engrossed in his play. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Come in. The first to enter was the usually lively Chen Lin, but today her face bore no smile, only concern. Brother, are you all right? Tears glistened in her large eyes as she scrutinized Chen Yu. I'm fine. Don't cry. See? I'm perfectly okay. Chen Yu wiped away Chen Lin's tears. Grinning. You're still smiling? Uncertain of what to do, Chen Yu remained unperturbed by Chen Lin's presence as he closed his eyes to reflect on the previous battle with Wei Yan. Engaging in post-battle reflection is akin to reviewing one's performance after an examination. Both serve to illuminate one's shortcomings, allowing one to glean valuable insights and thus progress more effectively and swiftly. If one merely fights without introspection, the endeavor loses its significance. Moreover, during this encounter, he had elevated the breaking wind blade to a state of perfection, gaining a profound understanding of the essence of wind. It was essential for him to consolidate this newfound knowledge. As Chen Yu immersed himself in this contemplation, Chen Lin finally averted her gaze from her phone and discreetly glanced at him. Noticing his eyes were shut, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Rising to her feet, she tiptoed towards the door of the ward. Are you a thief? Why must you sneak around? Just as she had taken a few steps, Chen Yu's voice resonated within the room. Startled, Chen Lin nearly lost her composure. Brother, scaring someone could be fatal, she exclaimed, patting her own chest to calm her racing heart. Dressed in a pristine white cotton-fitted gown, Chen Lin resembled a fresh and elegant lily. Her golden proportions, with curves in all the right places, imbued her youthful appearance with a hint of allure. If one has no guilty conscience, there is no need to fear the knocking of ghosts. What are you afraid of? Chen Yu's eyes remained closed. Yet the slight upward curve of his lips indicated he was intentionally trying to frighten her. Chen Yu. Chen Lin flashed her charming little tiger teeth, poised to leap towards him. However, recalling her intended errand, she halted her advance. Suxiuoxuan and Sun Yu heard about your injury and wanted to visit. I'm going to fetch them. With that, she opened the door and exited without a second thought. Going out is one thing, but why must you make it sound so grand? Chen Yu chuckled, shaking his head at her restlessness. Having spent an entire month holed up at home training, it was no wonder she felt cooped up. Based on his understanding of Chen Lin, if she was merely fetching someone, She would return swiftly, perhaps even before the sun set in the west. She forcefully shut the door to the ward. The irritation on Chen Lin's face completely vanished, replaced by excitement and joy. Xiaoxian, yeah, I'm here. A month of constant training at home had truly taken a toll on her. If Chen Yu had been severely injured, she would have had no desire to go out and relax. Yet, since Chen Yu himself claimed he was merely scratched, and seeing his rosy complexion reassured her, she felt fine about venturing out. Moments later, Chen Fugui and his wife returned carrying several takeout boxes. After an intense battle that morning, Chen Yu had exhausted a considerable amount of energy and, having tended to his wounds at noon, had not had the opportunity to eat. He was indeed quite hungry. Upon receiving the meal boxes, he devoured the food voraciously. Xiaoyu, the restaurant next to the hospital is both expensive and unappetizing. Make do with what you have. When you get discharged and return home, I'll have your second aunt prepare a delicious meal for you, Chen Fugui said, unscrewing a bottle of water and handing it to Chen Yu. A hint of concern in his voice. Chen Yu took the water and gulped down half the bottle. Second uncle, you see I'm fine. Could you perhaps discuss with the doctor about allowing me to recuperate at home? Why didn't you say that yourself? I did, but the doctor disagreed. Then you should listen to the doctor. He will decide when you can be discharged. All right then. Chen Yu, feeling defeated, lowered his head and continued eating. He truly wished to escape the sterile atmosphere of the hospital, even if he was in a luxurious VIP room. He felt utterly uncomfortable. Xiaoyu, where is Lin Lin? Once the ward fell silent, Zhou Kailan noticed the usually chatty Chen Lin was absent. She mentioned 2 of her classmates came to visit. She wanted to meet them. However, I sense she is restless from being cooped up at home and has gone out to have fun. Chen Yu casually revealed Chen Lin's whereabouts without a second thought. That girl, venturing out in such chaos. Pondering for a moment, Zhou Kailan grew uneasy, pulling out her phone. No, I'll call her and urge her to come back quickly. The soundproofing of the VIP ward was excellent, yet Chen Yu could hear the persistent beep of Zhou Kailan's phone from several meters away. The ringing persisted for quite some time before it eventually cut off automatically. Why isn't anyone answering? Zhou Kailan's brow furrowed, her heart filled with unease, especially after recalling recent news of several high school girls being kidnapped. What if something has happened? Don't worry, let us try again. Chen Fugui consoled her. The call was dialed once more, but this time the tone changed from beep to weary sorry. The number you have dialed is switched off. Something has happened. The 3 of them shared this unsettling thought simultaneously. While Chen Lin was playful, she was not lacking in discretion. She would never intentionally turn off her phone to worry her parents. The occurrence indicated the presence of uncontrollable circumstances. Knock, knock, knock. The ward door was rapped upon, causing Zhou Kailan to hurriedly stride over to answer it. Standing there were 2 unfamiliar girls. Zhou Kailan felt a sense of disappointment. Excuse me, is this the ward of Chen Yu, Gu? Inquired one of the girls. Just as she finished speaking, the girl felt a sudden blur before Chen Yu appeared before her. Xiaoxian, Lin Lin said she was going to fetch you. Where is she? Chen Yu's voice was laced with urgency. The newcomers were indeed Su Xiaoxian and Sun Yu. Su Xiaoxian appeared puzzled. I haven't seen her. We called her, but she didn't answer. That's why we asked the nurse and came up. Sun Yu added. Something has really happened. Chen Yu's concern overshadowed any inclination to entertain Su Xiaoxian and Sun Yu. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. It was the private number left by Chu Zhongtian. The call connected quickly, amidst the noise of a busy background. Chen Yu, what's the matter? Came Chu Zhongtian's rugged voice over the line. Director Chu, my sister went out a while ago and has gone missing. Could you send someone to check the surveillance around the hospital? Thoughts raced through his mind. Someone must know that Chen Yu had killed Wei Yin, and they were likely seeking revenge on his family. This was the first thought that struck Chu Zhongtian upon hearing about Chen Yu's sister's disappearance. Send me a photo of your sister. I'll arrange for someone to check right away. Chu Zhongtian's expression turned grave. If someone was indeed retaliating against Chen Yu's family, the situation had escalated significantly. He was already coordinating a unified capture, and now news of retaliation against Chen Yu's family emerged. The investigation bureau was at risk of leaking information. Could it be the remnants of the beast sect? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Second uncle, second aunt, please don't panic. I've already asked someone to check the surveillance, and we will have news soon. Chen Yu feigned calmness. Perhaps her phone had merely run out of battery and shut off automatically. Let us hope so. Zhou Kailan paced anxiously in the ward. While Chen Fugui chain-smoked, lighting one cigarette after another. Though Chen Yu sat on the bed with his eyes squinted, his fingers unconsciously rubbed the space ring on his hand, where his blade resided. No matter who it was, they would have to pay the price. Su Shaoxian and Sun Yu sat quietly on the sofa, the oppressive atmosphere of the ward rendering them breathless. Just then, Chen Yu's phone vibrated. He promptly pressed the answer key. Chen Yu, your sister has indeed been kidnapped. Who did it? Chen Yu's voice turned icy, sending chills down Chu Zhongtian's spine. The kidnapper is a thug from the Wolfhead gang, led by a man named Zhang Biao, who is also the owner of the brilliant entertainment city.is at him. The image of the burly man with the wolf head tattoo on his arm flashed before Chen Yu's eyes. Do you know him? We had a conflict last month. I taught him a lesson at a tea the time. I sensed there would be repercussions. Perhaps I was too lenient. My lesson was insufficient. I've already dispatched people to the brilliant entertainment city to retrieve her. I am confident they won't dare to refuse, no need. I'll handle it myself. Chen Yu's voice was frigid and resolute. Those who dared to retaliate against his family would face the consequences. As long as no one dies, I'll take care of the aftermath, understood. After hanging up, Chen Yu turned to Qin Fugui and his wife. Second uncle, second aunt, please wait here. I'm going to bring Lin back. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from the ward, leaving the door swinging behind him. Xiao Yu, I'm going with you, Qin Fugui said, rushing after him. But outside the ward, there was no sign of Chen Yu. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky. It was the peak hour for traffic in the city. On the not-so-wide roads of Zhongwu City, buses and cars were jammed together. Slowly inching forward, the non-motorized lane was also congested with electric bikes returning home from work. An impatient electric bike attempted to weave through the gaps between cars and inadvertently scraped against a nearby vehicle. The car owner got out, taking photos, arguing, and calling the police, which brought the motorized lane to a complete standstill. Vehicles behind began honking furiously. No matter how much the horns blared, the traffic remained gridlocked, leaving only envy for the pedestrians strolling leisurely on the sidewalk. What vehicle should I take? I could walk faster. Driver, open the door. I want to get out. Complaints echoed from the bus as well, with some passengers urging the driver to open the door so they could walk home. Look at that person on the roadside. They're moving so fast. A passenger by the window exclaimed in astonishment. What remarkable agility! Like the wind, each stride covered over 10 meters. This was the swift wind step at its perfected state. Some on the bus recognized the name and the level of the technique. He is clad in a hospital gown. Is he not? As his silhouette approaches, the occupants of the vehicle can discern the attire and features of the running figure. What a stoic youth! The one employing the Gale step to hastily run towards the brilliant entertainment city to rescue Chen Lin is none other than Chen Yu. Under normal circumstances, he would opt for a car ride, as the automobile's maximum speed far surpasses his own. However, given the rush hour, by the time he reaches the brilliant entertainment city, the moment would have long passed. With the wind at his heels, Chen Yu slowed his pace as he neared the venue. A fierce battle awaited him, and he needed to conserve ample energy. Chapter 28. Local rascals in the office of the Executive Deputy Director of the Police Department. Huang Maozhong abruptly hung up the phone, his expression fraught with alarm. Through his connections, he had just learned that Wei Yanqi had met his demise at the Liufu slaughterhouse, falling victim to a mere 18-year-old. A fresh high school graduate on the brink of entering university, he was acutely aware that Wei Yanqi's spatial ring undoubtedly contained evidence linking them to the beast-worshipping sect. With Wei Yanqi's death, such evidence would certainly fall into the hands of the Detective Bureau's Chu Zhongtian. Huang Maozhong drew aside the curtains and peered through the gap, observing the bustling activity in the police precinct's courtyard. Everyone appeared to him as if they were there to apprehend him. I must escape. Zhong Wuqing is no longer safe. I need to flee at once. Huang Maozhong swiftly changed into civilian attire, clutching his mobile phone and car keys as he exited his office. Yang, where are you now? On the vehicle, Huang Maozhong dialed Huang Qinyang's number once more. Dad, I'm at Brilliant. What's up? Huang Qinyang, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the attractive female student Zhang Biao had mentioned, was somewhat taken aback by his father's call. His father rarely contacted him. Today was an unusual occurrence, with calls coming in rapid succession. Wait by the entrance. I'll be there shortly. Huang Maozhong concluded the call abruptly. What's wrong with the old man? He's acting all jittery. Huang Qinyang scoffed. Going out? That is out of the question. Zhang Biao just said the beautiful student is on her way. and no matter how pressing the situation, he intended to indulge in the company of the female student first. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he felt, his blood surging with excitement. Rising from his desk, he popped a few red pills from a blister pack and swallowed them whole. As for Huang Maozhong's insistence on arriving during rush hour, that was mere talk. Even if he honked incessantly, the vehicles would still crawl like snails. At that moment, several armored vehicles from the detective bureau rolled into the police station. Uniformed officers disembarked and rushed upstairs. Yet, Huang Maozhong's office was devoid of any presence. Director, Huang Maozhong is absent. The police stated they saw him hastily drive away just minutes ago. The lead officer reported to Chu Zhongtian over the phone. It seems this old fox caught wind of something and fled in advance. However, a monk can run, but the temple cannot be escaped. Contact the traffic department and review the surveillance along the route. It's rush hour. He can't have gone far. Understood. At the entrance of the brilliant entertainment city, a group of small-time thugs, adorned with wolf head tattoos, gathered to smoke and exchange lewd banter. Did you see that girl we just sent in? Quite a sight, right? Absolutely. She looks 17 or 18, with all the right curves in all the right places. If only I could get my hands on her. Who do you think you are to even touch her? I heard she was a gift from the boss to young Master Huang. Who's young Master Huang? Enlighten me. A chilling voice interrupted from behind them. Who the hell are you to demand I speak? The thug with the golden tooth turned around, pointing a finger at the speaker, cursing him. With a cigarette clamped between his teeth, which were still adorned with gold, he sneered, "Oh, look, it's a sickly one. Did you escape from a mental hospital?" Laughter erupted from the others. The newcomer was none other than Qin Yu. The brilliant entertainment city, neither too large nor too small, boasted 9 stories and over 100 rooms in total. Searching each room one by one would be a colossal waste of time. Overhearing the thug's conversation, undoubtedly related to Chen Lin, he felt it prudent to seize the opportunity presented by these local ruffians. With a flash of malice in his eyes, Chen Yu seized the golden-toothed thug's finger, twisting it with force. A sickening crack echoed as the finger bent unnaturally, forming a right angle. Ah! The thug howled like a slaughtered pig. Brothers, attack! This had always been their modus operandi, bullying others. Now it was their turn to be preyed upon. With a roar, the other thugs charged at Qin Yu, fists raised. Qin Yu, who had just slain a martial artist that morning. Their movements were painfully sluggish. Maintaining his grip on the golden-toothed thug's finger, Qin Yu casually delivered several kicks. The thugs flew backward, toppling over one another, clutching their stomachs and howling in agony, unable to rise for some time. Call for help. Someone's causing trouble. Get the boss. Bring. The incessant gunfire echoed through the stairwell, a cacophony of bang, bang. How could he possess a firearm? Crouching behind the door, cold sweat trickled down Chen Yu's forehead. His month-long sojourn since his arrival had been unnaturally smooth, and having relied solely on cold weapons, he had utterly forgotten that he was in a modern society. The prowess of these ruffians was negligible in his presence. Yet even a martial artist could not disregard the lethal force of firearms. A moment's carelessness could lead to his own demise. Nevertheless, with adequate foresight, these light weapons would struggle to find their mark on a martial artist. He must be dead by now. As the thug emptied the magazine, he inquired while reloading, "We strike when least expected. Even martial artists can be turned into a porcupine. That one, a mere novice at the 9th level, is doomed." Zhang Bai'o laughed heartily from behind the thug. For the past month, thoughts of vengeance consumed him. Initially, he intended to unleash his wrath upon Qin Yu's sister. However, Qin Yu's pursuit had thwarted his plans and injured many of his underlings. His own strength had surged significantly since a month prior. Zhang Bai'o recalled the recent acquisition of several handguns through his connection with Huing's New York NG. No matter how formidable one's martial arts, a single bullet could fell them. Despite the adage that high-level practitioners were beyond such threats, it remained effective against martial artists and novices alike. Through surveillance, Zhang Bai'o noted Qin Yu ascending the staircase. But there was no camera in the stairwell. He instructed several henchmen to aim at the security door. The moment the doorknob turned, he commanded his men to unleash a volley of gunfire. "You, go check." Zhang Bai'o ordered one of his subordinates to approach the bullet-riddled door. His eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to W in a swift motion, he stripped himself bare, leaving not a stitch upon his body. Chen Lin, lying on the bed, groggily stirred from her slumber, her head heavy and her entire being devoid of strength. Where am I? As she opened her eyes, the surroundings appeared utterly alien to her. Wasn't I supposed to be picking up Xiao Xian and Yu Yu? How did I end up here? But soon, memories of the events leading to her unconsciousness flooded back. Had someone rendered me insensible? Fear washed over Chen Lin's face, panic etched in her features. She had never encountered such a situation before. Summoning every ounce of strength, she propped herself up on one side. Who are you? What do you want? The sight that greeted her was that of a naked man, his face flushed and his elongated eyes bloodshot, looking at her with an insatiable hunger that sent chills down her spine. Awake? Splendid! Huang Chunyang exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing Chen Lin regain consciousness. He relished the defiance and struggles of girls like her, as it only fueled his sadistic desires. Rubbing his hands together, he advanced towards the bed, step by step. Chen Lin screamed in terror, calling desperately for help. She exerted all her strength to retreat, but only managed to shift slightly before her limbs weakened, collapsing back onto the bed. Run? I dare you to run. Where do you think you can escape to? Huang Chunyang stood at the edge of the bed, laughing maniacally. He reveled in the helpless and terrified expressions of young girls. Woo-woo. Chen Lin wept helplessly. Brother, where are you? Save me. In her moment of despair, the first person that came to her mind was not her parents, but Chen Yu. Since childhood, whenever someone bullied her, Chen Yu would always appear before her, recklessly confronting those who dared to torment her, regardless of the consequences, even if it left him battered and bruised. Save you? Who do you think can save you now? Huang Chunyang had climbed onto the bed, trembling hands reaching towards Chen Lin's vulnerable form. He thrived on the thrill of the hunt, akin to a cat playing with its prey. You are counting on your brother, the rookie at the 7th rank? IVE already set up a web of traps outside. If he comes, it will be his demise, brother. Despair filled Chen Lin's eyes. Chapter 31. To wish for others not to know, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Bang! Perhaps Chen Lin's desperate cries summoned a force beyond her comprehension. Just as Huang Chunyang's hands were mere inches away from his target, the heavy door of the private room was kicked open with a resounding crash. The entire room seemed to tremble from the impact. Huang Chunyang, startled by the sudden noise, collapsed in shock. Who the hell are you? Are you looking to die? Daring to interrupt my affairs? He turned to see an unfamiliar young man who had jumped down from the bed. Cursing angrily, Chen Yu, through the sultry red light, spotted Chen Lin still clothed, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Brother. Chen Lin saw Chen Yu, clad in a hospital gown, and burst into tears. You're not too late. Are you? Chen Yu paid no heed to Huang Chunyang, swiftly moving to the bed to embrace Chen Lin. I knew it. I knew you would come. Chen Lin nestled into Chen Yu's embrace. Sobbing, witnessing his sister's tears shattered Chen Yu's heart. Though they were merely cousins, their bond surpassed that of siblings. How dare you? Chen Yu's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Huang Chunyang. Filled with murderous intent, Zhang Biao, where have you disappeared to? Did you not see someone disturbing my good fortune? By the bed. Huang Chunyang hastily donned some clothing, shouting towards the door. Unfortunately, the Zhang Biao who would usually come running at his call was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the corridor outside echoed with anguished cries that seeped into room 5. It was then that Huang Chunyang realized something was amiss. Something had gone awry outside. Kid, do you know who I am? I am Huang Chunyang. I am my father is. Huang Chunyang's bravado faltered under Chen Yu's lethal gaze, his heart racing. As for confronting Chen Yu, the sounds of distress from outside made it clear he was no match for him. He opted for intimidation instead. Your father is Huang Maozhong, the deputy director of the police department. Chen Yu interjected coolly. Since you know my father is Huang Maozhong, you should release me at once. I'll pretend I saw nothing of this. Otherwise. Huang Chunyang's feet shifted backward subtly. As a second-generation rich kid, he understood the wisdom of avoiding immediate danger. Once he was safe, he could settle the score later. Otherwise, when my father arrives, he'll have you locked up. I'm so scared. Why don't you let your father come and try to arrest me? Chen Yu was well aware that Huang Maozhong was likely in dire straits. If the investigation bureau acted quickly, they should have already apprehended him. Fate intervened swiftly. Just as Chen Yu finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a balding head and sparse hair entered. Dad? Huang Chunyang exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the newcomer. Chen Yu squinted at the man, recognizing him immediately despite the slight differences between reality and video. Huang Maozhong. Chen Yu's lips moved slightly, uttering, Huang Maozhong. Standing at the doorway, Huang Maozhong scanned the room, his gaze resting on Chen Yu, who appeared to be around 18 or 19, a rookie of the 9th rank. One person had taken down so many thugs, including Zhang Biao. His combat prowess could rival that of a martial artist, all while wearing a hospital gown. Huang Maozhong's eyes widened in realization. It was him. He had previously received information that the steward Wei had been slain by a young man of the same age and rank. This young man had also sustained significant injuries and was sent to the hospital for treatment. Connecting the dots, Huang Maozhong was almost certain of Chen Yu's identity. We must not engage. Although he was at the later stage of a martial artist's realm, Huang Maozhong recognized that he was merely an ordinary martial artist, lacking the strength to challenge someone of a higher tier. Coupled with his years of indulgence, his martial skills were mediocre at best, making him a weakling among late-stage martial artists. He did not believe himself to be stronger than Wei. However, his immediate concern was to flee with his son. Once they escaped, he would report the incident to the higher-ups of the beast cult and let them handle Chen Yu. With that thought in mind, Huang Maozhong's eyes shifted, and he spoke, Hello, I am Huang Maozhong, Deputy Director of the Police Department. I received a report regarding a serious kidnapping incident. It appears the victim has been rescued. He pulled out handcuffs and approached Huang Qinyang. This is my son. It is my failure as a parent that he has committed such heinous acts. I will personally see him sent to prison to face the consequences of his actions. Click. Huang Maozhong actually cuffed his son's hands. Dad. Huang Qinyang's face was a mask of disbelief. What had come over his father today? Why was he handcuffing him? He was his only son. Huang Maozhong shot Huang Qinyang a meaningful glance, silencing any protests. Young man, take your family to the hospital for a checkup. I will cover the expenses. Now, I will take him to the precinct for interrogation to uncover the extent of his misdeeds. With a face full of righteous indignation, Huang Maozhong led Huang Qinyang out. To anyone unaware of his true nature, it would appear that he was a dedicated officer, neglecting his son's upbringing, only just discovering the truth and bravely choosing to uphold justice. However, this facade held no weight with Chen Yu, who was well aware of the underlying motives. Moreover, he had noticed the subtle shift in Huang Maozhong's expression upon first seeing him. If Chen Yu guessed correctly, the man likely recognized his identity. Coupled with his current disregard for the chaos outside, it was clear that Huang Maozhong was preparing to flee. The task of capturing Huang Maozhong should have fallen to the investigation bureau. However, it seemed they were a tad late, allowing Huang Maozhong to escape. After all, the only event that could bring Huang Maozhong to know of Chen Yu was the assassination of the beast cult steward Wei. Once fate had brought them together, there was no way Huang Maozhong would escape. Gently, Chen Yu set Chen Lin down on the edge of the bed, stroking her soft hair. Rest easy, sister. Your brother will take you home soon. Chen Lin nodded obediently. As Chen Yu straightened, he positioned himself in front of the departing Huang Maozhong and his son. Did I give you permission to leave? Chen Yu's voice was devoid of warmth. His gaze frosty. Young man, Huang Qinyang's crimes will be dealt with by the law. Your interference is a crime. Huang Maozhong's expression was grave, embodying the image of a just enforcer of the law. Crime? If I let you leave, that would be the real crime. What do you mean? Does Director Huang not understand? To wish for others not to know, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Director Huang, what do you say? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, speaking with an air of indifference. Chapter 32. The elimination of Huang Maozhong. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Huang Maozhong refrained from refuting. Arguing at this juncture would yield no benefits. It seemed that Wei had indeed gathered evidence against them. With a sigh, Huang Maozhong lamented his earlier greed for a few Qingyuan fruits, leading to a partnership with the beast cult. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. The beast cult was evidently willing to invest significantly to win him over. Qingyuan fruits. Chen Yu had heard of it. It is a rare spiritual fruit that allows martial artists to directly elevate their rank by one tier. Each piece is worth millions, yet they are priceless and seldom available on the market. Even wealth may not guarantee acquisition. Are you willing to part with it? Huang Maozhong's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. The beast cult is nothing more than a group of scoundrels who devour others without leaving a trace. He observed the extravagant display of generosity, but that was merely the first and only instance. He employs enticing bait to compel you into sacrificing your humanity just once. After that, he will retain control over you, continuously exploiting every ounce of your value until you are irrevocably ensnared in despair. Father, why have I never heard you mention any of this? Huang Qinyang listened to Huang Maozhong's account as if it were an incomprehensible scripture. Mention it to you? With your intellect, you would have divulged everything at the slightest provocation. Surely I'm not that foolish. I consider myself quite clever. After all, I was the only one who escaped from the slaughterhouse. Huang Qinyang felt a twinge of pride in having abandoned everyone to flee alone. Foolish son. Huang Maozhong regretted bringing Huang Qinyang along to escape. With his limited intellect, he would likely not survive for long without protection. Father, how am I foolish, were it not for your prior arrangements? Do you think I would have made it out alive? How naive! Qinyu scoffed. Huang Qinyang is nothing but a waste. Greed is the original sin. Qinyu had no interest in conversing further with the fool. Turning instead to Huang Maozhong. Huang Maozhong lowered his head, a bitter smile on his face. You are right. It is indeed greed that has led me to this point of no return. Yet, a flicker of malice flashed in his downcast eyes. To hell with it! Suddenly, Huang Maozhong yanked Huang Qinyang to the left with his left hand while his right hand, without any warning, launched a punch towards Qinyu, who stood not far away. It was a high-tier human-level martial technique. Frost Fist, a pale blue aura, imbued with a chilling essence, enveloped the air, freezing the hot atmosphere in its wake. If this punch struck Qinyu's chest, the intense cold would freeze his heart instantly. The suddenness of the attack caught Huang Qinyang completely off guard, causing him to crash to the ground. Chen Lin, sitting on the bed, was equally startled by the unexpected punch. Brother, be careful. A trace of mockery crossed Qinyu's face. A dog cannot change its nature. What Huang Maozhong said may indeed hold some truth, but a trader willing to sell their humanity for a handful of Qinyuan fruits would not so easily concede defeat. Qinyu had long anticipated Huang Maozhong's sudden aggression. As soon as he detected a slight tremor in Huang Maozhong's muscles, he was already on guard. Layered wave technique. Qinyu stepped back lightly, channeling his inner energy into his right fist, creating the sound of crashing waves in the air. One party was hastily launching a sneak attack, while the other was well prepared. Before their fists even collided, the force generated by their movements clashed in the air, producing explosive sounds. Perfectly executed layered wave fist. Huang Maozhong was taken aback. He had never witnessed anyone who could cultivate the layered wave fist to such a profound level. In terms of sheer attacking power, the layered wave fist was not inferior to high-tier human-level techniques. Coupled with its advanced mastery, the violent wind generated by Qinyu's punch even surpassed his own. Gritting his teeth, Huang Maozhong unleashed a torrent of energy from within. The icy blue hue of his fist deepened. If my realm is insufficient, then I shall overwhelm you in both quantity and quality. After all, you are merely a novice at the 9th tier. Bang! Their fists collided, and icy shards flew in every direction. Both men staggered backward 3 steps, the power of their strike evenly matched. Qinyu circulated his inner energy, shaking off the icy coldness clinging to his arm. Ultimately, he was at a slight disadvantage in realm and technique. Even with the perfection of the layered wave fist, he could only barely hold his ground. A glimmer of light flashed in Qinyu's palm as a straight sword materialized in his hand. He stomped the ground forcefully and executed a swift diagonal slash. This strike bore no frills, only pure speed. From the moment the sword appeared in Qinyu's hand to the instant the blade glimmered before Huang Maozhong's eyes, it was merely a blink of an eye. How fast! Huang Maozhong's expression turned to one of horror. In a flash, a black iron spear, glimmering ominously, appeared in his grasp. Huang Maozhong gripped the spear's tail with one hand and the shaft with the other, lifting it upward in an attempt to intercept Qinyu's blade. However, against the speed embodied in Qinyu's strike, Huang Maozhong was far too slow. With a sharp sound, Huang Maozhong's left arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood gushing from the wound, spraying several feet away, it was only due to his last-minute attempt to evade that he avoided having his neck severed cleanly by the blade. Damn it! How could his sword be so fast? Having reached a high position in the police force, Huang Maozhong possessed a tenacity uncommon among the ordinary. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his left shoulder, he thrust his spear. One of the staff members approached Chu Zhongtian. casting a wary glance at Qin before quietly reporting the situation into his ear. Chu Zhongtian nodded, instructing the staff member to return first. After sipping his tea, he let out a bitter smile and said, "Xiao Chun, your subordinate is quite ruthless. 1 dead, 7 severely injured, and 15 with minor injuries. Director Chu, you did say that as long as there were no fatalities, the rest would be dealt with by you. Moreover, I have exercised considerable restraint. Huang Maozhong's collusion with the beast worship sect warranted immediate execution according to the law, with no responsibility attached. The remaining injured ruffians had initiated the conflict. I merely acted in self-defense. You can check the surveillance footage if you wish. Surely, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Of course not. They are merely petty thugs. As long as there are no deaths, injuries are just injuries." Chu Zhongtian was not overly concerned about the casualties among the ruffians. However, the Huiguang Entertainment City was situated in a bustling area, and during the evening rush hour, the foot traffic was significant. The impact was rather considerable. If public opinion swayed, he would find himself in a somewhat passive position. Yet, it was merely a slight inconvenience. Crafting a plausible excuse would suffice. "Xiao Chun, I heard from the team collecting the bodies that you killed Huang Maozhong with just 2 strikes? To be precise, it was 1 punch and 2 slashes. Chun Yu did not deny it. Huang Maozhong bore no other wounds, making it easy for the professionals at the Criminal Investigation Bureau to discern the truth. Huang Maozhong's strength was inferior to that of the beast worship sect steward, and his practical combat experience was far lacking, rendering him considerably easier to deal with. You make it sound so effortless. Let us not forget that you are merely a novice 9th-tier non-dash warrior. No matter how weak Huang Maozhong was, he was still a late-stage warrior, and his combat prowess would not fall below that of an average mid-stage warrior. Yet, you handled him with a punch and 2 slashes. Clearly, you possess an extraordinary talent." Chu Zhongtian was at a loss for words regarding Qian Yu's nonchalance. The tone was so casual, as if dispatching Huang Maozhong was akin to slaughtering a chicken. "Brother, the individual you just killed was a bona fide warrior? A late-stage warrior, at that?" Chen Lin felt increasingly uneasy. Initially, she thought Qian Yu's slaying of Huang Maozhong was a simple feat and assumed Huang Maozhong's abilities were rather average. Perhaps just a junior warrior. She never imagined that the man slain by her brother with such ease was, in fact, a late-stage warrior. Stay calm. Stay calm. If you put in the effort, you can achieve it too. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu hastily encouraged Chen Lin's enthusiasm for cultivation, inundating her with motivational platitudes. Chen Lin was captivated by his words, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, can I really become as formidable as you?" "Absolutely. You are my sister. If I can do it, you certainly can. Then I shall return and diligently practice, striving to slay a late-stage warrior by this time next year." Chen Lin clenched her small fist, striking a determined pose. The exchange between the siblings left Chu Zhongtian momentarily stunned. Were today's youth so easily deceived? Or had they become so brazen, oblivious to the vastness of the world? Every year, a handful of individuals at the 9th tier or above emerged in Zhongwu City. The higher-tier Huaihai-based city produced even more, and nationwide, there were certainly numerous 18-year-olds who had become bona fide warriors. The prospect of a novice 9th-tier warrior directly dispatching a late-stage warrior was nearly unheard of. Even the most elite offspring from master families would likely struggle to achieve such a feat. Chen Yu felt equally helpless. He had no intention of misleading Chen Lin. The truth was, her reluctance to cultivate was too significant. Unless provoked, she was more inclined to play than to train, squandering her exceptional talent. Chen Yu flashed a grin at Chu Zhongtian while concealing his true intentions. By the way, Chen Yu, I have discussed with the city lord. The reward for killing the beast worship sect steward and the traitor Huang Maozhong has been consolidated. The city lord has presented you with 2 options. And what are those 2 options? Chen Yu's eyes lit up at the mention of rewards. First, you can receive a cash reward of 5 million. Chu Zhongtian raised a finger. 5 million. Chen Lin gasped, her breath becoming heavy. She had never seen such a sum of money, and it was being awarded to her brother. And the second option? Money. Chen Yu was quite fond of the idea. However, money was also the easiest thing to acquire. With sufficient strength, wealth would naturally follow. The second reward allows you to access the treasure vault of Zhongwu City and select one item. It can be a weapon, a pill, or even a technique or martial art. Chapter 34. The choice of rewards. I choose the second option. Without hesitation, Chen Yu made his choice. Anyone with common sense would not opt for the first option. Some things simply could not be bought with money. I guessed you would choose the second option. Chu Zhongtian chuckled, taking a sip of water. Perhaps the items within the treasure vault are worth only a few million. However, some things cannot be purchased with money, no matter how much you have. Money is only valuable when it suffices. When can we go? Unlike Chen Lin, who was intrigued by the prospect of wealth, Chen Yu was more focused on tangible results. The sooner he obtained the item, the sooner he could train and enhance his strength. If you are in a hurry, we can go right now. Then let us go at once. With only a month left before reporting to the Martial University, Chen Yu was not inclined to squander time waiting. The earlier he acquired the item, the sooner he could cultivate. All right, wait a moment while I make arrangements. I will take you there. At the Zhongwu City Warriors building, a rugged black SUV rolled into the underground parking lot. Chen Yu, seated in the passenger seat, curiously inquired of the driving Chu Zhongtian. Director Chu, why are we at the Warriors building? Where else would we go? The municipal building, Chu Zhongtian retorted. Yes, shouldn't we be heading to the municipal building? Surely the government treasure vault is there? If that fails, it could be in a bank vault, right? It cannot possibly be located in the Warriors building. Most people would think this way, and Chen Yu felt justified in his reasoning. Xiao Qian, it appears you, like most, have fallen into a common misconception. As Chu Zhongtian backed into the parking space, he explained, let me pose a question. Where is the safest place in Zhongwu City? The municipal building, as the headquarters of the government. It was guarded by armed police, ensuring its security. Brother, you're mistaken. Chun Lin interjected from the back seat. How am I mistaken? Brother, this is not the society of the past. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, with the rise of warriors, while firearms still possess significant deterrent power, the safest place in a city will always be where the most warriors are concentrated. The largest gathering of warriors in Zhongwu City is undoubtedly the Warriors building. Exactly, Xiao Qian, your sister has a sharper mind than you. Chu Zhongtian teased as he parked the car. Chen Yu smacked his forehead, realizing he had been influenced by his previous life, failing to adapt to the reality of this high martial world following the resurgence of spiritual energy. The trio exited the vehicle and, guided by Chu Zhongtian, made their way toward the nearby elevator. As Chu Zhongtian pressed the button for the lower levels, a sweet female voice greeted them. Welcome, Chu Zhongtian. Warrior. The sudden voice startled both Chen Yu and Chen Lin. Don't be alarmed. The Warriors building comprises 18 floors, with the ground 3 levels open to everyone. Access to other floors requires different permissions. Chu Zhongtian explained as he led them into the elevator. Pressing the button 4-9, the 4th to 9th floors are dedicated to shopping and leisure for warriors, and only certified warriors may enter. The first underground level is for warrior certification, and each lower level has its own purpose. For instance, the 9th underground level we are heading to houses the treasure vault of Zhongwu City. After a slight sensation of weightlessness, the elevator descended rapidly, soon arriving at the 9th underground level. As the doors opened, Chen Yu's eyes were immediately drawn to a swaying rocking chair, where an elderly man with silver hair reclined. Behind him stood an ordinary wooden door. The elderly man's appearance was frail, akin to withered wood, yet the ominous aura emanating from within him sent a shiver down Chen Yu's spine. The citizens of Zhongwu City had long believed that Chu Zhongtian was the strongest in the city. It seemed the true powerhouses remained hidden from public view. Old Yang, Chu Zhongtian stepped out of the elevator, approaching the elderly man with respect. Chen Yu and Chen Lin followed suit, greeting him with deference. Xiao Chu, it's been a while since I last saw you. What brings you here today? The elderly man, with eyes that were sunken and clouded, regarded him. By the city lord's orders, I have brought a young man to select an item. Oh? Is it that young fellow behind you? Yes. In that case, have him leave behind his spatial ring and electronic devices. Let him enter. You and this little girl can stay here and chat with the old man. The frail hands of the elderly man waved gently, and the wooden door behind him swung open with the breeze. Go ahead, young man. You have only 15 minutes to choose an item. Once the time is up, you must exit, even if you haven't found something suitable. Go on. Chu Zhongtian nodded at Chen Yu. Not wishing to waste time, Chen Yu stepped through the wooden door. Upon entering, he found the room to be modestly sized. Approximately 100 square meters. Several shelves stood within, displaying an array of items. Pill racks, weapon racks, technique and martial skill racks, spirit fruit racks. Each shelf bore a label indicating the type of items it contained. Chen Yu quickly scanned the shelves, each stocked with treasures he would love to acquire. Alas, He could only choose one. At last, Chen Yu lingered before the martial arts technique shelf. Sprawled across the shelves were dozens of manuals, encompassing both martial arts and cultivation methods. Titles such as Qingyun sword technique, Dianxing spear technique, Suinyo step, iron claw technique, and blazing fire formula. The plethora of martial skills and cultivation techniques, all ranked above the advanced human level. After excluding all weapon-based martial arts, Chen Yu was left with a mere 10 or so manuals. He swiftly perused through the introductions, flipping through the pages. The iron claw technique, an advanced human-level claw method, necessitated daily training of the fingers in iron sand. Once mastered, the fingers would be as sturdy as steel, capable of piercing a 1 centimeter thick iron plate with a single claw strike. The Tsuinyo step, a peak human-level movement technique, allowed the practitioner to navigate within a mere inch, evading attacks with remarkable agility, demanding exceptional observation and bodily coordination. Once perfected, one could glide through a flower patch without disturbing a single petal. The blazing fire formula, an advanced human-level cultivation method, comprised 5 tiers. It transformed one's true energy into fire attribute energy, and once mastered, the energy would possess a burning quality. After skimming through the 10 or so manuals, Chen Yu was left with 2.1 was the peak human-level movement technique Tsuinyo step, and the other was the advanced human-level cultivation method blazing fire formula. In this world, cultivation methods were far rarer than martial techniques, leading to the valuation of advanced human-level cultivation methods being equivalent to that of peak human-level martial techniques. If only he could choose to, Chen Yu thought greedily. In terms of movement, Tsuinyo step differed from Jifeng step. While Jifeng step emphasized speed in a straight line, Tsuinyo step focused on evading in close combat. The two had different emphases. Regarding cultivation methods, what he was currently practicing, Naki-Ju, was merely a low-tier human-level method. Although he had already reached the highest 3rd tier, its power was comparable to that of a first-tier mid-level human cultivation method, yet the total internal energy fell short. Not to mention the gap to advanced human-level cultivation methods. If he were to choose blazing fire formula, Chen Yu's strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. Regardless of how excellent Tsuinyo's step was, it could not match the enhancement to his combat power that an advanced human-level cultivation method would provide. However, Chen Yu was conflicted. With his current strength, he was determined to vie for a top 3 position in the upcoming entrance exam at Jiangnan Martial University in a month. Securing a spot within the top 3 would grant him a reward of a peak human-level manual, which was not limited to either a cultivation method or a martial technique. At that time, his choice would undoubtedly be a cultivation method, not a martial technique. Choosing blazing fire formula now, only to spend time and energy on it for merely a month, seemed rather unnecessary. In the 35th chapter, Breakthrough to the Warrior Realm, Chen Yu weighed the pros and cons, ultimately placing blazing fire formula back on the shelf and reluctantly departing the treasure room with Tsuinyo's step in hand. Have you made your choice? Just as he exited, the elderly man surnamed Yang continued reclining in his chair, not even turning his head. Yes, I have. Chen Yu respectfully presented the manual with both hands to the elderly man. Oh, Tsuinyo step? The elderly man furrowed his brows, advising, young lad, I understand your desire to select the best martial technique, but cultivation must be approached step by step. One cannot be overly eager. Although Tsuinyo step is ranked at the peak human level, its difficulty is comparable to that of Earth-level movement techniques. Mastery is exceedingly challenging, and many who choose this technique end up wasting time, ultimately switching to other movement methods. Little Chin, you chose Tsuinyo step? Chu Zhongtian also noticed the large characters on the manual in Chen Yu's hands and added his counsel, Little Chen. We all recognize the excellence of Tsuinyo step, yet none have practiced it. Do you know why? It is far too perilous. Tsuinyo step requires intricate movements within mere inches to evade an opponent's attacks. Even the slightest error could lead to fatal consequences. We refer to the perfected state of Tsuinyo step as the micro-level movement technique. Chen Yu understood that both were well-meaning, yet he held confidence in his own comprehension. Elders, Director Chu, I know Tsuinyo step is difficult to master, but I believe in myself, he declared with unwavering confidence. The elderly man surnamed Yang shook his head, recalling that those who had previously chosen this martial technique were equally self-assured, only to ultimately face disappointment. Very well, the choice is yours. I merely hope that should you find the cultivation unmanageable, you will abandon it early. Do not become stubborn and waste time unnecessarily. Chu Zhongtian intended to offer further advice, but reconsidered, recognizing that geniuses of this age often possess a blind confidence that renders them impervious to others' counsel. They would only turn back when they encountered a wall. It was merely a wasted opportunity. Let me remind you, the martial arts awarded by the government are strictly for your personal cultivation and are prohibited from being disseminated. Any violations will be met with severe punishment. The elderly man took the manual and instructed, "Do not worry, elder. I will not share it." Chen Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. "That's good to hear." The elderly man tossed the manual back to Chu Zhongtian. "Little Chu, go copy an electronic version on the computer and send it to this young lad. Return the manual to its original place." "Yes." Chu Zhongtian's lips twitched. Here he was, the esteemed head of the detective bureau, being addressed as Little Chu and treated like a servant. "What, you don't want to do a little work, Director Chu?" The elderly man, appearing to be somewhat senile, was, in fact, highly observant. "I wouldn't dare." Chu Zhongtian quickly complied with the elderly man's instructions. Upon leaving the underground level and returning to the car, Chu Zhongtian finally exhaled, resolving to visit this place less often in the future. "Director Chu, who is that old man? You seem quite fearful of him." Chen Yu inquired, curious about the elderly man's identity. "Do you not ask what you shouldn't?" Chu Zhongtian's face darkened slightly. Did he need to confess that he had previously been beaten by the man? He would lose face. Though Chu Zhongtian did not voice it, Chen Yu could roughly guess the situation. It was likely one of a few possibilities. After dropping Chen Yu and Chen Lin back at the hospital, Chu Zhongtian departed on his own. The city was busy apprehending officials who had been secretly communicating with the beast cult, and he was already quite occupied. It was commendable that he could spare the time to take Chen Yu to the martial arts building to claim his reward. Back in the hospital room, the warmth of family was unspoken. As night fell, and the moon hung low. Chen Fuguwei had intended to stay with them but was sent home by Chen Yu under the pretext of protecting Chen Lin and her daughter. The hospital room was left with only Chen Yu. He refrained from turning on the light. The silvery moonlight streamed through the glass window, casting a gentle glow on the soft, comfortable carpet. Chen Yu, clad in a clean hospital gown, sat cross-legged by the window, allowing the moonlight to envelop him like a silken robe. Under the moonlight, a faint mist began to rise around Chen Yu. According to his previous estimations, he would need another week to attempt to break through to the warrior realm. Unexpectedly, his life and death struggle with Wei Yinqi today had stimulated the condensation of his internal energy, hinting at the potential for it to liquefy into true energy. Indeed, combat proved to be the fastest path to advancement. During the day, with people coming and going, it was not an ideal time for cultivation. Now, with the night deepening and silence enveloping the surroundings, Chen Yu naturally would not squander the opportunity and began to operate his cultivation method. Attempting to break through to the warrior realm, his internal energy circulated endlessly through his meridians, and wisps of mist-like internal energy within his dantian were set in motion, beginning to rotate in a single direction, gradually forming a funnel-shaped vortex of cloud. The vortex spun faster and faster, compressing from occupying the entire dantian to a smaller size, akin to a fierce wind transforming into a tornado. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. Time ticked by. The morning star in the east began to twinkle with faint starlight. In the hospital room, centered around Chen Yu, an invisible airflow swirled around his body. Small objects like tissues and remote controls began to rotate along with it. Buzz! An invisible ripple emanated from Chen Yu's dantian, causing the swirling airflow to disperse. Small items were flung in all directions, with the sounds of them crashing to the ground echoing continuously. He had achieved the warrior realm. Chen Yu gently released a breath, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a faint smile. Just as he was about to open his eyes and stretch, another wave emanated from him. However, this time it was not from his dantian but from his third eye. Chen Yu's eyes remained tightly shut, and the darkness enveloped him. Yet, within his mind appeared a vivid three-dimensional image centered around him, extending 10 meters in all directions. The objects within the image disregarded walls and clothing, appearing like a three-dimensional projection, with their internal structures clearly visible. Wow, showing me such an explosive phenomenon at this early hour is a bit much. Isn't it? Chen Yu suddenly realized that within the image, there were activities of an indecent nature occurring in the neighboring intensive care unit. His emotions stirred, causing the image to fluctuate and vanish. So, this was the meaning of intensive care in that context. Chen Yu glanced down at the little Chen Yu, who was quite excited, and quickly shook his head. Not suitable for children. I'm still just a kid. The scene Chen Yu witnessed was something that even ordinary people in the adjacent ward could not see. They could only see a middle-aged man with a substantial belly, oozing with grease, lying on the bed. Chen Yu recognized this middle-aged man from the news. He was a renowned real estate mogul in Zhongwu City, with a fortune worth over 100 million. Beside his bed was only a female nurse, dressed in a uniform, with an alluring figure. Her head was covered by a blanket, obscuring her face. Yet, in the image within Chen Yu's mind, he could see everything clearly. Chen Yu was uncertain whether this was a personal act or a service available in such a ward. He preferred to believe it was the nurse's personal endeavor to attach herself to a wealthy middle-aged man. Each person has their own aspirations. The nurse wished to exchange her body for a better life. Right or wrong, Chen Yu refrained from making judgments. In the 36th chapter, Soul Scanning, Chen Yu calmed the little Chen Yu and remained seated. Pondering why such a miraculous image had appeared in his mind, it was evident that the image had manifested directly in his consciousness, likely due to the external projection of his soul energy. Why had I not possessed this ability before? Chen Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then exclaimed, "Oh, I see now. It must be the breakthrough to a higher realm that has amplified my soul. But how can this detection ability be utilized? Is it a fixed 10-meter radius each time? Or can I choose the range autonomously? Why ponder so much? I shall simply try it." Chen Yu closed his eyes, attempting to sense the environment around him. The objects within a 10-meter radius reappeared vividly in his mind, including the overweight man next door, who wore a look of satisfaction after his endeavors. It seems that by concentrating, I can activate my soul detection. But can I control the atmosphere? Chen Yu had no desire to witness the real-life phenomenon that was unfolding next door. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly narrowed the focus of his soul detection to encompass only his own hospital room. Indeed, it was possible. Chen Yu then attempted to compress his soul energy, testing the limits of his detection range. He discovered that he could condense it to a width of 1 meter and a length of 100 meters. Since my soul energy can detect, can it also be used to manipulate objects? A new idea sparked in Chen Yu's mind. Rising from his bed, he surveyed the room, finally fixating on the air conditioner remote control. With a single thought, an invisible force enveloped the remote, causing it to gently lift off the ground and hover in mid-air. This unseen energy was imperceptible to the touch, yet Chen Yu could clearly sense it emanating from his brow. How many objects can I control at once? Chen Yu commanded the remote to return to its rightful place and then directed his gaze toward a single armchair. The armchair began to levitate as well, though it was evident that it required more effort than controlling the remote. Chen Yu then turned his attention to the heaviest object in the room. Himself, if I succeed, could I perhaps fly? His breath grew heavy with anticipation. Clearly, he was overthinking. After several attempts, the outcome was unmistakable. He had failed. Chen Yu tried manipulating other items, discovering that the heavier the object, the more challenging it became to control. For instance, he could only lift the bed slightly off the ground, unable to move it at all. After half an hour of experimentation, he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over his soul. He withdrew his soul energy, feeling somewhat weary, and exhaled softly. While soul energy was indeed powerful, it could not be sustained at full force indefinitely. Prolonged exertion would be detrimental to the soul. A streak of dawn broke through the darkness of the eastern sky, and before he knew it, night had passed. Chen Yu felt no trace of drowsiness. The space ring glimmered faintly, revealing a white jade box in his hand. Upon opening it, a fruit resembling a green apple appeared before him, releasing a fragrant aroma. With a whiff, Chen Yu sensed a slight increase in his internal qi. The Qingyuan fruit, this precious item was a trophy acquired from vanquishing Huang Maozhong. It was likely the reward he had mentioned while trying to bribe him into joining the beast cult. Huang Maozhong must have possessed more than one. He had consumed one himself, reserving this for his son, who, being inept, could not make use of it. How fortunate for me! Chen Yu closed the jade box. Such spiritual fruits must be kept in their containers to preserve their efficacy. Exposure to air would cause their potency to dissipate. The Qingyuan fruit could directly elevate a martial artist's strength by 1 level. But a person could only consume one in their lifetime. The effects of a second would be null. The optimal time for consumption is in the later stages of martial arts, allowing a direct leap from the late stage to the pinnacle. However, with only a month before I must attend the Jiangnan Martial University for the freshman assessment, I need to bolster my combat capabilities to compete for the position of top freshman. Determination glimmered in Chen Yu's eyes. In a month's time, it is unlikely I will reach the late stage, but the mid-stage is still within reach. I shall save the Qingyuan fruit for when I achieve the mid-stage. With this resolution, Chen Yu stored the jade box away. The space ring flickered again, this time producing a crystal-clear low-tier energy crystal, rich in energy. Cultivation requires perseverance. Tio, ascend to the peak of martial arts. One cannot afford to be lax. Facing the rising sun, Chen Yu grasped the low-tier energy crystal and resumed his training. The qi gathering technique activated, pure streams of energy flowed from his palms into his meridians, being refined into his own energy. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. Chen Yu opened his eyes. The purity and total energy contained within the low-tier energy crystal far surpassed that of energy liquids. A single small crystal contained roughly 100 times the energy of the liquids. Its purity was significantly higher as well, allowing for a much quicker refinement. The qi I gained in these 2 hours was equivalent to what I had previously acquired over 2 days. Chen Yu rose to stretch and went to the bathroom to freshen up, foregoing further training. Just then, he casually scanned the surroundings with his soul energy and noticed that his uncle's family had already arrived downstairs, waiting for the elevator. Moments later, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching in the corridor. A sudden impulse coursed through Chen Yu. It felt as if an invisible force grasped the doorknob, causing it to rotate. With a click, the door swung open automatically. Chen Lin, who was about to knock, froze mid-motion, especially upon seeing the empty room and Chen Yu sitting there with a smile, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Mom, this hospital is haunted." The door opened by itself. Chen Lin exclaimed, unable to suppress a shriek as she instinctively clung to her mother. Zhou Cailan's eyes flickered with confusion, but upon seeing Chen Yu's expression, she realized it must be related to him. "There are no ghosts in broad daylight. Can't you tell your brother is just playing a trick?" Zhou Cailan gently nudged Chen Lin into the room, chuckling. When Chen Lin turned to look, she found Chen Yu raising an eyebrow at her. "Chen Yu," she shouted, charging toward him with mock ferocity. However, she found herself halted just a meter away, as if an invisible hand held her firmly in place, preventing her from advancing. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's hand was outstretched, aimed directly at her forehead. Chen Fugue and Zhou Cailan stood there, wide-eyed in astonishment. The externalization of qi, this was a feat only a martial artist could accomplish. "Xiao Yu, have you broken through to the martial artist realm?" Chen Fugue was the first to react, his face etched with disbelief. Chen Lin was taken aback by her father's words, halting her advance. "Brother, you've become a martial artist?" Zhou Cailan, though silent, conveyed her shock through her eyes, which were unmistakably filled with astonishment. "Yes, I just broke through." Chen Yu nodded gently. Chapter 37. Closing the door with good fortune, haha. The three of them burst into laughter upon Chen Yu's affirmation. Heaven bless the Chen family. After over a century, we finally have a martial artist. Chen Fugue's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. "My brother has become a martial artist. Who would dare bully me at school now?" Chen Lin declared, hands on her hips, brimming with confidence, as if she herself had achieved the breakthrough. O Cailan clasped her hands together in gratitude, thanking the Buddha for their blessings. Once the three settled their emotions, Chen Yu seized the moment to express his desire to be discharged from the hospital. Although it was a special care room, akin to a single room, there is an adage that states, "A golden nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own grass nest." This time, Chen Fugue did not oppose him, merely stating that as long as the doctor approved, he could leave. Perhaps due to the breakthrough to the martial artist realm, Chen Yu's wounds had already scabbed over, leaving the doctor incredulous. Thus, Chen Fugue had no choice but to handle the discharge paperwork. Chen Yu then proceeded to Zhou Liufu's room, knocking before entering. Zhou Liufu's room was far less impressive than Chen Yu's, merely a single-person ward. Clearly, the investigation bureau did not regard Zhou Liufu with the same level of importance as they did Chen Yu. After all, one was a young genius capable of slaying martial masters at the 9th stage, while the other was a middle-aged man nearing 50, stagnating in the early stages of martial arts with little hope of progress. The door was opened by a graceful and elegant middle-aged woman. "Hello, Auntie." Though they had never met, Chen Yu recognized her as Zhou Liufu's wife. "Little Chen has arrived." Zhou Liufu, reclining on his hospital bed with his arm bandaged, smiled warmly upon seeing Chen Yu. Beside his bed stood a playful girl about 14 or 15 years old. Shui, yeah, this is the little Chen I mentioned, the one who saved my life twice. Zhou Liufu introduced Chen Yu to his wife and daughter. A hint of emotion in his voice. Little Chen, please come sit. This is my wife, Jiang Shui, and my daughter, Zhou Jiangyue. Jiang Shui and Zhou Jiangyue both bowed to Chen Yu. Thank you, little Chen. Thank you, brother Chen. Chen Yu stepped aside, allowing them to stand before him. Auntie yeah, you are both too polite. I must thank Uncle Fu for the windbreaker blade he gifted me. Otherwise, I would not have had the ability to save him. Little Chen, a single manual cannot compare to the life of our old Zhou. Indeed, what is material wealth compared to a life? Besides, the windbreaker blade has been in my possession for decades, yet I never mastered it. You, however, have refined it to perfection in just a month. That speaks to your skill. Chen Yu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, quickly shifting the topic. Uncle Fu, how serious is your injury? It's not too severe. There's some fracture in my forearm that requires time to heal. Zhou Liufu replied. At that moment, Chen Yu noticed the plaster cast on Zhou Liufu's arm, with the bandage serving to stabilize it. I am fine. My wound has already scabbed over and will heal in a few days. Chen Yu approached the bedside and patted his chest, saying, So soon? I remember your injury was much worse than mine. Zhou Liufu looked at Chen Yu with some skepticism. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, Little Chen, have you broken through? I just broke through. Chu Liufu initially regarded it as mere conjecture, but upon hearing Chen Yu's affirmative response, he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Over the past month, he had come to regard Chen Yu as his own kin, and naturally, he felt immense joy at the prospect of his kin achieving the status of a martial artist. Lend me a hand. Chen Yu readily acquiesced, nodding slightly. All right. Chu Liufu raised his uninjured left hand and executed a downward chop with the edge of his palm. A blade of condensed qi sliced through the air, aimed directly at Chen Yu. Chen Yu responded with a gentle smile, mirroring the motion with a similar chop. It was evident that both were merely testing each other, exerting minimal force. The two qi blades collided with a soft pop, producing the sound of bursting bubbles, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. Indeed, they exhibited the prowess of martial artists, showcasing remarkable control over their qi, devoid of any sensation of instability that often accompanies a recent breakthrough. Chen Fugue looked on in disbelief. It is common for individuals who have just broken through to experience a sudden surge in power, often leading to a lack of control over their newfound strength. However, Chen Yu displayed none of these symptoms. The qi contained in his blade was perfectly balanced, neither excessive nor insufficient, thus perfectly countering Chu Liufu's strike. What extraordinary observational skills and control he possessed. In truth, Chu Liufu had underestimated Chen Yu. Achieving such precision was largely due to Chen Yu's ability to expand his soul power moments ago. With a mere sweep, he had discerned the nature of the qi within Chu Liufu's chop with clarity. Nonetheless, Chen Yu indeed exhibited commendable control over his own qi, likely a result of having cultivated the qi gathering technique to its third tier. You plan to apply for the martial artist assessment in a few days? Correct? Chu Liufu withdrew his palm and had Chu Jiangyue bring a stool for Chen Yu before continuing. I checked, and the martial artist assessment will take place on the 10th of this month. I intend to participate. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. The assessment was held at the Martial Artist Tower, but it was not a daily occurrence in Zhengwu City, with its population in the hundreds of thousands. Only a handful managed to break through to the 9th tier of the novice stage and become martial artists in a year. Typically, the assessments occur every 2 months, with the next one scheduled for 9 days later. On August 10th, this time frame would allow Chen Yu to recover from his injuries while also practicing the Siyuan Yubu technique. However, a dilemma loomed. He was still working part-time at the Liufu slaughterhouse. And with Chu Liufu injured, the facility was currently under the temporary supervision of personnel arranged by Chu Zhongtian. While the investigative bureau could assist for a few days, they could not remain as the facility's makeshift rescue team indefinitely. Chen Yu was uncertain how to broach the subject. Chu Liufu seemed to sense Chen Yu's unease. Little Chen, are you worried about the situation at the slaughterhouse? Yes, do not concern yourself. I was just discussing this with your aunt. I am preparing to close down the Liufu slaughterhouse. Why? A fracture is a serious injury for an ordinary person, but for a martial artist, it is merely a matter of 10 days to half a month, nothing of great consequence. Cultivation is inherently an evolution of one's life force. Excluding qi, a martial artist's physical constitution is at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. The notion that it takes 100 days to heal from an injury is applicable to common folk. For a martial artist, it merely takes 10 days, at most half a month, to fully recover. If one is a martial master, the recovery is even swifter. Time is relentless. I have aged. Although my realm remains at the martial artist level, my combat prowess diminishes with each passing day. I find myself increasingly incapable of confronting mutated beasts. Chu Liufu sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. After all these years of toil, you deserve a respite. Jiang Shui poured a glass of water for Qinyu and approached Chu Liufu, her heart heavy as she gazed at his graying hair. Over the years, you have earned enough to sustain our household. What remains? Just a body riddled with ailments. Chapter 38. The Martial Artist Assessment. Dad, you have never escorted me to school or attended any of my parent-teacher meetings. Chu Jiangyu added. Chu Liufu's greatest regret over the years lay with his wife and daughter. Honoring his parents and educating his daughters had been the sole responsibility of his wife. Their daughter, Ye, was already 15. Yet he had never visited her school, not even once. Wife, Ye, this incident has made me realize that as long as there is enough money to go around, I should spend more time at home with you both. Chu Liufu took Jiang Shui's hand and declared. With Chu Liufu now resolved to close the Liufu slaughterhouse, Chen Yu's concerns were alleviated. After a brief conversation, his second uncle called to inform him that the discharge paperwork had been completed, prompting Chen Yu to take his leave. Days swiftly passed. I in Chen Lin's courtyard. Brother, are you serious? If I hit you, will you really give me $1,000 for pocket money? Chen Lin, sporting a ponytail and wielding a slender wooden stick about a meter long, stood opposite Chen Yu. When have I ever deceived you, however? If you fail to land a single hit on me, you won't be allowed to step outside until school starts. You can only train at home. Chen Yu clasped his hands behind his back, wearing a faint smile. During this period, he had diligently practiced the Siyu and Yubu technique and had memorized its essential footwork. This time, he sought out Chen Lin to assess the results of his training. Unlike Jifingbu, the effectiveness of Siyu and Yubu could only be truly evaluated in combat. Chen Lin was a free laborer he intended to utilize. We must establish the rules. You cannot use Qi, nor can you strike first. Fine. You can attack at will. As long as you manage to touch me, it counts. Martial techniques are allowed? Absolutely. Here I come. A glint of cunning flickered in Chen Lin's eyes. Before she could finish her sentence, the wooden stick in her hand was already slicing through the air with a whoosh. Attempting a sneak attack? You still have much to learn. Chen Lin's feeble trick was far from capable of deceiving Chen Yu. Nevertheless, he refrained from evading prematurely. His bet with Chen Lin was precisely to test the efficacy of Siyu and Yubu. Evasion beforehand would serve no purpose. Observing Chen Yu's stillness as her stick neared his shoulder, Chen Lin's expression morphed into one of triumphant glee. This $1,000 will be a cinch. Yet, in the next instant, her smile froze on her face. Chen Yu remained unmoved on his right side while his left traced an arc upon the ground, his body shifting from facing Chen Lin to a sideways stance. Aside from the change in orientation, everything else remained unchanged. The wooden stick swept past a mere inch from Chen Yu's face, stirring his hair but leaving him otherwise unscathed. Pure coincidence. It must be. Refusing to be disheartened, Chen Lin launched another strike, this time opting for a horizontal sweep instead of a downward chop. Chen Yu stood firm, chest out, abdomen in, and rear elevated. The stick glided past his retracted abdomen, once again failing to make contact. Chen Lin swung her stick repeatedly, over a dozen times. Yet Chen Yu evaded each attack by the slightest margin, emerging unscathed while Chen Lin became drenched in sweat. Realizing that her ordinary attacks were ineffective against Chen Yu, she channeled her internal energy, ready to unleash a martial technique. Watch out! Falling flower sword technique. Chen Lin called out, executing her practiced swordplay with the wooden stick. The speed of her strikes intensified, and the shadows of the stick enveloped Chen Yu like fluttering butterflies. Chen Yu's feet danced, shifting positions in a manner that seemed almost boneless. He sidestepped, leaned back, and ducked, effortlessly avoiding each of Chen Lin's strikes. Not bad, but your execution leaves much to be desired. Chen Yu maintained his composure, not breaking a sweat, even taking the time to critique Chen Lin's swordplay. Have you forgotten to eat? Pick up the pace, gradually, as Chen Yu continued to evade while offering pointers on Chen Lin's technique. She threw down her stick in frustration and sulked onto a nearby bench. After all that, not a single hit? Chen Yu, I knew your pocket money wouldn't come easily. Did you think you could win that easily? Chinyu retorted with a grin, hands still clasped behind his back. A deal is a deal. It's time for you to stay home and train diligently before school starts. Chinyu's wager with Chen Lin served not only to evaluate the results of his Siyu and Yubu training, but also because Chen Lin, upon witnessing Zhang Biao's arrest, had become restless, frequently venturing into the city instead of focusing on her own cultivation. If it's cultivation, then let it be, Chen Lin huffed, turning away to retreat to her room for training. On August 10th, 2222, at 8 in the morning, Chinyu arrived at the entrance of the martial artist tower. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside and descended to the basement level. At the entrance of the basement, two robust men clad in black suits, their ears adorned with earpieces, stood guard. Upon seeing Chinyu descend, they extended their hands to block his path. Student, the basement level is reserved for martial artist assessments and is not open to the public. Please conduct your shopping on the first to third floors. They clearly regarded Chen Yu's youthful appearance as a sign that he had wandered into the wrong place. Chu Liufu was able to sense Chen Yu's breakthrough to martial artist status, partly because he himself was a martial artist, and partly due to the residual fluctuations of qi emanating from Chen Yu's body at the moment of his breakthrough. Now that Chen Yu was indeed a martial artist, without careful scrutiny, it was difficult for the two suited men to discern his true status. Their own strength was only at the novice 7th or 8th tier, rendering them unable to perceive Chen Yu's realm. I am here to participate in the martial artist assessment, Chen Yu said, rubbing his nose with a smile. It was only natural to be misunderstood due to his youthful appearance. Oh? The two men exchanged surprised glances. You're not joking, are you? You hardly look 20. I just celebrated my 18th birthday a few months ago. Chen Yu presented his identification card. Simultaneously, he allowed a slight tremor of qi to ripple through him. Sending out a wave of energy, the man on the right took Chen Yu's ID, swiped it on a machine, and immediately, Chen Yu's information appeared. Chen Yu, age 18, graduated from Zhongwu First High School, ID number. Indeed, you are but 18. The man in the suit respectfully extended his identification card towards Chen Yu, his demeanor exuding reverence. At the age of 18, possessing the martial artist realm, one's future is boundless as long as they do not meet an untimely demise. Sir, you have arrived rather early. The martial artist assessment does not commence until 9 o'clock. Chen Yu accepted the identification card, casually placing it into his spatial ring. Can I enter now? Yes, there are reception staff inside. The man in the suit gestured to the large door leading to the underground level with his left hand, inviting him in. Wishing you success in your martial artist assessment. Both men spoke simultaneously. Thank you. Chen Yu expressed his gratitude and stepped inside. Chapter 39. A broad mind as Chen Yu entered the hall, a sweet-faced guy dressed in a white professional outfit approached him. While it could not be said that the guide was exceptionally beautiful, her ample bosom, at least 34D, was quite noteworthy. The white shirt was stretched tight, and through the gap where the top button was undone, one could glimpse the purple lace of her undergarments. The guide, momentarily taken aback by Chen Yu's youth, quickly regained her composure due to her professional demeanor. Sir, you are here for the martial artist assessment, I presume? It has not yet begun. Please wait over here for a moment. Chen Yu nodded and followed the guide to a nearby waiting area. He thought he had arrived quite early, only to discover that there were others who had arrived before him. A glance around revealed 3 individuals seated on the sofas in the waiting area. 2 of them were engaged in conversation on a 2-person couch, while another sat silently on a separate couch. Chen Yu did not recognize any of them and chose a single sofa to sit down. Sir, would you like something to drink? We have tea, coffee, and sparkling water. A bottle of chilled sparkling water, please. Although it was still early, the temperature had already soared above 30 degrees in August, and a bottle of chilled sparkling water would certainly bring some joy. Just a moment, it will be right there. The waiting area was not large, and the two conversing did not lower their voices, making their dialogue inevitably reach Chen Yu's ears. Qinggu, you have participated in the martial artist assessment before? Can you tell me what it entails? The younger of the two spoke, suggesting that they were already acquainted. The martial artist assessment primarily tests one aspect: combat, as long as you can endure for 15 minutes under the claws of a ferocious beast. You will be deemed successful. Isn't that quite simple? Simple? If it were simple, why did I fail last time? The young man, referred to as Qinggu, shook his head with a bitter smile, recalling how he had been overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty aura of the ferocious beast during his last assessment. unable to unleash even half of his potential. While the examination content may sound straightforward, one truly realizes its difficulty when facing a ferocious beast. It's just a beast. How challenging can it be? The young man speaking was clearly skeptical, and no matter how much you doubt it, you'll understand when you encounter it for real. Qinggu was unwilling to dwell on painful memories and fell silent. As the two contemplated their thoughts, the waiting area sank into quietude. While the younger youth remained unconvinced by Qinggu, Qinyu believed him. The wild, ferocious beasts that thrived in nature were not comparable to those that had mutated in captivity. It was akin to the distinction between a tiger raised in a zoo and one that had grown up in the wilderness. The difference between those who had seen blood and those who had not was immense. It was said that the ferocious beasts used in the martial artist assessments were all captured from the wild and were fed live poultry upon their return to maintain their ferocity. Chen Yu had slain many mutated beasts from farms, and he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of his first encounter with a true ferocious beast. "Sir, your chilled, sparkling water." At that moment, the guide returned, balancing a tray. She bent down to hand the cup to Qinyu, her red-painted nails lightly brushing against his palm. Yes, he gazed into the abyss of her neckline. He accepted the icy cup, feeling a slight tingling sensation in his hand. Suddenly, a somewhat rigid piece of paper was slipped into his palm. The guide winked at him and swayed her slender waist as she turned to leave. "Have I just been flirted with?" Although Chunyu was no longer a novice in his past life, it had always been his initiative in his previous life. He had seen scenes on television where flight attendants handed notes to wealthy first-class passengers. He never expected to experience such treatment himself in this life. As he discreetly unfolded the note, it indeed bore a name and a phone number. Though not strikingly beautiful, her figure was commendable. Especially. Chunyu took a sip of the sparkling water, thinking it wouldn't hurt to play around a bit. The virility of this body surged within him, and having experienced such pleasures in his past life, he found himself feeling somewhat impulsive. At that moment, another young man, around 30, entered the room. The same guide attended to him, using the same phrases and actions as before. "Goodness, everyone is receiving one?" Chen Yu's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a fleeting white note. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he discovered that each individual possessed a similar note. This was a widespread strategy to catch anyone they could. However, those present were all martial artists. As long as one could get close to one, they would be set for life. It was akin to flight attendants handing notes to wealthy passengers on airplanes. Yet, Chunyu had no interest in such promiscuity. Furthermore, during his spiritual scan, he discovered a significant problem. That broad bosom was enhanced. Chunyu's irritation dissipated. He preferred the natural. As time passed, the waiting area saw the arrival of 3 more individuals, bringing the total to 8, including the latecomer. The newcomers were all older, aged between 35 and 45. Chenyu still did not recognize any of them, but it was evident that the later arrivals were acquainted with the earlier ones, as soft murmurs of conversation filled the air. The voices were hushed, and Chenyu had no inclination to eavesdrop. However, the glances cast in his direction implied that the topic of discussion was related to him. After all, in a small town like Zhongwu, it was quite a rarity to encounter an 18-year-old martial artist. In the Huaihai Bay City, one could expect to see several each year, while in the provincial capital of Jiangning, it was not uncommon to witness teenagers aged 17 or 18 undergo martial artist assessments monthly. It was rumored that in Kyoto, there were even youths who became martial artists at the tender age of 15 or 16. Xiao Chun. As Chenyu idly browsed his phone, a melodious female voice rang out from behind him. He turned to see a short-haired woman in her mid-20s standing beside his sofa, dressed in a fiery red form-fitting combat suit and wielding a long sword in its sheath. She exuded an air of confidence. "Sister Mei!" Chenyu quickly stood up, exclaiming in delight. The woman calling him was Ma Dongmei, who had previously worked alongside Chenyu as a guard at the Liufu slaughterhouse. Over the past month, Chenyu had become quite familiar with the guards in various workshops at the slaughterhouse, with Mo Fan being the one he knew best, followed closely by Ma Dongmei. "Xiao Chun, you've reached the martial artist realm?" Ma Dongmei brushed her hair away from her eyes, her expression radiating joy. "Indeed. I just broke through a few days ago." "Sister Mei, when did you achieve your breakthrough?" Chenyu invited Ma Dongmei to sit beside him on the sofa as he inquired. He was aware that Ma Dongmei had been at the 9th stage of the internship for some time and had mentioned her intention to attempt a breakthrough recently. He was pleasantly surprised to learn that she had succeeded just a few days after their last meeting. Chapter 40. The difference between humans and ferocious beasts. I just broke through 3 days ago. Emma Dongmei settled down, a hint of worry crossing her face. I spent the last few days consolidating my cultivation. And with the martial artist assessment coming up, I rushed over to participate. I just hope I can pass. I firmly believe you will succeed. Sister May, Chinyu replied with a smile, if I had just half of your combat power, I wouldn't be worried. May Dongmei lamented, her brows furrowing. Have no fear. Just remember the techniques I taught you before, and you'll surely be fine. During their first meeting, Chunyu had shared a small technique with Ma Dongmei for her training. As their friendship deepened, he had imparted several more tips. You have slain mutated ferocious beasts before. While the wild ones are indeed more savage, they are not vastly superior. Just maintain a calm disposition. On one occasion, when a newly mutated wild boar had appeared in Ma Dongmei's workshop, Chinyu had encouraged her to take it down on her own while he provided support. I only dared to strike because you were watching me. Ma Dongmei admitted, a trace of guilt evident in her tone. I will be here this time too. Chinyu assured her with a determined gaze, akin to encouraging a newborn to take its first step. Perhaps it was Chen Yu's words, I will be here too, that instilled confidence in Ma Dongmei. She took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. I can do this, haha. Laughter erupted nearby. Chen Yu turned to see a bald, muscular man who was not one of the earlier 8 individuals. He seemed to have just arrived while Chen Yu and Ma Dongmei were chatting. I can't help it. Are you two trying to kill me with laughter? A 17 or 18-year-old boy posturing as if he were something special, and a 25 or 26-year-old adult hanging on to his every word, believing it to be true. In reality, both of you are merely newly minted martial artists. I wager neither of you will pass this time. The bald man wore a look of disdain. Isn't eavesdropping on others rather unethical? Chen Yu frowned and replied coolly. During his conversation with Ma Dongmei, they had lowered their voices, and unless one was deliberately eavesdropping, it was unlikely to hear their exchange. Dongmei rose, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger as she scolded. What we discuss is none of your business. Do you think that just because we can't pass, you will? Ha! The bald, muscular man let out a cold laugh and rose to his feet, his imposing physique exuding a palpable pressure. I can definitely pass. By what right? Simply because I endured for 13 minutes against the tusked wild boar last time before succumbing. This time, the cold laughter came from Ma Dongmei, who disdainfully remarked, I thought you were formidable. Turns out, you're just a loser. You. The bald man's eyes widened, his fists clenched. You little wench, I think you're asking for a beating with that. The bald man prepared to take action. Silence. A thunderous shout erupted from the front of the resting area, causing all 9 present to turn their heads towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a moon-white training uniform, with the emblem of the Martial Artist Guild embroidered on the left chest. You must be the entirety of today's participants for the Martial Artist Assessment. I am Song Tianshu, the Vice President of the Zhongwu City Martial Artist Guild and today's examiner. Follow me to the assessment location. The man in the moon-white attire, Song Tianshu, led the way towards a large metal door at the back of the hall. Count yourselves lucky. During the practical assessment, I'll show you just how hard my fists are. The bald man raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, with a cold snort, turning to follow the examiner, a loser, and yet so arrogant that Dongmei's eyes were filled with contempt. Xiao Qin's strength was at least 10 times that of his, yet he never boasted. Mei Jia, let's go. Qin Yu's face showed no expression as he shoved his hands into his pockets and walked ahead. Song Tianshu retrieved a card from his person and swiped it on the device beside the metal door. With a creak, the metal door opened automatically. Song Tianshu stepped inside, followed by Qin Yu and the others. Upon passing through the metal door, the interior starkly contrasted the modern decor outside, exhibiting an exceedingly minimalist design. Several hundred-watt incandescent bulbs lit the space, rendering it translucent. In the center lay an enormous circular pit, the size of a football field. The surrounding area was impeccably smoothed with cement. Taking a few steps forward, one could see the bottom of the pit, which lay a good 5 to 6 meters below the surface. Accessible only by several thick, rope-woven ladders, on the walls of the pit, there were 4 large openings, each over 2 meters in diameter, positioned in the east, west, south, and north directions. Each opening was secured with massive iron doors crafted from steel bars the thickness of an arm. Occasionally, the sounds of beasts could be heard emanating from within, the darkness obscuring any sight of the ferocious creatures. Chen Yu speculated that there were likely independent chambers within the pit, each housing a fearsome beast. Standing before the pit, Song Tianshu turned to face the group. I know that some of you have been here before, albeit unsuccessfully. Others are here for the first time but have heard of the martial artist assessment. I must reiterate, this is the venue for the martial artist assessment. The rules for this assessment have been slightly altered compared to previous ones. The Windshadow Wolf has been replaced with the Iron-Armored Bull. The 4 steel bar gates enclose your opponents for this assessment: the Shadow Cat, the Claw Hound, the Tusked Wild Boar, and the Iron-Armored Bull. Upon hearing Song Tianshu announce the fearsome beasts for today's assessment, some faces turned pale. How could there be an Iron-Armored Bull in this martial artist assessment? The strongest beast in previous assessments was merely the Tusked Wild Boar, which was already incredibly formidable. Equivalent to a mid-stage human martial artist. When it charges, even late-stage martial artists can hardly withstand it. Many have fallen to the charge of the Tusked Wild Boar, as long as one can evade its attacks. There remains a possibility of passing the assessment. But the Iron-Armored Bull is on par with late-stage martial artists, boasting superior attack and defense. Which early-stage martial artist can endure against it for 15 minutes? Someone stepped forward, addressing the examiner. Sir Examiner, while the Shadow Cat and Claw Hound are manageable, their strength is not much different from that of a newly initiated martial artist, and their capabilities are limited. However, the Tusked Wild Boar's combat power is equivalent to that of a mid-stage human martial artist. When it charges, even late-stage martial artists cannot withstand it. Moreover, the Iron-Armored Bull possesses the might of late-stage martial artists. With thick skin and formidable attack power, coupled with swift speed, anyone encountering it would likely be slain instantly. Such an assessment is utterly pointless. Indeed, with the Iron-Armored Bull's attack power, if we cannot evade, we would either be killed or gravely injured. It would be better to forfeit than to draw the Iron-Armored Bull. Examiner, your strength is likely at the late stage, correct? If an accident occurs, would you be able to provide timely rescue? Many voices chimed in agreement. The Iron-Armored Bull was far beyond their capacity as newly ascended martial artists. No one wished to lose their life over a mere assessment. Some were aware of the examiner's strength, which was only at the late stage, and thus could not possibly save anyone from the Iron-Armored Bull's crushing hooves in a moment of crisis. Chapter 41. Drawing Lot Xiaoqian? That Iron-Armored Bull at the slaughterhouse mutated from the yellow cow last time, that time. The Iron-Armored Bull had only just mutated successfully, its strength barely at the first stage. Even so, it was terrifyingly powerful. Including the factory manager, we were nearly unable to subdue it. Mei Dongmei recalled the past with a lingering fear, speaking softly to Chen Yu. Chen Yu was also aware of this incident. The news of the slaughterhouse incident had sparked his desire to earn money. Silence! A thunderous voice rang out, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. Immediately, a heavy pressure bore down upon them, causing the clamor to cease. What a terrifying aura! Chen Yu felt a surge of alarm. Within him, the momentum of his blade seemed to quiver slightly, pushing back against the oppressive force. Turning, he saw an elderly man with silver hair calmly walking in from outside. The silver-haired elder's gaze met Chen Yu's. Surprise flickering in his eyes, the blade momentum its already perfected. I didn't notice that last time, however. He merely glanced at Chen Yu without further comment. This young man was familiar to him. He had come to select a short stroll not long ago. Elder Yang, what brings you here? The examiner, Song Tianshu, greeted him with respect. Chen Yu had seen the elder at the martial artist building, though it was on the 9th underground level. At that time, the elder was reclining in a chair, exuding no aura whatsoever. Had it not been for Chu Zhongtian's profound respect towards him, Chen Yu would have mistaken him for an ordinary old man in his twilight years. Yet now, the elder radiated an aura as imposing as a mountain. Utterly terrifying. Yang of the Yang family, is it? Now I know who he is. A middle-aged man in his 40s seemed to guess the elder's identity. Who is he? Speak. Yang Tianchen. The middle-aged man said reverently, enunciating each word. Is it really him? The master of the broken mountain blade, Yang? Indeed, it is he. I remember hearing that Yang was the most renowned swordsman to emerge from Zhengwu City. I never imagined I would have the fortune to meet him in my middle age. I have also heard that Master Yang's legendary battle was against a third-stage beast, the great strength demon ape, in the Hengduan Mountains. In that battle, He did not just slay the great strength demon ape with a single strike. The residual momentum of his blade severed a small mountain peak. I cannot believe Master Yang has returned to Zhongwu City. Having deduced the elder's identity, everyone greeted him with utmost respect and no need for pleasantries. Elder Yang approached the edge of the pit and retrieved a reclining chair. Xiao Deng called me and mentioned he had matters to attend to and asked me to come help oversee things. I will only handle the beast portion. The rest is not my concern. With Elder Yang's presence providing a sense of security, the crowd exhaled in relief. After bowing again, Song Tianshu continued, I understand that the combat powers of these 4 beasts differ, with the Shadow Cat being the weakest and the Iron-Armored Bull the strongest. Some may argue this is unfair. Song Tianshu paused before exclaiming, an assessment is about real combat. When you encounter an Iron-Armored Bull in the wild, do you think it will care about fairness? Its only response will be its sharp horns and the crushing force of its hooves. Moreover, who says that early-stage martial artists cannot hunt Iron-Armored Bulls? There are plenty of early-stage martial artists in the wild capable of taking down an Iron-Armored Bull. The difference between humans and beasts is that humans possess intellect. However, Song Tianshu's tone shifted. I also recognize that you are merely at the early stages of martial artistry, and your combat power is vastly inferior to seasoned martial artists. You will find it nearly impossible to defend against the Iron-Armored Bull. Hence, today's drawing rules for the martial artist assessment will differ from those in the past. At this moment, a staff member from the Martial Artist Guild handed Song Tianshu a glass jar filled with numerous small white plastic balls. Each ball was of uniform size and shape, amounting to nearly 100. Here are 101 plastic balls, each containing a slip of paper indicating the name of the beast drawn. Song Tianshu accepted the glass jar, giving it a casual shake. Noting the anxious expressions of the crowd, he added, do not be nervous. Of these 101 balls, only 2 contain the Iron-Armored Bull, while the remaining 99 are labeled with the Shadow Cat, Clawhound, and Tusked Wild Boar. Hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. A 1 in 50 chance. As long as we are not excessively unlucky, we should be fine. Song Tianshu continued, next, I will call out names to draw lots and prepare for the assessment. A nearby staff member took the glass jar and held it, while also handing Song Tianshu a tablet. Song Tianshu took the tablet, glanced at it, and exclaimed, the first one is Qin Fong. A young man stepped out from the crowd, advancing to retrieve a small plastic ball from the glass container. This young man was Qin, whom Chun Yu had seen chatting in the break area upon his arrival. Brother Qin, what ferocious beast did you draw? Inquired a younger acquaintance of Qin Fong, who had previously been familiar with him. Qin Fong was equally curious about his fortune. He promptly twisted open the small ball and extracted a slip of paper. Iron Claw Mastiff. Qin Fong exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. Although the Iron Claw Mastiff was not the weakest of creatures, it was still quite commendable. Not bad. Congratulations, Brother Qin. Song Tianshu took the paper from Qin Fong's hand. Qin Fong, are you ready? If so, you may descend. Qin Fong nodded, arming himself with a long knife and a shield, and he descended the rope ladder to the bottom of the pit. Prepare, begin. At Song Tianshu's command, one of the iron bars slowly lifted. Oh whoa! Before the bar was fully raised, a dark figure lunged out, exuding an overwhelming ferocity as it charged toward Qin Fong. The shadow bore some resemblance to a shepherd dog but was considerably larger. Judging by its size, it could rival a cheetah. Its front claws glimmered menacingly under the light. This is the true ferocious beast? How terrifying! The young man, witnessing a real ferocious beast for the first time, felt his legs weaken under the pressure of its malevolence, losing all prior arrogance. The bloodthirsty nature of wild beasts was indeed far removed from that of mutated poultry. Even its aura surpassed that of the mutated boar. Chen Yu furrowed his brow as he observed the scene at the pit's bottom. Although he had dispatched numerous mutated ferocious beasts, this was his first encounter with a wilderness beast. Clang! Qin Fong raised his shield with his left hand, blocking one of the Iron Claw Mastiff's lethal claws, while his right hand swung the long knife toward the creature's neck. Bang! Sparks flew as the knife collided with the Mastiff's other claw. Get away from me! Qin Fong bellowed, channeling his energy into the knife, emitting a blade of light over 3 inches long. The Iron Claw Mastiff, cunning and evasive, leaped away to change direction and lunged at Qin Fong again. Learning from his previous failure, Qin Fong remained calm, Facing the beast head-on without launching an attack, he maintained a defensive posture, expertly coordinating his knife and shield to deny the mastiff any opportunity to strike. The pit echoed with the sounds of clashing metal, sparks flying in all directions. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Qin Fong, assessment successful. Congratulations on becoming a formal warrior, announced Song Tianshu, glancing at the timer. Just as his words fell, Yang Tianchen, reclining in a chair nearby, made no move to rise, extending his hand toward the iron claw mastiff. The beast's neck fur seemed to be gripped by an unseen force, leaving behind a mark as it was lifted into the air and thrown back into its lair. Soon after, a heavy door slammed shut, and silence enveloped the pit. Qin Fong discarded his shield and knife, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Defense may sound easy, but in reality, it demands even more mental fortitude than offense. A slight miscalculation could lead to the iron claw mastiff breaching his defenses and striking his flesh. Rest a moment and hurry up, there are still so many people waiting. As Qin Fong climbed out of the pit, Song Tianshu began calling the next test subject. Next, Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan was the young man who had accompanied Qin Fong. Upon seeing the drawn beast was the mutated boar, he felt no trace of the arrogance he had previously displayed when dismissing it. Instead, fear and trepidation washed over him. Indeed, the adage proved true. The more arrogant you were at first, the more pathetic you will be now. Within a minute, the young man was toppled by the mutated boar, shouting for help. Fortunately, Yang Lao intervened just in time, rescuing him from the pit and saving his life. However, this meant his warrior assessment had failed, and he would have to wait for the next evaluation in 2 months. Judging by his terrified demeanor, it would likely be a year or more before he dared to challenge again. Witnessing the boar's aggressive tactics, a spark ignited in Qian Yu's mind, and an idea emerged. Leaning closer to Ma Dongmei, he whispered his thoughts, and Ma Dongmei's eyes brightened with the realization. Is it possible to do it this way? She pondered that if I draw it, I will employ this method. Among the next 4 participants, 2 succeeded while 2 failed. The successful ones were exhausted and panting heavily, while the failures bore significant injuries. They either cried for help or were saved by Yang Lao at the crucial moment. Coincidentally, the remaining 3 participants were Chunyu, Ma Dongmei, and a burly bald man. Next, Ma Dongmei. At Song Tianshu's call, Ma Dongmei took a deep breath, gripping her sword, and approached to draw her lot. You have drawn the mutated boar. Do you need to prepare? The previous 2 who had drawn the boar had failed. Perhaps because Ma Dongmei was a lady, and a rather attractive one at that, Song Tianshu did not display the same cold demeanor he had with the others. No, thank you. Catching Qian Yu's encouraging gaze, Ma Dongmei shook her head. Then you may prepare. In the pit, Ma Dongmei did not position herself in the center like other test participants, but stood against the farthest wall from where the mutated boar was confined. What a brilliant strategy! Song Tianshu recognized her intention. The mutated boar's greatest threat lay in its charging speed. By standing near the wall, she could evade its most formidable attack with timely movement. If the boar were to impale itself against the wall, even for a brief moment, it would sustain some injuries. Others, too, understood her strategy, especially the 2 who had previously drawn the boar and failed. They were filled with regret, wishing for a way to end their own misery. Why didn't I think of such a simple method? Song Tianshu observed their expressions and shook his head inwardly. These individuals were so consumed by muscle that they could only think of brute force. He had already stated that what distinguishes humans from ferocious beasts is that humans possess intellect, while beasts do not. Yet, these people were no different from beasts in their lack of thought. Unbeknownst to them, Ma Dongmei had not conceived the idea herself. It was Chunyu who had informed her. The iron gate swung open, and a mutated boar weighing 700 to 800 pounds charged out. Each impact reverberated through the ground. Its hefty head hung low, with sharp tusks resembling curved blades protruding from its nostrils. If she could manage it, a single strike would suffice to slay this beast. As the boar closed in, Ma Dongmei could almost feel the heated breath escaping its snout. Her grip on the sword tightened. Her hands slick with sweat, her heart racing. Now is the moment. Just as the boar's tusks were about to pierce her, Ma Dongmei executed a sudden leap, propelling herself over 2 meters high. Ordinarily, the boar would have needed merely to halt, pivot, and charge again, leaving Ma Dongmei airborne, with no means of escape, certain death. However, This time was different. She was positioned against the wall with no sufficient distance for it to react. Thud. The boar's tusks embedded themselves into the wall as if piercing tofu. Its massive body collided with the wall, producing a thunderous sound akin to a tank crashing into a boulder. Cement crumbled from the wall, dust obscuring the view of the onlookers. This was the moment Ma Dongmei had been waiting for. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, fixating on one of the boar's eyes. Chun Yu had advised her that the boar's skull was exceptionally tough, and a typical strike may not guarantee penetration. It was best to target a weak point for a certain kill. Undoubtedly, the eye socket presented the ideal area for attack. A streak of crimson sword light, akin to the rising sun, cut through the layers of obstruction, manifesting before the spectators. The boar closed its eyes, attempting to shield itself with its eyelids. Yet, Ma Dongmei's fiery, energy-infused strike was beyond what mere eyelids could withstand. With a piercing sound, the searing sword energy punctured the boar's eyelid, followed by the sharp blade plunging into the eye socket. Sizzle. The intense energy roasted the boar's eyeball and brain matter, releasing the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The boar's corpulent body thrashed momentarily before falling still, as its tusk remained lodged in the wall. It did not collapse even in death. I did it. Ma Dongmei gasped heavily. Though the entire battle lasted only a few breaths, the mental toll was no less than that of a 15-minute fight. Her hair was damp with sweat, strands clinging to her forehead. Ma Dongmei has successfully passed the assessment. Song Tianshu beamed with a smile. Congratulations, Ma Dongmei. You are the first warrior today to defeat the assessment beast. Thank you. Ma Dongmei pushed off the boar's body, using the rope ladder for leverage, and leaped out of the pit. I told you. As long as you don't panic, it's quite simple. Isn't it? Chen Yu remarked cheerfully. Indeed. Ma Dongmei nodded, viewing Chen Yu almost like a mentor despite their 18-year age difference. It's merely a clever trick, she mused, a trivial tactic. The bald man scoffed dismissively. Oh? If it's such a trivial tactic. Don't use it later, Dongmei shot back with a retort. You. Guang Tuqiang was momentarily choked, and now only he and Chen Yu remained without assessment. During the upcoming evaluation, how could he possibly forego such an effortless method? Nevertheless, he still valued his face, stubbornly declaring, I won't use it if I don't want to. Just wait for the draw, and I shall demonstrate how to engage in frontal combat. In their last encounter, he had managed to endure for 13 minutes beneath the fangs of a wild boar. 2 months had passed, and his true energy and martial skills had seen considerable enhancement, as long as he did not draw the armored bull. He harbored no fear of the other 3 beasts. He was even confident in defeating the Shadow Cat and the Iron Claw Mastiff. Then let us await. Ma Dongmei was not one to suffer losses lightly. She exchanged barbs with Guang Tuqiang. Next, Li Chong Delai Chong was indeed Guang Tuqiang. He snorted coldly and stepped forward. Heaven help me. Let me draw the armored bull. Hearing Ma Dongmei's mutterings, Chun Yu could not help but shudder. A woman who held grudges should never be trifled with. She even resorted to curses. However, as long as Li Chong's luck was not exceedingly poor, he should not be so unfortunate, right? Yet, whether it was the effect of Ma Dongmei's curse or mere coincidence, when Li Chong opened the slip of paper and caught sight of the words, his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He crumpled the slip of paper again in his fist. Observing Li Chong's expression, everyone could surmise what beast he had drawn. Could he truly be so unfortunate as to encounter a 1 in 50 chance? Given his grim countenance, it was likely true. Alas, last time he faced the wild boar and nearly failed. This time, drawing the armored bull, Guang Tuqiang's luck is truly abysmal. Even though Guang Tuqiang crumpled the paper again, it could not alter the outcome of him drawing the armored bull. Li Chong, reveal your draw. Song Tianshu's tone was markedly harsher than when addressing Ma Dongmei. As Guang Tuqiang remained motionless, his expression grew colder. If you do not present it, I will consider it a forfeit. Guang Tuqiang understood that prolonging the situation was futile and had no choice but to submit the slip to Li Chong. Armored bull. Song Tianshu announced without even glancing at it. In such circumstances, he felt it unnecessary to look. One could not deny Guang Tuqiang's strength. Had he not drawn the armored bull, he would have undoubtedly passed. Alas, he had drawn the armored bull. The metallic gauntlets delivered several blows to the armored bull's body. Yet each strike was absorbed by the bull's resilient hide, leaving it unscathed. After enduring for 5 minutes, he was directly hurled away by the armored bull, crashing against the rock wall, blood spurting from his mouth uncontrollably. Ultimately, it was Elder Yang who intervened, restraining the armored bull. Otherwise, another blow would have surely been fatal. Guangtukying, pale and crawling out of the pit, stood silently to the side. "Aren't you capable? Why so pathetic?" Ma Dongmei mocked. Reveling in his misfortune, "Humph! If you had drawn the armored bull, you'd be worse off than me. Enough of your blather. I have already passed the martial assessment, while you have not." PFF. Guangtukying, infuriated, spat out another mouthful of blood. However, he did not faint. He wanted to see Chen Yu's result. "That I curse you to draw the armored bull as well." The final participant, Chen Yu. Chen Yu stepped forward and casually retrieved a plastic ball from the glass jar. He did not even glance at it, directly handing it to Song Tianshu before turning to leap into the pit. What significance was there in looking? Regardless, any beast he drew would yield the same outcome. Even the armored bull. Chen Yu's nonchalance took Song Tianshu aback. It was the first time he had encountered such decisiveness in Chen Yu. Upon opening the slip, the 4 characters written on it left him momentarily stunned. With a hint of sympathy, he glanced at Chen Yu in the pit. "Chen Yu, armored bull. Haha, weren't you mocking me? I shall see how miserable your partner fares." Upon hearing that Chen Yu had also drawn the armored bull, Guangtukying erupted into maniacal laughter. Ma Dongmei, however, was consumed with worry. She had no time to heed Guangtukying's taunts. The armored bull was far too powerful. Even 3 wild boars could not compare to a single armored bull. What was happening today? Had 2 armored bulls been drawn in total? The key was that they were the last 2. Was it possible that the assessment officials had cheated? Otherwise, it was all too coincidental. The few individuals who had completed their assessments exchanged glances, harboring suspicions that Song Tianshu had indeed cheated. This was far too coincidental. Yet, they only dared to whisper among themselves, "As a late-stage martial artist." Song Tianshu's hearing surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Although their murmurs were hushed, he could still make out their words. He felt wronged. Yet there was no way to clarify the situation. He could only pretend not to hear and focus on Chen Yu in the pit. Chen Yu stood boldly in the center of the pit, awaiting the iron gate that contained the armored bull to open. Creak. The iron gate slowly lifted. A shadow of imposing stature emerged from within. It was the armored bull. Encased in a layer of glimmering metallic armor, its 2 sharp horns resembled blades, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters or more. Its eyes were larger than copper bells, and its nostrils, as thick as a child's arm, exhaled a stream of white vapor. The armored bull possessed speed, defense, and attack. Enduring beneath its hooves for 15 minutes would be a formidable challenge. Just moments ago, Guangtukying's fists had struck the creature, but it had felt like mere tickling, failing to breach its defenses, and he had barely managed to last 5 minutes. How long do you think this young man can endure? I wager 3 minutes. I wager 2 minutes. The crowd clearly did not have high hopes for Chen Yu. The armored bull's defenses were far too formidable. Generally, even mid-stage martial artists struggled to penetrate the armored bull's defenses. Let alone Chen Yu, who had just entered the martial realm. "Moo!" the armored bull bellowed. Yet it did not charge immediately, its powerful hind hooves trampling the ground. The cement beneath its hooves crumbled like rags, leaving deep gouges. With its body slightly lowered, its bull-like eyes glared at Chen Yu with an intimidating ferocity. Chen Yu maintained a relaxed demeanor, not even flinching. The onlookers above assumed he had been stunned into silence by the armored bull's ferocity and could not help but shout, "Run! Quickly run! Can't you see the armored bull is gathering momentum?" Chapter 44. How proficient are your chefs at cooking beef? Elder Yang. This young man is quite young. Please pay him extra attention. Although Song Tianshu believed that Chen Yu was unlikely to be overwhelmed by the armored bull's intimidation, he did not wish for Chen Yu to be bedridden for months, wasting his golden training period. Elder Yang had sensed the blade intent within Chen Yu, and he did not believe that an armored bull could be a match for such a promising young martial artist. Xiaosong, how skillful are your chefs at cooking beef? Elder Yang did not respond directly to Song Tianshu's inquiry, but posed a question that left him bewildered. Song Tianshu was at a loss for words. How could he possibly know the chef's proficiency in cooking beef? I suppose they are adequate. His answer was vague, prompting Elder Yang to wonder if he was craving beef. I will instruct the chef to procure some. Song Tianshu speculated that Elder Yang had been reminded of beef by the sight of the armored bull and was now feeling peckish. If necessary, He would find a chef skilled in cooking beef to bring back for Elder Yang. After all, the Martial Artist Association was not short on funds and no need to buy. We have a ready supply. Elder Yang pointed at the armored bull in the pit. Elder Yang, that was captured with great effort specifically for the assessment. It cannot be killed for consumption. Song Tianshu was taken aback by Elder Yang's words. Capturing that armored bull had required considerable manpower. If Elder Yang were to kill it for food, he feared the association president would devour him upon his return. If Elder Yang desires beef from the armored bull, I can hunt one in the wild later. Why are you so frightened? Rest assured, I will not intervene. Elder Yang waved his hand. However, it must die eventually. Elder Yang, as long as you do not act, it should survive. Song Tianshu chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? Elder Yang smiled enigmatically, his gaze fixed on the pit. Song Tianshu sensed that there was something concealed within Elder Yang's smile. Yet he could not discern it in the pit. The armored bull had completed its build-up. Thud, thud, thud. All 4 hooves exerted force simultaneously, gouging out 4 bowl-sized pits in the cement ground, while a grayish aura of demonic energy enveloped its body. The rich demonic energy shrouded it tightly, not even sparing its eyes. Like a heavy tank, it charged menacingly toward Chenyu. It's over. A vision of Chenyu being struck and sent flying while vomiting blood flashed through the minds of the onlookers. Just as the armored bull was a mere meter away from Chenyu, he finally moved. His feet tapped lightly, swiftly shifting positions until he was just a step away. This slight distance allowed the armored bull's massive body to graze past his clothing. Coincidence. It had to be mere coincidence. Guang Tuqiang could not believe that this step had been calculated. Such maneuvers were beyond the capabilities of even seasoned martial artists. Phew da. M.A. Dongmei exhaled a long breath. I knew Xiao Chun had tricks up his sleeve. That is a subtle movement technique. It must be a refined level of skill. Song Tianshu gasped in astonishment. Indeed, with his late-stage martial artist cultivation, it is no small feat to achieve such subtlety. He must have practiced step of the inch. Elder Yang, do you know him? The most suitable technique for mastering refined movement is step of the inch. Coincidentally, Song Tianshu knew that in the treasure vault located 9 levels underground, there existed a manual for step of the inch. I have only met him once. Elder Yang nodded slightly. A week prior, Xiao Chu had brought him to select a reward. And he had chosen the Ciyuan Yubu. A week? That is inconceivable. Song Tianshu shook his head frantically. What a joke. The difficulty of mastering Ciyuan Yubu is akin to that of an earth-level technique. Tio achieved perfection in just over a week. What kind of celestial comprehension is this? Yet, the evidence lies before us. Nothing is impossible. At this moment, Elder Yang no longer reclined in his chair, but stood at the edge of the pit, his aged frame leaning slightly as he squinted at Chenyu, who was skillfully evading the charge of the armored bull. His Ciyuan Yubu was not yet perfected. It should have only recently reached the great accomplishment stage. After observing Chen Yu's evasive maneuvers for a while, Elder Yang reached a conclusion. Although Chen Yu consistently dodged the armored bull's onslaught, sometimes he was too close, and at other times too far, indicating a lack of precision in distance control. He was utilizing the armored bull to refine his Ciyuan Yubu, progressing at an astonishing rate, with the margin of error growing ever smaller. This was the first time Elder Yang had encountered such an extraordinary talent. With such a prodigy, Zhongwu City was fortunate indeed. Elder Yang was not mistaken. Chen Yu was indeed employing the armored bull to train his Ciyuan Yubu. After evading the armored bull's charge several times, Chen Yu found it increasingly effortless. You are of no further value. A beast devoid of worth should perish. When the armored bull charged again, Chen Yu did not evade. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his vital energy, his muscles swelling as he clenched his right fist and drew back his right arm. Akin to a bowstring pulled taut, as the armored bull closed to within an arm's length, Chen Yu unleashed a powerful punch. Layered wave fist, 12 waves. Chen Yu let out a low roar, and the sound of crashing waves echoed continuously. According to the manual, the perfected state of the layered wave fist consists of 9 waves. However, during his recent studies of the technique, Chen Yu discovered that the layered wave fist is fundamentally a method of force accumulation. The 9 layers of force were merely the creator's limit, not the technique's ultimate potential. The 12 waves represented the culmination of Chen Yu's recent insights. Each layer of energy converged like a wall of wind upon his fist. Bang! His fist shattered the protective aura of the armored bull, striking it fiercely on the forehead. A terrifying shockwave erupted, as if a gale of force swept outward, enveloping the area in dust and obscuring the figures of man and beast. Boom! The sound of the massive creature collapsing echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Was the armored bull truly dead? The crowd could hardly believe that a mere boy, newly entered into the realm of martial artists, could slay an armored bull with a single punch. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Bald Chong could not withstand such a shock, spewing a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Someone, take him to the hospital. Song Tianshu merely issued the command and did not concern himself with the fallen Bald Chong. The others were equally indifferent to his fate, their gazes fixated on the dust-filled pit. With a wave of his hand, Elder Yang summoned a gust of wind that swept away the dust, revealing the figures of both man and beast. Chen Yu was slowly retracting his fist, and beneath him, though these may seem like inconspicuous trifles, some of them can indeed be life-saving in dire situations. Glancing out the window, Chen Yu noticed a nearby chain supermarket, Pang Shilai Supermarket, accompanied by a pharmacy at its entrance. The items mentioned in the post could be procured from either location. Chen Yu hurriedly alighted from the vehicle and scoured both the supermarket and the pharmacy for the listed supplies. Chapter 46. Into the wilderness. During dinner, Chen Yu shared the news of his successful passage through the martial artist assessment with Chen Fugue and his family. He also mentioned his plans to venture into the wilderness the following day. Although Chen Fugue and Zhou Kailan did not voice their objections, it was evident that their concern lingered. However, they recognized that Chen Yu's combat prowess far surpassed that of most newly minted martial artists. Equipping him with superior survival skills, they offered numerous cautions, all of which Chen Yu acknowledged. At the break of dawn the next day, as the first light of day began to emerge, Chen Yu had already prepared himself for departure. Supply base number 05, situated to the south of Zhongwu City, serves as the nearest resupply point for martial artists venturing into the wilderness. Typically, martial artists from Zhongwu City set out from this base. Yet, it is noteworthy that not only martial artists from Zhongwu City frequent base number 05. In fact, they comprise merely a small fraction of its visitors. The majority of martial artists hail from Huaihai City, which boasts a larger population and superior educational resources compared to the satellite city of Zhongwu. However, Huaihai City does not border the wilderness, necessitating a passage through 8 surrounding satellite cities before reaching the supply base beyond the city limits. Seated on a minibus en route to base number 05, Chen Yu gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery while listening to the discussions among fellow martial artists. The topic of conversation was closely tied to the post Chen Yu had seen the previous day. "Have you all heard about the Ghost-Face Squad?" One voice inquired. "It's been the talk of the town lately. Everywhere you go, that's all you hear. Did you catch wind of the incident that occurred at Supply Base No. 06 yesterday?" Another asked. "What happened?" "Everyone knows about the Fierce Tiger Squad from Huaihai City, right? They typically operate in the wilderness just outside Supply Base number 06. Yesterday afternoon, after ambushing a second-tier initial stage Diamond Leopard, they encountered the Ghost-Face Squad. In the end, 9 out of the 10 members of the Fierce Tiger Squad perished, with only the vice-captain severely injured, making it back to Base No. 056, and the Diamond Leopard was stolen as well. Both the captain and vice-captain are peak martial artists, and the other 8 are no slouches either. To have suffered such a catastrophic defeat, the Ghost-Face Squad is undeniably formidable. As the minibus sped along the highway, the horizon ahead revealed a seemingly endless expanse of iron thorns. Chen Yu understood that base number 05 was drawing near. The vast iron thorns stood as a high-voltage steel barrier. Beyond this wall lay towering skyscrapers and the vibrant, modern cityscape. Outside the steel wall, however, was a wild land rife with ferocious beasts and human life treated as expendable. Base number 05 was established as a camp right next to this imposing steel barrier. The camp bustled with activity, primarily occupied by martial artists clad with long swords and short blades, hurrying about. Chen Yu was taken aback by the sheer number of martial artists present. It seemed there were no fewer than several hundred individuals within the camp. When considering those entering the wilderness, the total count easily surpassed 1,000. Such a congregation of martial artists was a rare sight indeed. The camp was not particularly large, merely about 100 meters long, allowing one to see its entirety at a glance. There were no proper buildings, only makeshift wooden structures. However, this was understandable. When a beast tide erupted, these camps would become the front line, and no matter how well built the structures, they would serve no purpose. After a brief exploration, Chinyu noticed several areas marked by dried bloodstains. The shops were primarily engaged in purchasing beast materials and providing supplies, with little of interest to behold. Disappointed, he shook his head and made his way toward a designated entrance for pedestrian access. At the entrance stood two armed soldiers, vigilantly monitoring the flow of people. "Stop right there, young man," one of the soldiers called out as Chinyu approached the gate. "Beyond this point lies the wilderness. Entry is restricted to martial artists only." Chinyu was taken aback. Why was he singled out when so many others passed without issue? This young man must be curious about the wilderness. Taking advantage of the summer break, the second soldier chuckled. "You can observe from here. It's far too dangerous outside with beasts lurking everywhere." Realizing the reason for the scrutiny was his age, Chinyu let out a wry smile and presented his identification card. "Gentlemen, I am a certified martial artist." "Really?" The two soldiers exchanged skeptical glances. After scanning his ID through their device, Chinyu's information surfaced. Name: Chinyu. Status: martial artist. ID number: residential address: Chinjia Village, Zhongwu City, Huaihai City. They compared his appearance with the photo on the ID, confirming his identity. Another young prodigy. They thought to themselves, both intrigued and puzzled. As soldiers stationed here for several months, they had seen a few 18 or 19-year-olds venture into the wilderness. But typically those who attained martial artist status at such a young age hailed from martial artist families. These families often provided early training in martial arts, preparing them for combat scenarios. When entering the wilderness, they would usually have an elder accompanying them for protection. However, this young man appeared to be alone, and Zhongwu City had no noteworthy martial artist families to speak of. "Can I go now?" Chinyu asked, seeing that they were taking their time deliberating. "You're good to go." They understood their duty was to prevent non-martial artists from risking their lives in the wilderness. Since Chinyu was a confirmed martial artist, they had no authority to detain him, regardless of his youth. "Young brother, since it's your first time in the wilderness, it's best to stay close to the supply base and avoid venturing too far. Especially into the forests," one soldier advised, concerned for his safety. "Thank you. I will," Chinyu replied, accepting his identification back and stepping beyond the bounds of human control. Looking ahead, he saw that the area just outside was filled with waist-high weeds and some low shrubs. Beyond that, scattered trees began to emerge, leading into what appeared to be a primal forest, the Qingfeng mountain range. This range is the largest mountain range in Jiangnan province, stretching for several hundred kilometers and encompassing several major base cities, including Huaihai City, Jiangning City, and Yangqing City. The outskirts of the mountain range were inhabited by first- and second-tier ferocious beasts, with the danger escalating deeper into the mountains. It was rumored that within the depths of the Qingfeng mountain range, there resided a fourth-tier beast capable of rivaling human masters. Chinyu retrieved a straight blade from his spatial ring, holding it firmly in hand. The wilderness was a far cry from the city. Danger lurked at every turn. Chapter 47. Braised rabbit meet a la beast. After walking more than 100 meters, Chinyu entered a thicket of grass that reached his waist. Upon stepping into the underbrush, he was startled, nearly swinging his blade in alarm. Concealed within the dense foliage were a dozen martial artists, their figures hidden from view. They were crouched in groups of 2 or 3, poised at various earthen pits, seemingly waiting for something. Be cautious. Although the red-eyed rabbit is merely a first-tier initial stage beast, it is exceedingly cunning, lying in wait within its burrow to strike when you let your guard down, warned a middle-aged man, presumably the leader. The burrows had been excavated by the red-eyed rabbits, and each entrance posed a potential threat of an ambush. "Understood, Captain," the others replied, gripping their swords with focused expressions as they monitored the holes. "Red-eyed rabbits? I've heard they dig holes, but I never imagined their talent for burrowing would survive the transition to ferocity," Chinyu mused, intrigued, as he peered into one of the burrows. Having seen footage of wild rabbits digging in his past life, he recalled their holes were typically only as thick as a human's arm. However, these red-eyed rabbits were comparable to wild rabbits of his former world. Yet the openings here were as wide as a 200-pound person's waist. Were these rabbits truly that robust in this world? Chinyu contemplated using his spiritual energy to discern the true nature of the red-eyed rabbits. Just then, a coarse voice came from nearby. "Young brother, be careful." Turning around, he saw the middle-aged captain speaking. "Do not approach the burrow so closely. The red-eyed rabbit possesses incredible burst speed. From the moment you see it to when it lunges at you, it will be a mere blink of an eye. It's perilous. Thank you for the warning." Chen Yu expressed his gratitude. Stay alert. Quickly. Suddenly, the captain's ears caught the familiar chirp sound, prompting him to shout. The noise originated from the burrow right in front of Chen Yu. He noticed that Chen Yu's eyes were not focused on the hole, and his muscles seemed relaxed in such a state. Reacting before the red-eyed rabbit lunged would be nearly impossible. He could already envision the grim scene of the young man having his throat bitten through. As anticipated, a white figure shot out from the burrow, its crimson eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood. Its razor-sharp teeth glinted in the sunlight, resembling deadly blades, yet, before the captain could finish his warning, the unfolding scene left him astounded. It appeared that the young man had anticipated this moment. His gaze remained fixed on the captain, while his left hand released the sword sheath, gripping the blade's hilt instead. The straight blade emitted a soft hum, transforming into a white arc that cleaved through the air with the grace of a crescent moon. In an instant, the blade returned to its sheath with a crisp sound, showcasing an astounding speed. The middle-aged captain gazed vacantly, his eyes wide with astonishment. From the moment the blade was drawn to its sheathing, it took merely the blink of an eye. The scabbard had scarcely begun to fall before the sword returned. Just moments earlier, a white rabbit, measuring nearly a meter in length, had leapt from a burrow, seemingly intent on colliding with the crescent-shaped glint of the blade. Its body cleaved in twain. Chen Yu furrowed his brow and took a half-step back. With a thud, the white rabbit landed squarely at his feet. "Thank you for the reminder, uncle," he said. "This red-eyed rabbit is a gift for you. I offer you a peach, and you return it with a beautiful jade." This epitomized Chen Yu's style of conduct. He waved goodbye to the middle-aged captain and strode toward the Qingshan mountain range. Oh. The captain stood, dumbfounded. Did this red-eyed rabbit truly merit a value of 10 to 20,000? Now bestowed upon him, he and his team endured daily hardship, sometimes setting traps and bait, yet rarely managing to catch even a few. Witnessing this spectacle were not only the captain but also several young martial artists stationed at the burrow's entrance. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exclaimed, "Captain, am I hallucinating? Did that boy just slay a red-eyed rabbit in a single stroke? You did not miss-see." The middle-aged warrior was equally astonished, gazing in shock at the boy's receding figure. "Enough dawdling! Hurry and retrieve the red-eyed rabbit. If someone else snatches it up, there will be no place left to lament. Go at once." A young warrior scampered off to collect the rabbit. Life must go on. Strength belonged to others, not to them. The lowly martial artists in mere moments. The distance was traversed. Along the way, Chen Yu's spiritual perception detected another red-eyed rabbit attempting a sneak attack, which he dispatched with the back of his blade. Shattering its heart, he stowed the carcass in his spatial ring, intending to bring it home for his second aunt to prepare as braised rabbit. The beastly version of braised rabbit would undoubtedly possess a remarkable flavor. The Qingshan mountain range stretched majestically for hundreds of kilometers, with the southern area of Zhongwu City merely marking the outskirts. Typically, only first- and second-tier ferocious beasts roamed these fringes, while third-tier beasts were rarely seen. Dwelling instead in the inner sanctum of the mountains, rumors spoke of demon lords within the inner regions boasting power comparable to that of master-level warriors, though their veracity remained uncertain. Chen Yu tightened his grip on the blade and stepped into the shadowy depths of the Qingshan mountain range. As he delved deeper, the endless iron defenses faded from sight, replaced by towering trees that could only be embraced by several people. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air infused with the scent of grass and wood. Feeling the rich spiritual energy of the world around him, the wilderness was far more potent in spiritual essence than the city, at least twice as concentrated. It was no wonder so many martial artists chose to retreat into the wild for seclusion and cultivation. As he ventured forth, Chen Yu encountered no formidable beasts, merely dispatching a shadow cat with ease. The meat of the shadow cat was unpalatable, so he collected only the valuable materials from its body and discarded the rest. Just as he prepared to move on, a sharp whooshing sound pierced the air above him. Glancing up, he saw a sparrow adorned with azure feathers diving toward him. Though it resembled a sparrow, its size rivaled that of an eagle. With wings spanning nearly a meter, it exuded an aura of azure energy, whipping up a tempest with each flap. Before it could reach him, the rushing wind struck Chen Yu's face with a sting. A first-tier apex beast, the azure feather sparrow. A shiver ran down Chen Yu's spine. The azure feather sparrow was a treasure trove. Its beak and claws could be fashioned into weapons, while its azure feathers served as arrows. Arrows crafted from its feathers would fly at least 20% faster than those made of ordinary steel. This singular creature could fetch upwards of 100,000. However, the azure feather sparrow was not easily slain. Indeed, any first-tier apex beast posed a formidable challenge, especially one capable of flight. The azure feather sparrow, swift as lightning, was upon him in an instant. Its sharp claws, glimmering with a deadly sheen, descended toward Chen Yu's head. He sprang back, narrowly evading the claw that could rend steel. The sparrow flapped its wings furiously, conjuring powerful gusts that swirled up the dry leaves from the ground. With the aid of this force, it altered its trajectory and charged at Chen Yu. Seeking death, Chen Yu barked, his true energy surging through his meridians and into the blade. In a flash, the blade glimmered with an aura that seemed to slice through the very air. Striking the azure feather sparrow with an imposing force, the clash produced a resonant clang, the blade meeting the sparrow's claws, sending sparks flying. The azure feather sparrow staggered, its flight momentarily disrupted, while Chen Yu could not help but recoil a few steps from the sheer power of the encounter. The strength of the sparrow was formidable, its claws exceptionally hard. To his shock, he noticed a notch had formed on his blade where it had collided with the sparrow's claws, though his sword was merely an ordinary weapon, lacking any infusion of spiritual iron to elevate it to a treasured status. Its hardness was comparable to chromium alloy steel from his past life. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, damage had occurred. A sense of gravity settled upon Chen Yu. He viewed the azure feather sparrow as prey, yet it regarded him as a predator in turn. Suspended in midair, the sparrow hovered, its amber eyes glinting with curiosity. Through its instinctual sensing of spiritual energy, it recognized that the human below was not as simple as he appeared, despite its superior rank. Yet, the allure of a potential meal was too great to resist. Suddenly, the azure feather sparrow spiraled downward once more. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, fixated on the creature as he silently calculated the distance between them. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Now, he thought, wind-cutting blade. Infused with the essence of wind, his straight blade seemed to transcend space, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a fading afterimage. The azure feather sparrow emitted a sharp, piercing cry, its discomfort evident. It had narrowly evaded a fatal strike. Chen Yu felt a twinge of regret. Although the azure feather sparrow was a speedster, its reflexes were commendable. At the critical moment, it had flapped its wings, narrowly dodging his lethal blow. Nevertheless, his previous strike had not been in vain. Though it had evaded the cut aimed at its head, it bore a deep, 30-centimeter gash along its wing, revealing bone beneath. With its wing injured, the sparrow's flight became unsteady, its speed reduced to less than half of what it had been. Injured and still attempting to flee, Chen Yu swiftly scaled the nearest tree, his agility rivaling that of the azure feather sparrow, if not surpassing it. The interwoven branches facilitated his ascent, and with a few leaps, he found himself perched upon a branch not far from the sparrow. Die! Chen Yu lunged forth, his blade radiating a fierce glow as he swung down toward the azure feather sparrow. Under normal circumstances, the sparrow would have easily evaded such an attack, yet, with its wing compromised, it faltered, unable to react swiftly enough. With a decisive strike, the azure feather sparrow was cleaved in two, plummeting to the ground with a muffled thud. Chen Yu landed, wiping the sweat from his brow with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my blade was swift. Otherwise, capturing it would have required considerable effort. The azure feather sparrow was swift and powerful, yet its defense was its Achilles heel. Had Chen Yu not employed the wind-cutting blade, catching it would have been a formidable task. He quickly gathered the rare materials from the fallen sparrow and departed the scene. Beasts possessed an acute sense of smell. The scent of blood would inevitably draw them near. Just as he moved a short distance away, he heard the sounds of beasts fighting over the spoils behind him. From the commotion, it was clear that several beasts were converging. Chen Yu was not afraid of the approaching beasts. Rather, he understood that becoming ensnared in their midst would lead to an unending onslaught. The more he killed, the stronger the scent of blood became, drawing even more beasts to the fray, and no matter how powerful one might be, they could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. Moreover, killing without the opportunity to collect materials was fruitless. It would be wiser to hunt solitary beasts. allowing for a more focused extraction of resources. Why would a first-tier apex beast appear at the outskirts of the Qingshan mountain range? Qinyu pondered, sensing a twinge of unease. He had merely just entered the mountains. Logically, he shouldn't have encountered such a beast. Was there a disturbance deeper within the range? A potential beast tide? Shaking his head, Qinyu chastised himself for becoming overly sensitive since entering the wilderness. Perhaps the azure feather sparrow had merely fortuitously ventured to the outskirts. Continuing his journey, he encountered no further apex beasts, instead dispatching several ordinary first-tier mid-level beasts. Indeed, I was too apprehensive, he mused, collecting the materials from the iron-clawed hound he had just slain. He pressed onward, determined to delve deeper into the outer regions in search of first-tier late-stage to apex beasts. These creatures would pose less of a challenge, and their value would be significantly heightened, making them the most lucrative targets. With his figure darting through the dense forest, Qinyu eventually paused on a sturdy branch. He estimated he had ventured 5 to 6 kilometers inward. He decided against pushing further. Beyond this point, he risked encountering second-tier beasts, which he could only flee from given his current combat prowess. Commencing a lateral search, he hadn't traveled far before he once again dispatched several first-tier late-stage beasts. Just as he prepared to move forward, he abruptly halted. Was that the sound of a struggle? Summoning his true energy, he amplified his hearing, attuning it to the distant sounds of combat. The sounds of combat became remarkably clearer. This was a technique that Qinyu had discovered while browsing a forum, where a martial artist had shared tips on the application of true energy, and he had learned it from there. This was his inaugural attempt at utilizing it, and the results were quite satisfactory. Qinyu leaped onto a tree, following the direction from which the sounds emanated, moving silently through the foliage. After advancing about 700 or 800 meters, he caught a glimpse of figures shifting through the gaps in the branches, alongside the looming silhouettes of massive beasts and their resonant roars. As he inched closer, within a mere 50 meters, Qinyu delicately perched on a branch, gazing downward from his elevated position. The scene of battle unfolded before him in its entirety, crystal clear. The conflict took place in a clearing measuring several meters in circumference. Now strewn with debris, 5 young martial artists, each around 30 years of age, were assaulting a colossal scorpion-like creature. The beast was gargantuan, measuring several meters in length, its body a deep, inky black, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. Its robust frame was shielded by a hardened exoskeleton that resembled an indomitable suit of armor. Its venomous tail arched high, poised like a lethal whip, ready to deliver a fatal strike to any foe. The barbs on its tail shimmered with an eerie blue light, inducing a shiver of dread. The creature, known as the poisonous tail scorpion, was classified as a top-tier beast of the first rank. Among these formidable beasts, the poisonous tail scorpion was particularly challenging to confront. Its ebony carapace was impervious to the attacks of martial artists, leaving not even a mark. Even if a martial artist attempted to breach its defenses, it would require an extensive period. The tail barb, glowing with a ghostly blue light, harbored potent toxins that, upon contact, could swiftly lead to death without an antidote. After observing for a moment, Qinyu discerned that the 5 young warriors below were likely part of the same team. Their strengths varied, yet their coordination was remarkably seamless, indicative of extensive practice together. The scorpion's black shell had already suffered considerable damage, clearly a result of prolonged assault. Despite its immense power, it was struggling against the combined efforts of the group. Blades of light struck its back, carving a long gash into its carapace, the area around it charred black. The assailant was a short-haired, competent woman. Her complexion was not pale but rather a healthy wheat color. Wielding a long sword that gleamed a vibrant red under the influence of her true energy, emanating flames, a fire attribute treasure, Qinyu murmured. Fire attribute treasures are weapons forged from ores imbued with fire attributes through special techniques. These weapons are not only extraordinarily durable but also possess elemental damage, making their offensive capabilities particularly formidable when wielded by someone who can harness the same type of true energy. Though the short-haired woman was only at the mid-level of martial prowess, the enhancement from her treasure allowed her to unleash an attack that rivaled those of late-stage martial artists, nearing the pinnacle of martial strength. Otherwise, she would not have been able to pierce the scorpion's back armor with a single strike. Beside her stood 2 burly figures, identical twin brothers wielding coiling dragon staves. Although the staves were not treasures, Their considerable physical strength made each strike against the poisonous tail scorpion resonate with a piercing shriek. These three were merely support. The primary force was represented by the other 2.1 was a slender young man clad in a light blue combat uniform, positioned at the forefront against the scorpion, directing a gleaming silver spear that pierced the creature's hide, leaving behind gaping wounds. What caught Chun Yu's attention the most was the final member of the group, a young man in black, who appeared to be the eldest among them, likely in his early 30s. His demeanor was composed, suggesting he was the leader of this quintet. Clutching a water-blue long knife, he adeptly deflected the scorpion's stinging attacks, simultaneously inflicting wounds upon its tail. If Chen Yu was not mistaken, this knife-wielding youth was at the late stage of martial prowess, and his water-blue long knife was a treasure, endowing him with combat strength comparable to that of a peak martial artist. Despite the scorpion's formidable combat capability, it ultimately succumbed to the combined efforts of the five. Now severely injured, its movements had noticeably slowed. The scorpion's tail lunged violently at the spear-wielding youth, while its 8 powerful legs propelled its massive body forward. "Block it." "The poisonous tail scorpion is faltering," the young leader commanded, swinging his knife to deflect the scorpion's tail. The spear-wielding youth unleashed a series of golden sparks as his weapon collided with the scorpion's massive pincers, the metallic clashing resonating like a torrential downpour. Although the recoil caused blood to trickle from his lips, he persevered, blocking the scorpion's escape route. Still trying to flee, the short-haired woman and the staff-wielding brothers quickened their assault, their blades and staves converging upon the scorpion's body in a flurry of strikes. With a mournful cry, the poisonous tail scorpion collapsed under the relentless barrage, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Last, we have slain it." The short-haired woman plopped down onto the ground, her light gray combat uniform soaked with sweat, outlining her slender figure. Top-tier beasts are indeed a challenge to take down. It has taken all 5 of us considerable effort to defeat just one. The spear-wielding youth wiped the blood from his mouth, expressing concern about the 3 remaining poisonous tail scorpions and a poisonous tail scorpion king. "What shall we do now, if it comes to it? Should we just abandon this endeavor?" One of the twin brothers shook his head in resignation. "Are we really going to let the Scorpion King slip away?" the other twin brother asked, unwilling to concede. "Should we call for another team to collaborate?" suggested the short-haired woman. "Should we seek a strong team or a weaker one?" the spear-wielding youth retorted. "Naturally, we should look for a strong team. What good would a weaker team be to us? They wouldn't even be able to deal with the poisonous tail scorpions," the short-haired woman said without hesitation. "But if we team up with a stronger squad, how will the spoils be divided after we defeat the Scorpion King? We discovered it first, so naturally, we should take the lion's share," she asserted, her expression one of certainty. "What if they refuse and insist on taking more than their fair share? We cannot match them in strength." The short-haired woman was momentarily stumped, realizing her naivety in suggesting a pre-dash agreement. In the wilderness, it was particularly taboo for a third party to be present during conflicts, as some might conspire against the third party to avoid mutual destruction, allowing the third party to reap the benefits. After a moment of contemplation, the young leader seemed to reach a resolution. "Let us abandon this pursuit. The poisonous tail Scorpion King is beyond our capabilities. We cannot risk our lives for a few Scorpion King herbs." Upon hearing the leader's decision, the group fell silent. Were Scorpion King herbs valuable? Indeed, each herb was worth over 1 million. They were second-tier spiritual herbs, essential for cultivating the earth-level technique Sky Scorpion Poison Scripture. Once discovered, they were fiercely contested. Resigned, the group began to collect materials from the poisonous tail scorpion's carcass, venting their frustrations. The mention of Scorpion King herbs piqued Chen Yu's interest as he eavesdropped from his perch in the tree, silently contemplating the feasibility of his own plan. Confronting a second-tier beast like the poisonous tail Scorpion King was no trivial matter. A single misstep could cost him dearly. After some reflection, he too considered abandoning the idea. Suddenly, the sight of the short-haired woman dismembering the scorpion's leg sparked an idea in Chen Yu's mind. He envisioned a potential solution for dealing with the Scorpion King. However, executing this plan would not be possible alone. He would require assistance, and he had no knowledge of the scorpion's lair. As Chen Yu pondered, the 5-member team below finished processing the poisonous tail scorpion's remains and began preparing to leave in search of new hunting targets. Chun Yu quickly called out, "Please, wait. Who goes there?" The group instantly drew their weapons, their expressions fierce. Chen Yu did not hide his presence, leaping down from the tree, bending his knees to absorb the impact. No need to be alarmed. I was merely drawn by the sounds of your battle and came to observe. Observe? The spear-wielding youth sneered, mocking, isn't it rather suspicious to sneak up without making a sound just to observe? Apologies. My stealth was misplaced. Chen Yu bowed in apology. I was unaware of who was fighting and feared causing any misunderstandings. I in the wilderness. It was particularly perilous for a third party to be present during a conflict. In such cases, some individuals would band together to eliminate the third party to prevent mutual destruction that would benefit the third party. Then, do you think calling out to us now prevents any misunderstandings? One of the twin brothers scoffed. I inadvertently overheard your conversation regarding the poisonous tail Scorpion King and the Scorpion King herbs, Chen Yu admitted awkwardly, pressing on despite his discomfort. I sensed your reluctance to abandon the Scorpion King herbs and thought, why not let me join you in an attempt to tackle the challenge together? I'm but one person. There's no need to fear me taking your spoils. You? The short-haired woman scrutinized Chen Yu. Her tone laced with derision. Little brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're merely at the initial level of martial prowess, aren't you? Bringing you along means we need not worry about you seizing our spoils because you'd perish before even reaching the scorpion. Sister, don't underestimate my abilities. Despite my lower level, I still possess considerable strength. Chen Yu knew he had to demonstrate his prowess. His level was a significant disadvantage, and no one would believe a novice could contribute against a second-tier beast. Sister, may I pluck a strand of your hair? Chen Yu suggested, preemptively addressing any accusations of treachery. Go ahead. As long as you can reach it, the short-haired woman responded, catching on to his intention to prove himself. Since she was willing to indulge in some playful banter, she decided to relax and entertain the young man's challenge, especially given his youthful charm. Here I come. In an instant, Chen Yu's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The short-haired woman merely felt a gust of wind brush past her, and the next moment, Chen Yu reappeared, clutching a handful of her hair. Everyone was taken aback, and the twin brothers widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished at the remarkable speed of this novice martial artist. The short-haired woman, though shaken internally, retorted defiantly, "Humph, it's merely a matter of speed. Slaying the poison-tailed Scorpion King requires more than just swiftness." With a smile, Chen Yu replied, "My abilities extend beyond mere speed. I am aware that the poison-tailed Scorpion King is a level 2 ferocious beast, renowned for its formidable defense, making it indeed a challenging adversary. But what if I could devise a method to incapacitate it?" "What method?" the short-haired woman asked, her curiosity piqued. The poison-tailed Scorpion King, with its astonishing defenses, rapid movements, and formidable attack power, seemingly possessed no weaknesses. However, I have observed that, during its movements, the joints of its scorpion legs become exposed. If one seizes the opportunity, it is possible to sever one of its legs. Chen Yu articulated his findings. The poison-tailed scorpion has 8 legs. We need not sever them all. Merely incapacitating 4 on one side would render it immobile. So that's your plan? Do you think everyone else is a fool? Such an obvious flaw, and no one has noticed it? Sneered the gun-wielding youth. If it were that simple, why hasn't anyone employed it? Chen Yu countered. This method has been attempted before against armored ferocious beasts. It's far too difficult, sighed the knife-wielding captain. The beast is acutely aware of its vulnerabilities and will safeguard its joints. Even if they are exposed for a fleeting moment while in motion, it is nearly impossible to strike accurately. Is it really that difficult? It seems to have some challenges, but just a bit, right? Chen Yu refrained from arguing further. No amount of verbal persuasion could match the impact of tangible evidence. Drawing his straight sword, he scanned the air for a suitable target. Although the others did not draw their weapons, they were all prepared for action. Chen Yu's gaze settled on a few tiny flying insects nearby. These minuscule creatures were so small that one could easily overlook them. Only with concentrated focus could one discern the minute black dots flitting in the air, with a flick of his wrist. Chen Yu executed several swift slashes with his sword. Clang! The long blade was sheathed once more. "What are you doing? Anyone can swing a sword haphazardly," the gun-wielding youth remarked derisively, having not noticed the tiny insects in the air. "Wang Feng, be quiet," the youth captain urged, his eyes narrowing in seriousness. Being closer to Chen Yu and possessing superior vision, he had seen the tiny black dots suspended in midair, now split in two. "Captain, what is going on?" Wang Feng questioned, puzzled by the captain's abrupt command to silence him. The remaining three exchanged confused glances, mirroring Wang Feng's bewilderment. "Come and see for yourselves," the captain gestured towards the void. Encouraging them to witness the spectacle, the four swiftly gathered, squinting at the direction indicated by the captain's fingered eye in the air. Several tiny black dots gradually descended. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be the halves of several minuscule black insects. "How many slashes did he just make?" Wang Feng gasped, astonished. 6 slashes. One of the twin brothers pondered before responding. "Indeed, 6 slashes," the other confirmed with a nod. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exactly 6. The short-haired woman meticulously counted the falling black insects. A chill creeping into her bones. To slay one insect with 6 slashes could be attributed to luck, but to fell 6 in the same manner was a testament to true skill. "Freak!" The group exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Just a casual glance, without any precise aim, and he could achieve such results. No ordinary martial artist could match this prowess. They had never encountered such an extraordinary warrior in Huaihai City. The youth captain took a deep breath, addressing his 4 team members. "Shall we proceed? If we can restrict the poison-tailed Scorpion King's mobility, even its high defenses would merely make it a target. We could wear it down." The remaining 4 exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. "Let us do it." If successful, along with the materials from the ferocious beast, the rewards could exceed 6 million, allowing each of us to earn over 1 million. It was certainly worth the risk. Having abandoned any hope previously, they could not afford to back down now that a glimmer of hope had emerged. Fate has brought us to this moment. The youth captain smiled broadly. "Since we are preparing for collaboration, let us introduce ourselves. I am Su Lingfeng, the captain of this small team, a late-stage martial artist skilled with the sword. I am Wang Feng, a late-stage martial artist, and I wield a gun. I am Chen Qian, a mid-stage martial artist and a swordswoman. I am Yang Shan, and this is my brother Yang Hai. We both wield staffs and are mid-stage martial artists." One of the twin brothers chuckled heartily as he introduced them. "I am Chen Yu, a novice martial artist and a swordsman." Chen Yu introduced himself as well. "Chen Yu, my little brother. We share the same surname. Perhaps we were kin 500 years ago," Chen Qian remarked, attempting to forge a connection. Chen Yu glanced at her and responded with a non-committal him. He anticipated her next question, likely inquiring about how he honed his precise swordsmanship. Chen Qian touched her pert nose, at a loss for words. The awkwardness stemmed from their recent acquaintance. Directly asking about one's training techniques felt too forward. Chen Yu, for similar reasons, refrained from sharing his methods. Though these techniques were not of great value, and he had previously taught them to Ma Dongmei, he wouldn't volunteer such information to someone he had just met. With that unspoken understanding, they silently followed Captain Su Lingfeng towards a distant hillock. The hillock was modest in height, merely 100 meters or so. When compared to the towering mountain range behind it, it hardly qualified as a hill. More like a small mound of earth. All of them practiced lightness techniques, so they swiftly reached a rocky wall. Fu Lingfeng halted 100 meters away from the cliff face, and the others followed suit, slowing down as they reached him. "Chen brothers, the lair of the poison-tailed scorpion lies just beneath that rocky overhang." Su Lingfeng indicated to a specific spot on the wall. "Captain Su, I have heard that there are 4 poison-tailed scorpions in the lair, 3 ordinary ones and 1 poison-tailed scorpion king. We certainly cannot handle them all at once and would have to flee in disarray. Do you have any method to lure them out one by one?" Chen Yu inquired, squinting through the gaps in the trees towards the large cave in the cliff. The feasibility of Chen Yu confronting the poison-tailed scorpion king hinged on the condition that only one existed. If 3 ordinary scorpions were present, it would be wiser to retreat, in the face of absolute power. "All techniques are rendered futile. There is indeed a method." Su Lingfeng nodded. "We employed this tactic to lure out the previous scorpion." With a flourish, Su Lingfeng retrieved a dark glass bottle from his spatial ring. Through the glass, one could see a creature resembling a worm, coiled motionless inside. It appeared to be deceased. Living creatures could not be stored in spatial rings. This is the red sand earthworm, one of the poison-tailed scorpion's preferred meals, possessing a considerable allure for them. Once they catch a whiff, they will come running. Fu Lingfeng uncapped the bottle and continued, "However, we must be cautious not to lure them all out at once. We must coax them out one by one to avoid overwhelming pressure." As soon as the bottle was opened, a faint, fishy odor wafted into Chen Yu's nostrils, surely the distinctive scent of the red sand earthworm. Almost immediately, a thunderous noise erupted from the cave, shaking the ground and sending fragments of rock tumbling. "They're coming," Chen Xian exclaimed. Yet, from the cave emerged not one, but 3 scorpions, their sizes comparable as they excitedly rushed out. Chen Yu remained silent, glancing at Su Lingfeng, awaiting his next move. This scenario could not have been unforeseen by the captain. Upon seeing the 3 poison-tailed scorpions emerge, Su Lingfeng swiftly capped the bottle again. Tightening the lid, the pungent smell in the air diminished significantly. "We should retreat another 100 meters, Su Lingfeng urged, leading the way backward. After retreating 100 meters, they stood atop a large stone, observing the location they had previously occupied. The 3 poison-tailed scorpions were frantically darting about, clearly agitated by the sudden disappearance of the red sand earthworm's scent. Boom! In their frenzy, the scorpions lashed their tails wildly, splintering wood in their wake. Several slender cedar trees were snapped in two and fell to the ground. "Wait a moment, we mustn't rush," Su Lingfeng cautioned. Before long, the 3 scorpions exhausted their rage, with 2 staggering back towards the cave. One, however, remained, unwilling to depart without its delectable meal. Once the 2 scorpions had distanced themselves sufficiently, Su Lingfeng opened the bottle again, this time only for a brief moment before sealing it once more. As the solitary scorpion caught wind of the scent, it promptly pursued. They repeated this operation several times, successfully luring the poison-tailed scorpion far from the cave. At this distance, its hissing would likely not reach the cave. This should suffice. This time, after uncapping the bottle, Su Lingfeng did not retreat again. He drew his azure-long sword and turned to Wang Feng and the others, stating, "We will adopt the same battle formation as before. Wang Feng, guard the front. The Yang brothers and Chen Xian will attack from the sides, while I will primarily defend against its tail and provide support." Su Lingfeng turned his gaze towards Chen Yu and said, "Brother Chen, seize the opportunity to incapacitate the scorpion's legs. Let this be a warm-up before our battle with the toxic tail scorpion king, and it will also help us synchronize our teamwork." "Do you have any objections, Brother Chen?" "None at all," Chen Yu replied. Shaking his head, he could discern that Su Lingfeng still harbored some reservations. Slaying 6 small black insects could only attest to his exceptional swordsmanship and his ability to strike at the joint of the scorpion's leg. It did not necessarily reflect his performance in actual combat. The small black insects would not resist, but the toxic tail scorpion certainly would. If he lacked the ability to penetrate the scorpion's defenses, how could he hope to strike at its leg joints? Battling a common toxic tail scorpion was a test of their own capabilities. They had the chance to make mistakes against the ordinary scorpions. But there would be no such leeway when facing the toxic tail scorpion king. Since Brother Chen has agreed, let us prepare for battle. Su Lingfeng's aquamarine long knife emanated waves of energy as it pointed diagonally to the ground, causing a layer of white frost to spread across the surface. Chen Yu and the others dispersed, each selecting their positions based on their combat roles. The formation of the 6 stood like a pocket, waiting for their prey to come forth. With a rhythmic sound, the toxic tail scorpion advanced, its scorpion legs propelling it forward while its massive pincers crushed any obstacles in its path. Chen Yu's gaze was fixed on the joint of the scorpion's leg. Searching for patterns in its movements, his straight blade trembling slightly in anticipation of the strike. The scorpion swiftly entered their encirclement, with Wang Feng being the first to engage. His spear struck like a venomous serpent, colliding with the scorpion's pincers and igniting a shower of sparks. The Yang brothers, muscles taut with effort, unleashed a powerful shout as their clubs descended upon the scorpion's head like the looming weight of Mount Tai. The combined might of the 3 momentarily halted the scorpion's charge. Yet the toxic tail scorpion would not remain passive in the face of its demise. Its tail swept towards Wang Feng, the azure stinger trailing an ethereal blue illusion. Observing this, Su Lingfeng swung his long knife, releasing a wave of icy air that repelled the scorpion's tail. Chen Xian and the Yang brothers launched a flanking attack, while Chen Yu seized the moment, his feet gaining momentum as he darted towards the left leg of the toxic tail scorpion. Chapter 52. Blood Battle with the Toxic Tail Scorpion King Sensing Danger. The scorpion quickly repositioned several of its legs in an attempt to evade. A smile crept onto Chen Yu's lips. He wanted it to move. Without its movement, how could he uncover its vulnerabilities? He twisted mid-air, his straight blade precisely thrusting towards one of the joints of a scorpion leg. With a sharp crack, one of the scorpion's legs snapped. The toxic tail scorpion emitted a pained shriek and lunged at Chinyu in a frenzy. Yet, Chinyu remained unperturbed, deftly maneuvering around the surrounding trees. The others seized the opportunity to intensify their assault, launching a barrage of attacks upon the scorpion. With Chinyu out of reach, the scorpion redirected its fury towards the attackers. Wang Feng took advantage of the moment, thrusting his spear repeatedly, drawing the scorpion's ire towards himself. Chinyu, spotting another opening, leaped into action, his short knife slashing through two more of the scorpion's legs. With only one left leg remaining, the toxic tail scorpion could no longer support its massive form. With a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, unable to rise. The immobilized scorpion succumbed to the onslaught of their attacks. Letting out a final wail before falling silent, gazing at the fallen toxic tail scorpion's corpse, Wang Feng let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. It had indeed been much easier than the last one. Thanks to Brother Chun for disabling several of the scorpion's legs. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to dispatch it so swiftly. Xu Lingfeng also smiled, feeling that he had hardly exerted himself before the scorpion had perished. He understood that it was not that the scorpion had weakened, but rather that Chinyu was exceedingly accurate and rapid, each strike severing a scorpion leg, allowing them to dispatch it with ease. "Everyone isn't too fatigued, are you?" Xu Lingfeng inquired cheerfully. "Not at all." The others replied with laughter. "I feel as if I've only just warmed up. How can it be over already?" Yang Hai said with a hearty laugh. "Since you're not tired, you can tidy up here while I go lure the remaining 2 toxic tail scorpions over." "All right." While Xu Lingfeng went to attract the monsters, Chen Qian mustered her courage and asked the question that had been on her mind. "Brother Chenyu, how did you hone your swordsmanship? Could you teach me?" Her eyes sparkled with hope. Wang Feng and the Yang brothers, while dissecting the toxic tail scorpion, had their ears perked up, clearly more interested in Chen Yu's response than in their task. Chen Yu smiled faintly, not withholding his knowledge, and recounted the methods he had once shared with Ma Dongmei. The reason humanity has managed to gain the upper hand in the war against ferocious beasts in just over a century is due to generations of martial artists selflessly sharing their training experiences and contributing their acquired techniques and skills. This is what has led to the present peace and prosperity for humankind. Such a simple method. Why hadn't I thought of it earlier? Qin Xian lamented. The techniques of cultivation were akin to a thin sheet of paper, easily pierced. Before long, Xu Lingfeng attracted another toxic tail scorpion, repeating the process, resulting in 2 more scorpion corpses on the ground. After a brief rest, only the final toxic tail scorpion king remained. After collecting the useful materials, Xu Lingfeng instructed, "Now that we've handled everything, let us proceed." With that, he sat cross-legged to recover the expended energy. Half an hour later, everyone had regained their peak condition, thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in the mountains. If they were in the city, recovering energy through meditation would take at least an hour or more. "Are we all restored? Ready? Then let us set off." Xu Lingfeng led the way towards the cave where the toxic tail scorpion king resided. With only the final toxic tail scorpion king left, there was no need to exert effort in luring the cave entrance. The toxic tail scorpion king sensed the presence of humans and charged out. It was evidently larger than the ordinary toxic tail scorpion, its black exoskeleton darker and pulsating with a sinister glow. Its compound eyes gleamed with an enchanting and eerie light, exuding a sense of ferocity and brutality. "Wang Feng, let us strike together. Yang Shan, do not attack. Focus solely on keeping an eye on the toxic tail scorpion king's tail, ensuring it does not harm anyone." Fearing that Wang Feng alone might not be able to withstand the toxic tail scorpion king, Xu Lingfeng quickly adjusted their strategy. He was the first to launch an attack, his blade cleaving through the air, releasing a wave of icy energy that chilled the atmosphere, causing white frost to form. Wang Feng followed closely behind, aiming his spear at the Scorpion King's eyes. The toxic tail Scorpion King sensed the danger, deftly dodging both attacks by shifting its massive body in that instant. Its enormous tail lashed out at Wang Feng with lightning speed, akin to a streak of black lightning. Yang Shan shouted and raised his long staff to block the tail, resulting in a violent clash that sparked a shower of embers. Although Yang Shan managed to deflect the attack, he was sent stumbling back several steps, spitting blood. What immense power! He thought in disbelief. As a strength-oriented martial artist, practicing the mid-tier human-level technique Thick Earth Formula, He had not anticipated such a significant disparity in force. "Yang Shan, are you all right?" Yang Hai exclaimed anxiously upon seeing his brother cough up blood. "I'm fine. I just didn't expect its strength to be so vastly superior to that of ordinary toxic tail scorpions. I was momentarily careless." Yang Shan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward again with his staff. Chen Yu, seizing the opportunity, stealthily approached the toxic tail scorpion king, thrusting his straight blade towards one of its right leg joints with ferocity. The scorpion king, sensing the impending threat from below, clamped down with its pincers, just as it was about to catch Chen Yu. He performed a graceful backward lean, gliding along the ground as the massive pincers narrowly missed his scalp, crashing together with a deafening roar. Though Chen Yu had narrowly escaped, the close call left him drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Su Lingfeng and Wang Feng launched another round of attacks, drawing the toxic tail scorpion king's attention back to them. However, the scorpion king's strikes were alarmingly swift and ferocious, making them difficult to counter. Su Lingfeng and Wang Feng struggled to hold their ground against the scorpion king's onslaught, each block causing blood to seep from the corners of their mouths. Fortunately, both were late-stage martial artists with robust energy, enabling them to barely endure. Chen Yu took a deep breath, once again approaching the toxic tail scorpion king from the side. His gaze was resolute as he focused intently on the joints of its 8 scorpion legs, searching for an opening. Sensing his intent, the scorpion king's legs began to dart back and forth, concealing each joint. "Since you refuse to reveal your weak points, I shall force you to do so." With a surge of energy, Chen Yu propelled himself forward. This time, his target was not a leg joint, but rather the relatively vulnerable abdomen. His straight blade, infused with an unstoppable momentum, pierced towards its mark. Clang! It merely scratched the surface of the outer shell, failing to penetrate. "It's incredibly hard," Chen Yu thought, noticing the blade had dulled at the tip after this strike. He resolved that upon returning, he must find a way to acquire a superior weapon. This ordinary alloy blade was simply inadequate for battling ferocious beasts. Chapter 53. Scorpion King grasped the pain in its abdomen, ignited the toxic tail Scorpion King's fury. 2 of its legs flexed like long whips, darting towards Chen Yu with blinding speed, producing a shrill whistle as they sliced through the air. "Little Chen, run!" Chen Xian called out, striking the side of the toxic tail Scorpion King's shell with her sword, leaving a faint, charred mark. Seeing Chen Yu still beneath the Scorpion King, she shouted in warning. "That's the effect I wanted." Instead of retreating, Chen Yu pressed forward, positioning himself against one of the scorpion's legs. His footwork shifted suddenly, and his form became elusive. This was the inch travel step. The scorpion leg grazed Chen Yu's abdomen, leaving a small tear in his clothing as the fierce wind passed by. Such refined agility, Su Lingfeng gazed on with envy. He had once practiced a similar technique, but ultimately gave up due to its difficulty. With an inadvertent miscalculation, a grievous wound was inflicted on the spot. Chen Yu's gaze fixated on the exposed flesh at the joint as he gripped his straight knife tightly, channeling all his strength into his arms. The knife plunged with precision into the depths of the joint, and with a forceful flick, crack, one of the hind legs of the venomous Scorpion King was successfully incapacitated. In pain, it unleashed an even more frenzied assault, for in madness, it sought out any vulnerabilities. A glint of realization sparked in Chen Yu's eyes. With one scorpion leg severed, the venomous Scorpion King was left with only 4 legs to support its bulk, while 3 others lashed out wildly at him. The opportunity had presented itself. Chen Yu swayed left and right, weaving through the gaps between the thrashing legs. A flash of brilliant steel surged forth as his blade accurately struck towards another leg joint. This time, the venomous Scorpion King sensed the peril and attempted to retract its leg, but Chen Yu had anticipated this. He forcefully slapped the incoming leg with his left palm, using the recoil to propel himself forward, embedding the blade deep into the joint. With a sharp crack, yet another leg of the venomous Scorpion King was rendered useless. At this point, it was left with only 2 legs on its right side, its body swaying precariously. The venomous Scorpion King let out a furious roar, its tail's poisonous stingers flashing with a haunting blue luminescence. The scorpion tail, encased in black armor, lashed out like a dark whip towards Yang Shan. Although the human attacks had not caused it significant pain, the repeated surprise assaults had rendered its stingers ineffective. The overwhelming force of the scorpion tail struck Yang Shan's long staff, This strike was unlike any prior. Driven by fury, the Scorpion King unleashed a mightier blow. Yang Shan's arm could not withstand such terrifying power, and the staff collided violently against his chest, resulting in a chilling crack as several ribs splintered. With a violent cough, Yang Shan was sent flying, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Thud. His body crashed against the rock wall, sending debris cascading to the ground, while the long staff fell beside him. After a few futile struggles, he succumbed into unconsciousness. Yang Shan, Yang Hai's eyes burned with rage. The brothers had always been inseparable, deeply bonded. Muscles tensed, Yang Hai's earthy-hued energy surged through his meridians, finally converging into the long staff he held. The silver staff began to emit a golden glow, a strike to shake the mountains. Yang Hai bellowed, launching into the air, gripping the staff with both hands, and bringing it down like a pillar of the heavens. Boom! The venomous Scorpion King's armored back buckled inward under the impact, causing fine cracks to radiate outward. Staggering from the blow, the creature, now supported by only its two remaining legs, faltered slightly, its joints momentarily exposed. Though it regained its composure in an instant, that fleeting moment allowed Chenyu to strike once more. His blade, imbued with the essence of wind, sliced through one of the Scorpion King's legs with such swiftness that the creature did not even register the pain until it attempted to move, only to find its lower leg absent. With a thunderous crash, the venomous Scorpion King met the same fate as its three underlings. In the midst of the group's assault, it drew its last breath. The others gathered around the unconscious Yang Shan, with Su Lingfeng stepping forward to assess his injuries. "Captain, is Yang Shan all right?" Yang Hai asked anxiously, fearing the worst. 3 ribs are fractured, but it is not serious, Su Lingfeng assured as he examined Yang Shan. Yang Hai sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. His complexion was pale, indicating that the previous strike had taken a considerable toll on him. "Captain, how is it? Did we slay the venomous Scorpion King?" At that moment, Yang Shan stirred awake, his voice barely above a whisper. "It has been defeated. Rest easy." Su Lingfeng supported Yang Shan against the rock wall, retrieving a small vial from his spatial ring, pouring out several healing pills. "Take these and focus on recovery. After we tally our spoils, we shall return to the city." "Understood," Yang Shan replied as he swallowed the pills and closed his eyes to heal. Su Lingfeng, equally fatigued, leaned against the wall, his combat attire drenched in sweat. "Qin Xian, you had the least expenditure in this battle. You shall handle the venomous Scorpion King's carcass." "Very well, Captain," Qin Xian replied with a shy smile. Throughout the confrontation with the venomous Scorpion King, she had mostly played a supportive role, her few strikes causing mere superficial damage, wasting her treasured weapon. "Oh, and we must also retrieve the Scorpion King's herb from the cave." Su Lingfeng waved his hand, producing a jade box. "The Scorpion King's herb is a toxic spirit herb. Its potent toxins cannot be handled directly. You must envelop your hands with your energy before grasping it. Avoid contact with the herb." Qin Xian nodded, understanding the instructions. Soon, she returned with a jade box and a heap of materials, her excitement evident. The others looked on, eager for her report on the haul. "Captain, we struck gold this time," Qin Xian exclaimed, casting the materials onto the ground as though discarding refuse. The sound echoed ominously against the rocks, sending a shiver through the onlookers. The materials from the second-tier ferocious beast, the venomous Scorpion King, were indeed valuable, especially the tail and its formidable pincers. "Could you not be so reckless, my lady? Those materials are worth 60 to 70,000. Su Lingfeng lamented, despite knowing that such a fall would not damage them. "Captain, do not fret over such trivial sums." Qin Xian waved dismissively, exuding an air of extravagance. "Trivial? Miss Qin, do you consider 50 to 60,000 trivial? When did you amass such wealth?" Wang Feng interjected, rolling his eyes. "Since you are so affluent, do not forget to repay the 50,000 you borrowed from me recently." Chapter 54. Treasured Artifacts and my 30,000, Yang Shan added, having stopped his recuperation to join the conversation. After a period of recovery, his complexion had improved considerably. He appeared pale yet bore a hint of color. "Wang Gu, Shan Gu, can we refrain from discussing such disheartening matters during such a joyous occasion?" Qin Xian's expression froze, her demeanor turning sullen. Chenyu, intrigued, pondered how Qin Xian, with her considerable earning potential, could have borrowed such a sum. likely to procure the fire-type treasured sword she wielded. He was curious about where she had acquired it and how much she had spent. He decided to inquire later. Let's save these discussions for later. We have Qin here as well, Su Lingfeng interjected, keen to avoid embarrassing Qinyu. The group chuckled awkwardly, momentarily halting their banter. Accustomed to their playful exchanges, they had momentarily forgotten the presence of others. Qinyu appreciated the camaraderie within the team. In battle, they fought fiercely for one another, and in leisure, they engaged in light-hearted banter. Su Captain, may I inquire about something? Qinyu asked, glancing at his battered alloy knife. Though it had accompanied him for just over a month, it had claimed numerous ferocious beasts. Now, however, it seemed inadequate for the battles to come. Its time to retire had come. What is it? I wish to know where you acquired your treasured artifacts and their prices. I asked that all. Su Lingfeng looked at Qinyu in surprise. Did your elders not inform you? My family consists of ordinary people. None have ventured into the realm of warriors. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng and the others stared at him in astonishment. How have you cultivated such strength without a warrior in your lineage? Mastering martial arts without guidance is an arduous task. Rapid advancement is nearly impossible. Self-study is feasible, yet the required aptitude is often extraordinary, akin to the difference between formal education and self-teaching. With a mentor, learning becomes significantly easier. I have been deciphering the techniques from the manuals, Qinyu replied, adding, along with extensive practice, I asked that it. The others exchanged glances, realizing they were in the presence of a prodigy. Su Captain, enough of this. Let us return to discussing the treasured artifacts. Qinyu, feeling slightly embarrassed under their scrutiny, redirected the conversation. Since Brother Qian is unaware, allow me to explain. Su Lingfeng cleared his throat and smiled. In reality, it is quite simple. The warrior community periodically holds auctions to sell unused manuals or treasured artifacts, so it's an auction. I had assumed there were dedicated places that forged these artifacts. Qinyu expressed his disappointment. Auctions were sporadic and typically required invitations for entry. Brother Chen, were you hoping to purchase a treasured artifact? Su Lingfeng glanced at Qian Yu's straight knife, recognizing his need. That alloy knife indeed does not match your prowess. It is holding you back. Exactly. Qinyu unsheathed the knife, once gleaming with a metallic luster, now dulled and marred with nicks and a curled blade tip. Primarily due to the recent skirmish with the venomous Scorpion King. How about this, Brother Qin? I am unsure when the next auction will take place, but once I return to the city, I will inquire. If I find any leads, I shall notify you. However, be prepared. The prices will not be cheap, and treasured artifacts come in varying grades. The likes of mine and Chen Qian's are merely low-grade artifacts. The least valuable among them die in the auction house. The lower-grade treasures seldom fetch less than 3 million, particularly in the absence of fierce competition. For popular artifacts, such as swords and blades, lower-grade treasures typically exceed 4 million. If you intend to participate in the auction, it would be prudent to prepare at least 5 million to ensure a safe bid. As for the mid-grade treasures, our Huaihai auction house does not possess any. One would have to venture to first-tier cities like Jiangning or Kyoto to have a chance of encountering them. A prodigy like Qianyu naturally piques Su Lingfeng's interest. Moreover, gathering information about the auction is not a burdensome task. We will inquire on your behalf when we return. The four of them chimed in unison. Establishing a rapport with a genius might prove beneficial one day. Thank you all. Qinyu expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture and added, if the auction takes place in September, then it is of no concern. I must travel to Jiangning at the end of August and will register on September 1 st. Brother Qin, you are only 18 this year? September 1st for registration. What will you be registering for? The others deduced that he was undoubtedly enrolling as a freshman at Wu University, as only freshmen register on that date. Thereafter, there are no further registrations, nor are there winter or summer breaks. The age up to 25 is considered the golden period for cultivation, and Wu University does not permit students to squander 3 months on so-called breaks. Of course, Wu University students enjoy a degree of freedom. Whenever they feel homesick, it is always a break for them. I just celebrated my birthday a few months ago. Qinyu nodded. I had thought that Brother Qin merely appeared youthful. But to think he is actually only 18. Yang Hai shook his head bitterly. The disparity among people can be quite overwhelming. Exceptional talent is one thing, but the innate aptitude for cultivation is of the highest caliber. Feeling somewhat disheartened, are we? You brought this upon yourself. Notice how we have refrained from asking. Chun Xian laughed heartily. Ignoring the inquiries is merely an ostrich mentality. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Su Lingfeng wished to steer the conversation away from demoralizing topics and turned to Qin Qian. Qin Qian, we previously speculated that there should be at least 5 Scorpion King herbs in the cave. But judging by your expression, there must be more than that. How many are there, then? Yang Shan, being impatient, pressed for an answer. Qin Qian, no longer keeping them in suspense, held up 5 fingers, then retracted them and raised 4 fingers again. 9. Yang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. Qin Qian nodded gently, confirming there are indeed 9. The market price for a single Scorpion King herb is approximately 1.5 million, making the total for 9 herbs a staggering 13.5 million. Adding in the materials from the Scorpion King and the poisonous scorpions, we are looking at no less than 14 million. Wang Feng calculated aloud, and upon reaching the conclusion, he was instantly elated. Exclaiming, "We are going to get rich." Yang Hai's eyes sparkled with the prospect of wealth, exclaiming, "We are rich, we are rich." If we were to rely on hunting first-tier ferocious beasts normally, how long would it take to achieve 14 million? Yang Shan, too, was so excited that he began to cough. Although Su Lingfeng did not exhibit their level of exuberance, the corners of his mouth could not suppress his joy. He maintained a captain's demeanor. Refraining from laughter. Chapter 55. A bountiful harvest 14 million. If divided among 6 of us, I would receive nearly 250,000. This is only my first day in the wilderness. If I stay a few more days, I could afford a treasure artifact. Chun Yu rubbed his hands together, reflecting on the adage that martial artists easily accumulate wealth. Indeed, it appears to be true. Now, let us deliberate on how to distribute this bounty. Su Lingfeng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Captain, you need not solicit our opinions on the distribution. It is entirely up to you. Indeed, Captain, you have always handled the distribution. So let it be the same this time. Su Lingfeng had earned the trust of the group, and it was evident he was not a selfish individual, so Qin Yu nodded in agreement for Su Lingfeng to allocate the spoils. Since I have been given the authority to distribute, I shall do so. Su Lingfeng did not hesitate, stating that their customary method of distribution would be based on the amount of effort contributed, and this occasion would follow suit. Everyone understood that the substantial harvest was due to their collective effort in taking down the Scorpion King. Hence, the lion's share of the 14 million would rightfully go to Qin Yu, as his contributions were paramount. Without him, their chances of defeating the Scorpion King would have been slim. Thus, from the 14 million, Xiao Chun shall receive 4 million. No objections, I presume? No objections. No objections, Captain Su, that seems excessive. Qin Yu had anticipated an equal division and was taken aback by the amount he was to receive. Although he had indeed contributed significantly, without the others to restrain the Scorpion King, it would have been futile. 4 million is certainly substantial. With this, I have more than half the funds required for a treasure artifact. Brother Qin, do not feel it is insufficient, Su Lingfeng said with a smile. He would not feel it was lacking. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from afar. Following the sound, a group of terrifying men wearing ghostly masks and wielding weapons slowly surrounded Qin Yu and his companions, encircling them. The masks worn by this group all bore the same ghastly design, resembling demonic faces, with the leader's mask being silver while the remaining 9 wore bronze masks. It was the silver-masked giant who spoke. Because soon, all these treasures will belong to us. The silver-masked man's gaze was greedily fixed on the jade box in Chen Xian's hands and the materials from the Scorpion King lying on the ground. It is the Ghostface Squad. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed, recalling a pinned post from the forum. Such a conspicuous Ghostface emblem could only belong to the Ghostface Squad. However, wasn't it stated on the forum that the Ghostface Squad was operating outside Supply Base 06? It seems the speculation was correct. The Ghostface Squad had stealthily moved from the wilderness surrounding Supply Base 06 to that of Supply Base 05. It is indeed the Ghostface Squad. It appears this situation cannot be resolved amicably. We must prepare for an escape. Su Lingfeng also recognized their identity and signaled discreetly. Chun Yu and the others quickly rose to their feet. Even Yang Shan, leaning on his staff, managed to stand. Su Lingfeng waved his hand, collecting the materials from the Scorpion King and the jade box containing the Scorpion King herbs. Brother Chun, if we manage to escape this predicament, I will transfer your share to you. For now, it remains uncertain whether we will even survive. Su Lingfeng communicated with Chun Yu as well. Chun Yu responded with a soft hum, signaling his understanding, while his gaze remained fixed on the depths of the forest. His soul energy concentrated into a line, scanning the area. Thankfully, only these 10 individuals had arrived. It appeared to be a deputy leader accompanied by a small squad acting separately. With both his eyes and soul energy scanning, he confirmed that there were no other members of the Ghostface squad lurking in the forest, particularly not the initial stage martial artist leader. Chinyu let out a sigh of relief. 1 peak martial artist, 3 late-stage martial artists, and 6 mid-stage martial artists. While it posed some trouble, it was not insurmountable. Are you all friends of the Ghostface squad? Su Lingfeng took a few steps forward and asked loudly. He intended to feign friendliness to lower the Ghostface squad's guard, preparing for their imminent escape. He had heard tales of the Ghostface squad's ruthless tactics, kill and loot, leaving no survivors. Friends? You think you are worthy to be friends with us, the Ghostface squad? A bronze-masked man scoffed. Hand over all your valuables, and I may consider letting you leave. Oh, and that woman cannot leave. She must stay and entertain us. Upon hearing this, the members of the Ghostface squad erupted into lewd laughter. Chun Xian's anger flared, and her fingers, gripping the sword, turned pale from exertion. Clearly, she was infuriated. Go home and please your mother. Chen Xian was not the type to be easily cowed. Otherwise, she would not be fighting for her life in this wilderness. Su Lingfeng slapped his forehead. There was no need for pretense any longer. It was time to strike. You're courting death, the bronze-masked man bellowed, brandishing his weapon and charging at Chen Xian. Observing this, Su Lingfeng swiftly moved to shield Chen Xian, striking out with his sword. At this juncture, there was no opportunity to lower their guard. It was best to take the initiative. A pale blue arc of light flashed as it forcefully repelled the advancing bronze-masked man. Yang Hai, carrying Yang Shan, charged forward. Su Lingfeng's expression turned steely as he swung his sword once more, the blade's aura sweeping forth with frost, barreling towards the bronze-masked man. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The silver-masked man grunted coldly. All of you, attack together. Let us finish this swiftly. The members of the Ghostface squad immediately surged forward. Chenyu remained silent, drawing his damaged straight sword, sidestepping the silver-masked deputy leader. And charging into the ranks of the Ghostface squad. It would be too slow to eliminate the silver-masked deputy leader first, with Yang Shan injured and unable to fight, and Yang Hai burdened with him. Their collective combat effectiveness was limited. The remaining 3 could hardly fend off the assault of 9 bronze-masked men. Would be more prudent to allow the silver-masked deputy leader to pass, letting Su Lingfeng engage him while they dealt with the bronze-masked lackeys. The others, unwilling to be outdone, also unleashed their martial techniques and joined the fray. Although Yang Shan was injured, he clung to Yang Hai's back, desperately attempting to strike with his long staff. Chunyu recognized that Su Lingfeng's group would not last long, and thus he committed fully to the fight. Infused with the essence of wind, his straight sword severed the head of an unsuspecting bronze-masked man before he could react. Scalding blood gushed 3 feet high from the cleanly severed neck. The silver-masked deputy leader witnessed this scene, his brow furrowing as he prepared to personally eliminate Chenyu. This kid is troublesome. Though he appears to be only at the initial stage of martial cultivation, his swordplay is remarkably swift. 2 of you come with me to surround him. Seeing Chenyu effortlessly slay a comrade, a late-stage bronze-masked man was taken aback, promptly calling for 2 others to assist him in the attack on Chenyu. 3 individuals formed a triangular formation, encircling Chenyu in the center, as 3 sharp blades of qi surged forth from their hands, launching an assault from above, below, and the middle. Chapter 56. 1 versus 3. Total annihilation. The silver-masked vice-captain, witnessing the trio's coordinated attack on Chenyu, halted his advance and pivoted, charging towards Su Lingfeng with his sword drawn. Among the 3 attackers were 2 late-stage martial artists. He did not believe that a mere early-stage martial artist could survive such a siege. In his estimation, the greatest threat among them was undoubtedly Su Lingfeng, who possessed the highest cultivation level and wielded a treasured longsword. Even he would require considerable effort to contend with him. Chenyu faced the incoming blades of qi with unwavering composure. With a light step, he ascended gracefully, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind. The 3 blades of qi grazed the soles of his shoes, striking a large tree behind him, which instantly bore deep gashes in its trunk. In midair, Chenyu executed a somersault, leveraging his descent to thrust his sword forcefully at one of his assailants. The man attempted to block with his sword, yet did not anticipate Qian Yu's sudden maneuver, which circumvented his defense and carved a deep wound into his arm. The other two, witnessing this, rushed to attack Qian Yu from behind. Seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, Qian Yu sidestepped their assault, and with a swift left hook, unleashed a powerful strike. The sound of crashing waves emanated from his fist, signaling the amplified layered wave fist. Boom! His fist collided with the head of the injured man, shattering it like a watermelon, blood and fragments spraying in all directions. Qian Yu inevitably became splattered with some of the crimson liquid, even a few droplets striking his face. The remaining two, seeing the gruesome fate of their companion, momentarily flashed a look of terror, which was quickly replaced by fury. Exchanging glances, they shouted in unison, their auras surging, clearly intending to unleash their full power. Qian Yu, however, merely chuckled coldly, his footwork shifting as he transformed into a blur. Charging at the two, they swung their swords, creating a dazzling tapestry of light that enveloped Qian Yu. Yet, with the grace of a serpent, Qian Yu weaved through the curtain of light, seeking out vulnerabilities. The clanging of metal echoed incessantly. Suddenly, Qian Yu noticed that one of the attackers was off balance. Seizing the moment, he kicked a stone, which whistled as it struck the man's knee, causing him to falter. Qian Yu seized the opportunity to break through the light barrier, thrusting his sword directly into the man's abdomen. At that moment, the last assailant aimed a downward strike at Qian Yu's head. Qian Yu swiftly drew his sword back, arching his body like a bow, narrowly evading the blade that brushed past his nose. In a fluid motion, he kicked out, striking the man's wrist, causing the long sword to fly from his grasp. Qian Yu then lunged forward, cutting across the man's throat. Blood gushed forth, drenching Qian Yu. Now, his attire was stained crimson. Yet it was the blood of his foes. Qian Yu gasped for breath, having dispatched 2 late-stage martial artists and 2 mid-stage members of the Ghost Mask squad in such a short span. Relying on his precise calculations, pushing the inch-walking step to its limits. Each step appeared as though he danced upon the edge of a blade, yet every movement was perilously calculated to evade danger. The exertion was immense. Half of his internal energy was depleted, and his spirit felt faintly fatigued. Wiping the blood from his face, Qian Yu surveyed the others. Xu Lingfeng and his companions were in dire straits. Xu Lingfeng was fully suppressed by the silver-masked vice-captain. His body marked with several wounds, and it was only a matter of time before he succumbed. Chen Xian and her 3 companions were encircled by 5 burly men in bronze masks. Facing imminent peril, Yang Shan lay on Yang Hai's back, his staff lost in the fray, his face as pale as paper, clearly suffering grave injuries. Yang Hai was not faring any better, a deep gash on his face. Blood streaming down. As the sole female, Chen Xian's predicament was evident. Their intentions were clear. They sought to capture her alive. Wang Feng, being the highest ranked, attracted the most attention, with 2 blades targeting him at every moment. Wang Feng wielded his spear with a flurry, barely managing to fend off several attacks. This is bad. The 3 from Ghost 8 have been slain. A burly man in a bronze mask noticed that the trio who had besieged Qian Yu now lay lifeless on the ground, leaving only Qian Yu standing amidst the pool of blood, exclaiming in shock. The silver-masked vice-captain turned to observe, seeing the blood-soaked Qian Yu, resembling a deity or demon, sliding through a trail of blood. Brandishing his stained longsword towards him, he had not witnessed how Qian Yu had defeated his 3 subordinates, but he understood that facing 2 late-stage and 1 mid-stage martial artist had left him in a desperate struggle. Xu Lingfeng, facing Qian Yu directly, had already witnessed his swift slaughter of 3 opponents. Now, seeing Qian Yu approach, he could not allow the silver-masked vice-captain to flee. With renewed fervor, he swung his azure longsword, the blade radiating like a dream. "Get away from me!" The silver-masked vice-captain, shaken, summoned a half-meter-long blade of golden energy with his sword, cleaving downward with immense force, akin to a mountain crashing down, forcing Xu Lingfeng to spit blood and stagger back. The silver-masked vice-captain disregarded his remaining subordinates, fleeing with great speed. He was quicker than Qian Yu's perfected swift wind step. If his team was lost, he could always recruit more. Clearly, this vice-captain had honed his agility for such scenarios, embodying the essence of a thief. If he could not win, he would escape. Chen Yu chased for a few steps, but soon realized he could not catch up and turned his attention to the 5 bronze-masked men attempting to flee. Their agility was clearly inferior to that of the silver-masked vice-captain in mere strides. Chen Yu closed the distance. "Kid, we know you're strong, but we're not pushovers either if it comes down to it. Even if we die, we won't let you go unscathed. We can drag a few down with us." The 5 bronze-masked men, seeing no escape, formed a circle, one of them blustering, "Let us go. After all, you have no one else to worry about." Chen Yu glanced at Su Lingfeng, who nodded in agreement, indicating they should be allowed to leave. Currently, aside from Chen Yu, the remaining 5 were all injured, and this was merely a small squad of the Ghost Mask team. Their captain was not present. If they could leave without giving them a chance to alert their comrades, it would be ideal. However, the silver-masked vice-captain had already escaped. He was likely notifying the Ghost Mask team's captain, who would arrive swiftly. At this moment, the priority was to vacate the area and exit the wilderness. A few minor lackeys could be released. They would have opportunities to reclaim their losses later. "I can let you go," Chen Yu stated, recognizing Su Lingfeng's intention, which aligned with his own. His current situation was not ideal either, primarily due to significant exhaustion, however. The bronze-masked man initially appeared elated, but upon hearing Chen Yu's conditional shift, his expression fell. "What do you require from us? Surrender the space equipment you've obtained, and I will allow you to leave," Chen Yu replied flatly. The 5 bronze-masked men exchanged glances. "Fine, we hope you keep your word." Wealth was merely a trifle, easily acquired again as long as they lived. Without hesitation, the 5 bronze-masked men discarded their spatial rings and turned to flee in the same direction as the silver-masked vice-captain. Once the members of the Ghost Mask squad had vanished, Su Lingfeng spat out another mouthful of blood. The vice-captain's last desperate strike had inflicted significant injury. "Captain, are you all right?" Chen Qian gasped. Her combat uniform tattered, revealing glimpses of her fair skin through the rips. "I'm fine. Just sustained some internal damage," Su Lingfeng replied, wiping the blood from his mouth and expelling a thick, foul breath. "Is everyone else all right?" Surveying the surroundings, Su Lingfeng realized his question was redundant. They were all in poor condition, each bearing serious injuries. Even Chen Yu was drenched in blood, unclear whether it was his own or that of his enemies. Particularly concerning was Yang Shan, who, already gravely injured, had strained himself further defending Yang Hai, sustaining additional internal injuries. Now, he lay on Yang Hai's back, his complexion frightfully pale, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. "Brother Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, our entire squad would have perished here," Su Lingfeng expressed sincerely, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Brother Chen, I, Wang Feng, have never yielded to anyone, but this time, I truly admire your prowess. Slaying 2 late-stage and 2 mid-stage martial artists was as effortless as cutting vegetables." Wang Feng spoke earnestly, filled with admiration. "Enough of that, Captain Su, Brother Wang. Let's not linger on such pleasantries. The most pressing matter is to leave this place swiftly." Chen Yu assisted Su Lingfeng, aware that the Ghost Mask squad would not simply let this incident slide. Their appearance here indicated that the other members of the Ghost Mask squad were likely not far behind, having already received notification and converging upon their location. "Brother Chen is correct. We must depart immediately." Su Lingfeng, decisive as ever, led the way back towards Supply Base 05. Wang Feng and the others followed closely. However, after only a short distance, Su Lingfeng noticed Chen Yu lingering behind. "Brother Chen, hurry up," Su Lingfeng called back. "You all go on ahead," Chen Yu replied, remaining still as he gazed toward a specific spot in the dense forest. "There are people there?" Su Lingfeng's gaze followed, though he saw nothing. Yet, he trusted Chen Yu's instincts. Could it be the silver-masked vice-captain? Indeed. Chen Yu nodded. No one else would stealthily linger at such a distance, observing us. Though Chen Yu's spiritual sense could not reach that far, his formidable spirit allowed him to sense the presence of someone eavesdropping on them. They seemed to be preparing to keep a close watch on us, waiting for the other members of the Ghostface squad to come and surround us, Su Lingfeng speculated, realizing that the rest of the Ghostface squad was indeed not far from their location. "Captain Su, you should leave quickly. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to approach. Once you are far enough away, I will leave as well." "No way," Su Lingfeng strongly opposed. "We can leave, but what about you? That silver-masked figure will surely fixate on you." "It's all right as long as the captain of the Ghostface squad hasn't arrived. He won't dare to show himself. Moreover, if you leave, I will have fewer concerns and can act more freely. Chun Yu spoke bluntly, almost directly implying that they should hurry and depart, as their presence was a burden. Xu Lingfeng cast a deep glance at Chen Yu. Understanding that Chen Yu was merely employing a tactic to urge them to leave swiftly, he sighed, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Chen Yu's argument. The five of them were indeed a hindrance to him at this moment. Su Lingfeng took out his phone. Brother Qin, let us exchange contact information so we can reach each other later. Chen Yu swiftly provided his phone number. Brother Qin, I owe you a life. Su Lingfeng inhaled deeply and declared solemnly. After saying that, he turned around and departed rapidly without looking back. Brother Qin, we also owe you a life. Chen Yu stood quietly in place, watching as Su Lingfeng and the others entered the dense forest until they gradually vanished from sight. Completely concealed by the trees, before retracting his gaze, however, he did not leave. Su Lingfeng and his companions were injured, and with ferocious beasts roaming the woods, their speed was not swift enough, and they had not distanced themselves adequately. Leaving at this moment would make them easy prey. There was another reason. He needed to clean up the battlefield. Before long, Chen Yu gathered 9 pieces of spatial equipment, rings, and bracelets, without even mentioning the contents. These 9 pieces of spatial equipment alone were worth several million. Chen Yu quickly scanned through the 9 pieces using his soul power. The most abundant items among them were undoubtedly food, vacuum-packed chicken legs, beef, self-heating rice, instant noodles, and various types of bread and biscuits. The haul was comparable to a small supermarket's inventory. The second most numerous items were weapons, knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, and hooks. Everything was made of alloy. Not a single treasure-grade weapon was among them, which did not surprise Chen Yu. It would have been strange if there had been. This was because the 9 individuals had been using alloy weapons, while only the silver-masked vice-captain wielded a treasure-grade golden sword, which had since escaped. There were still many valuable items left behind, such as over 40 low-level energy crystals, enough for Chen Yu's use for a considerable time. Furthermore, he discovered a manual titled San Yang Ju, a mid-tier human-level fire attribute technique. This manual caught Chen Yu's attention as its name reminded him of another technique, Juyang Zhenjia. This technique was extremely renowned, rated at the apex of Earth level, yet its domineering fire essence could rival ordinary heaven-level techniques. With one being San Yang and the other Juyang, there seemed to be a connection. Chen Yu flipped through the introduction and indeed found that it was a diluted version of Juyang Zhenjia. Moreover, the introduction mentioned another technique, Lu Yang Ju, which lay between San Yang Ju and Juyang Zhenjie.it, was rated at the pinnacle of human level. Notably, the annotations in the manual indicated that Lu Yang Ju was stored in the martial arts libraries of some top-tier martial universities. Jiangnan Martial University, one of the best in the nation, surely had it as well. Coincidentally, the top freshman had the privilege to select a human-level pinnacle technique. Since San Yang Ju and Lu Yang Ju were of the same lineage, there would be no need to switch techniques later. However, the manual did not mention where to acquire Juyang Zhenjia. Yet, this was not the time for study. Chen Yu stowed the San Yang Ju manual and the low-level energy crystals into his spatial ring. As he searched again, he found another manual in his hands. This time, it was not a technique or martial skill, but an auxiliary manual, Chapter 58, the Breath Concealment Technique. Upon seeing the name, Chen Yu's eyes brightened. The title was self-explanatory. It was designed to conceal one's aura, making it difficult for others to detect one's presence or to hide one's cultivation level, achieving an effect akin to stealth. The manual was thin, consisting of only a few pages and over 1,000 characters. With Chen Yu's soul power enabling him to read rapidly, he soon finished it and committed it to memory. The efficacy of the breath concealment technique was straightforward. It allowed the user to suppress their aura, rendering them undetectable. Another function was to mask one's cultivation level. For instance, a mid-stage martial artist could appear as a beginner, as long as the observer was not at a higher major realm. The contents of the manual inspired Chen Yu with new thoughts. It was not in his nature to be hunted like a dog. The key was that while this technique might be challenging for others, it would be simple for him. A mere trick utilizing soul power in conjunction with true energy. Although there were numerous high-tier human-level manuals remaining, none particularly captivated him. Chen Yu found a rope and strung the 9 spatial rings together, placing them in his pocket. There was no other option. Spatial equipment could not store other spatial equipment. It was no wonder they said that killing and arson filled one's pockets. Indeed, murder was the quickest way to wealth. The effort he expended in slaying ferocious beasts yielded less than what he earned from taking down a few members of the Ghost-Face squad. Chen Yu shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Relying on murder for profit contradicted his principles. Moreover, frequently walking by the river, how could one avoid getting wet? If the news leaked, he would become a wanted man, with everyone calling for his head. However, eliminating these wanted members of the Ghost-Face squad not only served the public good, but also provided substantial rewards, 2 birds with 1 stone. If he could gain such rewards from a few ordinary henchmen, how much more might the silver-masked vice-captain possess? These individuals were merely skimming the surface. The captain would be the one truly reaping the benefits, and the value of the items in his spatial equipment might far exceed a small target. The allure of wealth stirred Chen Yu's heart. With a flip of his palm, a faintly fragrant green fruit appeared in his hand. The Qing Yuanguo, capable of allowing a martial artist to break through a realm. Without hesitation, Chen Yu popped it into his mouth. The sweet and sour juice was cool and refreshing, flowing down his throat and settling in his abdomen. As the Qing Yuanguo took effect, a tremendous surge of power erupted within him. Chen Yu quickly activated his technique to harness this power, as his meridians absorbed the energy eagerly, akin to parched earth receiving rain. The true energy vortex, which had been rotating slowly, began to whirl vigorously, refining the medicinal properties of the Qing Yuanguo. Before long, he successfully broke through from the early stage to the mid-stage of martial arts. Sensing the abundant power within his body, Chen Yu clenched his fist, a confident smile gracing his face. With his soul power surging, he began to conceal the fluctuations of his newly attained mid-stage martial artist energy according to the method outlined in the breath concealment technique, quickly masking his aura to resemble that of an early-stage martial artist, indistinguishable from before. Having tidied everything up, Chen Yu calculated that Su Lingfeng and the others should have moved far away by now. It was time for the hunt to begin. Chen Yu cast one last glance at the hiding place of the silver-masked vice-captain, a wicked smile playing on his lips. With a flicker of movement, he veered off in a direction different from that of Su Lingfeng and the others, plunging into the dense forest. Vice-captain, that kid is trying to flee. In the dense forest, the 6 members of the Ghost-Face squad were concealed nearby. Let us go. Follow him. The silver-masked vice-captain's voice was cold. He had never experienced such a loss, losing 4 subordinates while he himself was forced to flee. If the main culprit escaped easily in the end, he would face the captain's wrath. Vice-captain, you go ahead. Our movement is too slow to keep up with you. The captain will be here soon. We'll wait for him. A bronze-masked giant spoke, laced with reluctance. He did not dare to pursue that demon. If the opponent took advantage of the captain's absence to launch a counterattack, he did not believe the vice-captain could stop him. Exactly, vice-captain. We'll wait for the captain here. We want to hold you back. The other 4 nodded in agreement. The vice-captain abandoned them, fleeing alone, and they were all too aware of it. Given the vice-captain's temperament, he might seize an opportunity to eliminate them. It was safer to wait for the captain here. Humph! The silver-masked vice-captain snorted coldly, pursuing Chen Yu in the direction he had fled. They were all cut from the same cloth. Could he not guess their mindset? He indeed entertained thoughts of sending these individuals to their deaths. Only the dead would refrain from speaking out of turn. While these individuals could wait here, he could not dare the vice-captain. He bore undeniable responsibility for such significant losses. If the instigator managed to escape, he would surely become the target of the captain's ire. The thought of the captain's methods sent a shiver down his spine. Using his sense of aura, the silver-masked vice-captain trailed Chen Yu from a distance. This kid wasn't heading towards the city but rather deeper into the mountain range. What could he be planning? After following for a short while, the vice-captain's brow furrowed. He found it hard to believe that the other party was unaware of his pursuit, nor could he fathom that the opponent did not know a martial artist-level vice-captain was nearby. According to a normal person's logic, the safest course of action would be to head towards the city at this moment. Suddenly, he noticed that Chen Yu's aura had stopped moving, and then it vanished entirely. Not good. He swiftly surged forward, arriving at the spot where Chen Yu's aura had disappeared in a matter of breaths. It was a wide river, several dozen meters across, with rushing waters flowing from west to east, glimmering in the sunlight. This river also served as the boundary between the outer and inner regions of the Qingfeng mountain range. Crossing the river meant truly entering the depths of the Qingfeng mountain range, where second-tier ferocious beasts were commonplace, and one might even encounter third-tier ferocious beasts comparable to human grand martial artists. MD, how could I have forgotten that there is a river here? This fellow must have fled along the water. The river possesses the capability to conceal one's presence. Once submerged, it becomes nearly impossible to detect one's aura. The silver-masked vice-captain, in a fit of frustration, wildly swung his golden long sword towards the river. The robust sword energy cleaving the surface and sending a spray of water into the air. Unbeknownst to him, as he vented his rage upon the river, a pair of obsidian eyes, lurking in a thicket a few meters to his left, remained fixated upon him. Go ahead and vent. Soon, you shall have no opportunity left. Concealed within was Chen Yu, who had skillfully suppressed his aura using the concealment technique. After unleashing a flurry of over a dozen sword strikes, the silver-masked vice-captain finally sheathed his long sword. He was at a loss as to how he would explain this to the captain. He could already envision the captain's icy gaze awaiting him. At worst, he would face some punishment. Surely, they wouldn't kill him. Chapter 59. Surprise attack fleeing? It had crossed his mind, yet he dared not. All his information lay in the hands of the captain of the Ghost Mask team, including details about his family and home address. Should he attempt to flee, the captain could easily relay his information to the investigation bureau, putting his entire family at risk. The very reason the Ghost Mask team members wore masks was to keep their true identities concealed. Among them, only the captain was privy to the real identities of each member, their names being mere code names. For instance, his own codename was Ghost 3. Gritting his teeth, the silver-masked vice-captain retrieved his phone and initiated a video call. When the other end connected, he lowered his head in shame and uttered, "Captain, I've lost him." However, at that moment, a shadow appeared silently, approaching with stealth, devoid of even a breath. Suddenly, a glint of blade sliced through the air. A piercing shriek reaching the silver-masked vice-captain's ears, he turned in a panic, attempting to evade, but it was far too late. A youthful figure loomed larger in his vision. Didn't he escape before he could finish his thought? His lips moved soundlessly, that a faint line of blood appeared upon his neck, and as it gradually shifted, his severed head began to slide away. The phone slipped from his grasp as his body fell backward. Ghost 3, a middle-aged man's voice emanated from the phone. Chen Yu's gaze fell upon the fallen device, its screen revealing a head adorned with a golden yuksha mask. It must be the martial artist captain of the Ghost Mask team. Stop calling. He is already dead. Chen Yu's icy voice pierced through the phone, reaching the ears of the Ghost Mask captain. At you. You are the one who killed my 4 brothers of the Ghost Mask. And now you've slain my vice-captain. Though the captain's expression was obscured by the mask, his voice betrayed an uncontainable fury. So what if it was me? Go ahead and bite me, Chen Yu replied with a faint smile. He aimed to provoke the Ghost Mask captain into pursuing him. Kid, are you seeking death? I am so terrified. What will you do? Can you leap from the phone and strike me? Chen Yu feigned a reckless attitude. A loud crash echoed, followed by a disconnection of the call. His anger was so intense that he crushed the phone. Chen Yu shook his head, producing a clicking sound with his tongue. Kid, if I ever catch you, I will surely flay you alive. A roar resonated through the dense forest, so loud that Chen Yu could hear it clearly. You must first find me. Chen Yu shot back, rolling his eyes. What does your loud voice accomplish? Meanwhile, the other martial artist hunting in the forest turned pale upon hearing the captain's voice. How did he arrive at supply base number 05? Who could possibly provoke him to such an extent? Forget about that. We must flee. He's furious, and there's no one for him to vent his anger on. In the forest, as martial artists heard the Ghost Mask captain's voice, they abandoned their prey and rushed towards the forest's edge. At this moment, Su Lingfeng and his companions had reached the outskirts of the dense woods, where the trees were sparsely scattered, and it wouldn't be long before they exited the forest. They paused. Glancing back, numerous birds and ferocious beasts took to the skies, fleeing from the source of the sound. That must be the voice of the Ghost Mask captain, right? Someone had previously posted his audio on the martial artist forum. And it matched perfectly. Wang Feng spoke first. That should be him. Qin Xian nodded in agreement, though she was uncertain what could have incensed him to such a degree. It can't possibly be Brother Chen. Can it? Surely not. Is it really worth getting this angry over a few fallen subordinates? Perhaps Brother Chen made some incredible move after we left. That isn't impossible. Given the circumstances, Brother Chun must have escaped. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked the ghost mask captain to such an extent. Enough of this. Yang Shan is unconscious. We must hurry. By the riverside, where no one was present, Chun Yu was disinclined to bend down and scavenge for the spatial ring on the corpse. Summoning his soul force, the silver-masked vice-captain's spatial ring seemed to be guided by an invisible hand, soaring into Chan Yu's grasp. Accompanying it was the golden longsword. After stowing the spatial ring in his pocket, he reached out to take the longsword. The blade, entirely golden, exuded an aura of sharpness even without the infusion of true energy. Inscribed upon its hilt were two small characters, Jin Ling infusing true energy. He swung it casually, unleashing a golden sword energy that cleaved through a massive stone by the riverbank. The stone was instantly split in two, the cut smooth and even, a precious golden longsword. The Jin Ling sword, Chin Yu nodded with satisfaction. What a pity it wasn't a long knife. That was the only regret. Nevertheless, he decided to replace his battered straight knife with the Jin Ling sword. A precious weapon not only allowed true energy to circulate more effectively, but also augmented the sword and knife energies with the weapon's inherent attributes. Its enhancement to combat prowess was unparalleled by mere alloy blades. Chen Yu suppressed his aura and re-entered the forest, heading towards the location where the ghost mask captain had previously shouted. However, he took a roundabout path, for he had discovered a tracker on the silver-masked vice-captain. He was not yet ready to confront the ghost mask captain. At least until he had dealt with the minions, he wished to avoid a direct clash. Shortly after Chen Yu departed, a terrifying wave of sound surged forth. As a tall man in a golden mask appeared before the corpse of the silver-masked vice-captain. "You bastard!" The ghost mask captain glared at the still warm body, his expression contorted in rage, and kicked the corpse into the river. Water erupted in a splash. Soon, the scent of blood attracted a swarm of toothy fish, dragging the silver-masked vice-captain's body beneath the surface, leaving only a flurry of bubbles in its wake. The ghost mask captain seethed with anger. Chen Yu had already circled around to his stronghold point, 1 silver mask and 14 bronze masks, quite a considerable number. Chen Yu suppressed his aura, hiding in the branches of a towering tree, quietly observing. If there were only 3 or 5 of him, he would have charged in without hesitation. Even 7 or 8 would not have deterred him. But facing 15, none of whom were of a lower realm than himself, he truly felt apprehensive. To charge in would be tantamount to seeking death. If they all besieged him, even if he did not perish, they could easily entrap him until the martial artist captain arrived. Ensuring his demise, he needed to devise a strategy to eliminate a few, starting with the silver mask. The silver-masked vice-captain possessed peak martial artist strength, with superior attack power and speed compared to the others. If he could eliminate him, Chun Yu could then stealthily take out several more without fear of being ensnared. Eventually, he could dispatch them all. But as long as the silver-masked vice-captain lived, Chun Yu would find it challenging to maneuver. Suddenly, Chun Yu sensed a faint rustling sound on the tree trunk beside him, yet his eyes detected nothing amiss. Chapter 60. Learning skills from reading novels. A thought sparked in Chun Yu's mind, and he expanded his soul force. Instantly, the surroundings materialized in his mind's eye. He then discerned the source of the sound. On a nearby branch, a lizard the size of a cat was slowly crawling. Its body blended with the tree trunk, making it nearly indistinguishable at a glance. Due to Chen Yu's suppressed aura, it had not noticed the human presence beside it, a withered wood lizard. The name of this small creature flashed through Chen Yu's mind. The withered wood lizard is a small reptilian creature that feeds on ants and other minuscule organisms, thriving in the depths of remote mountains and forests. Its strength is not formidable, even weaker than the red-eyed rabbit. Yet, its survival in perilous forest depths is attributed to its remarkable camouflage ability. Little fellow, your camouflage skills are impressive. I nearly overlooked you. Chen Yu marveled at the small creature, having only detected it through his soul force. It was only upon closer inspection that he realized something was there. Chen Yu had no intention of hunting the withered wood lizard. Such small beasts held no value, at least not in his eyes. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, the withered wood lizard flicked its long tongue and ensnared a swiftly flying insect, consuming it whole. A flash of inspiration ignited in Chan Yu's mind as he stared fixedly at the motionless withered wood lizard. Camouflage combined with a sudden strike. Chen Yu abruptly conceived a method to resolve his current predicament. He only needed to find an ideal location to set a trap. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly identified a suitable spot, a low thicket located 50 meters from the Ghost Mask team members. Like a gecko, Chen Yu descended from the tree without making a sound. The nearby withered-wood lizard stared wide-eyed at the suddenly moving figure, its tiny eyes glimmering with confusion. It recalled that there had been no other presence nearby. How could a person have appeared so abruptly? But its diminutive mind could not fathom the situation, and all it could think to do was to flee swiftly. The four-legged creature swiftly darted away, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Chen Yu traced a wide arc, maneuvering behind the thicket. The space ring shimmered, and a spherical metallic object materialized in Chen Yu's hand. It was none other than the J-015 grenade he had acquired from Zhang Biao at the illustrious entertainment venue. Initially, he had intended to hand it over to Chu Zhongtian, but his quest for secret manuals had caused him to forget it. It had remained in his space ring ever since. Fortunately, he hadn't recalled it earlier. Otherwise, executing this plan would have proven quite challenging. After meticulously setting it up among the bushes, Chen Yu carefully positioned the J-015 grenade as a makeshift landmine. A transparent thread was threaded through the pull ring and tied to two sturdier bushes. A simple tripwire trap was thus established. As long as someone stumbled upon the thread, the grenade would be propelled into the air, and the pull ring would be simultaneously yanked away. Chen Yu gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction. All those novels he had read in his past life were not in vain. This knowledge had finally come in handy. This method was something he had learned from a military novel, and he never anticipated it would be useful one day. The next step was to lure them over. Directly revealing himself as bait was out of the question. They were not foolish enough to fall for such an obvious trap. Throwing something to make noise to draw them in? Chen Yu shook his head, dismissing this idea as well. If only one person came, all his efforts would be wasted. He rejected several more strategies in rapid succession. If he delayed any longer, the captain of the Ghost Face team might return, making matters even more complicated. The J-0158 grenade was only capable of inflicting damage on martial artists and below. Its effectiveness against martial masters was negligible, as they could unleash protective true energy capable of withstanding the grenade's explosive force. Anxiety began to bead sweat on Chen Yu's forehead. Why would that guy not flee upon realizing the captain was coming? What was he planning? Did he intend to annihilate our Ghost Face team? Impossible. Just based on his early martial artist status, he was not an ordinary early martial artist. Didn't you hear Ghost 11 say he had single-handedly defeated Ghost 6, Ghost 9, and Ghost 14? While it was undeniable he was formidable, Ghost 11 had also stated he had barely managed to kill Ghost 6 and the others, without much strength left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Ghost 11 and the other 5 escape. You make a good point. With so many of us together, he wouldn't dare approach. Besides, the captain isn't far from here. If he dares to come, he'll surely meet his demise. Since he doesn't dare come, why should I hold it in? I'm about to burst. Ghost 18, if you need to relieve yourself, just do it instead of holding back. Aren't you afraid of that guy launching a sneak attack? Enough already. I can't hold it in any longer. Suddenly, the conversation among the members of the Ghost Face team reached Chen Yu's ears, and he felt a surge of joy. Opportunity had arisen. At that moment, a bronze-masked giant emerged from the crowd, clutching his stomach as he darted towards a large tree. Soon, muffled sounds mixed with the giant's relieved groans echoed. What a relief! Ghost 18, couldn't you have gone further away to relieve yourself? It stinks. The foul odor quickly wafted through the air, causing the other members of the Ghost Face team to cover their noses and retreat from the source of the stench. A splendid opportunity. Chen Yu's eyes lit up as he crouched low, using both hands and feet to move swiftly like an agile leopard, taking advantage of the tree's cover to approach the bronze-masked giant, suffering from an upset stomach. Once the giant had finished and adjusted his trousers, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind him. He turned sharply, only to see a youthful face rapidly approaching. Just as he was about to shout, a slender hand had already grasped his throat. With a crunch, his windpipe was crushed. The head beneath the bronze mask tilted to the side, lifeless. Chen Yu gently lowered his body, quickly stripping the giant of his outer clothing and putting it on himself. It was a bit oversized, but it would have to suffice. He then removed the bronze mask from the giant's face, revealing a countenance frozen in disbelief. Surely, he could not fath. Chen Yu leaped over the thicket with a grand stride, swiftly turning to unleash a wave of sword energy towards the pursuing crowd. Utilizing the recoil, he retreated with remarkable speed. A glimmer of confusion flickered in the eyes of the silver-masked vice-captain. He sensed that the youth before him was truly in flight now, while his earlier bravado had merely been an illusion. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. He stamped his foot against the ground, creating a large crater beneath him, and his body crashed through the underbrush. The branches and leaves of the bushes were sent flying, along with a round iron object, a grenade. It was a trap. The silver-masked vice-captain's pupils dilated in alarm, a deadly crisis surging from the depths of his heart. Retreat quickly, boom. His voice was drowned out by the explosion. The steel balls within the grenade whistled through the air with terrifying force. Covering a radius of 15 meters, the vice-captain was at the forefront. Despite his desperate attempts to shield himself with his dual daggers, countless steel balls pierced through his defenses, causing blood to erupt from his body. Simultaneously, the bronze-masked giants following closely behind fared no better, suffering injuries from the barrage. The battlefield erupted into a cacophony of anguished cries. The ghost-faced captain, who was on his way back upon receiving the news, was also shaken by the sound of the explosion. It had occurred precisely where his subordinates had gathered. It was over. None of his men possessed such explosive devices. Even if they did, they would be of little use against an individual. The explosion could only target his group of subordinates. By the time I arrive, I'll be left alone as the sole commander. 1ti? This thought plagued the ghost-faced captain's mind. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the notion, but it took root like stubborn weeds within his consciousness. Chapter 62. Confronting the ghost-faced Captain Chen Yu swiftly returned with his sword, having plotted for so long. It was now time to reap the rewards. Such resilience in life. Chen Yu couldn't help but admire the warrior's constitution. Astonishingly, no one had perished in the close-range explosion. Even though the silver-masked vice-captain was drenched in blood from countless steel projectiles, he was merely gravely injured, lying on the ground and coughing up blood, but still alive. The others had also sustained varying degrees of injury. The 6 who had been closest suffered severe wounds, yet none as grievous as the vice-captains, and they remained on their feet, while the rest bore only minor injuries, still capable of fighting. Chen Yu disregarded the severely wounded and charged towards the lightly injured. In their prime, none of these individuals could match Chen Yu, let alone in their current state of impairment. Moreover, he wielded the more powerful Jinling sword now. The Jinling sword, wielded like a long sword, unleashed waves of golden sword energy at lightning speed. The lightly injured fighters struggled to defend themselves but were hindered by their wounds, their movements significantly slowed. With a series of pained shrieks, 3 of them fell to the ground, struck down by the sword energy. The remaining fighters, witnessing this, were filled with dread, and someone shouted, "Let us attack together, or we'll all perish." Thus, they forced themselves to endure the pain. Even the gravely injured among them pushed their true energy to stimulate their potential, launching a flurry of attacks. Yet, Chen Yu showed no signs of fear, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. A bunch of worthless chickens, with a light step, he soared several meters into the air, spinning as he did so. The Jinling sword raised high before him. Cold Moon Slash. A massive crescent-shaped wave of golden sword energy descended with a howl. As if to cleave the earth itself, the crowd was caught off guard, and several more were slain by the overwhelming force of the attack. Only 2 remained, their eyes filled with despair. The silver-masked vice-captain struggled to rise and assist, but could only cough up more blood. Chen Yu approached the 2, emanating a chilling aura of death. Just as he was about to strike them down, a furious roar echoed from afar. "Kid, if you dare kill them, I will slaughter your entire family. I've already slain so many. Do I need to bother with these 2? Chen Yu scoffed at the ghost-faced captain's threat, his sword descending mercilessly, causing 2 well-formed heads to roll away. "You haven't even seen my face. How will you find my family?" Chen Yu smirked. "After all, I'm still wearing a bronze mask. Besides, I have no intention of letting you go." Chen Yu turned to face the direction from which the ghost-faced captain approached. In the distance, a tall figure radiating a golden glow was rapidly closing in. The murderous intent in Chen Yu's exposed eyes surged forth, and as he straightened his posture, his battle spirit began to boil. The sword intent woven into his soul resonated with his fighting spirit, causing the leaves above to be sliced in half, and then in quarters. Such audacity, not only to flee but to dare provoke me. The ghost-faced captain snorted coldly, his figure like lightning, moving with incredible speed, the air crackling around him. Chen Yu gripped his sword tightly, his entire being taut like a drawn bowstring. The ghost-faced captain arrived in an instant, unleashing a punch that carried a golden wind, his rage evident. Chen Yu raised his sword to block, the Jinling sword vibrating ominously, fissures cracking in the ground beneath him. Do you think you can challenge me just because you've killed a few worthless fools? Today, I will show you the might of a warrior. The ghost-faced captain launched another assault, this time with both fists, the surrounding air seeming to be vacuumed away. Shattered gold fist. Two streams of golden fist energy surged forth like tangible forces, their power capable of rending steel. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened, his true energy surging wildly as he bellowed, "Break!" The Jinling sword erupted with brilliance, forcefully dispersing the two streams of fist energy. The ghost-faced captain was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this youth could withstand his attack. He possesses some skill, but to think that would be sufficient is a grave mistake. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu summoned a gust of wind beneath his feet, swiftly closing the distance, thrusting the Jinling sword towards the ghost-faced captain's throat. The captain did not flinch. Instead, he summoned metallic sheen to his hands, reaching directly for the Jinling sword. Chen Yu deftly altered his thrust into a slice, gliding over the captain's palm. The blade passed like a knife through iron, leaving only a white mark in its wake. A smirk of derision crept across the captain's face. "Kid, my indestructible body combined with my protective true energy is beyond your capacity to breach." As he spoke, he swung his hand back towards Chen Yu's chest. Chen Yu hastily retreated, his heart racing with alarm. No wonder his skin glows with gold. He must have cultivated a body-tempering technique. Chen Yu took a deep breath, infusing the sword intent into the Jinling sword, a peculiar halo shimmering around the golden sword energy. The captain's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Chen Yu advanced once more, his sword's speed surpassing previous bouts, becoming swifter and more unpredictable. The captain attempted to seize the sword again, only to find the blade easily slicing through his palm's defenses. A crimson line appearing in his hand, he was taken aback, hastily retreating. Chen Yu pressed the attack relentlessly. "It's impossible. Your attacks cannot breach my double-layered defense." The ghost-faced captain was incredulous. Yet Chen Yu paid no heed. His strikes never ceasing, waves of golden sword energy slicing through the air. "That's merely your misguided belief." The ghost-faced captain gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. "Even if you can breach my defenses, it's impossible for you to win against me. Die." The fierce dragon dominates the sky fist. A roar akin to a dragon echoed. A dragon-shaped fist made of true energy surged forth, carving a deep trench into the ground. Boom! The dragon fist collided with Chen Yu's attack, erupting like a massive bomb. It created a vast crater in the earth, a cloud of dust billowing outwards in layers, akin to a raging hurricane, uprooting grass and bushes, and even snapping slender trees with a resounding crack. The dust settled at the explosion's epicenter. A deep gray haze obscured visibility, shrouding all in darkness. The ghost-faced captain gasped for breath. Such a martial technique evidently took a toll on him as well. "I refuse to believe you still live." The ghost-faced captain laughed maniacally. "One who provokes me, the ghost-faced, survives. In your next life? Be more discerning with your eyes. Not everyone is someone you can provoke." Suddenly, a golden crescent of sword light cleaved through the swirling dust, rapidly enlarging in the captain's view. Following the sword light was a handsome youth, who, moving with almost instantaneous speed, darted past the ghost-faced captain. The sword light pierced through the captain's protective true energy, simultaneously breaching his indestructible body. With a swift slice, the ghost-faced captain's throat was laid open, blood spraying 3 meters away. "How are you still alive?" The ghost-faced captain's eyes filled with disbelief. With his trachea severed, he could utter no words, yet he was unwilling to succumb to death so easily. He used his true energy to temporarily reconnect his trachea and managed to ask. Chapter 63. The military invitation. The youth was none other than Chen Yu. The bronze mask that had adorned his face had been violently dislodged. Its whereabouts unknown amidst the chaos, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his upper garments had been reduced to tatters, his lean torso coated in dust, rendering his flesh nearly invisible beneath the grime. Chen Yu halted 3 meters behind the ghost-faced captain, his face exceedingly pale. You wish to know why I have not perished? Chen Yu gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. The ghost-faced captain nodded laboriously. You want to know, and I must tell you? What do you take me for? Chen Yu did not turn his head, forcing a smile. I refuse to inform you. Uffed. The ghost-faced captain did not anticipate such a response. Already on the brink of death, the mere desire for knowledge had allowed him to cling to life for a few more seconds. Now, with his emotions in turmoil, he could no longer maintain his true energy. Spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body collapsed like a mountain crumbling to dust. I hate this. Chen Yu turned away. The ghost-faced captain's eyes, concealed beneath the golden mask, remained wide open. Clearly unwilling to close in a life-and-death confrontation, it is a grave mistake to let one's guard down before confirming the opponent's demise. Chen Yu shook his head. This incident has served as a wake-up call for him. Had it not been for Captain Ghostface's belief that he had been slain by the fierce dragon's wrath fist, leading him to lower his guard, it would have been utterly impossible for him to strike down Captain Ghostface in a single blow. At that moment, it would likely have been his own life on the line. Chen Yu felt a shiver of apprehension. He had vastly overestimated his combat prowess, blinded by the allure of wealth. The disparity between the martial artist and the warrior levels is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. He had thought that by consuming the Qingyuan fruit to break through to the mid-warrior stage and relying on several perfected martial skills, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a martial master. In reality, however, none who achieve the rank of martial master are fools. They possess formidable martial techniques of their own. Captain Ghostface, having dispatched numerous warriors, must have amassed an immense wealth of skills. It is inconceivable that he would lack his own formidable techniques. Even if he hadn't had them before, he would surely have invested heavily in acquiring superior martial arts. The fierce dragon's wrath fist was likely one of the newly acquired techniques of Captain Ghostface. It might appear terrifying, yet in reality, it was not as dreadful as it seemed. The power was somewhat dispersed, lacking the cohesion of a single force. Otherwise, Chen Yu would not have been able to withstand it even with all his might. Fortunately, I emerged victorious. A smile broke through the dust on Chen Yu's face. Now it was time to reap the rewards. Just as Chen Yu prepared to harness his spiritual energy to collect the spoils of battle, he suddenly sensed something watching him. He turned abruptly. 10 meters behind him stood an unfamiliar figure, having appeared without his notice. He hadn't felt the slightest trace of their presence. It must have been during his earlier attempt to channel his spiritual energy for the collection of spoils that he had sensed this presence. Had this person intended to kill him, he would have been utterly oblivious to his impending doom. Thankfully, the newcomer was not an enemy. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chen Yu's heart relaxed. It was General Zhou. Chen Yu clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and saluted. The newcomer appeared to be in his early 40s, clad in military attire, with a gleaming golden star on his shoulder. Indeed, a military major general is at least a great martial master. It would be exceedingly simple for him to approach Chen Yu undetected. Not all military major generals are great martial masters. Many commanding officers might not even be warriors themselves. However, commanding officers are rarer and more precious than combat commanders, and they are always accompanied by great martial masters for protection. Yet, this individual stood alone. Moreover, Chen Yu recognized him. While he was familiar with the general might not know him. This man was a frequent feature in the news, the highest-ranking officer stationed in Huaihai City. Major General Zhou Yunchuan. What a keen intuition! A flicker of surprise passed through Zhou Yunchuan's eyes. You are Chen Yu, he inquired, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back. General Zhou knows me? Chen Yu was taken aback that such a prominent figure was aware of his name. I do not know you, but I have only recently learned your name, Zhou Yunchuan replied. Shaking his head, it was the Ling Feng squad that reported the Ghost-Face squad's appearance on the outskirts of the mountains, indicating that one of their companions had been surrounded and killed. Requesting military assistance, I happened to be at supply base number 5, and feeling a bit restless, I decided to come and take a look. The Ling Feng squad? That must be Su Lingfeng and his team. They seem to be safe, Chen Yu thought to himself, though he realized he had arrived too late. Zhou Yunchuan's eagle-like gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on the captain wearing the golden mask. They are already dead. Zhou Yunchuan's eyes turned to Chen Yu, questioning, did you kill them? Having just arrived, he saw only the aftermath, bodies strewn across the ground, and Chun Yu standing there bare-chested and disheveled. He had not witnessed Chun Yu's confrontation with Captain Ghostface. Chun Yu nodded slightly. Given that he was the only one present, who else could have been responsible for the captain's demise? Surely it could not have been a case of self-inflicted harm. Of course, he dared not voice this thought, fearing a swift reprimand. This martial master too? Zhou Yunchuan's piercing gaze could discern the remnants of energy from the captain's corpse. Identifying its rank, a stroke of luck, Qin Yu humbly replied. Although it was Captain Ghostface's momentary lapse in vigilance that afforded him the opportunity to retaliate, achieving the feat of slaying a martial master while at the mid-warrior stage was indeed a point of pride. Zhou Yunchuan scrutinized Qin Yu from head to toe, his astonishment growing. The boy of 17 or 18 years, single-handedly battling a martial master amidst a group of over 10 aides, even with the assistance of firearms. Such prowess would be enough to astonish the nation if it were to spread. Zhou Yunchuan misunderstood that Qin Yu had achieved a single decisive kill, unaware that he had first eliminated the other warriors before facing Captain Ghostface one-on-one. You are quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining the military? I can help you secure a major rank. Zhou Yunchuan suddenly proposed. A talent capable of defeating a martial master, he mused, could be considered a prodigy, and such individuals are exceedingly rare nationwide. Zhou Yunchuan believed that offering a major's position was not an excessive gesture. With such talent, combined with military resources, it was likely that by the age of 30, he could ascend to the rank of a grandmaster within the military. Major? Qin Yu was taken aback, surprised by Zhou Yunchuan's high regard for him. He was aware that the military typically assigned the rank of lieutenant to warriors and only granted major ranks to martial masters. Great martial masters, like Zhou Yunchuan, bore the golden star on their shoulders. Chapter 64. Never test humanity with your life, of course. Such warriors wielded no real power and commanded no battalions of soldiers. Their roles were akin to those of special forces, tasked with independent operations and not participating in large-scale battles. The benefits associated with the major rank, as Qin Yu understood, exceeded 30 million in cash annually, not including housing, medical care, and training resources. Yet, considering the military's stringent regulations, Qin Yu shook his head. Thank you, General Zhou, for your kind offer, but I wish to continue my studies and do not wish to enter the workforce so soon. Studying? Such a word felt distant to Zhou Yunchuan. He had never attended a martial university, nor even high school. As a military child, he had been nurtured by the military from a young age, growing into his current rank. Have you given it more thought? The military possesses resources comparable to those at martial universities, perhaps even more. Zhou Yunchuan, unwilling to let go of this talent, pressed further. Qin Yu resolutely shook his head. Seeing Qin Yu's steadfast refusal, Zhou Yunchuan sighed internally, realizing he could not persuade him further. The military had its own regulations, and promising the rank of major was the extent of his authority. Anything beyond that required consensus from others. In that case, I shall not press further, Zhou Yunchuan said with a sigh. Our meeting is fate. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, seek me out at the military camp. Zhou Yunchuan wished to maintain a favorable relationship with Qin Yu, preparing for the possibility of inviting him to join the military after graduation. After all, upon completing university, Qin Yu would ultimately seek employment. Even as a freelance martial artist, he would need to affiliate with various organizations, be they major corporations, martial universities, or martial artist unions. The military's benefits, while not the only option, ranked among the best. Freedom is also limited. Without joining major organizations, acquiring precious resources becomes exceedingly difficult, often lacking any accessible avenues. There is a saying that beneath a large tree, one finds ample shade. Thank you, General Zhou. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude. Admiring Zhou Yunchuan's magnanimity, it was rare for a major general to extend such a sincere invitation without anger upon rejection. To remain calm and composed was truly exceptional. Zhou Yunchuan nodded to Qin Yu, making no further gestures, and suddenly lifted into the air. Ascending swiftly, he vanished from sight within moments. Qin Yu exhaled softly, feeling the weight of psychological pressure ease after facing a major general and great martial master. After ensuring no one else remained nearby, he summoned his spiritual energy, causing all spatial equipment, including that of Captain Ghostface, to swiftly converge towards him. Qin Yu realized that even a slight increase in his realm had yielded a minor enhancement to his spiritual energy. though not as significant as during a major breakthrough. Having gathered all valuable items, Qin Yu quickly departed. The pungent scent of blood had begun to attract numerous ferocious beasts. He found a hollow in a nearby tree to hide within. His internal energy was depleted. Even a mere level 1 beast could pose a lethal threat to him, making it an inopportune moment to return to the city. He needed to recover some energy first before considering a return. The wilderness held dangers beyond ferocious beasts. Unfamiliar warriors posed an even greater threat. Some warriors might appear amicable in ordinary circumstances, but in the wild, should they encounter someone severely injured, they would not hesitate to kill for treasure. Never test humanity with your life. The result will only lead to your demise. Qin Yu clasped a low-grade energy crystal in both hands, feeling pure energy surge rapidly into his body through his palms. His parched dantian absorbed the energy like drought-stricken earth welcomes rain. It was not until the sun set and night fell that Qin Yu finally opened his eyes. He had not completely recovered. Rather, his phone had been vibrating incessantly, rousing him from his reverie. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a call from Chen Lin. She must have been worried about him, reaching out to inquire. If he was not mistaken, it was likely that both his uncle and aunt were present as well. When the call connected, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Qin Yu reassured them of his safety and informed them that he would return the next day before hanging up. At that moment, he noticed an unread message from an unregistered number in his phone. Upon opening the message, Qin Yu discerned from its contents that it was sent by Su Lingfeng, inquiring about his safety. The message had been sent 3 hours prior, a detail Qin Yu had overlooked at the time. Rather than exerting effort to reply via text, he opted for a phone call, as he also wished to inquire about Yang Shan's condition. When the call connected, Su Lingfeng's voice resonated on the other end. "Brother Chun, are you safe now? We have reported the situation of the Ghost Face team to the military, and they should have dispatched personnel into the Qingfeng Mountains. Have you encountered them?" Su Lingfeng launched into a barrage of questions. "Captain Su, which of your many questions should I address first?" Qin Yu replied with a warmth in his heart. Smiling, it was evident that Su Lingfeng and his companions were friends worth having. As their concern was palpable, he had not responded to the message for several hours, and now that he was on the phone, he felt a surge of excitement, relieved to confirm his safety. "Have you encountered the military personnel?" Su Lingfeng pressed. "That I have," Qin Yu confirmed. "Were they able to deal with the Ghost Face team?" "Indeed, not a single one, including their captain, managed to escape," Qin Yu asserted, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Though it was he who had resolved the matter, he chose not to clarify the misunderstanding that it was the military who had intervened. Sometimes, when the disparity in strength is too great, friendships become futile. This arrangement suited him just fine. "And how is Yang Shan faring?" Qin Yu recalled Yang Shan's severe injuries as they departed. "Yang Shan has been taken to the hospital. Several ribs are fractured, and he has sustained some internal injuries. He will need to be hospitalized for a while, but it is not a grave concern." Su Lingfeng's words offered Qin Yu a sigh of relief. Yang Shan's injuries bore some connection to Qin Yu, as had he not intervened to thwart their collaborative assault on the poison-tail scorpion to obtain the scorpion kinggrass, Yang Shan might not have been so grievously wounded. However, injuries and fatalities in the wilderness while battling ferocious beasts were commonplace, and Qin Yu did not feel inclined to shoulder the blame. After conversing for a while longer, Su Lingfeng requested Qin Yu's bank account number to transfer 4 million to him. Chapter 65. 2 local-level manuals. Shortly after hanging up, Qin Yu received a text notification of the transfer. However, his excitement over the 4 million had waned significantly. His spatial ring could now fetch over 10 million. After merely 2 to 3 hours of recovery, Qin Yu had regained about 60% of his combat strength, sufficient for self-preservation in the periphery of the Qingfeng Mountains. He decided against further cultivation for the moment and began to assess his gains. Qin Yu set aside the spatial ring of the Ghost Face team's captain for last, opting to open the others first. The most valuable items were the 2 treasured short swords belonging to the silver-masked vice-captain. While the rest failed to captivate his interest, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Items worth several million no longer stirred significant emotions within him. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hopes on the final spatial ring belonging to the Ghost Face captain. As Qin Yu's consciousness entered the Ghost Face captain's spatial ring, he was taken aback, not by the abundance of items, but by the stark emptiness. Within the 5-cubic space, apart from a corner piled with a few garments, there lay a small rack displaying several manuals and dozens of energy crystals emanating a soft glow. The ethereal light flickered as Qin Yu retrieved the manuals. The topmost one bore the flamboyant title, Frenzied Dragon Dominates the Heaven's Fist. This was likely the final technique employed by the ghost face captain. Flipping through the manual, he perused its introduction. Frenzied Dragon Dominates the Heaven's Fist, an intermediate-level martial art of the Earth grade. Practitioners must possess an unparalleled aura of supremacy, or they will struggle to attain perfection in their mastery. Note: this technique expends an immense amount of true energy, recommended only for martial artists at the master level or those who have cultivated a top-tier human-level technique to its highest echelon. Indeed, it was an Earth-grade martial art, an intermediate-level one, no less. It was no wonder its offensive capability was so fearsome. Chun Yu had long suspected that such tremendous power could not possibly stem from a technique of lesser grade. Had the ghost face captain's cultivation level not been so low, causing his power to dissipate excessively, Chun Yu would have surely met his demise. However, the final note left him feeling somewhat disheartened. With his current mid-level martial artist status, he lacked the true energy necessary to execute it. Next, he glanced at the second manual, Azure Sea Technique, a high-level human-grade skill. Instantly, Chun Yu lost interest, though he still skimmed through the introduction. It was a commendable technique, perfectly suited for Chen Lin's cultivation. He had already resolved to cultivate the Three-Yang technique. While it was merely an intermediate human-grade skill, it stood as the pinnacle among its peers, with power that only marginally lagged behind high-level human-grade techniques. Most importantly, it was a continuation of the Six-Yang technique, allowing for seamless transition without the need for additional effort. The subsequent two manuals sparked little interest in Chun Yu as well. One was a movement technique, and the other a finger technique. The last manual was likely the body refinement technique practiced by the ghost face captain. Chun Yu had long envied the captain's formidable physique. Indestructible Body, a low-level Earth-grade manual. Another Earth-grade manual. Chun Yu's eyes brightened, a smile of uncontainable joy spreading across his face. Could it also extend the duration of martial arts practice? His heart raced. The human body's meridians have limits. They cannot endlessly sustain the operation of techniques. Currently, Chun Yu could only practice for 3 hours a day before experiencing a dull pain in his meridians. Should he forcibly extend the duration? It would risk injury or even rupture. With the light of his phone, Chun Yu perused the Indestructible Body manual. After some research, he couldn't help but curse. The costs associated with cultivating the indestructible body were exorbitant. He had initially assumed the ghost face captain's spatial ring was devoid of value, but it turned out he was simply investing heavily in 2 Earth-grade manuals. The indestructible body required daily medicinal baths, and these were not composed of ordinary herbs, but rather rare spiritual herbs of considerable age. Chun Yu calculated briefly and realized that a single medicinal bath package exceeded 500,000. This was merely for one day's supply. Cultivating the indestructible body was not a matter of days or weeks, but rather required persistence. The most critical factor was that as one's realm advanced, the absorption rate of the medicinal properties would accelerate. It was entirely possible that, in the later stages, even a package a day would prove insufficient. Chun Yu pondered whether the several million he had just acquired would suffice to fully cultivate the indestructible body. He could only take it one step at a time. As the moon descended and the sun ascended, the night swiftly passed. Chun Yu gradually opened his eyes within the tree hollow, the 2 low-grade energy crystals in his palm having lost their luster, transforming into ordinary crystals. After a night of recuperation, Chun Yu's true energy had nearly fully restored, and even after the fierce battle, he had made slight progress. However, his meridians still required 2 days of gentle nurturing to fully recover. Emerging from the tree hollow, Chun Yu stretched and heard the satisfying crackle of his bones. It was time to return. Although he had only been in the wilderness for a day and a night, his gains equaled that of an ordinary martial artist's entire year. With his current wealth, the several 100,000 obtained from hunting the ferocious beasts in the periphery of the Qingfeng Mountains no longer held any allure for him. He dared not venture into the depths just yet. What he needed now was to convert his gains into strength. 3 hours later, Chun Yu returned to his home in Qinjia village, washed off the grime and blood, and then visited his second uncle Qin Fuguwei to assure him of his safety, leaving behind a red-eyed rabbit and promising to return for dinner that evening. By midday, with the blazing sun overhead, Chun Yu traveled to the martial artist building. After treating himself to a hearty meal, he ascended to the 4th floor of the building. This level housed shops that purchased ferocious beast materials and sold various supplies. serving a function similar to the simple structures in supply base number 05. Chen Yu had inquired about several shops in supply base number 05, but neither the purchase nor sale prices had satisfied him. Thus, he had refrained from selling the materials he had obtained there. It remained uncertain whether the prices at those shops were simply low or if they were deliberately undervaluing him due to his youth. Testing the integrity of the shops was straightforward. He asked about the purchase price for the materials from the Iron Claw Mastiff, which totaled around 27,000. He then inquired about the materials he had collected from the Iron Claw Mastiff at various shops. The quotes he received at supply base number 05 had not exceeded 25,000, revealing a significant discrepancy. If it were only the materials from a single Iron Claw Mastiff, Chen Yu might have overlooked the 2,000 difference. But he possessed a plethora of items. Most were obtained from the spatial gear of the Ghost Face team members, with a smaller portion from his own hunts, if each item bore a mere 10% difference in value. Selling them all would result in a loss exceeding 100,000. Chapter 66. Selling materials. Chen Yu employed the same method to probe various shops on the 4th floor of the martial artist building. Initially, most shops offered prices similar to those at supply base number 05, with none exceeding 26,000. It was not until Chen Yu arrived at a shop named Wanbage that circumstances began to shift. The establishment was modest in size, its decor unpretentious yet steeped in antiquity, evoking a sense of comfort. As Chen Yu approached the shop, a soothing fragrance wafted through the air, instantly calming his turbulent thoughts. It was the scent of premium Zen incense. Although Chen Yu was not well versed in such matters, he could discern that its ability to purify the soul was no ordinary commodity. Is the owner present? Chen Yu called softly, noticing the absence of anyone in the shop. Coming! A wooden door within the shop creaked open, and a middle-aged woman clad in a qipao emerged. Her skin was fair, her features exquisitely crafted, as if time had left no trace upon her. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a graceful neck, and the well-tailored qipao accentuated her figure beautifully. The side slit of her dress revealed long, delicate legs reminiscent of jade. However, Chen Yu noticed a hint of fatigue on her face, suggesting she bore some unspoken worries. My young friend, are you here to sell materials or purchase something? The woman smiled gently, her demeanor pleasant, yet she seemed momentarily taken aback by Chen Yu's youth. This is the 4th floor of the martial artists' tower. Aside from us merchants, only martial artists are permitted here. It is rare to encounter someone so young in this realm. Boss, I have a set of materials for Iron Claw Mastiffs. How much can you offer? Chen Yu scrutinized the qipao-clad woman, finding her somewhat familiar, yet he chose to proceed with business. The current price for a complete set of Iron Claw Mastiff materials is 27,000. However, there must be no missing or damaged pieces, she replied without hesitation. From her response, Chen Yu discerned that this qipao-clad woman was different from other shop owners. Typically, when asked about prices, they would pause, contemplating their answer, even if only for a brief moment. But she did not hesitate at all, and her quoted price aligned perfectly with what Su Lingfeng had informed him. This immediate candor earned her Chen Yu's goodwill. Of course, her pleasant appearance also contributed to an uplifting atmosphere. Boss, I have a batch of goods that I wonder if you can accommodate them. My young friend, we are open for business here. As long as your goods are in order, I will take as many as you have. The woman replied with a smile. Is it all right if I temporarily close the door? Chen Yu inquired, concerned that an excess of items might attract unwanted attention. Not a problem at all, she indicated, allowing him the liberty. This was the martial artist's tower. She did not suspect him of ill intentions. Turning to close the door, Chen Yu asked, where should I place the items? Boss? On this table. With a clatter, various beast materials tumbled out from Chen Yu's spatial ring. Soon, the table was overwhelmed, with some items spilling onto the floor. So much? The qipao-clad woman was taken aback. How many ferocious beasts did you have to slay to amass this quantity? This boy appears to be about the same age as my daughter. Could he truly have killed this many beasts? Perhaps he merely assisted a team in their endeavors and is now selling the spoils. Please, calculate how much it totals, Chen Yu urged, knowing this was not his entire haul, merely what could fit on the table. He intended to retrieve more shortly. The woman stepped forward to tally the items. 10 sets of Iron Claw Mastiffs, totaling 270,000. 3 green feather sparrows, totaling 540,000. Familiar with the pricing of various beast materials, she worked efficiently. Before long, she provided Chen Yu with the total. My young friend, It comes to 3,970,000. What is your account number? I can transfer it to you. No rush. There's more. With another flourish, Chenyu emptied a smaller pile, this time consisting of spirit herbs and ores. He recognized few of these items, some of which he could not even identify through online images. Water heart stones, spirit flame grass, wood crystal flowers. The qipao-clad woman gazed sorrowfully at the heap of invaluable spirit herbs on the floor, cautiously retrieving boxes to package them. Professionalism. This was true professionalism. Feeling a bit sheepish, Chenyu rubbed his nose. These items were spoils from the members of the Ghost-Face team. At the time, they had been treated as mere refuse, carelessly tossed into his spatial ring. Some resembled weeds, and had it not been for the spiritual energy they emitted, he might have mistaken them for actual weeds, despite the smaller quantity this time. The qipao-clad woman spent twice as long processing these items compared to the previous batch, most of the time dedicated to handling the spirit herbs. Chenyu, intrigued, crouched beside her, eager to learn her techniques. While he was a professional in combat, he was an amateur in the art of processing these materials. The woman, not hiding her expertise, deliberately slowed her pace to allow Chenyu to observe. Whenever there was something particularly noteworthy, she would offer a few words of guidance, pointing out areas that required attention. In this teacher-student dynamic, time slipped away unnoticed. By the time they finished, nearly an hour had passed. Thank you for your guidance, boss. Chenyu expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. These small techniques were challenging to grasp without a mentor. He anticipated frequent excursions into the wild, where gathering spirit herbs and medicines would be essential. Some spirit herbs and medicines would lose their efficacy if not processed quickly, just as had occurred this time. Not at all. It pains me to see these items squandered. The qipao-clad woman waved her hand dismissively. The spirit iron ore can be set aside, but those spirit herbs have lost significant potency. Generally, they've lost around 30%, with some losing over 50%. That's so many? Many? You arrived just in time. Had you come a few days later, the loss would have been substantial. Chenyu's expression stiffened. Boss, how much can they still be valued at? I can only offer you 13 million. Is it worth that much? Chenyu queried, astonished. Yes, if they were in perfect condition, I could offer you 20 million, the qipao-clad woman retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. 7 million, a staggering difference. Chenyu felt a strong urge to drag the members of the Ghost-Face team out and slay them once more. He had to remind himself that a group of murderers and robbers would hardly possess refined processing skills. He, too, was a novice in this regard. Do you have anything else to sell? The qipao-clad woman inquired. Chenyu shook his head. That's all. The ferocious beast materials are valued at 3,970,000, and the spirit herbs and ores at 13 million, totaling 16,970,000. Does that sound correct? Absolutely. Chenyu nodded, then asked, Boss, seeing how proficient you are with handling spirit herbs, do you know how to prepare medicine packets? What type of medicine packets? Understanding the implication in her response, Chenyu handed her a sheet of white paper detailing the ingredients needed for a medicinal bath to cultivate the indestructible body. Although the formula for this medicine packet was also quite precious, the most valuable aspect of the indestructible body lay in its unique refining method. Without the refining method, the packet could only be described as a decent bath ingredient kit. 15 grams of golden sunflower, 80 grams of silver bloodgrass. The qipao-clad woman's brow furrowed as she scanned the formula. However, upon recalling that Chenyu had just sold goods worth 16,970,000, her expression relaxed. Is it difficult to prepare? Chenyu inquired anxiously, sensing her concern. Not difficult, just pricey. Sighing with relief, Chenyu was glad to hear it was manageable. He had mentally prepared himself for a high price. After pondering for a moment, the woman calculated, to prepare one medicine packet, it would be 47,000. How does that sound? That's acceptable. This price was 3,000 less than what Chenyu had found online. How many packets do you need? 20 packets. Chenyu calculated that with less than 20 days until school started, one packet per day might not suffice, especially since he might need to increase the dosage later. Unsure of the medicine bath's effectiveness, he could not ascertain how many packets would be needed to fully cultivate the indestructible body. However, 20 days would provide a rough estimate. If he found himself short, he could always return before the school term began. 20 packets are fine, but it will take a little time. Please wait a moment. How long? About 2 hours. Some of the herbs require special handling. Very well. The qipao-clad woman poured Chinyu a glass of water and, with a graceful turn, moved into the back room to prepare the medicine packets. She also collected the materials scattered on the floor and the table, storing them in her spatial ring, as the lobby was not an appropriate place to leave them. Chinyu sat in the lobby for a while, feeling somewhat bored. Informing the qipao-clad woman that he would return in 2 hours, he exited Wanbage alone. He had yet to explore the martial artist's tower and, with time on his hands, he decided to peruse the surroundings. He had heard tales of individuals discovering treasures in the antique shops scattered throughout the tower. Perhaps luck would be on his side. As Chinyu wandered through the various floors, his hopes were high, but reality proved disappointing. After nearly 2 hours of browsing, he found himself with nothing more than a skewer of candied hawthorns. Surely, the stories of finding treasures were mere marketing ploys orchestrated by the shops. Feeling exasperated, he noted that the so-called antiques in these stores likely paled in comparison to his own age. As he glanced at the time, he decided not to linger any longer. The medicine packets should be prepared by now. Just as Chenyu approached Wanbage, 2 young men and women strolled in from outside. The young woman, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, possessed a stunning beauty reminiscent of a graceful lady in a cheongsam. However, unlike the mature elegance exuded by a seasoned woman in traditional attire, her allure was characterized by a fresh and vivacious charm. Beside her stood a young man who appeared to be a year or two her senior, likely in his early 20s. "Mom, Mom!" the innocent girl exclaimed loudly before even stepping through the door. Her voice as melodious as the song of a golden oriole. "Are you back? Have you arrived?" Just then, the elegant woman in the cheongsam had prepared Chen Yu's medicine package and, upon hearing the voice, hurriedly made her way to the entrance. "Yes, I have arrived. This is my senior, Wu, from Huaihai Martial Arts University," the innocent girl introduced to the cheongsam-clad woman, noting that Senior Wu was at the pinnacle of the early warrior stage. With him around, any trouble caused by Yubin would surely result in a one-sided confrontation. "Little Wu, I must trouble you." The cheongsam woman's eyes sparkled with joy, and the worry on her face eased considerably. "It's a trivial matter." The young man named Wu discreetly cast a glance over the cheongsam woman's exquisite figure, appreciating the beauty of this mother-daughter duo. It was no wonder Yubin resorted to unscrupulous means to pursue her. "I have heard all about the situation from Mingqi. Why Yubin, this kind of warrior, is a disgrace to our community. I was unaware until now, but knowing the truth, I shall ensure he is taught a proper lesson," he declared with righteous fervor. "It will be a laborious task for you, little Wu." The cheongsam woman pondered for a moment before adding, "However, if we can avoid confrontation, it would be for the best. As long as he refrains from causing trouble in the future, that will suffice." "Agreed. Let us hope he recognizes the situation," Wu replied. "For now, little Wu, please take a rest. Yubin should be arriving shortly." The cheongsam woman gestured for the young man to sit inside. "Mengqi, please pour a cup of water for little Wu." "Certainly, Mom," the innocent girl replied before heading to the inner room to fetch water. "Boss, is the medicine package ready?" At that moment, Chinyu stepped into Wanbao Pavilion, inquiring that it's ready. "I will fetch it for you now," the cheongsam woman said softly, turning to see Chinyu entering. She handed the medicine package to him. "Young brother, I must warn you, soaking this medicine will be quite painful." "Thank you for the reminder," Chinyu replied as he accepted the package and stored it in his spatial ring. He was already familiar with the general effects of the medicinal ingredients like jinyangua and yingshuanko from his online research. Knowing they were potent substances, after boiling them in hot water, the resulting effects would cause a burning sensation on the skin. "Please share your card number. I will transfer the remaining 700,000 to you." 6222. Soon, Chenyu received a notification of the bank transfer on his phone. "Chenyu?" Suddenly, he heard a familiar, melodious female voice calling out to him. Turning to look, he was indeed greeted by a familiar face. "Lu Mengqi, what brings you here?" he exclaimed, recognizing the innocent girl pouring water. "This shop belongs to my mother. Why else would I be here?" Lu Mingqi replied, her charming face lighting up with a smile. "I was just about to ask you the same thing. Do you two know each other?" The cheongsam woman inquired, glancing between Chinyu and her daughter. "Mom, this is my high school classmate, Chinyu. He is the one who applied to Jiangnan Martial Arts University alongside me," Lu Mingqi explained to her mother. "Little Chun, I never expected you to be classmates with Mengqi. Had I known the price of the medicine package, I could have given you a discount." "Hello, Auntie," Chinyu greeted once more, You've already been quite generous. I found that similar medicine packages online cost over 500,000. Chinyu, the online prices are somewhat inflated due to significant labor costs. My mom is a pharmacist and formulates the medicines herself, which is why we can offer them at a lower price, Lu Mengqi interjected. Your mother is a pharmacist? Chinyu asked, somewhat surprised. Being a pharmacist is not as simple as knowing a few herbs. One must pass a formal pharmacist examination, which is far more challenging than the medical qualification exams from my previous life. It's a matter of luck to pass and obtain the pharmacist certification. The Cheongsam woman humbly stated. Chinyu, you still haven't told me how you came to be in my family's shop. Lu Mengqi asked, also, when did you become a warrior? I recall you were only at the 7th stage during the college entrance exams. Right? I just broke through to become a warrior a few days ago, Chinyu replied, downplaying the situation. I came to your shop to buy some items. Lu Mengqi was about to inquire further when a soft cough interrupted the conversation. It reminded her that there was another person in the room whom she had invited. Senior Wu, my apologies for neglecting you in my excitement to see a classmate, she said, handing the water to Wu. Not at all. Encountering a classmate is indeed delightful, Wu Tianqian replied, taking a sip of water with a smile, though his gaze toward Chenyu bore a hint of hostility. Though he was hired by Lu Mengqi's mother, he found himself captivated by the beauty of the mother-daughter duo and was determined to win their favor. However, the young man before him, 2 years his junior and already a warrior, posed a potential threat to his ambitions. And who might you be? Chenyu, with keen perception, sensed the underlying hostility emanating from Wu. Chenyu, this is Senior Wu Tianqian from Huaihai Martial Arts University, Lu Mengqi introduced. My family encountered some issues, and I specifically invited Senior Wu to assist us. Greetings, Junior, Wu Tianqian acknowledged, remaining seated with an air of arrogance. Though he was not as talented as Chenyu, he had already reached the pinnacle of the early warrior stage. On the verge of breaking into the mid-warrior stage. In contrast, Chenyu had just become a warrior, his strength limited. Lu Mengqi needed his help to resolve her family's predicament. Hello, Senior Wu. Chenyu nodded toward Wu Tianqian, then pulled Lu Mengqi aside to whisper, what kind of trouble is your family in? Perhaps I can assist. You've just broken through to become a warrior. It's unlikely you could help, Lu Mengqi replied with a wry smile and a shake of her head. Having known Chenyu for 3 years, she appreciated his rapid progress in cultivation, but also acknowledged that his combat skills were average at best, lacking real-world experience against seasoned warriors. Dio share. More people mean more strength, Chenyu encouraged, not one to flaunt his own capabilities. Lu Mengqi considered this. After all, he was a warrior. She relayed the critical points of the situation to him in hushed tones. And Chenyu gleaned the gist of the matter. It all stemmed from the striking beauty of the mother and daughter. A month ago, a middle-aged warrior named Yubin had visited Wanbao Pavilion and was immediately taken by Lu Mengqi's mother's beauty. He learned that Lu Mengqi's father had died in an accident several years prior. Subsequently, he began visiting the shop frequently, initially attempting to win over Lu Mengqi's mother, only to show his true colors upon being rejected. He first purchased a broken sword for 10,000, then began causing trouble, claiming the shop sold counterfeit goods. Many customers were driven away by his antics. Yubin even threatened that if Lu Mengqi's mother did not comply with him, he would continue to create disturbances, making it impossible for her business to thrive. Lu Mengqi's mother sought assistance from familiar warriors, but upon learning Yubin's identity, they expressed their inability to help, warning that he was a rogue who clung to his targets like a stubborn, adhesive plaster. Only those with overwhelming strength could intimidate him into submission. Now, Senior Wu Tianqian, a third-year student at Huaihai Martial Arts University, was hired specifically to teach Yubin a lesson and deter him from further harassment. Although Huaihai Martial Arts University was not as prestigious as Jiangnan Martial Arts University, it was still a specialized institution. And Wu Tianqian was not afraid of Yubin's threats. Moreover, with his skills having reached the pinnacle of the early warrior stage and trained under the guidance of experienced instructors, he was certainly capable of dealing with Yubin. So you only know that Yubin is a warrior, but you have no idea of his exact level? Chenyu remarked, somewhat exasperated. We have inquired as well. 2 months ago, Yubin was at the early warrior stage. It has only been 2 months, so he shouldn't have progressed to the mid-warrior stage, Lu Mengqi replied, somewhat sheepishly. Are you not concerned that Wu Tianqian might not be able to handle Yubin and could end up being defeated? Chenyu pressed, if there's no choice. Wu Tianqian was hired at a high price, 1 million. He should be capable enough, and it's unlikely that Yubin managed to break through in just 2 months. Lu Mengqi responded, her earlier lightheartedness fading as concern crept in. If Wu Tianqian failed to teach Yubin a lesson, it would only embolden him, making life even more difficult for the mother-daughter pair. My mother mentioned that if things go awry, she would close Wanbao Pavilion and accompany me to Jiangning for school. But after living here for decades, she is reluctant to leave. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not have to leave your hometown. Qinyu reassured her with a smile. What is this? If Wu Tianqian cannot handle him, you think you can? Lu Mingqi rolled her eyes, replying, just don't end up trembling at the first glare. You never know. I might be quite formidable, Qinyu boasted playfully. All right then, you, Qinyu, the great master, can single-handedly confront a martial artist. Is that satisfactory? Lu Mingqi teased. You're aware of that too? There, Wu Tianqian observed Qinyu and Lu Mingqi whispering to each other, with Lu Mingqi occasionally displaying a girlish demeanor, which left him feeling utterly displeased. Soon, when Yubin arrived, you would all depend on me. At that moment, I will unleash my formidable prowess to bring Yubin down, and then you shall realize who truly deserves your trust. Wu Tianqian took a sip of water, his gaze dark and brooding. Auntie, how much longer until Yubin arrives? He inquired, unable to bear the sight of Qinyu and Lu Mingqi flirting, as it seemed to him that they were indeed exchanging sweet nothings. Lu Mingqi's mother, Chu Yun, glanced at her exquisite wristwatch and replied, he should be here shortly. He has been arriving around this time every day. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Boss Chu, Yubin is here. It was a call from a security guard at the martial artist building. She had requested that he notify her when Yubin arrived so that she could be prepared. Xiao Wu, Yubin is here. We will be relying on you soon, Chu Yun said after hanging up, taking a deep breath and speaking earnestly. Senior Wu, I am counting on you. Lu Mingqi also paused her conversation with Chun Yu and approached. Mengqi auntie, you can rest assured, during our school sparring sessions, I have defeated more martial artists than I can count on both hands, Wu Tianqian asserted confidently. I will make sure Yubin will never dare to cause trouble again. Before long, the somber sound of footsteps echoed outside Wanbage, growing ever closer to Yuner. I have arrived. What have you decided? The voice reached Wanbage even before the figure appeared. The martial artists on the 4th floor shopping, along with the shopkeepers and their assistants, all heard the voice. Why Yubin is back. In the past month, news of the events at Wanbage had spread like wildfire among their circle, and it was well known that the infamous Yubin had taken an interest in the owner. Chu Yun. Can you believe what misfortune has befallen Boss Chu? With Min rising early, she is now being courted by Yubin. Some shopkeepers and martial artists, who had nothing better to do, gathered at a distance and began discussing. Being beautiful is a sin for women. Without strength, wealthy and beautiful women without protection are even more so. One person stated bluntly. Indeed, Boss Chu is strikingly beautiful. When her husband was alive, things were tolerable. He was a late-stage martial artist and could protect her. But after his untimely death in the wilderness, they are left vulnerable. How could one not envy them? Even without Yubin, there would likely be Zhang Bin or Li Bin. Thus, in recent years, Boss Chu had invested heavily in her daughter's martial training to prevent such a day from arriving. Mengqi has shown great promise. She is now a junior 9th level practitioner and has been accepted into Jiangnan Martial University. Soon, she will be able to protect her mother. Yet, just when things seemed hopeful, Yubin emerged. If things become unbearable, Boss Chu may have to relinquish this establishment. However, relinquishing it is not as simple as it sounds. The connections and clientele she has built over the years cannot just be abandoned. Why is there not a powerful martial artist to assist Boss Chu? They all choose to look the other way, not wanting to provoke the troublesome Yubin for the sake of a stranger. At that moment, a gaunt middle-aged man stepped through the door, and it was indeed Yubin. He held a sheathed long knife in his hand, presumably the damaged sword he bought for 10,000. Qinyu narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at Yubin, feeling a sense of relief for Mengqi. Had he not been present today, they would have been in trouble again. To his surprise, Yubin had indeed advanced to the mid-level martial artist stage. Although no physical confrontation had occurred, Yubin's restrained aura was palpable, and Qinyu could distinctly sense the mid-level energy emanating from him. His gaze then shifted to the long knife in Yubin's grasp, his soul energy instinctively extending towards it. This habit had formed during his exploration of ancient blades throughout various shops today. His vision was limited, and he could not discern the quality of the weapon from its exterior. Yet, by allowing his soul energy to permeate the object, he could easily differentiate its worth. Today, He had relied on his soul energy to search for treasures in various shops, but ultimately found nothing. However, as his soul energy passed through the knife's sheath, he noticed the blade within was riddled with cracks. Upon contact with the long knife, his soul felt as if it were being sliced by countless blades. Chen Yu's complexion turned ghostly pale, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he managed to retract his soul energy in time. Otherwise, the repercussions could have been dire, potentially resulting in a soul injury that would leave him in a vegetative state. Fortunately, the attention of others was drawn to Yubin's entrance, and no one noticed his plight. The terrifying intent of the blade he sensed was on an entirely different level than his own perfected sword intent. If he was not mistaken, this was likely the manifestation of a perfected sword intent, at least belonging to a weapon of a master-level practitioner, an existence that could transcend the realm of masters, a true stabilizing force that instilled fear among countless ferocious beasts across the continent and ocean. Yet, what could have caused such damage to their weapon? Chen Yu's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Great martial artists can soar through the skies, while masters can traverse the earth. Those who surpass masters possess bodies that can traverse the cosmos. Yet, despite such prowess, Yubin's weapon had been so severely damaged, left behind in the remote Zhongwu city. What kind of being had they been battling? What hidden secrets does this world conceal? Just like these cultivation techniques, the government has yet to disclose the origins of these manuals. Chen Yu felt as though he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. Never mind, there's no need to dwell on it. Once my power reaches a certain level, some secrets will naturally reveal themselves to me. At that point, even if I do not seek the truth, someone will undoubtedly inform me. Ultimately, it boils down to my own inadequacy. Chen Yu maintained a clear perspective on these matters, shaking his head as he buried these thoughts deep within himself. The most pressing concern now was to acquire the long knife imbued with perfected sword intent. His gaze remained fixated on that knife. While it posed a significant danger, with the potential to harm his soul, he believed that with caution, he could advance his sword intent at an accelerated pace through the use of the perfected sword knife. Ultimately transforming it into sword intent, it truly felt like an effortless stroke of fortune. The treasure I had searched for tirelessly for 2 hours was effortlessly claimed by the despicable Yubin. Chen Yu's expression grew peculiar as he observed Yubin, who remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary treasure he grasped, using it as an excuse to claim that Wanbage sold counterfeit goods. A knife imbued with perfected sword intent cannot be purchased with mere currency. If it were to be sold, even 100 small targets would attract powerful individuals, and even masters would personally seize the opportunity to snatch it away. It is far too precious. Chen Yu looked at Yubin, who was still prancing about, feeling a twinge of pity for him. He possessed a treasure trove, but remained oblivious to it. Meng Qi is here as well. Uncle didn't bring you a gift this time, but I promise to make it up to you next time, Yubin said, upon entering and spotting the pure and beautiful Lu Mengqi, speaking with a sense of familiarity. Who are you, uncle? I don't know you, Lu Mengqi retorted, her eyes filled with disdain. Not recognizing me as your uncle is fine. Once I become close with your mother, you can just call me Dad then, Yubin said, his thick skin showing no sign of embarrassment, laughing heartily. Rest assured, I will treat your mother well, and I will treat you just the same, Yubin emphasized, though his narrow eyes shamelessly roamed over Lu Mengqi and Chu Yun's figures. Revealing his intentions for all to see, Lu Mengqi was momentarily speechless. She had never encountered someone so brazen, and merely being in the same space with him made her feel profoundly nauseated. Yubin, you are not welcome here. Please leave, Chu Yun said frostily, her face frosted with discontent. Yuner, I truly have feelings for you. Your actions are hurting me, Yubin retorted, his expression turning cold as he revealed his yellowed teeth. If I become heartbroken, who knows what I might do? Should anything happen to Meng Qi, you cannot hold me accountable. Why Yubin threatened outright. You dare. Chu Yun's eyes turned icy, her fingers, delicate like green onions, pointed at Yubin. If you dare to harm Meng Qi, I will spare no expense to place a bounty on your head on the dark web. Her daughter was Chu Yun's greatest weakness. She would do anything to protect Lu Mengqi. Auntie, do not worry. I will handle this and ensure he does not dare to cause any more trouble, Wu Tianchen said, standing up as he sensed the timing was right. He needed this effect to make the mother and daughter feel grateful towards him. It was too early for such an outcome. Wu Tianchen attempted to place his hand on Chu Yun's delicate arm, hoping to gain her favor, but whether by intention or coincidence, she lowered her arm just as he reached out, allowing his hand to miss entirely. Xiao Wu, I leave this to you. Afterward, Auntie will reward you generously, Chu Yun declared. Her disdain for Yubin palpable, and she promptly doubled the reward. Yet, what Wu Tianqian heard was something entirely different. Igniting his fervor, Auntie, leave it to me. I will ensure this vile insect understands the error of his name. Chen Yu scoffed at the spectacle unfolding before him, hoping that he wouldn't end up on his knees singing a song of submission later. He could hardly fathom how Wu Tianqian had managed to attend Martial University for 3 years without learning the importance of gathering intelligence before showing off. Otherwise, his arrogance might backfire. Why Yubin? I now present you with 2 choices. The first is for you to personally apologize to Aunt Chu, assuring her that you will never cause trouble again. Wu Tianqian, with an air of arrogance and a gaze that looks down upon Yubin, seems utterly dismissive. The second option is for me to make you kneel and beg for mercy, ensuring that you will never dare to stir up trouble again. Huh? Who does this toad think it is to speak so boldly? Yubin, unfazed, lets out a cold chuckle, questioning how someone so inexperienced dares to emulate a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. He spits a mouthful of yellow phlegm onto the smooth wooden floor. Cursing, there are countless individuals like you whom I could count on 2 hands from Huaihai Wuda. I advise you not to deceive yourself. Wu Tianqian wears a condescending expression, as if granting Yubin an opportunity he should cherish. So, he is a distinguished student from Huaihai Wuda. What an honor! For reasons unknown, Yubin's demeanor softens significantly. I have always held great admiration for those who manage to enroll in Wuda, he remarks, subtly inching closer to Wu Tianqian. It's over. Wu Tianqian, clearly lacking the harsh realities of society, is likely to be mercilessly beaten by Yubin before he even gets a chance to retaliate. Standing behind Wu Tianqian, Chen Yu observes coolly, already predicting Wu Tianqian's fate, even turning his head away to avoid witnessing the spectacle of Wu Tianqian being reduced to a pulp. Yet, Wu Tianqian remains oblivious. Wearing a self-satisfied expression, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Mingqi, convinced that Yubin's predicament will soon be resolved. After all, he believes Yubin would never dare oppose him, especially after hearing of his affiliation with Huaihai Wuda. Lu Mingqi, too, feels a surge of delight, realizing that her substantial investment in hiring Wu Tianqian was indeed a wise decision. Just the reputation of Huaihai Wuda is enough to compel Yubin to concede. However, Lu Mingqi remains unaware that she has been admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts University and is soon to become a new student there. Why Yubin certainly cannot be oblivious to this fact. His audacity in causing a ruckus at Wanbage persists. Why would he now show any sign of trepidation before a student of Huaihai Wuda? It is Chu Yun, with her greater age and experience, who understands that Yubin would not feel intimidated by the mere fact that he is a student of Huaihai Wuda. To claim admiration for Wuda students is utterly absurd. There are countless of them, and such admiration is meaningless. Xiao Wu, be cautious. Chu Yun, having come to this realization, shouts a warning. But it is already too late. Although Wanbage is spacious, they are all situated in the outer hall, not far from one another. With Yubin deliberately closing the distance, he is now within 3 meters of Wu Tianqian. For martial artists, 3 meters is the optimal range for an attack. In an instant, Yubin tears away his facade. The once obsequious expression on his face morphs into one of grotesque savagery, his prominent cheekbones rendering him a frightful apparition, sufficient to terrify a child into silence. Kid, have you lost your wits? Are Huaihai Wuda students truly that impressive? I would dare to confront even Jiangnan Wuda. Do you think I care about Huaihai Wuda? Yubin lunges forward, his slender, sinewy arm transforming into a whip as he delivers a resounding slap to Wu Tianqian's face. Wu Tianqian, momentarily stunned by Chu Yun's warning, is caught off guard. This is a quintessential example of someone stepping out of an ivory tower, lacking societal experience. In school, sparring sessions are conducted with someone calling out, 1, 2, 3, begin. There is no concept of such dishonorable ambushes. By the time Wu Tianqian realizes that Yubin has acted first, it is far too late to defend himself. The sharp crack of the slap reverberates throughout Wanbage, echoing clearly even to the onlookers outside. Alas, he is simply too young, devoid of any real-world experience. Today's martial arts students are indeed a diminished generation. In the past, martial arts students faced higher mortality rates, But they were forged through life and death trials, stepping into society as capable individuals. Unlike now, where a few flattering words can leave one clueless about their own identity. If this is the case, when the older generation of martial artists can no longer fight, what hope remains for our great Xia? Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively sighs, murmuring amongst themselves. Martial artists are forged through combat. It is not sufficient to merely possess cultivation levels. One must also possess intellect and courage. They cannot be mere performers waiting for someone to signal the start of a staged fight. Just as Wu Tianqian raises his hand, Yubin's palm has already struck his face. Wu Tianqian is sent flying 2 or 3 meters away. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, which contains several pearly teeth. Upon closer inspection, one can see that his left cheek is swelling at a visible rate. You actually ambushed me, Wu Tianqian, struggling to rise, speaks with a hint of slurred speech. Ambush. Yubin bursts into laughter. Did you think I was playing house with you? Did you expect me to count down? Chapter 71. Why is it that now when one speaks the truth, no one believes it? If you want to play, go back to your Huaihai Wuda and seek permission from your teachers. Yubin swiftly to live. Is it possible that the students of Huaihai Wuda are not as incompetent as they previously appeared? Their proficiency in the Tiger Fist technique seems commendable, having reached a level of mastery. Initially, I assumed they were mere wastrels, squandering national resources, yet now they appear capable of holding their own against Yubin. However, his foul mouth is truly unbearable. It is said that no one who gains admission to Wuda is a fool. It's just that in recent years, the mortality rate among students has been alarmingly high, placing immense social pressure on the institution. Consequently, measures to protect students have intensified, resulting in a generation of students who seem increasingly inept, akin to being sheltered in an ivory tower. This perspective offers a defense for Wuda's current educational system, which some may argue is a necessary response to the circumstances. Previously, various martial arts institutions placed a greater emphasis on practical combat, allowing students to venture into the wilderness to hone their skills from the moment they became martial artists. Those with resources, having emerged from countless battles, naturally excelled. However, this success came at the cost of a staggering mortality rate, with students perishing daily in the wild. Their remains often untraceable. Gradually, more parents, particularly those with influential backgrounds, found it unbearable to send their children to Wuda only to receive death notifications in return. They united in pressuring Wuda in the Ministry of Education. The strain became unsustainable, leading Wuda to ultimately alter its teaching methodologies. Yet, the changes have been drastic. Today's Wuda students excel in exhibition matches but falter in genuine combat scenarios. I have heard that the Ministry of Education is currently in discussions with various martial arts institutions, seeking a balance between the two approaches. Additionally, it appears that the quality of graduates from Wuda has been declining with each successive class, leading major corporations, military branches, and investigation bureaus to become increasingly reluctant to hire them. Some recent graduates have even been sent back to Wuda by the military. Do those martial artists expect the beast to engage them one-on-one? Or will they simply flee? Goodness, enough of this talk. Look inside. Yubin is actually concealing his true strength. Chapter 72. A toothless mouth. At that moment, a martial artist who had been observing the battle exclaimed in shock. The crowd ceased their discussions, redirecting their attention to the interior of the Duobao Pavilion. Why Yubin, having endured multiple taunts from Wu Tianqian, could no longer restrain himself. He unleashed his true energy, the fluctuations indicative of a mid-level martial artist radiating around him. When did Yubin break through to the mid-level? Moreover, his energy appears remarkably stable, suggesting that this breakthrough has been in the making for some time. But wait, just 3 months ago, during a conversation with Yubin, he claimed he had no hope of breaking through to the mid-level within a year. How could he have achieved this in just 3 months? Was he deceiving me then? Perhaps he was on the verge of a breakthrough back then? Surely not. We have no enmity between us. He had no reason to lie to me, did he? Have you forgotten what kind of person Yubin is? What a little deceit to him. You make a valid point. Enough of this. Let us watch the spectacle. With Yubin's sudden outburst, that student from Huaihai Wuda is in for a rough time. The crowd, now aware of the mid-level energy fluctuations emanating from Yubin, began to murmur amongst themselves. Why Yubin's unexpected surge in strength quickly turned the tide against Wu Tianqian, who struggled to withstand a few blows before being sent sprawling to the ground by a powerful kick. Before Wu Tianxin could rise, Yubin advanced upon him, delivering another resounding slap to his face. This time, there was no need for Wu Tianxin to spit out teeth. Several were sent flying from the sheer force of the blow. The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly. "MD, I warned you about your insolence. I didn't want to reveal my strength, but you forced my hand. If you don't want your teeth, I'll gladly remove them all." Wu Tianxin's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, utterly unrecognizable from his former self. Even his own mother would struggle to identify him now. As Chen Yu cast his gaze upon Yubin. An instinctive aura of lethal intent radiated from him. Having slain over 20 warriors from the Ghost Mask squad, each of whom possessed skills surpassing the mid-tier realm, this aura was undeniably potent. Compensation? Apologies. Clean this mess up and then, get out? Chen Yu's expression remained indifferent, yet his voice was as frigid as the depths of winter. "You are pushing it too far," Yubin exclaimed, unable to suppress his indignation. Although he could not fathom the source of his fear towards the youth before him, he was acutely aware of the many acquaintances present. If word of this circulated, how could he continue to thrive in Zhongwu City? Who exactly was this boy? Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, why did Yubin feel intimidated? Surely he was a warrior. He had previously visited my shop to inquire about the price of materials for selling Ironclaw Mastiffs. I had noticed his youth and had lowered the price. Yet he left without making a sale that seemed he had sold to Boss Chu instead. I recall that in this year's college entrance examination, no graduating students in Zhongwu City were warriors. Thus, he must have only broken through in the past 2 months. How formidable could his strength be? Why should Yubin fear him? This boy is extraordinary. One would not discern it without closer inspection. Old Wang, do you feel that murderous aura emanating from him? Indeed. One does not exude such a presence without having killed a dozen or so individuals. And it must have been a recent act. The onlookers began to perceive Yubin's unease. Concurrently, some warriors in the crowd sensed the aura of death that lingered around Chen Yu. Who is this boy? Exactly? Does anyone know him? A voice inquired from the throng. Not a clue. Never seen him before. Most shook their heads in unison. Yet, amidst the crowd, a distinctive voice emerged. I have seen this boy before. Who is he? The crowd turned their attention towards the speaker. The individual was a young man in his 30s. Should Chen Yu appear, he would recognize him immediately. This was Qin Feng, who had participated in the warrior assessment alongside Chen Yu just 2 days prior. Qin Feng held a vivid impression of Chen Yu, for he was the one who had directly slain the iron-armored bull with a single punch. Having rested at home yesterday, he had come to the warrior building today to purchase supplies in preparation for a wilderness hunt, only to unexpectedly encounter Chen Yu again. He recalled that when he had last seen Chen Yu, there had been no trace of that murderous aura. Not a hint. What did this signify? That in just 1 day? This boy had killed dozens. The more Qin Feng contemplated, the more alarmed he became, momentarily forgetting to respond. Come on, speak. Who is he? The crowd urged Qin Feng, who finally came to his senses, answering, his name is Chen Yu. Chen Yu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Although Zhongwu City was not small, the circle of warriors was rather limited. The tale of Chen Yu's feat, slaying the iron-armored bull with a single punch, had circulated widely. Yet, the human mind is forgetful. At that moment, someone exclaimed, Chen Yu? Is he the one? That Chen Yu. Others still struggled to recall, prompting another to remind them, the one who killed the iron-armored bull during the warrior assessment. That's him. Those who had not remembered were suddenly enlightened. But what was the source of that murderous aura? Who knows? Lu Mingqi exchanged glances with Chu Yun, both of whom were not warriors and thus could not sense the murderous aura surrounding Chen Yu. However, they discerned Yubin's palpable fear towards him, which was entirely contrary to their expectations. They had envisioned a scenario in which Chen Yu would intervene to stop Yubin's atrocities, only for Yubin to retaliate in anger, forcing Chen Yu to struggle defensively until the warrior guild intervened, allowing the matter to fade away. Yet the unfolding events deviated entirely from their assumptions. Am I being excessive? What do you intend to do? Chen Yu's demeanor remained apathetic. After dispatching the leader of the Ghost Mask squad, he felt no interest in Yubin, a mere mid-tier warrior. Tio Chen Yu. Yubin was even less formidable than those bronze-masked brutes. Yu Jh.Y Yubin clenched his teeth, unleashing his vital energy as he charged at Chen Yu. Indeed, there was a fearsome aura emanating from Chen Yu that unsettled him, Yet backing down without a fight was not Yu Bin's style. He held a certain stature, or at least he believed he did. Most importantly, Chunyu was far too young. He clung to a sliver of hope that perhaps Chunyu's abilities were merely average. However, reality delivered a harsh lesson. Bang! Crack! After a single punch and 2 kicks, Yu Bin found himself kneeling on the ground, writhing in agony. This scene elicited no surprise from those who recognized Chunyu. Yu Bin's bones were far from the resilience of the iron-armored bull's skull. By the time the Warrior Guild's personnel arrived, the crowd had already dispersed, with even Wu Tianqin feeling too embarrassed to remain, covering his face as he fled. Nevertheless, he harbored an intense resentment towards Chunyu and Lu Mingqi, detesting that Chunyu had not revealed his prowess sooner. Upon arriving at Wanbao Pavilion, the duty warriors of the guild found Yu Bin enduring pain as he obediently cleaned the floor and tidied up the fallen shelves. After a cursory glance, they found no cause for concern and departed. They had already heard an account of the incident from familiar merchants, and their visit was merely a formality. Chunyu, you truly are formidable. In Wanbao Pavilion, Lu Mingqi presented Chunyu with a glass of water, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Chunyu had appeared just when she felt most despondent, resolving her predicament with Yu Bin in an instant. To her, he now resembled a prince on a white steed, descending from the clouds of fortune. I told you I was impressive. You simply did not believe me. Chunyu accepted the cup and took a sip of water. Feeling slightly nauseated from consuming too many candied hawthorns, I believe you killed a warrior, and I trust you. What I said was the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Chunyu shrugged. Oh, come on, if you're going to boast, at least prepare a script. Lu Mingqi rolled her eyes. Killed a warrior? This kid? Really? Meanwhile, Yu Bin, who was still cleaning, overheard their exchange and pondered, at his age of 18 or 19, reaching the late-stage warrior realm, capable of slaying a warrior? I find that hard to believe. Yet, the dense aura of death surrounding him was undeniable. Such a presence could not stem from merely killing a few defenseless commoners. He must have slain warriors. Could it be that he was not jesting? Was he speaking the truth? Yu Bin's thoughts became entangled, and he failed to notice that he had been cleaning the same spot for quite some time. Could it be that he had killed the elder Wei? Wei was indeed a warrior, and rumors suggested he had been slain by a young man. It couldn't be him, could it? This news must be reported to the Guardian Lord at the earliest opportunity, so that he might send other experts to deal with this genius. This would also serve to avenge my grievances. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile curved upon his lips. Meanwhile, Chunyu continued conversing with Lu Mingqi, not sparing Yu Bin a single glance. Yet his spiritual sense remained acutely attuned to every subtle shift in Yu Bin's demeanor. He detected a faint, unpleasant odor emanating from Yu Bin, one he recognized all too well. It was akin to the scent of the beast cult Elder Wei Yin, though much fainter, barely a whisper. He was uncertain whether Yu Bin was connected to the beast cult. Earlier, during his conversation with Lu Mingqi regarding his slaying of a warrior, he had deliberately sought to probe Yu Bin. If he were indeed associated with the beast cult, it would likely trigger some recognition, revealing a crack in his facade. The results of this test aligned with Chen Yu's expectations. Yu Bin was indeed linked to the beast cult, by observing the subtle expressions and movements on Yu Bin's face and body. Chen Yu confirmed his suspicions. Just the other day, Director Chu had informed me that the captured beast cult members were merely low-ranking, and nothing substantial had been extracted from them. I wonder if I can catch a bigger fish through Yu Bin this time. Little brother, everything is cleaned up, soon. Yu Bin limped over, feigning reverence. Chen Yu glanced around, noting that it was relatively tidy, and nodded in approval. Now, let us discuss compensation. Chen Yu surveyed Chu Yun and Lu Mingqi, who nodded in agreement, indicating that he should handle the matter. Over the past month, you have inflicted significant psychological distress upon Aunt Chu and my classmate Lu Mingqi. They even spent a considerable sum to hire assistants from Huaihai Martial University. You will cover these expenses. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Yu Bin nodded, acknowledging his predicament. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Let us draft a voluntary compensation agreement for 5 million. We wouldn't want any claims of extortion later. Of course, Yu Bin silently pinned the voluntary compensation agreement for 5 million to Chu Yun and immediately transferred the amount to her. May I take my leave now? Yu Bin inquired. You may leave. But that broken blade stays. Chunyu replied casually. We wouldn't want anyone claiming that Wanbao Pavilion sells counterfeit goods. This is the long knife you purchased for 10,000. Here it is. Chun Yu produced a stack of red bills from his spatial ring and tossed them to Yubin. After receiving the money, Yubin silently placed the long knife, imbued with perfect blade and tint, onto the table beside Chen Yu before turning to exit Wanbao Pavilion. Once Yubin departed, Chen Yu gazed at the long knife beside him, his fingers quivering with excitement. "It is finally in my possession." Chen Yu had employed numerous words to subtly ensure Yubin relinquished the blade. Now, this long knife rightfully belonged to him, as the 10,000 he returned was his own contribution. "Little Chin, how can I let you bear the cost of retrieving the broken blade?" Chu Yun also retrieved a stack of red bills from her spatial ring, intending to return them to Chin Yu. "This was something Chun Yu could not permit, Aunt Chu. I find great pleasure in this knife. Consider it as a gift from me to you. You need not reimburse me." Chin Yu pushed the red bill back to Chu Yun, deftly tucking away the long knife as well. "This is indeed a priceless treasure, better secured than left unclaimed. If you fancy it, take it," Chu Yun replied with a smile. "The resolution of the matter concerning Yubin has alleviated a considerable burden for us, which is worth more than 10 million. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Once Yubin compensates with 5 million, I shall transfer it to you as a token of thanks." "Aunt, you are being too formal." Chen Yu stood up, firmly declining, stating that he and Meng Qi are classmates and good friends, and assisting a friend is only natural. "If Aunt truly wishes to thank me, then a bit of your shop's sandalwood would suffice. Its fragrance is delightful and greatly aids in meditation." Seeing Chun Yu's resolute rejection, Chu Yun ceased her persuasion and turned to retrieve the sandalwood for him. After receiving the incense offered by Chu Yun, Chun Yu declined the invitation to join Lu Meng Qi and Chu Yun for dinner, taking his leave. As soon as he exited Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Yu took out his phone and dialed Chu Zhongtian. That moment, Chu Zhongtian was in the Arson Investigation Bureau's building, dealing with a chaotic scene. In his spacious office of over 200 square meters, a group of detectives in uniform were being berated mercilessly. It had been 10 days since the incident at Lu Fu slaughterhouse, and in that time, aside from the individuals discovered on Wei Yinqi's phone, he had not apprehended a single useful suspect. Even those officials linked to the beast worship cult had not revealed any valuable information. Their connections with Wei Yinqi were singular and lacked further contacts. His precious daughter had nearly fallen into Wei Yinqi's clutches at Lu Fu slaughterhouse. Had it not been for Chen Yu's intervention, the outcome could have been dire. Just as the reprimanding subsided and he took a sip of water, Chu Zhongtian prepared to continue when his phone rang. He glanced at the screen to see it was a call from Chen Yu. A smile spread across Chu Zhongtian's square face as he waved his subordinates away before answering. "Xiao Chun, you've passed the martial artist assessment and haven't gone out for wilderness training. What prompts you to call your Uncle Chu?" Chu Zhongtian was aware that Chun Yu would be participating in the martial artist assessment on the 10th, and given Chen Yu's capabilities, passing was a foregone conclusion. "Uncle Chu, is it convenient to talk?" Chun Yu's clear voice resonated through the line. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhongtian sensed that Chun Yu's call likely held significance. He suppressed his smile and replied, "It is." Chen Yu found a secluded resting area in the martial artist building, where he relayed the events of the day and his suspicions to Chu Zhongtian. The name Yubin rang a bell for Chu Zhongtian, primarily because the investigation bureau handled matters related to martial artists. In Zhongwu City, there aren't many martial artists, and he had a general impression of them. "Xiao Chun, your speculation is quite plausible," Chu Zhongtian nodded. "What do you intend to do? Cast a long line to catch a big fish," Chen Yu declared from the other end of the line. Yubin would undoubtedly deduce that he was responsible for Wei Yinqi's demise, and he would surely devise a way to relay that information to the higher-ups of the beast worship cult, prompting them to send personnel to eliminate me. Chapter 75. Using myself as bait. "Xiao Chun, you intend to use yourself as bait?" Chu Zhongtian exclaimed, taken aback. "Are you aware of the dangers posed by the beast worship cult? How perilous this could be?" "I understand the risk," Chen Yu replied calmly. "However, allowing the beast worship cult to operate unchecked in Zhongwu City feels far more dangerous." Chun Yu's tone was steady. "The fact that many are aware of my involvement in Wei Yinqi's death means that the cult will eventually discover my identity. This truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. It is far better to take the initiative than to remain on the defensive." "Alas," Chu Zhongtian sighed. "This is partly my fault. I should not have sent you to the People's Hospital. It's too crowded there. Even though I issued a gag order, some trace could still be uncovered." "Uncle Chu, this is not your fault. Even if the hospital didn't leak information, the beast worship cult could find out through other means, like the workers at Lu Fu slaughterhouse. Those workers are aware of my capabilities, and being ordinary people, they are easy targets. The cult would be foolish not to seek leads from them. Chen Yu exhaled. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. There were further speculations he withheld, fearing it might wound Chu Zhongtian's pride. Was the investigation bureau truly united? On the surface, Chu Zhongtian commanded respect, but human hearts are difficult to gauge. Were these individuals genuinely aligned with him, or was it merely his strength that kept them in line? Xiao Qian, wait a moment. I will have someone investigate the current situation of those workers. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Chu Zhongtian's expression darkened. This was a possibility he had not considered. Grabbing the internal communication phone from his desk, he made a call. Soon, he hung up with a grim countenance. Xiao Qian, you were right. Something has indeed happened. But it wasn't the workers. Who was it? Chen Yu's brow furrowed. He had merely speculated about the possibility and was astonished to learn that the beast worship cult had already taken action. Your factory manager, Chu Liufu, was attacked. Fortunately, he is a martial artist and managed to fend them off. Also, a young man named Mo Fan. What happened to Mo Fan? Mo Fan was Chen Yu's closest associate at Lu Fu Slaughterhouse. And he was the first colleague Chen Yu had met there. It was Mo Fan who had informed him about Wei Yinqi's escape during the investigation. However, after that battle, Lu Fu Slaughterhouse was disbanded, and the two had not seen one another since. Hearing news of him now was alarming. He has gone missing, Chu Zhongtian replied. The night before last, he mentioned going out for a night run and has not returned since. His family reported him missing, and the police discovered signs of a struggle 2 miles from his home. It appears he has been abducted by the beast worship cult. Damn it. Chen Yu's hand clenched the stainless steel armrest beside him, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints that Mo Fan had fallen victim due to his association with him. Xiao Chen, the event has transpired. Do not panic. I have dispatched personnel to review the surveillance footage along the route to see if we can find any leads. 2 days have passed. Relying on surveillance to locate someone seems impractical. Chen Yu understood that, like him, Mo Fan did not reside in the city but in a village outside, where surveillance was sparse. Outside the city, only the village entrance and a few major intersections had cameras, while countless smaller roads crisscrossed. This moment, who could say where Mo Fan had been taken? Uncle Chu, is it possible that Mo Fan was taken outside the quarantine zone and into the wilderness? If Mo Fan were still within human activity areas, there remained a chance of discovery, but once taken into the wilderness, with its vast expanse, finding him would be nearly impossible. Absolutely not, Chu Zhongtian replied emphatically. The military oversees the wilderness defense. They cannot take a living person out. Then, to rescue Mo Fan, we must draw them to me, and at that moment, seize a few members of the beast worship cult to interrogate them about Mo Fan's whereabouts. Chen Yu took a deep breath and spoke calmly. I never expected that my casual probing today would unexpectedly yield such results. The beast worship cult's abduction of Mo Fan is likely an attempt to ascertain my identity. Now that they know, they will at least refrain from pressing Mo Fan for information. My concern is that they might deem him useless and simply eliminate him. However, the task of being bait cannot be rushed. Haste will reveal our plans. Chen Yu pinched the bridge of his nose, hoping that Mo Fan would prove resilient. Xiao Chun, what do you intend to do? Chu Zhongtian inquired over the phone. I will deliberately leak my whereabouts to Yu Bin. And naturally, he will relay the information to the higher-ups of the beast worship cult. You wish to lure the snake out of its hole? Indeed. Chen Yu nodded. This is the only method that allows us to capture members of the beast worship cult with the utmost speed. Each minute that Mo Fan remains in their grasp increases his peril. Even now, we cannot fathom the torment he is enduring. Xiao Chun, luring the snake out of its hole is not a simple task. Chu Zhongtian sighed. Those individuals from the beast worship cult are not fools. They will not act unless they perceive a high probability of success. To entice them into action, we must provide them with hope. However, our official personnel are undoubtedly under their surveillance, meaning no matter what plan we devise, we lack the manpower to protect you. I understand, which is why I intend to venture into the wilderness alone. You alone? Chu Zhongtian frowned. Xiao Chun, this is no jest. You must realize the response of the beast worship cult once they learn you have entered the wilderness alone. They are well aware that you killed the injured Wei Yinqi. If they mobilize forces to encircle you, they will assuredly deploy martial artist-level experts to ensure their victory. I know. Chen Yu's tone was resolute. But Uncle Chu, one cannot be a thief for 1,000 days without being a target for 1,000 days. Until I inflict significant pain upon them, they will continue to trouble me endlessly. Even a tiger can doze off. How much more so for me? Yu feared that if the beast worship cult could not find an opportunity to strike against him, they might turn their attention to his uncle, aunt, and Chen Lin. They were all ordinary individuals, and a mere martial artist or even an advanced non-martial artist could easily overpower them. Should anything happen, Yu would have no chance to regret his decision. Are you concerned that they will target your family? Chu Zhongtian discerned the underlying tone in Yu's words. Your thoughts are quite astute. The followers of the beast cult are indeed a group devoid of humanity, having frequently entangled their families in dire situations. My uncle and aunt are akin to my own parents, and I cannot allow any harm to befall them. Yu did not refute this. Perhaps you could suggest that they relocate to Yishui Huayuan. It is the finest community in Zhongwu City, renowned for its robust defenses, where most martial families reside.